As a magician with no cultivation, I only know how to cheat people. I accidentally became the world's only purple-robed heavenly master. I didn't expect to be attacked by 100 ghosts on my first day in office, but not only was I not afraid, I was extremely excited. I pulled out 2 Gatling guns with blue flames. Hey, adults, times have changed. Who's going to play traditional exorcism with you nowadays? The Desert Eagle carves Taoist runes. Cinnabar and Black Dog's blood for the bullets. AK-47, use mahogany for the stock. Replace the bayonet with a coin sword. And a barret with the 9 words of truth. I'd like to see who's the ungrateful evil Chan in front of my eyes. 2.5 days ago, I accidentally traveled to this parallel world. I became a purple-robed heavenly master. Looking at the seal of the heavenly master on the table, and the purple robe of the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, I was dumbfounded. And now there's an even worse news. The last heavenly master left Longfu Mountain. Originally, it was not known, but the demons and devils down the mountain knew about it. Without the old master's deterrent, these demons and devils have begun to run wild again. There have been many incidents down the mountain. My head feels numb. I'm panicking. I don't know anything. Just after my cheap father's last heavenly master left, all sorts of evil spirits have appeared down the mountain. If I'm not careful, if some powerful demons and ghosts come up to Lungfu Mountain looking for trouble, what can I do? I can't fight with them with my mortal body. Just when I was at my wit's end, a voice suddenly rang in my ear. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the unlimited firepower celestial master system. This system will protect the host's path to become a celestial master. I was overjoyed at the sound of this voice. System, you finally arrived. But what do you mean by unlimited firepower divine master? The newbie package has been opened. Reward, Mixed Chi Sutra, Dragon Tiger Mountain Basic Kung Fu Mantra, Desert Eagle Pistol, Golden Light Curse Edition. As the system's voice dropped, a golden light flashed in my hand. A pistol directly appeared. The shape of this pistol is similar to an ordinary pistol, but the surface of the pistol is engraved with the Dragon Tiger Mountain Golden Light Mantra. On both sides of the magazine, there were 2 Lungfu Mountain Golden Light charms engraved on it. This almost made my CPU go up in smoke. Okay. So that's how unlimited firepower works, right? Now I'm looking forward to those demons and monsters coming to my door. It's true. All fears come from a lack of firepower. I took out another bullet and looked at it. The shape of this bullet is also very strange. The shell is yellow in color. Its surface is densely engraved with golden spells. On the head of the bullet, there's vermilion sand. Oh my god, are you kidding me? The shells are covered with yellow paper. Anyone who comes will die. Cinnabar on the bullet. Physical and legal kills. Then I extracted the other rewards. The Mixed Chi Sutra directly raised my cultivation level from to the 9th level of Chi refining. The Golden Light Mantra and the Thunder Mantra also appeared in my mind. Right at this moment, a system alert sounded in my ears. A vampire has been detected at the bottom of the mountain. A new mission has been issued. Destroy the vampire and keep the peace. Reward for completing the mission. Mythical Grade 5 Thunder's Poem. 9 Words of Truth Barret Fragment +1. Merit +5,000. When I heard the system's beep, I was shocked. There really are zombies in this world. If this were in the past, I would have run away quickly. But now, I played with the Desert Eagle in my hand. With the sound of a bullet being loaded, the corner of my mouth showed a confident smile. All the fear comes from the lack of firepower. Sometime later, I arrived at Xiaofeng village. The village was in chaos. Several ambulances were parked at the entrance. There are medics holding stretchers, carrying injured and bitten villagers into the ambulances for treatment. The rest of the villagers are running out of the village. They look panicked. They are talking a lot. Seeing this scene, I chose to bypass the villagers. I rushed towards the mass grave in front of me. After arriving at the mass grave, I saw a group of vampires hissing, and around this group of vampires, there are also 3 Taoist priests. They formed a triangle. They surrounded the vampires firmly. Do not allow them to escape from this place. There are quite a lot of vampires. There are more than a dozen of them. The 3 Taoist priests are fighting against them. Seems to have no advantage in terms of numbers, but they have stabilized the situation. They methodically fought with the vampires. They originally thought that Little Feng Village was only haunted by a few vampires, but they didn't realize that a dozen of them came out all of a sudden, and all of them are not low grade. These zombies are black zombies. This undoubtedly caught them by surprise. 3 people are busy dealing with black vampires. Do not dare to be distracted in the slightest. Sensing someone coming this way, they did not turn around, just frowned tightly and shouted, "Here is very dangerous. Get out of here." However, when I approached, the 3 Taoist masters were all stunned. "Heavenly Master, Why is the Heavenly Master here? At this moment, two black vampires were attracted by my popularity. They were about to rush towards me. Seeing this scene, the three Taoist masters' faces changed. In their hearts, they are in a great hurry. Two black vampires. Can this young man who just inherited the position of Heavenly Master deal with it? On my side is a different scene. This is the first time I've seen a real vampire. These ugly guys are really scary. But I'm the purple-robed Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain. What am I afraid of? You dare to fight with me? I have unlimited firepower. Come on. I'll pull out my golden pistol. Today, I'll show you. I'll show you my new spell. Magazine emptying technique. As the barrel of the pistol shakes slightly, golden bullets fly out. 2 shots to the torso and 1 to the head. The 2 black zombies that flew over were directly hit by bleeding holes. Originally saw me stupidly pull out a pistol at first. The 2 black zombies' face is not afraid at all, because when the police came to organize the villagers to move, they have used guns. So these black zombies knew that the pistol could not hurt them. But when the bullet entered the body, the 2 black zombies directly screamed. Golden bullets into the body directly began to crazy strangulation zombie body energy. That kind of pain directly makes the 2 black zombies shivering, and then fell to the ground. At the same time, with the killing of 2 black zombies, the system's prompt sounded quietly. Congratulations to the host for killing 2 black zombies. You've been rewarded with plus 2,000 merit. My eyes lit up. It's okay. It's worth a lot of money. Merit points can be exchanged for a lot of goodies in the system space. At this moment, the 3 Taoist masters in the battlefield in front of us were dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? No, it's not. You're a heavenly master. You don't even need magic spells to exorcise evil spirits? And where did you get this gun? At the same time, the black vampire on the other side saw his companion was killed. All of a sudden, they raised their voices to the sky. These zombies at the first time surprisingly. They all abandoned the 3 Taoist masters and rushed towards me with a roar. Seeing this, I did not change my color. They are all rushing towards me, right? It's good to save me time. There was a lot of gunfire. As the gun barrels continue to spew out fire tongues, some black zombies fell to the ground, dead beyond death. When the magazines are all empty, a group of black zombies lay flat on the ground, like babies sleeping, peaceful as a baby. The only black zombie left in the field is standing alone. It was a bit winded, and I was pressing 15 bullets into the magazine one by one. For the remaining black zombie is a kind of inhuman torture. While I was loading the bullets, I laughed at the lone black zombie on the other side and said, come here, I'll show you a treasure. The black vampire on the other side was screaming, angry to the extreme. The black zombie had never been so provoked. The black vampire roars and kills me directly. This human must die. The next moment, only heard a burst of gunfire. All 15 bullets hit the black vampire's body. Black blood splattered. The black vampire fell to the ground with a crash, walked peacefully. Seeing that there are no more zombies that can stand up, I couldn't help but shake my head slightly. Is this the end? This zombie's strength is not very good. Even if I give you a chance, it won't work. This scene to the spirit method Taoist 3 people see that a burst of scalp numbness. The 3 of them silently looked at each other. They all shook their heads in unison. The Heavenly Master's means of suppressing the vampire. Really? It's a novelty. Of course. Shocked is shocked. The 3 of them still walked to my side. They respectfully bowed their hands and saluted. Greetings, Heavenly Master. Don't mention it. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, we still moved the topic to the group of black zombies in front of us. Although this place is a mass grave, it is an excellent place to raise evil spirits. But according to reason, there should not be so many black zombies at once. Unless there are other evil spirits in this place. While we were thinking, suddenly there was a bang. A grave was torn apart. Soil flew out. A vampire with black hair came out of the grave. As soon as it landed on the ground, the black-haired vampire roared. The sound was deafening. The black air between its mouth and nose was filled with ferocity. Spirit method Taoist master's eyes stared to this is the hairy zombie. Seeing this, I didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. 15 bullets were fired. All of them hit. The hairy stiff only screamed miserably. I was shocked. He didn't die? I realized that the golden bullets had penetrated into the body of the stiff. But they didn't penetrate all the way in. The body of the stiff is too strong. It's worthy of being a hairy stiff. After seeing that he didn't suffer any serious injury, it let out a roar. It directly dashed towards me. I hurriedly looked at the system mall. I saw that the bullet area in the system mall. There are not only golden bullets, there are also other types of bullets. Since golden bullets can't kill, let's go for something more ruthless. I directly exchanged it for the 5 Thunder Cinnabar bullet. With the deduction of merit points, a new bullet appeared in my hand. The 5 Thunder Cinnabar bullet is purple in color. It's engraved with the lines of the Thunder Seal. Only the tip of the bullet is dotted with a touch of red vermilion. I didn't hesitate when I got the bullet. I loaded the bullet directly. At this time, the hairy stiff jumped and flew in front of me. That big mouth full of corpse odor bites towards my neck without hesitation. This scene caused a tremor in the hearts of Taoist Xuanfa and the others. Their faces changed drastically. Tianzhi, be careful. But just in the nick of time, I raised my right hand. My eyes were calm. How dare you show off at the end of your life? The barrel of the gun shook slightly. The bullet pierced through the head of the hairy stiff. The thunder spell engraved on the bullet shell was instantly activated. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning directly swept through the brain of the hairy stiff. Then only a boom sound could be heard. The hairy stiff's head directly exploded. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward: Mythic Level 5 Thunder's Palm. 9 Words of Truth Barrett Fragment +1. Merit +5,000. Along with the system rewards arriving, there was also a rush of footsteps in the distance. Several Taoist masters. Are you alright? A group of uniformed police officers hurriedly arrived. The 3 Taoist masters came forward and said lightly, I'm fine. But when they said this, they couldn't help but glance at me. As soon as the police appeared, I turned my pistol into golden light and put it into my body. I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay. When we were rushing here, we heard gunshots. I don't know if you heard it. When I said that, the 3 Taoist masters were all startled. Then they all looked at me in unison. Seeing this, I said without a blush, guns? What gun? I didn't hear any gunshots just now. The 3 Taoist masters were so blind to their own master's lies. They looked at each other and were speechless. They didn't know what to say. I see that the mission has been completed. The zombies have all been taken care of. I naturally have no need to stay. Prepare to return home. What I don't know is, the video of my exorcism was captured by an anchor. It was also uploaded to the internet. By this time, the internet had already exploded. Times have changed. Exorcisms are now done with guns. Upstairs, please be more rigorous. That's a magic weapon. It's a new weapon from Lung Fu Shan. The gun is engraved with talismanic seals. The bullets are dotted with vermilion sand. Silver bullets soaked in Black Dog's blood. The Celestial Master is awesome. Lung Fu Shan is awesome. The internet is buzzing with excitement. And I, as the person involved, didn't even know I was on fire. I don't know that I've been called the Cybermaster by countless netizens. At this moment, I am taking a cab with 3 people to go back to Lung Fu Mountain. In the car, Taoist Master Xuanfa was silent for a while. Eventually, he asked me about the golden light gun in deep thought. Heavenly Master, when you killed the vampire, did you use a gun? Yes. Neither is it. This is a new type of magic weapon. Although it is the same in shape as a normal pistol, but the material used is different. See for yourselves. I move my hand. A golden light appeared in my palm. It's a golden pistol. This is the golden light mantra. Taoist Master Xuanfa noticed the incantation on the gun. A look of realization appeared on his face. It's really subtle. No wonder it's so powerful. The other 2 Taoist masters also stared at the golden pistol with curiosity. This is really keeping up with the times. A perfect combination of technology and metaphysics. When the driver, who was concentrating on driving, heard the conversation between the others, he felt something was wrong, especially when he subconsciously took a peek in the rearview mirror. The driver's face instantly changed. What did I see? A few Taoist priests are playing with guns. This should not be so exciting. The driver's heart suddenly burst. Started sweating. I'm afraid we've encountered bandits. The driver's forehead is sweating. He was struggling inside. Finally, the driver gritted his teeth. When we were not looking, he quietly deviated from the original route, toward the nearest police station. In just a few minutes, the driver's back was already drenched in cold sweat, but he didn't dare to show any sign of trouble. He was afraid that the people in the car would find out and kill him. Finally, when the car reached less than 100 meters from the police station, the driver silently pulled down the handbrake. Sorry, Mr. Taoist Masters. Please wait a moment. I've been holding my pee for a long time. I can't hold it any longer. As soon as we stopped the car, the driver opened the door in a panic. Sweating profusely, he rushed out. We didn't suspect him. We waited quietly in the car. At this point, the driver was almost running for his life. He ran all the way to the police station with all his strength. Comrade policeman, help! Bandits! There are bandits in my car. They have guns. Help! About half a minute later, the sound of footsteps rapidly approaching the cab. Listen to the people inside. You are surrounded. Now drop your weapons and surrender immediately. Inside the cab, the 3 Taoist priests and I We were still discussing the effectiveness of the new magic weapon. Suddenly, a group of uniformed police officers surrounded the cab. Several pistols were aimed at the car from all sides. It seems that if the people in the car dare to make a move, they may be shot to death. One more warning. Listen to the people in the car. You are surrounded. Put down your weapons. Put your hands on your head and don't move. When I saw that, I just froze. What's going on? The three Taoist masters looked at each other silently. Then their eyes focused on the golden pistol in my hand. This. There seems to be a slight misunderstanding. We seem to have been taken for bandits. Ahem. Or bandits wearing Taoist robes. Is your system serious or not? Even Jesus shook his head. A group of police officers from the Yingtan City South Police Station were stunned. As Yingtan people, they were simply too familiar with the more than 10 kilometers of Longhu Mountain. On weekdays, when they were not on duty, they had also followed their families to Longhu Mountain. And in front of these people, just look at the suit. A glance can see that is the Longhu Mountain on the Taoist master especially that a red robe. That won't be the red-robed Taoist master on Longhu Mountain, right? The reputation of the red-robed Taoist master of the Dragon Tiger Mountain was well known to the people in the neighborhood, especially when these police officers to see clearly dressed in red robes after the person's appearance. This group of police officers as a whole directly froze. Xian Fa Taoist master? Agu, why is it you? Originally raised his gun against Zhang Qingxiao and other people. Several police officers, as soon as they saw clearly that the person in red robes is Xian Fa Taoist master, several people immediately changed their faces and hurriedly put away their guns. This is the existence of the family often read. If they know that today they are pointing a gun at someone, maybe after going back to the family law to serve. Taoist master Xuanfa, what's going on here? Just now the driver of this cab reported that there were armed bandits in the car. How is this, you guys? A group of police officers surrounded them, apologizing to Taoist master Xuanfa for their previous actions while opening their mouths to ask about the doubts in the hearts of the two. Hearing Taoist master Xian Fa's mouth opened, but he didn't know how to answer, and could only look at Zhang Qingxiao on the side. This action of his naturally caused the gazes of all the police officers to focus on Zhang Qingxiao at once. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao immediately let out a light laugh, Fuxing immeasurable heavenly father. Could there be some kind of misunderstanding in this? Zhang Qingxiao opened his mouth with a smile. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the group of police officers suddenly had an extra touch of doubt. Taoist master Xuanfa, I don't know if this Taoist master is. A police officer opened his mouth curiously and inquired to Taoist master Xuanfa. At this time, Zhang Qingxiao had already put his purple robe into the system space, wearing the same white Taoist robe from before. That was why the police officers were so puzzled, because they could all tell that the white-robed Taoist master was at the head of the group, but Taoist master Xuanfa was a red robe. This was somewhat unscientific. And hearing the inquiry, Taoist master Xuanfa didn't hide it and directly introduced himself to the group of police officers. This is the contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. Tian. Tian sure? The crowd of police officers were instantly shocked when they heard these two words. In the area of Dragon Tiger Mountain, these two words carried too much gold. The contemporary of Dragon Tiger Mountain was actually so young? The crowd of police officers looked at Zhang Qingxiao in astonishment, their eyes filled with curiosity. Zhang Qingxiao clearly looked very young. His age might not even compare to those young police officers among them. At such an age, he was actually a Dragon Tiger Mountain heavenly master. Whoever heard this would be incredulous. At this time, Zhang Qingxiao's hand was a move, and at that moment, golden light gathered in his palm, directly forming a pistol. Holding the golden light pistol in his hand, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes looked towards the cab driver at the side. This driver master, the thing you're talking about should be this, right? Zhang Qingxiao slightly shook the golden light pistol in his hand, instantly causing the driver to tremble and change his face. Heavenly master. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose, I thought. The driver master thought that Zhang Qingxiao was angry with him for sneaking around and calling the police, so he hurriedly opened his mouth in panic to apologize. As for the group of police officers on the side, when they saw that Zhang Qingxiao suddenly had a gun in his hand, they all froze for a moment, and then their faces changed drastically. Many of the police officers even subconsciously put their hands on their waists, looking grave. Tianshi, you. A police officer nervously opened his mouth, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Fuxing infinite heavenly father. Master driver is overly concerned. The poor Taoist has no intention of blaming you. Seeing the flustered driver master, Zhang Qingxiao gave an apologetic smile, and only then did he explain. Master driver, he should have misunderstood before. Although this thing looks similar in shape to an ordinary gun, it is not a gun. This is a new magic weapon from our Dragon Tiger Mountain. A magic weapon? The crowd of nervous-looking police officers froze when they heard such a term. It wasn't. Should it be so outrageous? Now even Dragon Tiger Mountain had begun to keep up with the times? Even the magic weapons have been updated to such an extent? The group of police officers looked at each other in disbelief, and then someone hesitated for a moment, and then spoke to Zhang Qingxiao. Celestial Master, can I take a look at this new magic weapon from Dragon Tiger Mountain? Of course. Zhang Qingxiao didn't refuse and directly handed over the golden light pistol. And receiving the gun, the crowd of police officers immediately examined it carefully. Only as they examined it, the faces of the group of police officers became more and more grave. Because they suddenly realized that this magic weapon was fully constructed, the barrel, safety, cartridge, firing pin, bullet. All parts and components were in equal proportions. The real one. The pupils of the crowd of police officers shrunk slightly, becoming nervous once again. Tianchi, this is a real gun ah. The crowd of police officers looked at Zhang Qingxiao with nervous expressions. Although the gun's body was engraved with incantations that they did not recognize, just from the construction of the components. This was the real gun. You call a real gun a magic weapon? The crowd of police officers had a skeptical look in their eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao let out a slight sigh and continued to explain. This thing is indeed a magic weapon. Although it utilizes the shooting principle of an ordinary pistol, its body as well as the bullets are specially made. This thing only targets zombies, stern ghosts, and other evil spirits and ghosts to hit and kill the effect. It is harmless to people. Saying this, Zhang Qingxiao glanced at the police officer holding the golden light gun and said directly, "If you don't believe me, try firing a shot at me." With these words, Jin Guang, who was holding the golden light pistol, was instantly confused. Heavenly Master, this can't be a joke. This is a real gun. The police officer holding the golden light pistol shook his head frantically. As a police officer, he had a basic knowledge of the construction of firearms. This gun in his hand was the real thing, and firing it indiscriminately would most likely kill someone. In response, Zhang Qingxiao slightly shook his head. Immediately afterward, he was only seen making a move with his hand. The police officer with the golden pistol immediately felt that the gun in his hand suddenly became hot, and he subconsciously wanted to throw it out. But the next second, the gun unexpectedly flew directly back into Zhang Qingxiao's hand as a golden light. This bizarre scene caused the crowd of police officers to be somewhat unable to comprehend at once. However, seeing that the gun had returned back to Zhang Qingxiao's hand, the crowd's expression instantly became grave as their gazes directly locked onto Zhang Qingxiao. This was the real thing. Tianchi, stop it. This is not something to play with. Seeing the nervous expressions on the faces of the crowd of police officers, Zhang Qingxiao however smiled faintly. Don't be nervous, poor Taoist said, this is a magic weapon. With that, Zhang Qingxiao directly loaded the gun and then raised it to his temple. This scene directly made the crowd of police officers look dumbfounded, their hearts in shock. This really can't be a joke. Playing is playing, fooling around is fooling around, you don't joke with your own life. However, Zhang Qingxiao's action did not have the slightest hesitation. In the midst of the stupefied gazes of the police officers, he directly pulled the trigger. Boom! The gunshot was deafening. But to the surprise of the police officers, the imagined headshot and blood splatter did not appear. Zhang Qingxiao on the opposite side was still intact, without a trace of injury on his head. The police officers. It's really fine. The crowd of police officers directly rounded their eyes. This was really a magic weapon. There is no danger. Determined to be a magic weapon, the crowd of police officers' tense hearts suddenly relaxed. At the same time, the crowd's heart muttered for a while, this Dragon Tiger Mountain's new magic weapon, how to make it look like a real gun, really bluffing ah. Also at this time, suddenly across the street at the entrance of an alley, a man in a black trench coat suddenly walked out. He obviously did not expect so many police officers to gather here. Thus, this trench coat man was first stunned, and then his entire face changed. Almost subconsciously, he directly turned his head and walked away, his pace disordered and, it could be seen that he was panicked. Unluckily, even if his reaction was fast enough, his fleeting face was still captured by a sharp-eyed police officer. That who? Wait. Almost out of professional instinct, this police officer directly opened his mouth. At this time, a dossier suddenly surfaced in his mind. On it was a recently wanted fugitive murderer. This murderer was lazy at home, his girlfriend couldn't take it anymore and chose to break up with him. He was psychologically twisted, so he directly killed his girlfriend's family. When he committed the murder, the CCTV just caught his face, but this guy is like a loach, and has not been caught. Recently, the authorities have been taking this case very seriously, and have been pressing it very hard. I didn't expect to run into it here. And as this police officer opened his mouth, the other police officers also smelled something unusual almost out of professional instinct. So in the first instance, someone chased after them. This scene could have confused Zhang Qingxiao and the others. Comrade police officer, what's going on? Zhang Qingxiao opened his mouth and asked. At the sound of his voice, the police officer who had just recognized the man's identity immediately said, Heavenly Master, that man just now is a murderer on the run. You guys also pay attention, it's best not to stay in the neighborhood, that man is very fierce and has several lives in his hands. After the police officer finished speaking, he directly rushed out. The trenchcoat man had realized something was wrong almost the instant the constable shouted at him, so he didn't hesitate to pull out his legs and run in the slightest. In an instant, all the constables chased after him. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao raised his eyebrows slightly before he said to the trio of Taoist Master Xuanfa, "Go! Let's go and take a look as well." Adhering to the mindset of a good citizen of the city, when encountering this kind of thing, it would be good to help out if they were able to see justice done. The 24 or so police officers directly launched a pursuit of the trenchcoat man. Although there are quite a few alleys in this place, most of them are dead ends. In the end, the man in windbreaker was blocked by the police officers in a dead-end alley, in and out of a dilemma. "Don't run! Surrender!" a police officer directly shouted. Upon hearing this, the trenchcoat man, however, had a vicious face, and even pulled his trench coat, pulled out a gun from his waist, and directly aimed it at the crowd of police officers. "Surrender? Surrendering is still not a death." The trenchcoat man sneered, his face showing the color of madness. "You guys better not force me. Otherwise, if you force me, the big deal is that we all die together. I won't survive anyway. Pulling a few backs is enough to make a profit." The trenchcoat man raised his gun and said viciously. Only when his words had just left his mouth, a gunshot came out violently. Only heard a bang sound. The hand of the man in windbreaker holding the gun was directly penetrated by the bullet. Blood splattered. Ah! The pain from the penetration of his hand caused the trenchcoat man to immediately let out a miserable scream, and almost instinctively, he directly let go of the gun in his hand. "Go!" At this time, a group of police officers did not care about who actually fired the gun. At the right time they directly rushed up, pounced on the man in windbreaker on the ground, handcuffed. After grabbing the man in windbreaker, the police officers came back to their senses. When they turned their heads, they saw that not far away, Zhang Qingxiao was holding a pistol and looking at them calmly. Now, the crowd of police officers were directly numb. Didn't you say that this is a new magic weapon from Longhu Mountain that doesn't hurt anyone?" The crowd of police officers stared blankly at Zhang Qingxiao, completely unable to understand what kind of medicine this young celestial master was selling in his gourd. "That, heavenly master, this magic weapon of yours seems..." Eventually, a police officer couldn't help but open his mouth, his gaze scornfully looking at the gun in Zhang Qingxiao's hand. Hearing that, Zhang Qingxiao smiled faintly. Longhu Mountain's new magic weapon, the object law double kill. Whether it can hurt people or not, it all depends on the mood of the poor Taoist. The crowd of police officers, 6 Ah, it's still you, who can play? Ah, my hand, my hand. How crazy he was just now, how wretched he was now. The trenchcoat man was handcuffed, still screaming in pain, and seeing his palm, which had been penetrated by a bullet, a strange expression subconsciously surfaced on the faces of a group of police officers. "Heavenly Master, although it's a bit unconscionable, you did shoot just now, so please also come back to the police station with us. We may need to take a statement on you and go through the process." Having caught the murderer, a police officer stiffly came to Zhang Qingxiao's side and explained the situation. At the sound of his words, Zhang Qingxiao nodded slightly. No problem. He naturally wouldn't refuse when people were doing their routine work. However, despite his words, Zhang Qingxiao waved his hand, and instantly, the golden light pistol in his hand directly transformed into a golden light and merged into his body. This scene saw the eyelids of the crowd of police officers jumping, but there was nothing they could do about it. Soon, Zhang Qingxiao and the 3 of them, Taoist Master Xuanfa, followed the group of police officers back to the police station. The so-called transcript was just a record of the entire process of the incident. However, when it came to Zhang Qingxiao's gunshot through the criminal's palm, the police officer in charge of the transcript suddenly stopped. "Captain, how can we write this? We didn't even recover a gun from the celestial master." The police officers in charge of the transcript looked at the captain beside them with a dumbfounded expression. Just now, they had witnessed Zhang Qingxiao's pistol turn into golden light and disappear. After returning to the police station, there were police officers who didn't believe in the truth and searched Zhang Qingxiao's body, but naturally, nothing was found. There was no gun, but the fact of the shooting was real. This makes the police officer responsible for the statement for a moment do not know how to write down. This statement came out. The captain sitting on the side was also frowning, glancing at Zhang Qingxiao, who was sitting on the opposite side, with a harmless look. He immediately had 2 big heads. Without being able to search for guns, there was no direct evidence to prove what Zhang Qingxiao had just done. The facts did not match the truth, and the transcript was just a scrap of paper. Thinking about this, the captain sighed with a headache, and then instructed the police officer at the side. "Just write truthfully." Yes. Soon, the statement was done, and the police captain personally sent Zhang Qingxiao and the others out of the police station. Routine was routine, the Yingtan police in Longhu Mountain were still good. Moreover, what Zhang Qingxiao had done was an act of bravery. People Hall Lung Fu Shan Tianshur see righteousness and courage to do good. Yingtan police should have the attitude of nature or have. After leaving the police station, this time, Zhang Qingxiao and Taoist Master Xuanfa smoothly returned to Longhu Mountain. Returning to the Heavenly Master's mansion, Zhang Qingxiao directly extracted the system rewards. Mythic Level 5 Thunder Positive Technique 5 Thunder Palm. Cultivating this technique allows you to turn the 5 thunders into a palm, increasing the power exponentially, and each palm blast is the power of the 5 thunders, with a power more prevalent than palm thunder. After reading the introduction of the 5 Thunder Palm, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes immediately lit up. This 5 Thunder Palm was a true offensive weapon. And then, when his gaze landed on the Dragon Tiger Treading Clouds technique, Zhang Qingxiao even breathed a sigh of relief and his eyes exploded with a brilliant aura. Dragon Tiger Cloud Treading Technique. Practice this method. You can step into the void, one step out, instantly 500 meters away, practice to the peak, up to a maximum of 100 steps in the void. Good stuff. Zhang Qingxiao did not mince words of dark praise. The void stepping that he had previously purchased through the system, one step out, and it was only a 50-meter shift. However, this cloud stepping technique was much more terrifying than the Lingshu steps. Not only was the distance much longer, but it was also able to step in the air. This was a top-level step. Zhang Qingxiao sighed with emotion in his heart, and then his eyes looked towards another reward, Celestial Master's Golden Light Whisk. This was a golden duster. The handle of the duster was engraved with golden light spells and golden light talisman seals, and a sweep of the duster would release endless golden light, which could be used for both offense and defense. The last reward that surprised Zhang Qingxiao was the 9 Sons of Truth Barret fragment. This fragment system currently only rewarded 1, but as long as he gathered 10 fragments, he would be able to redeem a 9 characters true word Barret. One blow to the head from 1,000 meters away. This was the true killing weapon. Zhang Qingxiao couldn't help but be overjoyed, and then he directly chose to retreat and cultivate in the Heavenly Master's mansion. Cultivation has no age. In the blink of an eye, a few months passed in a flash. Through this period of time, Zhang Qingxiao had finally broken the foundation establishment shackles, and his cultivation had successfully risen to the 5th level of foundation establishment. As his cultivation increased, Zhang Qingxiao's entire aura also became more and more introverted, quite a flavor of returning to the basics. And on this very day, however, there was a sudden clamor in the 3 pristine hall at the bottom of the mountain. Heavenly Master, there is something here that may require you to finalize something. The head Taoist of the 3 Clear Hall, Ling Xian, came to the Heavenly Master's mansion, and after bowing towards Zhang Qingxiao, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "What is it?" Zhang Qingxiao, who had just come out of the gate, was quite surprised that he had just come out of the gate and had something come to him. "It's like this, Heavenly Master. A few foreigners came in the middle of the 3 Qing Hall. They caused trouble in the hall. Not only did they disrespect the 3 Qing ancestors, they even broke the 1,000-year-old fragrant tiger in the hall. They are now refusing to pay compensation and are playing rogue in the hall." Taoist Master Ling Xian's face carried a touch of helplessness. If Longhu Mountain were to face ghosts, monsters, and evil spirits, it would absolutely not hesitate and would destroy all scourges with thunderous means. However, if they were to face these secular people causing trouble, Taoist Master Ling Xian and the others were somewhat inept. Dealing with secular people was sometimes much more difficult than ghosts and monsters. Hearing Taoist Master Ling Xian's words, Zhang Qingxiao indeed could not help but frown. He naturally knew about the 1,000-year-old incense burner in the middle of the 3 Clear Hall, as that thing was left behind by the ancestral Heavenly Master back when he was still alive. He didn't expect that someone would dare to break such a valuable thing. And the one who made trouble was even a foreigner. This really had eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. A flash of sternness surfaced in Zhang Qingxiao's eyes, and then he rose up boldly. Poor Taoist would like to see, in the end, who gave them the courage to make trouble in Dragon Tiger Mountain. After saying that, Zhang Qingxiao took a step and his figure directly disappeared. This scene was watched as the pupils of Taoist Master Ling Xian on the side shrank, his face filled with shock. The Heavenly Master's cultivation had actually reached this level? Taoist Master Ling Xian muttered a sentence to himself before rushing after him. At the bottom of the mountain, in the middle of the 3 pristine hall, a group of Tao masters surrounded a few tall foreigners, their gazes filled with coldness. In the face of the encirclement of the Taoist masters, the several foreigners were unbridled. One of the whites even directly said in broken Chinese, "A broken pot, how dare you want to use it to pit us? Are you Longhu Mountain poor like this? Relying on scamming tourists to get by?" As this white man opened his mouth, there was even a heavily made-up woman with a dusty face who chimed in. "Jack is right, that's just a broken stove, how much is it worth? Is this how you treat your foreign friends at Longhu Mountain? No. Can you Taoist masters be more generous? As a country of etiquette, is this how you treat your foreign friends? You guys still don't dare to get out of the way? It's just a broken stove, why are you guys like this? If you guys don't hurry up and let us leave, I will immediately call the police now. I'm going to sue you Longhu Mountain for disrupting diplomatic peace." Seeing that the group of Tao masters were unmoved, the dusty woman directly pulled out her killer weapon and slapped a big hat on Dragon Tiger Mountain. In the past, they were relying on this relationship to run roughshod over the country, and it worked very well. Unfortunately, this time, the windswept woman was looking for the wrong person. In response to the woman's threats, the group of Tao masters acted as if they hadn't heard them. They just stared at the several foreigners with icy expressions, not moved in the slightest. "Ah, you guys, you Taoist priests are simply unbelievable." The dusty woman looked furious at this scene. If she hadn't sensed the icy cold to the core aura on the crowd of Taoist masters, I'm afraid that at this moment, she would have already rushed up to them and thrashed around. And the surrounding incense burners saw the woman's insanity-like appearance. Every single one of their faces showed a touch of disgust. Some even directly spat on the ground. Another sheepdog, seeing that the foreign father had gotten into trouble, began to wag its head and tail, wanting to share its owner's worries. Unfortunately, messing with the wrong place. "Fark, you Rococo Taoists are so unreasonable, aren't you? Very well. Since you dare to block us, don't blame us." A few foreigners seemed to be getting a bit impatient and started pushing the Taoist master. And a muscular nigger who looked like a bullfrog seemed to have been pushed to the edge, letting out a furious curse, and even directly threw out his foot at a green-robed Taoist master. "Fark!" The nigger roared angrily and lifted his foot to kick at the green-robed Taoist priest. But just at this time, a loud cry came violently from the three Qinghao, which was like a yellow bell, directly coming towards the black man. "Blessed Shang, limitless heavenly father! Bold sinful beast! In front of the poor Taoist, how dare you show off?" Zhang Qingxiao dodged in, and as soon as he entered the three pristine hall, he saw the black demon's movements. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao directly operated his thunder sound, forming a sound wave through the air and slamming it into the black ghost. The black ghost was already stunned by the sudden appearance of the loud shout, and by the time it reacted, the invisible sound wave attack had already arrived silently. Boom! A muffled sound rose at first, and the black ghost's body was as if it had crashed into a transparent wall, and was directly sent flying out. "Fark!" This scene not only scared the nigger silly, even the other few foreigners were staring with rounded eyes and an expression of having seen a ghost. Thud! Ugh! The nigger directly flew out a few meters, making a close contact with the stone floor, smashing him uncontrollably and letting out a miserable scream. And this bastard is indeed thick-skinned. After rolling on the ground for a few times, he actually gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground. That big black face was filled with the color of confusion, but a pair of eyes were filled with anger. Who the hell is it? The black ghost scanned the surroundings with glaring eyes, roaring in anger. And at this time, Zhang Qingxiao came walking slowly. "Heavenly Master!" As soon as the Taoist masters who had originally surrounded a few foreigners saw Zhang Qingxiao, they all bowed their hands and saluted. This scene caused the surrounding tourists who were watching the scene to instantly show surprise and stare blankly at Zhang Qingxiao. This generation of Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master was actually so young? The salute from a group of Taoist masters caused a few foreigners to change their faces slightly. However, after taking a good look at Zhang Qingxiao's appearance, a few of them instantly reverted back to their previous arrogant appearance. So what if you are a heavenly master? I advise you to hurry up and let us leave, or else you won't be able to bear the burden of causing an unnecessary international conflict at that time. The white man who spoke earlier once again opened his mouth arrogantly. The black ghost, on the other hand, was staring at Zhang Qingxiao with a pair of dead eyes, took a few steps to come closer, and said viciously, "That broken jar is what we broke, but we just won't pay for it." The black ghost had a reckless and incomparably dejected face. Although he wasn't sure that the kind of bizarre means just now wasn't made by the young Taoist priest in front of him or not. However, the black ghost had directly calculated his revenge on Zhang Qingxiao. And as the black ghost opened his mouth, the dusty woman on the side followed suit. "You are the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master?" The dusty woman looked up and down at Zhang Qingxiao with a skeptical face before she continued in a churlish manner. "The steward has come just in time. Isn't your Longhu Mountain too overbearing? Ha! It's just a useless broken stove. If it's broken, it's broken. You want foreigners to pay for it? Can't you be a little more generous?" The dusty woman swept a glance at Zhang Qingxiao before directly ordering, "We definitely won't pay for that broken stove. You hurry up and get your people out of the way. We're leaving. Don't waste our time." The dusty woman said thoughtfully. This dog-like posture made the surrounding tourists who were watching couldn't help but roll their eyes. Truly disgusting. Let disgusting fucking open the door. Disgusting to the core. Even Zhang Qingxiao couldn't help but glance at the woman. How could he not expect that this group of foreigners had brought such an extreme product? It really is very good at protecting the master. Unfortunately, in the face of the woman's words, Zhang Qingxiao was not the least bit moved. He just shook his head slightly and said with a calm face, "If you don't pay out, you won't be able to walk out of the door of this three pristine hall." Poor Taoist said so. Zhang Qingxiao's tone was flat and ripple-free, but his words carried a touch of powerful majesty that could not be questioned. When these words came out, the woman's face instantly became unsightly, while a few foreigners were constantly bursting out fark, shetter, and other foul language, agitated and red in the face. However, Zhang Qingxiao was as immovable as a rock to the verbal attacks of several people. At this time, outside the Sanqing Hall, there were several uniformed police officers walking in. What's going on? What are you guys doing? The faces of several police officers were a bit unsightly. For Longhu Mountain, the nearby police departments had excellent relations with it. In all these years, this was the first time they had received a report that someone was causing trouble at Dragon Tiger Mountain. This was simply slapping them in the face. Therefore, as soon as several police officers received the alarm call, they rushed to Dragon Tiger Mountain at the first time. Just let a few police officers did not expect this matter. Even the celestial masters are alarmed. Big deal all this is. The moment they saw Zhang Qingxiao, several police officers became even more angry with the troublemakers. And upon seeing the constables, Zhang Qingxiao remained unchanged, only speaking faintly. They broke the Longhu Mountain Millennium Incense Burner, they have to pay for it. At these words, the faces of several police officers became even more ugly. No, this gall is quite fat. It's not even if they came to Longhu Mountain to cause trouble, but they even broke someone's 1,000-year-old incense burner? There are you so provoke the Dragon Tiger Mountain? Don't you know that the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master is very powerful? Really looking for death? If you say 1,000-year-old incense burner is 1,000-year-old incense burner, then it's 1,000-year-old incense burner? Who knows if you are using it to cheat tourists on purpose? Even if you're a celestial master, so what? Can't you conclude that this is 1,000-year-old incense burner just because you say so? I don't believe it anyway. You Longhu Mountain is doing this on purpose. I can tell you, these people are foreigners. Aren't you afraid of damaging our country's international image if you Longhu Mountain does this? If you damage diplomatic peace, can you Longhu Mountain afford it? Hearing Zhang Qingxiao mention that 1,000-year-old incense burner again, the dusty woman who was with the several foreigners finally couldn't help herself. She directly roared madly at Zhang Qingxiao and also put a few big hats directly on Longhu Mountain's head. The moment this statement was made, the surrounding tourists all immediately changed their faces. How could they not expect that there would be such a shameless shepherd who would dare to speak so loudly even in front of the Heavenly Master? Did she really not know what kind of power this person standing in front of her actually represented? What a death wish! The several police officers on the side were also frowning after hearing the woman's words. Naturally, they would not believe the woman's words. However, if they continued to allow the woman to make such alarmist comments, they were afraid that it would have a bad impact. As for Zhang Qingxiao himself, after hearing such a shitposting to Dragon Tiger Mountain, he only then narrowed his eyes slightly as a flash of coldness flickered in his eyes. Anyone who dared to make trouble at Dragon Tiger Mountain would definitely not leave the mountain intact. These words, his contemporary purple-robed heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Qingxiao said, being bitten by the woman that there is a problem with the 1,000-year-old incense burner. For a while a few police officers were also a bit helpless. They are not professional antique appraisers, there is no way to give an authoritative answer. But at this time, among the original onlookers of the tourists, an old man dressed in a quaint tang suit and wearing glasses suddenly stood out. Comrade police officer, I think I can give a little authoritative explanation about this incense burner. The old man, with snow-white hair and a gentle smile, walked over. Seeing this person, the several police officers and Zhang Qingxiao did not have much of a reaction yet, but the dusty woman on the opposite side was the first to jump out. Old man, who are you? You dare to stand out and meddle? The woman's voice was stern, and her words were full of threats. But in the face of the woman's questioning, the old man was not the least bit moved. He just took out a document from the bag he was carrying and handed it to the police officer on the side, and then slowly opened his mouth and said, I am the International Antique Collectors Association's special grade antique appraiser, Feng Wei Du. The old man's tone was unhurried, and even glanced at the several foreigners before this continued. Oh, by the way, this professional certificate of mine is common all over the world, and their countries also recognize it. At these words, the dusty woman's face changed. As soon as she turned her head, she saw that the several foreign masters on the side were similarly not looking very good. Obviously, they were also aware of the gold content of this professional certificate. Now, the woman's face became more and more ugly. Then I'll trouble Mr. Phone to help identify it. The police officer took the certificate and glanced at it, while then paid to say to the old man. Upon hearing this, the old man then smiled slightly. It's also my honor to be able to personally appraise something from the era of the Daosek's ancestors. The old man smiled and spoke, his gaze leaving no trace as he glanced at Zhang Qingxiao. The latter, on the other hand, was slightly surprised, somewhat not expecting this old gentleman named Feng Wei Du to have such a discerning eye. Surprisingly, he could tell with a single glance that the incense burner was old. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao also could not help but nod slightly, nodding his head in greeting to the old man. The latter, on the other hand, came to the incense burner that had already been broken and picked up some of the fragments, carefully observing them. Throughout the entire process, the surroundings were silent. No one dared to make a sound for fear of disturbing Feng Weidu's judgment. On the other hand, the faces of the several foreigners as well as the woman were getting uglier and uglier. How they did not expect, they and other people broke a thing with their bare hands, but even attracted the Dragon Tiger Mountain so much publicity. Now even the special grade antique appraiser had stepped in. This time, I am afraid that the trouble is not small. Feng Weidu took a few pieces of incense burner fragments and studied them for a while. Finally it slightly pushed the glasses frame on the bridge of his nose, and then said to the crowd, "After my deduction, this incense burner is real. And it should be a product of the Taoist sect during the years when the ancestor of the Taoist sect, Elder Heavenly Master Zhang Daolingzhang, was alive. That is to say, this incense burner has a history of more than 1900 years from now. Let's not talk about the important value of the incense burner for the inheritance of the Taoist sect, just based on its historical research value, as well as its level of manufacturing technology and circulation rarity at that time. This incense burner, how mountain market value conservative estimate, 1.5 million to start." Feng Weidu slowly opened his mouth, not only helped to identify the authenticity of the incense burner, and even gave out the valuation data. Once these words came out, the surrounding tourists were talking, and everyone had the feeling of great joy. And a few foreigners as well as the dusty woman is like ashes, as if eating a dead mosquito general to be more difficult. Several police officers also spoke up at this time, since a professional has already made an appraisal and carried out a valuation. Then, how much more should you compensate? As soon as these words were uttered, the several foreigners immediately looked at each other in disbelief. And the dusty woman couldn't help but scream and roar. $1.5 million, why don't you guys go and rob? Where do we have that much money? No money? Hearing the woman's words, the several police officers immediately frowned, before looking at Zhang Qingxiao on the side. "Heavenly Master, what do you think about this? How does Longhu Mountain intend to handle this?" A police officer opened his mouth to inquire. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao gave a deep thought before saying, "Since a few monks don't have the money to pay compensation for the time being, then they should stay at Longhu Mountain and work to pay for their work." Zhang Qingxiao's words caused the windswept woman to turn blue, and she was just about to open her mouth to defend her master. Unexpectedly, the whites and niggers nodded their heads in agreement after looking at each other. "We can agree to your conditions and stay to work to pay off our debts. However, we have one request that you must promise us." A white man opened his mouth, his gaze looking straight at Zhang Qingxiao, the provocation in his eyes strong. "We want to challenge you. If you can beat us, we will naturally stay. But if you lose, then the compensation for that incense burner will have to be written off." The white man looked at Zhang Qingxiao with a provocative face. This statement came out. The surrounding tourists immediately whispered. No one had expected that these few foreigners would have the audacity to want to challenge the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. This was simply a case of the old man hanging himself. When the white man saw that Zhang Qingxiao was hesitant to speak, he thought that the latter did not dare to agree, so he continued to speak. "Of course, if you don't dare to accept the challenge, then you'll be a good boy and concede. How's that? If you don't dare, you'll quickly concede and we won't compensate the incense burner." The white man looked at Zhang Qingxiao, thinking that the latter did not dare to accept the challenge. A large part of the reason why these few foreigners had traveled thousands of miles to come to the Dragon Kingdom was because they were attracted by the legendary kung fu of the Dragon Kingdom. However, after coming to the Dragon Kingdom, they soon realized that those so-called kung fu masters on the internet were all fake, and were just gimmicks made to make money. It was because they had seen a few fake masters that these foreigners became arrogant and domineering, thinking that there was no such thing as kung fu in the Dragon Kingdom. Even now came to the Dragon Country in the middle of the famous Taoist sect Longhu Mountain, saw in front of this Longhu Mountain contemporary Tianshi. A few foreigners also did not feel that the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master had any greatness at all. They thought that the so-called Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master was the same as those fake masters, so they did not put Zhang Qingxiao in their eyes at all. However, in the face of the white man's naked provocation, Zhang Qingxiao's face did not change. He only raised his eyelids slightly before speaking flatly. "It can be. Poor Taoist accepts your challenge." This statement came out. The surrounding tourists were first stunned and then became excited. Not only did they see the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master manifesting himself in person today, moreover, to be able to have the honor of witnessing the Heavenly Master personally teaching this group of foreign devils a lesson, this was simply the luck of 3 lifetimes. Even the several police officers were looking at each other in dismay, seemingly not expecting things to go in such a direction. "How do you guys want to compare?" Zhang Qingxiao's gaze was calm, not even half a ripple rising in his heart, and upon hearing his inquiry, several foreigners silently glanced at each other, before the nigger who had previously been sent flying by Zhang Qingxiao's sound waves jumped out violently. "There are no rules. Fight until the other party can't get up." The black ghost stared at Zhang Qingxiao with a deadly glare, his gaze filled with ruthlessness. He had long wanted to strike to teach this so-called Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master a lesson. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao nodded slightly and slowly spat out the word good. At the same time, in Zhang Qingxiao's ears, the system's beep suddenly sounded. Ding! Releasing a new mission, defeat the Black Negro Brother. Mission completion receives the rewards: complete Dragon and Tiger Talisman, Dragon and Tiger Divine Art Tong Tian Talisman, 9 Characters of Truth Barret Fragment +2, and Merit +10,000. Upon hearing the system mission, Zhang Qingxiao's gaze was fixed. On the other hand, the black ghost on the opposite side assumed a stance reserved for boxers, his gaze looking straight at Zhang Qingxiao. The surrounding tourists instantly dispersed towards the surroundings, leaving enough space for the two of them. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao's eyelids lifted slightly, his gaze calmly looking at the opposite side of the nigger as he said bluntly, "Can we start? Nonsense! You're out!" Instead, the black ghost had a sardonic smile on his face and was just about to open his mouth for Zhang Qingxiao to try his hand. But the words were not finished. Then he saw Zhang Qingxiao. He raised his palm and his mind moved slightly. Ka-ching! In a blink of an eye, the power of 5 thunders directly covered the top of the entire palm. 5 thunder palm. And then, with a casual wave of his hand, Zhang Qingxiao directly slapped the black ghost. Boom! The 5 thunder force erupted with a muffled sound, and the black ghost was directly slapped out. The person was already spraying blood furiously in the air. By the time he flew out a dozen meters and smashed on the green stone slab, his body had already emitted a burning smell, and he had already fainted to death. At this moment, heaven and earth were silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the field, and for a moment, some people couldn't react. This should be considered a win, right? On the other hand, Zhang Qingxiao muttered a low sentence, his face as normal. At the same time, a prompt sounded in his ears once again. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, the reward has been issued, please withdraw it in time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao moved his thoughts and directly extracted the reward. The complete book of Dragon and Tiger Talismans. Inside is a record of more than 40,000 methods of drawing talismanic seals of Dragon and Tiger Mountain, and all of these talismans are immortal seal arts from the Heavenly Court, which are the ultimate strengthened version of the ordinary talismanic seals of Dragon and Tiger Mountain, with an unknown number of times of increase in their power. Dragon and Tiger Divine Art Heavenly Talisman. After practicing this divine art, the caster can reach the realm of the divine art, drawing talismans in the void at his fingertips. Not only does it greatly increase the speed at which the caster can draw talismans, but it also allows the caster to completely utilize the full power of the talisman without the aid of paper. As for the fragments of 9 characters Barret, as long as 10 fragments were gathered, one would be able to obtain a true object magic double-killing weapon. After reading the introduction of the complete book of talismans and the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Talisman, Zhang Qingxiao did not hesitate at all and directly chose to extract and fuse them. In an instant, a large amount of knowledge about the Dragon Tiger Talisman seal was flooding Zhang Qingxiao. In an instant, Zhang Qingxiao directly jumped to become a full-grade rune seal master. And at this time, it was only then that the stupefied crowd came back to their senses, and for a moment, they marveled in awe. Was this the strength of a heavenly master? So terrifying. In the crowd, someone had already turned on the live broadcast as early as when the few foreigners were causing trouble. At this moment, the tens of thousands of online viewers in the live broadcast room were similarly stunned by the live feed. Good. Heavenly Master destroyed the niggers with one move. Bullish. Shit. Let this nigger continue to be arrogant. Now he's finished. I'm most displeased with these arrogant foreign devils. Please remember, this is the Dragon Kingdom. Tianchi is awesome. Beat these foreign devils to death. Cool. This kind of people should be taught a lesson like this. Let them taste the consequences of being arrogant and bossy in Dragon Kingdom. Anyone who knows what they're doing, can you see what the Heavenly Master used just now? Thunder method. It's definitely a thunder technique. Many netizens felt that the scene just now was too inspiring, and they all bluntly said that the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master was bullish. And at the scene, a few police officers saw the black man who flew out a dozen meters without knowing his life and death, and they were just shocked at the terrifying strength of the Heavenly Master. Then, there was no more then. The rules were made by both sides, although the Heavenly Master hit a little harder, but there was no onlookers, so naturally nothing happened to them. It should be said not to say, the slap of the Heavenly Master just now, also watched a few of them with boiling blood. Tianchi real man ah. To say the only one in the field that was opposite to the mood of the crowd, I'm afraid it was only that shepherd as well as a few foreigners. Seeing the nigger being slapped away by Zhang Qingxiao, alive or dead, that woman first froze for a moment, and then screamed out loud. Tom. Tom, what happened to you? Are you alright? Tom, don't scare me. The woman screamed while rushing towards the nigger not far away, her expression panicked as if the ones on the ground were her parents. There were also a few foreigners whose faces had also changed drastically. They glanced at Zhang Qingxiao in fear, and in their hearts, they had already taken this young man in front of them as a terrifying existence comparable to the devil. Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master could not be messed with. Tom, how are you? Ah, Tom, wake up, Tom. The dusty woman trotted all the way to the side of the black ghost. The burning smell came to her nose, making her face change greatly, rushing to call out loudly in an attempt to wake up the black ghost. But the latter had obviously lost consciousness, let the woman how to call out, also did not have half a reaction. Seeing this, the woman was so angry that her body shivered. As soon as she turned her head, she stared at Zhang Qingxiao with a grimace on her face and hissed angrily. How dare you hurt someone? You wait for me. Even if you're a celestial master, so what? I'm going to sue you in court as soon as I can. You intentionally hurt a foreign friend, wait for the lawsuit. The woman pointed at Zhang Qingxiao, her tone filled with threats. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao, however, did not change his face and nodded slightly. Fine, go ahead and sue. Poor Taoist is waiting for you. Zhang Qingxiao's tone was flat, not afraid of the woman's threat at all. At the same time, he directly raised his palm, his fingertips flashed with golden light, and directly drew a talisman in the void in front of the crowd. Buzz! Accompanied by a soft chirping sound, an extreme bad luck talisman directly condensed. Zhang Qingxiao then tapped his fingertips, and the talisman was directly affixed onto the windswept woman, instantly disappearing. The woman just watched as the talisman seal entered her body, unable to do anything about it. What did you do? Ah, what the hell is this? The woman cried out in shock, her face turning pale with fear as she opened her mouth to question Zhang Qingxiao. However, the latter didn't even bother with her. Seeing this, the woman was trembling and wanted to cry, she was dying of anxiety. Only after the talisman had disappeared into thin air did she scream and hurriedly shouted at the police officers at the side. What are you police officers for? Ah, can't you see him committing murder in public? Can't you see that he wants to harm me? Why don't you hurry up and catch him? I'll put him in jail. Damn it. The woman roared, her face twisted, it was really a bit scary. However, the few police officers who heard this were helpless. They had indeed seen the Heavenly Master draw the talisman, but there was no substantial evidence at all. That talisman was just illusory, not using anything to carry it at all. How could they decide that the Celestial Master had really harmed people? Moreover, they didn't know what that talisman represented, and there was even less reason to arrest the Heavenly Master. Heavenly Master, you are also really... Several police officers looked at Zhang Qingxiao with a grudging face, feeling that the latter was doing it on purpose. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao, however, only smiled faintly. The play was a blatant one. The surrounding tourists, seeing this scene, were also whispering in uncertainty. It always felt like that talisman of the Heavenly Master was most likely not simple. And amongst the live broadcast, some people were so knowledgeable that they actually guessed the name of the talisman by virtue of Zhang Qingxiao's talisman drawing movements and the final appearance of the illusory talisman condensing. I see, the talisman seal that Heavenly Master just drew could possibly be the bad luck talisman. A netizen deducted such a pop-up. Once this pop-up came out, other netizens became curious. What kind of bad luck charm? A bad luck talisman is one that makes the person who is hit by this talisman have bad luck. You guys watch, this person is going to have bad luck next. Really? You're not lying to us? So much anticipation. This disgusting sheepdog, I'd like to see how she'll have bad luck. I've long looked at her unfavorably. She deserves to be unlucky. Anchor, hurry up and follow her, we want to see her go down. Yes, just shoot her. There were netizens in the live broadcast room who didn't believe it, thinking that this kind of thing was too evil, saying that bad luck is bad luck. This is not realistic. Of course, more people were full of anticipation, they had long been disgusted enough by this sheepdog and were eager to see its bad luck. The anchor was also obedient, and at the first time, he turned the camera and focused the live broadcast on the dusty woman. You guys. At this moment, when the dusty woman saw that the several police officers did not do anything, she was furious and stomped her feet frantically. But for some reason, she merely stomped her feet twice, but she unexpectedly failed to stabilize herself, her body swayed, and she directly stumbled and fell to the ground. This instantly caused the woman to let out a scream in pain, struggling to get up. But coincidentally, before she stood up, she accidentally stepped directly on the slippery. Only heard a thud sound, the woman even directly rolled to the side of the stone steps. And then, the bizarre picture appeared. The woman even directly along the steps all the way rolled down. God have mercy, that was more than 100 sections of lapis lazuli steps. Although fortunately she didn't fall to her death, but she also fell to a bruised face, completely turned into a pig's head, and even lost a few teeth. How a miserable word. The tourists who saw this scene all had their bodies trembling, their expressions intolerant, as if they were empathetic. My head, my face, so painful, it hurts. The woman, on the other hand, howled in agony and struggled for half a day so that she could not climb up from the ground. At that exact moment, a large bird happened to fly over its head. Ga. The big bird called out, directly in the air pulled a large pile of poop. Coincidentally, this pile of poop just fell on the woman's head. Ah! What is it? The woman subconsciously touched the top of her head, and a foul odor immediately hit her nose. It was so disgusting that the woman subconsciously dry-heaved. Ah! Why? Why are you doing this to me? Why on earth? After a few moments of torture, the woman finally broke down. Anger attacked her, her chi and blood surged, directly spraying out a mouthful of old blood, her body swayed, and she fell straight to the ground, unconscious. This scene looked at the site visitors with a look of disbelief. And in the live broadcast room, the original scrolling pop-up screen instantly stalled. Immediately afterward, those netizens who had previously questioned it began to frantically strike their keyboards. Crap! Surprisingly, it's true? That's really an unlucky charm, huh? I'm sorry, I admit that I spoke a bit too loudly just now. I apologize. Awesome. Heavenly Master is so tactful. I'm convinced. Worthy of being a Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master, too awesome. The netizens in the live broadcast room marveled in awe, and were so convinced of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master. At the same time, out of humanitarianism, a kind person called the emergency number. Soon, MS. Sheepdog, who had lost half of her life, as well as the nigger, were directly lifted into the ambulance and sent to the hospital. And after this matter was fermented by the netizens in the live broadcast room, it soon caused a furor on the internet. Countless netizens cursed MS. Sheepdog as well as the nigger several people. It's really the old man who hangs himself and thinks he has a long life. How dare he go to mess with the Dragon Tiger Mountain? This is not looking for death is what? Hey, what kind of era is it that there are still animals like sheepdogs? Sure enough, some people are already used to kneeling. Good job Tiancher. This kind of foreign trash should be severely punished. It simply deserves it. Don't even look at what kind of place it is. Is Longhu Mountain a place you can mess with? What a relief. The Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master is awesome. All cats and dogs dare to jump out and pretend to be a bully. Now it's good, half of his life is gone. Deservedly ah. The sheepdog as well as the nigger was sent to the hospital, while the remaining few foreigners were directly detained by Longhu Mountain. The value of the 1,000-year-old incense burner had already been assessed by professionals, and this was something that even the police agreed with. Therefore, it was an established fact that several foreigners had broken valuable antiques and had to make compensation. And since they didn't have that much money, they could only stay at Longhu Mountain and work to pay off their debts. Heavenly Master, what should be arranged for these people? Taoist Master Ling Xian swept a glance at the several foreigners in the corner and inquired to Zhang Qingxiao. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao pondered slightly before speaking directly. Isn't the side hall being remodeled nowadays? There shouldn't be enough manpower over there, so let them go work over there. Saying this, Zhang Qingxiao casually swept a glance at a few people, and then continued in a flat tone. These foreigners are all fat and strong, those heavy work and tired work should be very suitable for them. Taoist Master Ling Xian must not be merciful. Zhang Qingxiao slowly spoke. Upon hearing this, a brilliant aura flickered in Taoist Master Ling Xian's eyes. Heavenly Master, don't worry, Ling Xian will definitely take good care of them. Taoist Master Ling Xian slightly arched his hand at Zhang Qingxiao, clearly having grasped the meaning of the latter's words. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao nodded his head slightly, and then he directly took a step out, and the person directly disappeared into thin air. At the same time, Taoist Master Ling Xian's eyes turned and directly looked towards the several foreigners in the corner. Several people please. My Dragon Tiger Mountain side hall is now refurbished and lacking in manpower. A few of you can just make up for the vacancies. Taoist Master Ling Xian spoke in a cold voice. For these few foreigners who dared to cause trouble in Longhu Mountain and even broke the 1,000-year-old incense burner, he would not give any good face. Feeling the icy aura emanating from Taoist Master Ling Xian's body, the several foreigners silently glanced at each other. And then a white man suddenly spoke angrily. What do you want? Making us work for you? That's never going to happen. The whites stared angrily at Taoist Spirit Xian. Although they feared the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master who used demonic techniques, they were not afraid of Taoist Master Ling Xian in front of them. Earlier, when they had broken the incense burner, this Taoist priest in front of them hadn't been able to do anything to them. Therefore, when they heard Taoist Master Ling Xian speak at this moment, several people were not convinced at all. Unbeknownst to them, they arrogantly thought that Taoist Master Ling Xian couldn't do anything about themselves and the others. It was only because the Taoist Master Ling Xian at that time had considered more things, so he hadn't rashly made a move. Now that the Heavenly Master's attitude was known to him, he naturally had nothing to worry about. Therefore, after hearing the white man's words, Taoist Master Ling Xian's eyes fiercely narrowed as he directly raised his hand, only to see Taoist Master Ling Xian's palm spread out, in which Thunderons immediately flickered and shrieked. Taoist master Ling Xian directly executed the little 5 thunder art, and instantly, the power of thunder and lightning rushed towards the several people. Ah! Ouch! Ow! For a moment, as the lightning power invaded the entire body, several foreigners directly let out gurgling screams, being electrified to the point of trembling all over their bodies. After about half a minute, the lightning dissipated. While Taoist master Ling Xian spoke in a cold voice, "Detaining you guys is working to pay off your debts. If you are not honest again, the poor Taoist does not mind following the example of the heavenly master." As soon as these words came out, several people's pupils instantly shrunk, and they suddenly thought of the miserable state of their black ghost companions. Although they were also electrocuted just now and shivered all over their bodies, they were not seriously hurt. If they really become niggers like that, that is half of the life is gone. Thinking this way, several foreigners immediately nodded their heads as if they were pounding garlic. After being electrocuted a few times, a few people finally came to their senses. Seeing this, Taoist spirit Xian snorted coldly and directly led a few people towards a side hall. There, a group of construction workers were repairing the side hall. Seeing this scene, the several foreigners subconsciously glanced at each other. It was as if they already knew their next fate, and for a moment, the faces of several foreigners directly took on a bitter look. On the other hand, after dealing with this matter, Zhang Qingxiao returned to the Heavenly Master's mansion. In the next few days, there were no things to disturb, and the Heavenly Master's mansion was rarely quiet. And during this period, the system released several daily life quests one after another. Ding! Mission released, please ask the host to cultivate his body and raise flowers and plants within the Heavenly Master's mansion. Rewards can be obtained for task completion. Task released. Cultivation is about tension and relaxation. Please ask the host to organize the hygiene of the Heavenly Master's mansion. Rewards are available for task completion. Ding! Detected that the host is intoxicated with cultivation, triggering the task, specialize in Taoism. Completion of the task will earn you a reward. For the tasks issued by the system, Zhang Qingxiao came through. And so it was. Soon, amidst the completely incomprehensible eyes of the crowd of Taoist children within the Heavenly Master's mansion, the hallowed Heavenly Master, one moment cleaning, one moment planting flowers and grass, one moment fishing by the river, and one moment practicing Taoist techniques. Completely without a little bit of Longhu Mountain purple robe, Heavenly Master should have the image. Fortunately, these Taoist children have long been psychologically prepared for the strange behavior of their own Heavenly Master. Otherwise, whoever saw this scene, subconsciously might think that this Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master was afraid that he had not been taken over by someone. Of course, outsiders didn't understand, but Zhang Qingxiao was happy about it. Because after completing a few daily quests, he suddenly realized that his 9 characters of truth Barrett fragments had actually gathered a few more. Now he already had a total of 8 Barrett fragments. As long as he obtained 2 more fragments, he would be able to directly redeem this great killing weapon that was known to kill both objects and laws from a distance of 1,000 meters. It was also at this time, the calm of Longhu Mountain was once again broken. A few uniformed police officers were ushered into the 3 Qing Hall. Taoist Spirit Xian, we have come to request the help of Longhu Mountain to suppress the weirdness. Something strange is happening under the mountain. The police at the bottom of the mountain had come to Lungfu Mountain to ask for help, informing them that something weird had happened at the bottom of the mountain. Originally, these police officers were all staunch materialists who believed in science and were not interested in these paranormal events. However, after they took over a case and witnessed some bizarre events happening, the police also had to believe that there are things in this world that cannot be explained by science. It turns out that an old lady in her 80s died a few days ago in a house under the mountain. The old man has been a life of virtue and good deeds. This is also considered to be the end of life, no disease and no disaster. After the death of the old man, according to local custom, the body needs to be parked for 3 days before burial. But the strange is strange in this. According to police officers described, the old lady died 3 days after mortuary. The first 2 days did not happen, everything is safe and sound. But on this 3rd night, there was an accident. At night, a black cat suddenly jumped to the old lady's corpse, and then the original dead old lady was directly resurrected. Not only that, after the resurrection of the old lady ferocious, even directly to the home of those chickens and ducks and other living things all eaten alive. Even after eating these living things, the old lady even want to gnaw people. Longhu Mountain, 3 Chung Hall. Zhang Qingxiao, who had heard the news, had already rushed over. The police officer, on the other hand, continued to brief Zhang Qingxiao on the situation. After we received the alarm call, we immediately rushed to the place of the incident. After that 80-year-old woman came back to life, not only did she act incredibly strange, but she even had boundless strength. It took 7 or 8 of us police officers, along with their family, a lot of effort to hold that old woman down. In order to prevent her from hurting anyone, we tied her up and notified the nearby medical staff, so that they could come over and help the old lady check her out. But that's where the problem lies. Speaking here, the narrating police officer subconsciously gulped and glanced at Zhang Qingxiao as well as Taoist Master Ling Xian. After seeing that the two people's faces were unchanged, seemingly not frightened by what they were narrating at all, the police officer immediately felt a great sense of relief in his heart, knowing that he had found the right person. So the police officer hurriedly continued his narration. Originally, after the 80-year-old woman was tied up by the uniform, the police notified the medical personnel to come and check. But this examination found a big problem. The 80-year-old woman appeared to be back from the dead, but after the medical staff's examination, she had no heartbeat at all, and her body temperature was not normal. What does this mean? The 80-year-old woman seems to be resurrected, but is still a corpse. But she is still a corpse, only a walking corpse, which is very scary. At this point, the police realized that this matter could not be handled scientifically. So let the family of the deceased quickly go to find a godmother masters and other people to deal with. But who knows, when they found a godmother as fast as possible. Once the godmother arrived, before entering the house, she was so scared that she was trembling and didn't dare to take a step forward. The godmother shivered and told them that what was inside was too strong, and she simply couldn't do anything about it. And then she didn't even dare to accept the money, so she just fled. After this, the old lady's family was crying out and scared to death. And this time, the police found that the dead 80-year-old lady's face looks more and more like a cat. Cat face old lady. Seeing this scene, the police were at their wits' end and could only hoof it to Longhu Mountain for help. Heavenly Master, we really don't have the slightest idea about this kind of spiritual matter. With a bitter face, the police officer pleaded to Zhang Qingxiao. We are well aware that Heavenly Master is a cultivator and has great magical power, so we implore Heavenly Master to be able to help. With these words, the gazes of the group of police officers all focused on Zhang Qingxiao. They really had no other way out, otherwise, they wouldn't have easily climbed up to Longhu Mountain to beg for the Heavenly Master's help. And with the police officer's words exiting, in Zhang Qingxiao's ears, the system's beep followed. Ding! A new task is released. The host is requested to assist the police in solving the cat-faced old lady. Rewards can be obtained for the completion of the mission: 9 characters Barrett Fragment +2, 5 Thunder's Positive Technique, Divine Sword Drawing Thunder Technique, and Merit +20,000. Hearing the system's voice, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. The Barrett Fragments were just short of 2 more to collect, and he had not expected the system to be so considerate. Worthy of being a system, it understood him too well. My generation of cultivators will not hesitate to cut down demons and shelter the living. There is no need for a few monks to be so courteous. Since we have come across them, it is only right for the poor Taoist to take a walk with a few of you. Zhang Qingxiao directly received the system mission. People's Police had begged to the old Longhu Mountain, so he naturally had no reason to refuse. Thus, Zhang Qingxiao directly followed a few people down the mountain. Under the mountain, more than 10 kilometers away from Longhu Mountain, there was a village named Jiuhua Village. The cat-faced old lady's family was precisely the villagers of Jiuhua Village. After Zhang Qingxiao entered Jiuhua Village in the police car, an incomparably conspicuous house soon appeared in the field of vision. At this moment, around this family's house, there were already quite a few villagers who had gathered to join in the fun. And at this time, the police car also asked to stop, and a police officer opened his mouth to introduce. Heavenly Master, this is the cat-faced old lady's house. Hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao nodded slightly and followed the police officer out of the car. Just as he approached, before he could enter, a sound of banging and drumming came through the house. At the same time, the surrounding villagers who had been bustling around were also excited. It's starting! The goddess is going to exorcise the evil spirits. Some people muttered in whispers, sticking their heads out and constantly looking into the house. Although these villagers were curious about what was going on in the house, they were very measured and didn't rush into the object house. Obviously they have their own taboos about this kind of thing, and they are also worried that if the exorcism is unsuccessful, they will get into trouble. Hearing the villagers' discussion, Zhang Qingxiao was slightly stunned and glanced at the police officer on the side in a somewhat strange manner. He had previously heard the police officer say that a goddess had come here and was so frightened that she didn't even dare to enter the house. But now, listening to the movements in this house, it didn't seem like she was so scared that she didn't dare to enter the house. Strange. Did their family find someone else here? Noticing Zhang Qingxiao's gaze, the police officer was also a bit embarrassed. However, after the embarrassment, the police officer's face was more than a touch puzzled. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao instantly understood something. Dare I say it, this was the fact that people did not believe in the police, so when the police turned to Longhu Mountain for help, they took it upon themselves to find another master to help. Moreover, listening to this battle, it seems to be a bit capable. Understanding this, Zhang Qingxiao slightly shook his head, and then joked to the police officer at the side. It seems that people don't believe you guys. Knowing that Zhang Qingxiao was joking, the police officer on the side still couldn't help but surface a touch of embarrassment. While at this time, Zhang Qingxiao took a step out and directly walked in. Since we're here, let's take a look. Inside, a few honest men and women stood shivering to the side, their eyes glancing to one spot every now and then. With every glance, these few people were inexplicably trembling, their faces filled with terror. And in the center, a man and a woman wearing strange robes were dancing an incomparably strange dance, and their mouths were still chanting, saying some strange words in a godly manner. In front of the two people, placed a plate above the smoke, placed a bloody pig's head and chickens and ducks and other tributes. At the back of the board, there was a chair, on which an old woman in birthday suit was curled up, greedily inhaling the incense and candle breath of the board. A touch of enjoyment appeared from time to time on top of that cool cat-faced face, but a pair of vertical pupils were looking at those raw foods on the tablet from time to time, their gaze filled with longing. Great Immortal, we have no intention of offending, some tributes are dedicated to honoring your old man, please enjoy. The two people who were originally still dancing the great god suddenly stopped at this time, and that goddess among them bowed respectfully to the cat-faced old lady on the chair before speaking. Upon hearing this, a flash of radiance suddenly flashed through the old lady's eyes. Not very capable, but quite a bit of insight. Since you're sincere in your offerings, this immortal won't be polite with you either. As soon as the divine woman's words left her mouth, the cat-faced old woman who was originally curled up in the chair suddenly arched her body, like a cat stretching its body, and spoke to the divine woman in a hoarse voice. Before the words fell, the cat-faced old ladies then leaped, unexpectedly jumping directly on top of the tabletops. And then, as if no one was there, she directly grabbed the bloody pig's head on the board and gnawed on it. Eat raw food. The old lady's teeth were sharp, and she was feasting on the pig's head. A time blood splattered, eating looks incomparably horrible. The two people who jumped to the gods still had it, and were not surprised. But the sight of the few honest men and women is pale, the body cannot stop shivering. If it is not about loved ones, these few people have no choice but to stay. Otherwise, if other people saw this scene, I'm afraid that they would have been scared and run away. The old lady ate very quickly, and soon ate a bloody pig's head cleanly, leaving only a pile of bones. Seeing this, the divine woman's eyes flashed with a brilliant aura, once again bowed to the old woman, and then spoke. Great Immortal, we have already presented the tributes to show our goodwill. I wonder if we can give a chance to speak. At these words, the old lady who had originally moved her gaze to the black-furred duck on the tablet suddenly had her movements lurched, and then spat out a word with some impatience. Speak! At these words, the goddess was overjoyed and hurriedly opened her mouth. Look, Grand Immortal, you possessed this corpse only to enjoy a little bit of earthly incense. Now that we have presented all the tributes, after you have enjoyed it, can you leave? This old lady has accumulated virtues and good deeds throughout her life. She can be considered to have reached the end of her life. The so-called dead is the greatest. I still ask the Great Immortal to please be magnanimous and let her enter the ground in peace. Don't worry, Great Immortal, as long as you can remove your immortal body, we will definitely offer tribute again as a token of our appreciation. The divine woman spoke while carefully observing the old lady. This divine grandmother was also considered somewhat capable. As soon as she arrived, she could tell that this old lady's corpse was possessed by a cat demon. That's why she ordered her host family to prepare the tribute, and then with the help of the incense and tribute, she planned to negotiate with the cat demon. Originally, in the view of the godmother, she should have done all the courtesy. The cat demon is just greedy for incense and tribute. After enjoying it, she should leave on her own. But she never thought that she had seriously underestimated the greed of this cat demon. As the divine lady's words left her mouth, the old lady, who was originally just a little impatient, suddenly bared her teeth and showed her ferocious face. Junior, what are you talking about? The old lady suddenly let out a stern cry, and with a flash of her figure, she even directly leapt up from the tabletops, pouncing the divine woman to the ground with one hand. The old lady's nails were sharp, and as soon as she directly clasped the divine woman's neck, killing opportunities surged in her vertical pupils. You think that, by offering this immortal a bit of earthly incense tribute, you are qualified to dictate in front of this immortal? Really looking for death? If not for the fact that this immortal is still in a good mood right now, or else I would have bitten you to death long ago. Get lost. Otherwise, your life will stay here. The old woman's face was ferocious, and her hoarse to the point of raspiness constantly irritated the goddess's eardrums. The other man who was jumping on the goddess had been stunned silly at the moment, frozen in place and not moving at all. The several men and women on the side were even more directly paralyzed on the ground at this moment, their faces full of despair. Great Immortal, spare your life. I'll leave immediately. The Divine Mother also didn't expect this cat demon to be so brutal and unreasonable. However, she was also very self-aware, knowing that her little bit of minuscule Dao skill was no match for the cat demon, so she decisively begged for mercy. This cat demon was too greedy, occupying the old lady's physical body and unwilling to leave, wanting to obtain more incense tributes. But even if she knew the cat demon's intentions, the goddess decided not to intervene in this matter. Everything was still a matter of a small life. What was the point of thinking about anything else when one couldn't even save one's life? Still quite sensible. Hearing the divine feminine beg for mercy, the old woman immediately snorted coldly, and then directly let go of her hand, contentedly flashing back on top of the case. Compared to the divine woman, it was more interested in the tribute on the tablet. And seeing the cat demon letting go of itself, the divine woman, who had survived the calamity, immediately got up from the ground in a single bound, and then directly ran to the several men and women. I can't control this matter, you guys hire another person? However, I still have to earn this hard-earned money, old woman. The divine wife swept a glance at the cat demon on the tablet, and suddenly trembled, before saying to the several people. While saying this, she also stretched out her hand with the obvious meaning of asking for a red packet from the main family. It was all like this. The goddess was naturally unwilling to make a trip for nothing. She always had to reap some benefits. As for the main family, they were already scared out of their wits at this point, so where else would they think about anything? Hearing the divine mother's words, an honest man immediately trembled as he pulled out a red packet from his pocket and handed it to the divine mother. Many thanks. This matter, I'll go and advise you to leave it alone. It's better to save your lives. As soon as she received the red packet, the divine woman said, turned around and prepared to slip away. Unexpectedly. At this time, at the doorway, Zhang Qingxiao and the others had just stepped into the house. Seeing the divine woman, Zhang Qingxiao's face was as usual as he spoke flatly. You didn't even help with the other person's matter, how can you have the cheek to collect money for it? This statement came out. The divine woman, who was just about to stuff the red envelope into her pocket, suddenly changed her face. After seeing Zhang Qingxiao's looks clearly, the divine woman was immediately furious and directly yelled at Zhang Qingxiao. Whose little brat, who dares to meddle in a wife's business? What kind of person are you? So ignorant of the rules? Don't know the size? The divine woman directly treated Zhang Qingxiao as a hilarious one, because Zhang Qingxiao was simply too young. However, just as the divine woman's words left her mouth, behind Zhang Qingxiao, several figures dressed as police officers and other people violently walked out. Show some respect. This is the contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. A police officer frowned and spoke, directly indicating Zhang Qingxiao's identity. What? Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master? As the police officer's words left his mouth, at once, the divine woman's entire body was struck by lightning and directly froze in place. Only after a while did the divine woman tremble, directly falling to her knees in a single bound, kowtowing to Zhang Qingxiao continuously. Heavenly Master, forgive me. The old woman's mortal eyes failed to recognize the Heavenly Master's true form, so I begged the Heavenly Master not to forget the mistakes of the little man, and not to take it personally with the old woman. The divine wife knelt on the ground, her expression terrified to the core. How could she have thought that today she would be able to see the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master manifesting himself in person? For a while, the divine woman did not know whether she was lucky or unlucky. In the past, she had only heard of the name of the immortal figure, but had not seen him. But she had actually been able to meet this kind of person who had a very low level of Taoist skill. This kind of feeling was just like a casual cultivator encountering the legendary Jade Emperor. That kind of feeling of fear simply made the goddess fall into the ice cellar. It was too frightening. The divine woman fell to the ground in obeisance, her head pressed against the ground, not daring to utter a single breath. Even though Zhang Qingxiao did not show a single trace of pressure on his body, the divine feminine was still scared half to death, and her back was already drenched in cold sweat. She didn't know if she had been blessed in her 8 lifetimes, or if she had been unlucky. If it was in the past, with her status, not to mention being able to talk to the Heavenly Master, she didn't even have the qualifications to see the Heavenly Master's true face. Now it's good, the Heavenly Master is seen, but he was offended by this big man. For a while, the divine woman was terrified, her heartbeat almost reaching her throat. And seeing the divine woman in such a posture, Zhang Qingxiao also frowned slightly before opening his mouth and saying, "Go to the side and stay there." Yes. Thank you, Heavenly Master, for not remembering my faults. Upon hearing this, the divine woman's entire being was like an amnesty as she hurriedly bowed again towards Zhang Qingxiao before she got up from the ground and ran to the side as fast as she could. On the other hand, Zhang Qingxiao took a step towards the courtyard. At this moment, at the main gate, a few men and women from the main family had already come together at the entrance out of fear, with an expression on their faces that they would pull their legs out and run as soon as they realized that something was a little bit wrong. Although they were scared to death, considering that the one possessed was the old lady of the house, they could only hold their nerve and look towards the tabletops a few times from time to time. Crunch, crunch, crunch. On the caseboard, the cat-faced old lady ate with a wolfish gusto. Even though the tributes on the caseboard were all raw food, her teeth that were possessed by the cat demon had become incomparably sharp, and she ate with incomparable vigor. Only accompanied by the splattering of blood, the picture looked incomparably creepy. The main family at the entrance blocked the way, and before Zhang Qingxiao could say anything, the police officer on the side had already spoken out. What are you guys staying here for? Hurry up and get out of the way. Ah! Hearing the police officer's voice, the people from the main family were first startled. After seeing that it was the police, a few people's faces instantly revealed another flash of doubt. Comrade police officers, haven't you already left? Why are you now? Again? Someone opened his mouth and inquired. Upon hearing this, the faces of a group of police officers changed. Immediately afterward, a police officer said in an unfavorable manner, "Comrade, aren't you somewhat misunderstanding us? When did we say we were leaving? We're going to find someone to help us out." "Ha? So that's what happened?" Hearing the police officer's words, the several members of the main family were all stunned, and their faces were suddenly filled with more than a touch of embarrassment. "We thought that you guys don't care about this kind of thing." One person spoke, with a touch of embarrassment on his face. They had previously thought that the police officers had left because they were not going to deal with this kind of thing. So that was why they hurriedly went and invited another local, more famous goddess back to help. Who knew that even though this god woman was more capable than the previous one, she still failed to deal with the evil spirit. When things came to this point, the main family's heart was already more or less ready to give up. And seeing the expressions of despair on the faces of several people, several police officers also shook their heads helplessly, before someone spoke up. "You guys get out of the way first, let the Heavenly Master go in and see what's going on." At these words, the few people from the main family were first stunned, and then their gazes subconsciously looked towards Zhang Qingxiao, who was dressed in Taoist robes. "Comrade police officer, I don't know if this is." The few people from the main family looked at Zhang Qingxiao suspiciously, with curiosity and anticipation in their eyes. The fact that Zhang Qingxiao was in a Taoist robe and was following the police officers immediately made the main family curious about his identity. And the police officers didn't hide anything, directly introducing it to the few people. "You all know about Dragon Tiger Mountain, right?" No. The one beside me is the contemporary Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain." "Ah." As the police officer spoke out Zhang Qingxiao's identity, a few people from the main family couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise, and then a few people directly became excited. "Heavenly Master. Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master." A few people looked at each other, and then made a gesture to kneel down towards Zhang Qingxiao. "Heavenly Master, please help. My mom, she did good deeds and virtues in her life, she did not do anything bad, and she died at the end of her life. She shouldn't be tortured like this after her death." Several people were so excited that they were on the verge of tears, choking their voices as they pleaded to Zhang Qingxiao. This place was not too far from Longhu Mountain, and they naturally knew about the name of the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master. The Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master had great magical power and might really be able to solve the evil spirits in their home. So a few people, without saying anything, immediately want to kneel down and kowtow. But before a few people could make a move, they saw Zhang Qingxiao faintly flick his sleeve, and a spiritual force directly surged out, dragging a few people down. Several monks need not be like this, since they have come across that as fate, the poor Taoist will help themselves. Zhang Qingxiao slowly opened his mouth, his tone was flat but carried a touch of powerful affinity, causing the several people who were originally anxious to calm down at once. "Thank you, Heavenly Master, for your generous help." Several people bowed respectfully to Zhang Qingxiao before rushing to make way for him. As the few people made way, Zhang Qingxiao's line of sight instantly shifted to the tabletops in front of him. At the moment, the cat-faced old lady was enjoying the tribute, nibbling on a chicken with hair that had already died for a long time. Her face was similar to a cat's face, with a pair of eyes with vertical pupils, in which a fierce aura flickered constantly, and with that blood-stained face and hands, it was really a bit terrifying. Zhang Qingxiao's face remained unchanged as he swept a glance at the statue placed in the spirit hall. On it, a kind old lady was sitting with a kind brow. Even if it was a black and white photo, it could be seen that this person was a person who always did good deeds in her life. On the contrary, the cat-faced old lady nowadays, her face was hideous, not to mention that she was exuding a displeasing aura. Evil qi erosion. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes stared, knowing that this old woman's physical body had been eroded by evil qi. Thinking about this, Zhang Qingxiao was not prepared to continue wasting time and directly shouted softly, "Bold sinner, not knowing that the dead are great, but also daring to mess with karma, causing trouble for one party, to be executed." At the end of the sentence, Zhang Qingxiao took a step forward, ready to strike directly. And right at this moment, a voice came from behind him. "Heavenly Master, be careful. This demonic creature's Tao is not weak." The divine woman sneaked into the courtyard and opened her mouth to warn. This cat demon was very strong and she was worried that Zhang Qingxiao was underestimating it. However, Zhang Qingxiao, who heard this, was not moved at all. He directly took out his golden light whisk and swept it at the cat-faced old lady. Brush! In a split second, a golden light burst out and directly swept towards the cat-faced old lady. The latter was currently gnawing on raw food with a face of enjoyment, and by the time she sensed the danger, she saw that the golden light had already arrived in an instant. Boom! Ow! Being swept by the golden light, the cat-faced old lady directly let out a miserable scream and her body directly flew out. Divine woman. Seeing this scene, the divine feminine immediately stopped speaking. Good, good, good. Worthy of being a heavenly master, it's true that he's different from mere mortals like me. Thoughts surged in the divine granny's mind. Opposite. The cat-faced old lady who had originally smashed on the ground was violently flipping over, landing on all fours, her entire body directly arching up. It was like an old cat with fried hair. Ow! The cat-faced old lady opened her mouth and hissed, her voice hoarse and piercing, appearing incomparably angry. A pair of vertical pupils stared deathly at Zhang Qingxiao, murderous energy surging from her body. Stinking Taoist priest, how dare you meddle in the matter, you are simply looking for death. A ferocious aura appeared in the eyes of the cat-faced old lady, and her body was so evil that it was intimidating. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao, however, laughed coldly and said sternly, "Sinful beast, you still don't know how to repent at the end of your life. It's not easy for mountain spirits to cultivate, but you're going against the grain and taking over people's flesh in a vain attempt to seize others' merits and taint their karma. You are seeking death." Zhang Qingxiao's tone was icy cold, and a strong killing aura surged out of his body steeply. It was difficult to enlighten the mountain and wild elves, and it was not easy to cultivate. Therefore, some of these filthy people wanted to opportunistically take advantage of the situation. They would look for some ordinary people with merit and virtue, and after their souls returned to hell, they would take advantage of the opportunity to occupy their physical bodies. In order to plunder its body has not been exhausted merit, so as to accelerate the speed of cultivation, early to achieve the fullness of merit, cultivate the fruit. And once it obtains the merit left on the body, it will give up the body and look for the next target. But the corpses that were possessed by these evil animals had already been mutilated by them. The corpse of the old woman in front of me was also experiencing this situation. The old woman had spent her entire life accumulating virtues and doing good deeds, so she naturally had merit and virtue added to her body. That's why it was targeted by this cat demon, and when it reached the end of its life, it immediately occupied its corpse, wanting to seize its merit. But this kind of speculative method, how can it be the right way? Everything is just the greed of these demon cultivators. Stinking Taoist priest, I've been practicing for 1,000 years, and I've always done as I please. You're a weedy little Taoist, what qualifications do you have to meddle in my affairs? You want to seek death, I don't mind fulfilling you. Being swept away by Zhang Qingxiao's duster had already made the cat demon feel that he had been strangely humiliated. Now that it heard that this miscellaneous hairy little Taoist in front of it dared to dictate to itself, the cat demon burst into a fury for a moment. With a roar, it directly maneuvered the corpse of the old woman to pounce on Zhang Qingxiao. Die for me! The old lady let out a low roar as an evil aura erupted from her body, and murderous intent surged in her vertical pupils. Its originally withered fingers instantly became infinitely powerful, its nails skyrocketed and blackened, carrying a sharp aura as it grabbed towards Zhang Qingxiao's neck. Even, it opened its bloody mouth, wanting to directly bite off Zhang Qingxiao's head. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao's gaze condensed and he instantly became furious. Unrepentant, you're looking for death. Zhang Qingxiao let out a low gulp as a cold aura suddenly surfaced in his eyes. It was just as well that this didn't listen to advice, but even dared to charge him, truly not knowing how to die. A killing chance surfaced in his heart. Zhang Qingxiao violently raised his hand. In a split second, golden light erupted from his body and converged in his palm, which then condensed into a golden pistol. Holding the pistol, without saying a word, Zhang Qingxiao directly shoved the barrel into the cat demon's mouth. Click! With a crunching sound coming from the golden light pistol's magazine, a bullet was directly loaded, and then without hesitation, it directly pulled the trigger. Boom! The sound of the gunshot was deafening. Zhang Qingxiao was as solid as a rock. The cat-faced old lady who had originally pounced on him was suddenly trembling. Invisibly, an illusory black cat screamed miserably, and then directly detached itself from the old woman's body, its soul flying away. Snap! Without the cat demon's manipulation, the old lady's body directly collapsed to the ground. A dead silence surrounded the area, and everyone in the courtyard stared at the scene in front of them with rounded eyes in disbelief. On the other hand, Zhang Qingxiao twirled his pistol out of habit and muttered in a low voice. Times have changed. Who still fights you physically these days? Exorcisms should also keep up with the times. Things that can be solved with one shot. Poverty Road will definitely not fire a second shot. Cat demon. If the smoke hadn't already dissipated, the cat demon would definitely be cursing at this moment. Not speaking of martial virtues, As the cat demon's soul body was annihilated, Zhang Qingxiao's ears also rang with the system's beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and resolving the cat-faced old lady. Rewarded with 9 characters Barrett Fragment +2, 5 Thunder Positive Technique, Divine Sword Drawing Thunder Technique, and Merit +20,000. Reward has been issued, please collect it in time. Hearing the system's voice, a flash of excitement surfaced on Zhang Qingxiao's face. In the back, Divine Granny and the others, however, were staring in disbelief. Divine Granny, Is this how Dragon Tiger Mountain exorcises evil spirits now? Aren't we too far behind? The divine woman's heart was in turmoil, and the main family members also reacted at this time, let out a cry of alarm and ran directly towards the old lady's corpse. Egu, this is bad. The main family member had a worried look on his face, thinking that Zhang Qingxiao's shot just now had broken the old lady's corpse. As the saying goes, the dead are the most important. They didn't want to see the old lady's body being destroyed after her death. Therefore, they hurriedly lifted up the old lady to inspect her. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao slowly opened his mouth and explained, "All the monks don't need to be nervous, the old lady's corpse is fine. Poor Taoist's gun is different from ordinary guns, it is a gun of kindness. This gun only has an effect on sinister and evil things, it won't hurt the flesh." And with Zhang Qingxiao's words out of his mouth, the main family member also turned the old lady's body over at this time. As expected, at this moment, the old lady, where there was still that hideous appearance of the cat face night before, the cat demon was killed and the old lady's face was restored as before. Egu, it's good to be fine, it's good to be fine. Seeing this, a few people from the main family were relieved and said goodbye. Zhang Qingxiao, on the other hand, glanced at the old lady's corpse before nodding slightly and saying, "The evil has been dispelled, there is no problem with the old lady's corpse, it can be buried in the ground." At this point in the conversation, Zhang Qingxiao turned his tone and continued, "As for that cat demon's corpse, it should be in this neighborhood, you guys can look for it." The cat demon possessed the old lady at the place where the body was parked, and naturally, the flesh was nearby. Over here, over here. Sure enough, as the crowd did some searching, the cat demon's corpse was immediately found in the spirit hall. It was a wildcat with a pitch-black body. Seeing the cat demon's corpse, the main family member instantly had a guilty look on his face and turned to Zhang Qingxiao for help. "Heavenly Master, what should we do with this obscure thing? Poor Taoist will handle it." Zhang Qingxiao spoke plainly, and a palm thunderbolt gushed out directly from his hand, splitting the cat demon's corpse into nothingness. Seeing this, the main family member's heart was overjoyed and filled with excitement as they paid homage to Zhang Qingxiao again and again. Many thanks to the Heavenly Master for his help. If it wasn't for the Heavenly Master, we wouldn't know what to do. A few people were so grateful that they pulled Zhang Qingxiao's hand and were ready to pull out money to thank him. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao quickly waved his hand. "There's no need for you to be like this. This time when poor Taoist came down the mountain, there weren't too many twists and turns. Solving the cat demon is also just a matter of a single shot, no need for a thank you." Seeing Zhang Qingxiao's refusal, the main family members thanked him again and again for a while, saying that Heavenly Master Longhu was a reincarnation of an immortal, saving suffering and hardships. With this matter out of the way, Zhang Qingxiao directly returned to Dragon Tiger Mountain in a police car. During this time, the police also expressed their gratitude. As for the matter of using a gun against the Heavenly Master, everyone chose to keep their mouths shut with an incomparable tacit understanding. After returning to the Heavenly Master's mansion, Zhang Qingxiao couldn't wait to receive the system's reward. Ding! The 9 characters Barrett fragments have all been gathered, the host can redeem them. Do you redeem them? Redeem! Redemption successful. Please check. Buzz. Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's mansion. Zhang Qingxiao's thoughts moved slightly. In a blink of an eye, a ray of light directly surged out from his body, eventually converging on top of his 2 hands. As the light continued to coalesce, a sniper rifle styled in the same fashion as an ordinary M82 directly emerged. 9-character Barrett. Feeling the solid weight coming from his hands, the essence in Zhang Qingxiao's eyes flickered continuously. This sniper rifle was almost exactly the same as the normal M82 in terms of its stylized design. With a total length of 14.47, 8 mm, the full weight of the gun body could reach 14.8 kilograms in the midst of a battle, using a 12.7 mm caliber bullet with a range of over 3 kilometers and an effective range of 1,900 meters. Its use of semi-automatic shooting mode, the magazine can hold 10 rounds of ammunition, wearing 10 times the optical sniper scope. And the difference between the 9 characters Barrett and the ordinary M82 is that Zhang Qingxiao, in the hands of this sniper rifle, the body of the gun not only engraved fighting in front of the army, the Taoist 9 words of truth, but also densely covered with lightning magic seal. Even on the butt of the rifle, there was a statue of the Taoist god Zhenwu Da Di. Not only that, the magazines of this Barrett were also engraved with Lei Fa seals, and each bullet was also engraved with the 9 words of truth. The material used for the bullet was soaked in 100 years of black dog's blood, and the power was incomparably strong. It could be described as a truly meaningful material and law-killing weapon within 2 kilometers. After reading the introduction of the 9 characters Barrett, Zhang Qingxiao only had 2 words in his heart at the moment. That is, bull. Zhang Qingxiao weighed the Barrett in his hand, and the joy on his face was obvious. With this thing, acting in the future would be one more safeguard. With the successful exchange of the Barrett, Zhang Qingxiao also discovered that its assembled bullets could also be purchased in the system mall. Only compared to the previous golden light pistol's bullets, Barrett's bullets require a lot more expensive merit points. A Barrett bullet required 50 merit points to exchange. Expensive. However, there was a reason why it was expensive. After all, this is a Barrett sniper rifle. The effective range could be up to 2 kilometers. Even if it was a Ghost King level existence, just one shot would be enough to make it fall apart. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes flashed with excitement. With the new gun in his hands, he couldn't wait to find a place to try out whether the Barrett's power was as strong as it was presented. In any case, he had to find a Ghost King to practice with the gun. Thinking about this, Zhang Qingxiao directly put away the Barrett before turning around and leaving the Heavenly Master's mansion. Heavenly Master, what are you? On his way down the mountain, he was the one who encountered the red-robed Taoist Master Ling Fa. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao traveling in a hurry, Taoist Master Ling Fa could not help but be puzzled and opened his mouth to inquire. Poor Taoist recently had a feeling in his heart that Longhu Mountain was afraid that a new magic weapon was going to be born, so he went down the mountain to travel around and look for an opportunity. Zhang Qingxiao thoughtfully returned. Hearing that, Taoist Master Spirit Dharma first stared blankly, and then the golden light pistol that Zhang Qingxiao had used earlier abruptly appeared in his mind. For a moment, Taoist Master Spirit Dharma's expression instantly became strange. I see, that day Master, please go and return early. After a long time, Taoist Master Ling Fa then hurriedly nodded his head before arching his hand at Zhang Qingxiao. Humph. Zhang Qingxiao answered, but his figure had already disappeared. Seeing this, Taoist Master Ling Fa's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the direction where Zhang Qingxiao had disappeared for a long time before shaking his head with a helpless expression. The Heavenly Master was really becoming more and more profound, it was impossible to see through him. With a light sigh, Taoist Master Ling Fa turned around and walked towards the three pristine hall. At the bottom of the mountain, Zhang Qingxiao was dressed in a white robe, and between his walks, he took a single step and was instantly 100 meters away. As he performed his stance, he pulled out his cell phone and searched for urban legends. Right now, no one was begging to go to Longhu Mountain because of evil spirits and ghosts. Therefore, Zhang Qingxiao could only look up through his cell phone to see if there were any places where some spiritual ghostly matters had occurred. This is. As he browsed through several window interfaces, a media documentary report popped up steeply on Zhang Qingxiao's cell phone. The article mentioned there was a school that had been abandoned for many years, and it seemed that something that could not be explained by science had happened. And the reason why this school was caused was precisely because many years ago, there had been a major fire accident in the middle of the school. That fire took the lives of many people. The remaining people, due to the pressure from the outside world, as well as the fear of the fire in the school, so all of them relocated and moved to other places. The school has been abandoned ever since. According to rumors on the internet, since the others moved, some vague figures could always be seen walking back and forth in the corridors of the school at night. Some people even said that the school has been abandoned for so many years, but in the early hours of the morning will still be lit up with green lights. Under these rumors, some netizens believe that there may be some spirits in that abandoned school. Others felt that the rumors were just rumors and had little credibility at all. Even in the post, some people mentioned that in order to verify the truth of the rumors, an adventure anchor even went to the school personally. But this adventure anchor just went in and was almost scared to pee, and ran out from inside with a crawl. There are also people posting about it, saying that the survivors of that school had all moved, so the disposal of the school was transferred to the hands of some real estate developers. At that time, some real estate developers wanted to bulldoze the school and redevelop it, but when they called in the demolition team, the excavator entered it on the first day, and the driver died violently on the second. And since this incident, no more real estate developers dared to accept the school, which is why the school has been abandoned for so many years and still exists. And when Zhang Qingxiao browsed here, the system's beep suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding! A new mission is released. The host is requested to explore the abandoned school and kill the evil spirits within. Upon completion of the mission, you will receive the rewards of Taoist Jingqi Song version P90 submachine gun fragment +1, golden light technique falso, and merit +20,000. Hearing the system release, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. This system mission had been released, and the abandoned school paranormal incident was already solid. Thinking about this, Zhang Qingxiao directly came to the bus stop and took the bus to the subway. 20 minutes later, on the subway. Not long after Zhang Qingxiao sat down, a scream came violently from the subway. What are you doing? How can you be like this? How dare you touch my butt? Do you want to have some face? You're a big man. How dare you bully a little girl like me? Catch him. Quickly grab him. This man just molested me. Help. On the subway, the passengers who were all doing their own thing were all of a sudden attracted to each other. For a time, the entire carriage became tumultuous. There's a pervert. Catch the pervert. In the middle of the dull subway, a scream awakened everyone. In the front half of the carriage, a beautifully dressed young girl screamed out loud. Behind her, a middle-aged man with a lewd look awkwardly withdrew his hand. Seeing the gazes projected around him, the lewd man's face, however, violently surfaced a color of ruthlessness. "Those who don't want to die, I advise you to better not meddle." These words came out. In the carriage, all of a sudden, almost half of the passengers subconsciously withdrew their gazes. The ferocity of the men, the numbness of the society, made most of the passengers unable to give half a thought to help out. As for the remaining small portion of passengers, although there is some intention, but also with a scornful face, the lewd man not only had a fierce look, but also had a tall figure, so it made many passengers shy away. Although the girl's screams had confirmed the lewd man's lewd behavior. "I'll be honest." The lewd man snorted coldly, while then with his hands in his pockets, he walked towards the car door position. "Catch him. He's the pervert. Is there any kind person to help catch him? He just took advantage of the crowd and touched me with his hand. Someone help me." Seeing that the lewd man was about to leave, the molested girl immediately pleaded towards the passengers in the carriage, hoping that someone would be able to help. And those passengers who had originally intended to plan to make a move, seeing the lewd man trying to leave, were also dumbfounded. This scene to see the obscene man frowned, could not help but speed up the pace, wanting to quickly leave the subway. But just when he was about to approach the door of the car, a figure was directly in front of him. The car door was right in front of him, but he was blocked by someone. A ferocious aura immediately surfaced in the lewd man's eyes. "Shit, you're looking for death, aren't you? You dare to block my way. Get the hell out of my way, or I'll stab you to death." The lewd man let out a sharp cry and directly pulled out a butterfly knife from his pocket, and a flash of ruthlessness directly surfaced on his face. Even among them, there was a trace of panic. Don't look at how arrogant they were just now, directly threatening those passengers. That was also because he expected that most of the passengers would definitely not risk their lives, so he dared to be reckless. That's why after the threat, he so desperately wanted to leave. Otherwise, as long as he waited for these passengers to react, he would have no chance to leave. With so many passengers, it really wasn't difficult to catch him at all. And if he was caught, the lewd man knew that his end would definitely not be any better. Therefore, after seeing that his way was blocked, the lewd man's heart was burning with anxiety, and his face was filled with a ferocious color. He wanted to use this to scare off the person blocking the way, but he had overestimated his deterrent power and underestimated the strength of the person in front of him. "You're still the first one who dares to talk to me like this. Courageous." Zhang Qingxiao did not budge an inch, his gaze calmly looking at the lewd man in front of him. A heavenly master also dared to threaten, or an ordinary man. One had to say, quite bold. Of course, as the saying goes, trouble comes out of the mouth. Since he dared to threaten him, then he naturally did not mind letting him know what the consequences of threatening him would be. Thinking about this, Zhang Qingxiao's eyelids lifted as he fiercely took a step forward. Snapping. As the step was taken, the distance between the two instantly closed. At this time, Zhang Qingxiao's right hand was steeply wrapped in a layer of faint golden light. The next second, only a whoosh sound could be heard, and the lewd man on the opposite side could only feel a strong wind coming, and then he felt a sudden lightness in his hand. The lewd man subconsciously looked down, only to see that the butterfly knife in his hand had disappeared. This scene directly saw the lewd man's eyes widen, and by the time he reacted, the knife in his hand had already appeared on Zhang Qingxiao. You. The lewd man was so shocked by Zhang Qingxiao's maneuver that he couldn't speak. The surrounding passengers were equally shocked beyond words. To grab a knife with his bare hands, this was a little too powerful. While the indecent man was shocked, Zhang Qingxiao's backhand was directly giving him two loud slaps. Slap. Ow. Zhang Qingxiao's slaps were not something that an ordinary person could withstand. The lewd man screamed miserably and was directly slapped to the ground by the two slaps, wailing in pain. Two slaps subdued the lecherous man. This scene directly stunned the passengers in the carriage. This was too awesome, right? This wasn't even the way to act in a TV drama. Many passengers first swept a glance at the wailing man on the ground, and then all of their eyes focused on Zhang Qingxiao and began to talk. Some people even opened their cell phone cameras from the beginning, in order to capture the evidence of the murder of the man. However, they never expected to directly capture Zhang Qingxiao's righteousness. This made the person who filmed it look excited, and directly uploaded the filmed video to the internet. Soon, a topic titled #SubwayMetPervert, little brother grabbed the knife with his bare hands, two strokes subdued. The topic began to trigger the attention of countless netizens, and directly on the hot search list. When you see the content of the video, countless netizens' crazy comments and likes. Bullish ah. Unarmed knife, this speed, this angle, really awesome ah. Subway knife brother, right? Well, you're awesome. Didn't you notice the two mouths of the little brother? That really hurt. Ha, I see that idiot lying on the ground wailing, can't even get up. Subway pervert, this kind of social scum, should be severely punished. Subway knife brother bull. At this moment, I admit that little brother than my peak is still a little bit handsome. Indeed, I also think so. The netizens of the messy comments have come out in droves, have praised the behavior of the Subway brother, and even affectionately took a Subway knife brother nickname for it. As the topic of heat is getting higher and higher, attracting more netizens to stop and watch. Soon, there are sharp-eyed netizens recognize the identity of Zhang Qingxiao. Hashtag originally the Subway knife-grabbing brother is actually him? I'm shocked. Hashtag the unknown side of Subway knife-snatching brother. Hashtag his identity will shock your jaw off. Several popular headlines appeared above the major platforms. And when netizens learned the true identity of the Subway knife-grabbing brother, the whole network shook for a while. Crap. Surprisingly, it's him. Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master. Bullshit. Knife-grabbing brother is a heavenly master. This is too surprising. It's true that Lung Fu Shan is just keeping up with the times. The celestial master also rides the subway. I take the subway, heavenly master also takes the subway. I equals heavenly master. Upstairs, you found Hua. Colorful wolf. What? The one I threatened with a knife is actually a Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master? If I fucking knew earlier, I would have directly kneeled. I have to say, this subway color wolf is truly bold. How dare he have the courage to point a knife at the Heavenly Master? Good news, your opponent is a mage. Bad news, your opponent is a celestial master, a melee mage. The Heavenly Master is awesome. After the subway pervert was subdued by Zhang Qingxiao, a passenger police officer immediately came over to detain him and then sent him directly to the police station. Zhang Qingxiao, on the other hand, got off the subway amidst the exclamations of the passengers. After leaving the subway station, Zhang Qingxiao took out his cell phone and opened the map software to check. Discovering that the distance of the abandoned school was not particularly far, he simply did not take transportation again, and instead directly performed his body method to rush towards the location of the abandoned school. Just as Zhang Qingxiao was rushing to the abandoned school. At this moment, at the entrance of the abandoned school, a few sedans steadily stopped. The location of the abandoned school was slightly remote, and the architectural style of the surrounding area was still stuck in the 70s and 80s of the last century. The neighborhood was sparsely populated, and a sense of desolation came out. After a few sedans stopped, a group of anchors holding up their cell phones for live streaming as well as a few young girls dressed in sexy clothes came down from the cars. Dear families, long time no see. I, Big Mouth, meet you all again. Today, let's play something exciting, a horror adventure. What does everyone think of this program? Do you all want to see the scared faces of the young ladies? If you want to see it, gifts away. An anchor with a surprisingly large mouth grinned as he grabbed a young and beautiful girl and said to the fans in the live broadcast room. The appearance of a beautiful girl instantly enlivened the originally somewhat dead live room, and countless visitors began to pour into the live room. Okay, Big Mouth, this row is made up, all about the young lady out to play. It should be said not to say, this young lady looks really round. No, it is really big. Also not right, it is really good looking. Upstairs, you just say Milk White Yuko cannot? There's Missy Horror Adventure? Big Mouth, if you want to say that, then I'll be in the spirit. Quickly, little gift walk, I want to see Missy get scared and cry. Big Mouth, you know live broadcasting. Say, Horror Adventure, Big Mouth. What kind of adventure are you going to explore? A live room with a beautiful woman is destined to skyrocket in popularity. Plus the anchor's own fan base, the adventure has not yet begun, and the popularity of the live room has already been hundreds of thousands. And after seeing everyone's pop-ups, Big Mouth instantly grinned. Hey, this place I came to today is a bit different. It's said that something really happened here. Big Mouth's voice was sorrowful, and after he finished speaking, he clicked on the camera to flip it. In an instant, a building that was in disrepair and had been abandoned for many years appeared directly in the live broadcast screen. As the camera continued to move, in the worn-out plaque at the front door, the words times middle school were still left. After seeing this image, some netizens in the live broadcast room immediately became unsettled. Crap! Surprisingly, it's this school. Big Mouth, you're awesome and not afraid to die. Big Mouth, listen to my advice, you can't grasp this school, it's better to go back. I seem to remember that a lot of people died in this school, it's horrible. Big Mouth, I know you want to do the program, but you can't build this place, something will happen here. This school, there was a fire back then, so many years have passed, it is said that the traces of the fire back then have not changed at all as always, it's very evil. It abandoned for so many years has always existed, do not understand? Big Mouth you wanna make death, also cannot come here to make that's it. Some of the viewers in the live broadcast room frantically snapped their pop-ups, introducing the crowd to the past of this school, and bitterly persuading the anchor not to enter it. This scene saw the anchor named Big Mouth frown, his face covered in hesitation. The other anchors were also smiling at this time, and some even had more than a touch of fear in their eyes. Brother Big Mouth, are we going in or not? The other anchors turned their gazes to Big Mouth, asking for the latter's opinion. They were all anchors from a single guild, and this time when they joined together to come out, they were planning to do a big wave and circle their fans' gifts properly. What the anchors didn't expect was that before this even started, the effect seemed to have far exceeded their expectations. The popularity of their live room actually broke through 100,000 plus. However, after seeing some of the pop-ups in the live room, certain anchors had the intention to retreat. Just like Big Mouth Brothers' live room, almost immediately after all the anchors' live rooms captured the full view of the abandoned school. In their live broadcast rooms, some of the viewers began to persuade them, telling them about the horror of the abandoned school in front of them. This caused all of these anchors to have more fear in their hearts, but after seeing the popularity of the live broadcast room, they couldn't help but hesitate. With such a high popularity, if they left now, they would have lost out on the riches of the broken sky. It was because of this hesitation that the anchors looked towards Big Mouth, hoping that he would come up with an idea. Upon hearing the questioning of the anchors, Big Mouth subconsciously glanced at his own live room. After seeing that the popularity had come to 1 million, Big Mouth's eyes turned red and his breathing became uncontrollably rapid. This is an opportunity that I don't want to miss. Big Mouth clenched his teeth and opened his mouth. In just a moment's time, his gift revenue had already broken 100,000. This feeling of picking up money, Big Mouth was not willing to give up. Furthermore, although there were some viewers in the live broadcast who persuaded him, the majority of netizens wanted to find out what was going on. There were even tycoons who started to brush gifts to let him in. Under all the temptations, Big Mouth's heart crossed, intending to enter the abandonment. The other anchors, seeing this, also showed a torn face. But in the end, desire overcame reason, and everyone didn't listen to the advice. There are so many of us, what is there to be afraid of? That's right, there's strength in numbers, what are we afraid of? I don't care, today this splashy gift, I, Cohen, will eat it. After the group of anchors comforted themselves in their hearts, they all followed behind Big Mouth and walked into the middle of the abandoned school. The school was huge, and the red paint on the cement runway had become dilapidated after years of erosion. All around, weeds were overgrown, a barren scene. Directly in front of the teaching building towered, and on the left side was the dormitory building. The white paint on the surrounding buildings has been washed away by the rain, emitting the smell of decay. The dormitory building, on the other hand, was a scorched black, out of place with the surroundings. It seemed to be stating that there was exactly where the fire had once started. Seeing this, a group of anchors silently glanced at each other, and then clenched their teeth and directly brought the girls they had arranged to meet towards the charred black dormitory building. The group of anchors entered the dormitory building and took a burst of shots at the scorched black marks on the walls. After realizing that there was nothing special, the group of anchors intended to leave the dormitory building. And at this time, one of the anchors skimmed his mouth and spoke to the live broadcast room with some disbelief. Families, this is the place where the fire started back then. Square, right? There doesn't seem to be anything special about it. It's not at all like what you guys are saying. It was just as soon as his words left his mouth, the team moving forward came to a violent halt. Someone directly exclaimed, "Here, we've just walked past it. How did we circle back again? Deja vu." The anchor at the front stopped at once, a flash of shock as well as disbelief appearing in his gaze. This place, they seemed to have already walked through just now. But why had it appeared here again now? Hey, I said that you guys leading the way in front. This is not just a few turns in this dormitory. How, this turns you guys dizzy? Can't even find an exit? Hearing the anchor who was leading the way startled, the back anchor Big Mouth and the others were a bit unhappy. The abandoned student dormitory itself was only this big in total, and no matter how much of a wayfarer they were, it wouldn't be so bad that they wouldn't be able to find their way out after a few turns. Big Mouth and the others thought that the anchor who led the way in front of them was doing it on purpose, in order to create a scary atmosphere. Originally, this place has some bad legends. After the front leading the way so fast, immediately let the accompanying several petite girls' face showed a touch of fear. This won't really be lost, right? A girl opened her mouth, looking pitiful under the live streaming camera. Her appearance was very pitiful. This immediately caused the hearts of the audience in the live broadcast room to explode with protectiveness, and all kinds of small gifts kept floating on the screen in the live broadcast room. The Big Mouth and other anchors to see the situation is on the face are smiling flowers. Sure enough, bringing a girl to the outdoor adventure live broadcast was an incomparably wise decision. Alright, stop playing. It's almost time, it's time to go out. Seeing the screen full of gifts, Big Mouth and a few other anchors walking at the back were so satisfied. However, they still urged the person leading the way in front to hurry up and leave. Although there was nothing scary about this burnt dormitory, this mission had already been completed. They didn't want to stay in this obscure place for much longer. However, in the face of the urging of the Big Mouth, several people, the anchor who walked in the forefront was trembling, his face was pale, and his forehead was already covered in cold sweat. It's Ida's cell phone's hand involuntarily shaking, eyes staring dead ahead not far from the burnt stairwell, pupils constantly dilated. Because walking at the very front, The anchor leading the way was very sensitive to this corridor that he and the others had walked through, as well as the stairs at the end. He was sure that he and the others had already passed through this place just now, but now they were incredibly retracing their steps for a second time. The familiarity of the burnt stairwell at the end of the corridor hit home. The lead anchor's heart thumped as a sense of panic set in. Something wasn't right. There was definitely something wrong with this place. That feeling of goosebumps all over his body gave him the creeps, and almost as an instinctive reaction, the Beltway anchor felt that something might be going wrong. "Brother Big Mouth, we've already walked through this place." The lead anchor's voice trembled, and he almost said it with a crying voice. Being able to scare a big man like this, the other anchors following behind instantly realized the severity of the problem. "What's going on?" The Big Mouth brother, who was the organizer of this outdoor adventure, even frowned and rushed to the front with his phone raised. "Here, we've already gone through it before." The anchor leading the way shivered, pointing at the scorched black walls in the middle of the corridor, as well as the stairwell at the end of the corridor in front of him, and then stiffly said to Big Mouth. In an instant, the entire live broadcast team instantly became incredibly quiet, and a needle could be heard. All of the girls in the team instantly had a flash of fear floating in their eyes, while those male anchors were all frowning. They aimed their live broadcasts at the corridor, and a look of surprise appeared on their faces one after another. "This is really. It seems like we were here just now." Someone opened their mouth and said with some disbelief. As these words appeared, all the anchors' live rooms, the audience instantly boiled. "Here it comes. Damn, I told you something was going to happen, right? What's going on here? I just got here and didn't understand what the anchors were doing. It's all their own fault. Now they're stuck here in the dormitory." Everyone advised them, "This school already has problems," who told these anchors not to believe it. Ghost hit the wall. It must be a ghost hitting the wall. The tense and exciting part is here. Anchor, don't look back. Ah, so scary. Scared, the 1-meter-8 fierce man shrunk into the quilt. Anchor, don't be a wimp, just go up and do it. This is really finished now. Ah. All the anchors' live room, the audience's various pop-ups drifted the screen crazily, but most of them seemed to carry a touch of gloating. And when they saw these pop-ups, all the anchors including Big Mouth instantly blanched. Big Mouth brother, it's hard to believe that this is really a ghost." An anchor opened his mouth in a trembling voice, turning his head with a panicked face to look at the anchor Big Mouth on the side. The words have not finished, it was directly interrupted by the latter. "Blindly forced what it, believe in science, no?" Big Mouth opened his mouth with some dissatisfaction, rebuking the person who opened his mouth. The few girls who followed had already been trembling, unable to stop the look of panic on their faces. And the faces of the crowd of anchors were also not very good. The occurrence of an unexpected situation in this kind of place would have made it easy for people to have associations. However, just after Big Mouth brother's words had just left his mouth, everyone's faces changed violently. "What's going on here? Why do I feel as if this corridor has gotten hotter?" An anchor steeply opened his mouth with a look of disbelief. Being in such an eerie environment, one's 5 senses would all be amplified. They could clearly feel that the temperature in this corridor seemed to be soaring. It was as if it was being burned by fire. Right. Burning by fire. As soon as this thought appeared, Big Mouth and the others' hearts instantly shook furiously. Almost subconsciously, all of their gazes instantly focused on those scorched black traces in the corridor. Brush! In the next second, the crowd only felt that everything around them seemed to have changed. The original scorched black walls returned to their original state, while in the middle of the corridor, a blazing fire appeared. It seemed that the fire scene that was once there had returned. This is. The intense sizzling sensation caused everyone's pupils to dilate, and some people screamed in shock. Almost instinctively, they reacted, wanting to pull out their legs and run. Unfortunately, it was only until this time that the crowd realized that they and the others seemed to have been completely surrounded by the blazing fire. And in the midst of the blazing fire, a figure covered in charred blackness stepped out. They stretched out their charred arms and grabbed towards the crowd. "On fire! Ouch! It hurts so much! Help! Someone save us!" The hissing and screams of misery lingered in the ears of the crowd, unceasingly. Those charred black figures looked miserable and hideous, reaching out as if they wanted to pull the crowd into the flames as well. Ah! The screams were as if they were trying to pierce the eardrums. A few delicate girls directly cried in fear, paralyzed on the ground, unable to move the slightest bit. On the other hand, the crowd of male anchors were shaking like sieves, their faces terrified. This time it was really over. The multitude of anchors stared blankly, their breathing became incomparably difficult, and the sense of suffocation made each of them turn white. Surrounded by the fire, the crowd was simply unable to avoid it. Their entire body was numb with fear, their legs trembling. "This damn is really a ghost, ah!" In the crowd's live broadcast room, the viewers were also shouting variously. "Crap! There are ghosts! There really are ghosts! Shit! Is this a ghost? It's really scary looking! Hiss! It's so scary! I feel scared even through the screen. The anchor has been scared silly, right? Run! Why don't you run? Run? Take a good look. Where can this run to? There's no way back. It's over. It's going to kill people again. I told you that this school has problems and can't be entered. But the anchor didn't listen at all, alas. Gifts move people's hearts, but you have to have a life to take them. Hurry up and call the police. Something big is going to happen. Through the live broadcast, netizens also saw the blazing fire in the corridor, as well as those horrible and hideous figures in the flames. This made the netizens feel tense and exciting at the same time. Everyone also had a moment of silence for this group of anchors. These people were afraid that they would not have long to live. But just as the anchors trapped in the corridor were losing all hope, suddenly, however, a voice filled with vast righteousness came from the stairwell in front. Blessed Shang, infinite heavenly Father, you unjust souls and grievous ghosts, don't be so reckless as to commit murder. A young man dressed in white Taoist robes came slowly, walking straight towards the blazing corridor. Zhang Qingxiao held a duster and swept it directly at the fire in front of him. At that instant, a golden light emerged from the duster, directly separating the fire in front of him into a path. As the golden light opened the way, Zhang Qingxiao took a step and directly stepped into the fire. Save me! Save me! This fire is burning me so much. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Ah! As Zhang Qingxiao stepped into the midst of the fire, the charred black figures that were originally rushing towards the group of anchors violently reversed their direction and rushed straight towards Zhang Qingxiao. They appeared to be crying out for help, but each and every one of them had open teeth and claws, as if they wanted to tear Zhang Qingxiao alive. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao could not help but sigh quietly. Why are you here? These unjust souls and ghosts were naturally the people who had died tragically due to fires in the past in this school. Because of their accidental deaths, their grievances were hard to dispel, and that was why they had become what they were today. Seeing the ghosts coming towards him, Zhang Qingxiao shook his head helplessly before waving the duster in his hand one after another. Brush! Brush! A streak of golden light erupted from the duster, directly sweeping the surrounding ghosts out. These evil spirits looked hideous and terrifying, but they could not help Zhang Qingxiao at all. The latter's steps were unceasing, as if he was a god descending from the heavens. In the midst of the countless souls flying backwards, he walked to a group of anchors unharmed. At this moment, the anchors were already scared out of their wits one by one. Their gazes were dull and their faces were filled with horror, but they froze in place, unable to move. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao sighed helplessly, and then extended his index finger, the tip of which flashed with golden light, pointing at the eyebrows of the crowd one after another. Ah! Ghosts! There are ghosts! Quickly run! There are ghosts here! As soon as they came to their senses, the group of anchors subconsciously shrieked in terror and tried to flee. Blessed infinite heavenly Father! There's no need to be afraid, monks. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qingxiao could not help but speak softly. The voice was not loud, but when it fell on the ears of the panicked crowd, it caused them to instantly quiet down. All the anchors as well as the few girls accompanying them brushed their gazes towards Zhang Qingxiao in unison, before they couldn't help but look around. The fire field was still burning, but it did not affect them in the slightest. And those ghosts that had originally made their livers tremble had now hid far away, not daring to approach at all. This scene shocked the crowd and subconsciously shifted their gaze back to Zhang Qingxiao. In the blink of an eye, the hope of life burst out in everyone's eyes. And seeing these people quiet down, Zhang Qingxiao then opened his mouth to inquire. I don't know why you all have entered such a dangerous place? Zhang Qingxiao's face was puzzled. These people in front of him were all mortal flesh, without any semblance of Taoist skill, and they were so bold as to dare to step into such a place wherein souls gathered. We. Hearing Zhang Qingxiao's inquiry, the group of anchors wanted to open their mouths and say something, but they were a bit shy to do so. It had been a good live broadcast of an outdoor adventure, but it turned out that they had actually encountered the real thing. Sensei had been scared out of his image, and the crowd that had escaped from death now recalled the death-defying behavior of himself and the others who had rashly entered the school, and each of them could not wait to smack their own two mouths. Brother, are you a Taoist priest? While the organizer of this live broadcast, Big Mouth Brother, looked at Zhang Qingxiao with a hopeful face and subconsciously opened his mouth to ask after seeing him in a white robe. The viewers in the live broadcast room, who had just seen Zhang Qingxiao's raw action of repelling the ghosts, were also incomparably curious about his identity, and one by one, they snapped their pop-ups in the live broadcast room to speculate. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao was just about to say something. Coldly, a roar came violently from behind him. Shangrun! Bold raw human, how dare you come here to sow your wild oats? Come quickly and fall under this general's axe. A hoarse voice slowly sounded. In the middle of the fire field, a huge ghost with a height of 3 meters, holding a huge blood-colored axe slowly emerged. The ghost had a green face and fangs, was hideous and terrifying, and exuded a cold aura all over its body. Especially the blood-colored giant axe in its hand. The blade of the axe was reddish, and drops of blood slowly dripped down. Ghost General! Zhang Qingxiao's heart flinched and his eyes subconsciously narrowed. Unexpectedly, this school had given birth to ghosts at the level of ghost generals, which was really a bit surprising. As the ghost generals appeared, the crowd behind Zhang Qingxiao once again became flustered. The sense of security that was originally born because of Zhang Qingxiao's appearance disappeared all of a sudden and was replaced by endless fear. Such a big ghost, so scary. It was really over now. The anchors were ashen and fell into deep despair. The viewers in the live broadcast room were even more alarmed. Crap, how can this ghost be so big? So outrageous. It's really over now. This ghost looks bad to deal with at first glance. Earlier, when I saw this white-robed Taoist priest's ferocity, I thought he could save these anchors, but now I'm afraid that the Taoist priest himself will have to take a ride. How can there be such a horrible ghost? I'm almost scared to pee through the screen. The appearance of the ghost general once again extinguished the crowd's hope for life. But just at this time, Zhang Qingxiao, who was standing in front of the crowd, was as normal as ever, only to see him flip his hand, and a purple robe directly appeared in his hand. Zhang Qingxiao, don't panic, it can still be salvaged. Zhang Qingxiao's purple robe was added to his body, and in an instant, the entire person's aura instantly underwent a sea change. The audience in the live broadcast room was even more instantly wide-eyed. Live stream audience, crikey, purple robe? Saved crouching? I didn't see it wrong, did I? That's a purple robe? Taoist purple robe? Bullshit. Surprisingly, it's a purple-robed heavenly master. Saved. We're saved. Anchor is so lucky. With the purple-robed heavenly master, this is a sure thing. So it's the purple-robed heavenly master, no wonder he was so fierce before. Heavenly master is awesome. There was no lack of knowledgeable people amongst the audience in the live broadcast room, and when they saw Zhang Qingxiao clad in a purple robe, all of a sudden, the audience in the live broadcast room regained their confidence once again. With a purple-robed heavenly master in place, there shouldn't be much of a problem in dealing with this giant ghost monster in front of them. Purple-robed heavenly master? Can this really work? The crowd of anchors saw the viewers in their own live room chanting the name of the purple-robed heavenly master, but their faces were tinged with a touch of doubt. They could all physically feel the terrifying aura of that giant ghost on the opposite side, so they were a little skeptical of the netizens believing in purple robes so much. Could purple robe really do it? Could it beat this ghost monster in front of it? After all, the feeling that this giant ghost monster that had suddenly appeared gave them was just too terrifying. These anchors could almost feel as if their souls were trembling. And hearing the murmured words of the group of anchors, the viewers in the live broadcast room were also eagerly waiting. Most of them had only heard of the awesome name of the purple robe heavenly master, but they had not witnessed the strength of the purple robe with their own eyes. So everyone also wanted to see if this legendary Taoist sect's purple robe heavenly master was actually any good. Land of the underworld, keep away from the living. Violators, die. The figure of the giant axe ghost general continued to condense as it held a scarlet-red giant axe and emitted an intimidating black aura. He roared at Zhang Qingxiao, and then violently stepped forward, his huge body directly running wildly, holding the giant axe and rushing straight towards Zhang Qingxiao. Good timing. On the opposite side, the purple-robed Zhang Qingxiao's aura changed drastically. He let out a low gulp and directly activated the golden light incantation. In an instant, the protective golden light in Zhang Qingxiao's body surged up like a river in sea, continuously converging towards his palm. Buzz! In an instant, Zhang Qingxiao's right hand was gradually covered by golden light, and without saying a word, he directly backhanded a slap and slapped the hideous face of the giant axe ghost general. The golden light surged, and a golden slap was directly condensed in the void, and with a swift momentum, it heavily smacked the giant axe ghost general's face. Slap! A crunching sound rose at first. Golden light erupted, and the ghost aura collapsed. Coming up with a big forced fight, it directly smacked the giant axe ghost general dumbfounded. Its huge figure came to an abrupt end. This slap with a gyroscope-like, directly fanned the giant axe ghost general eyes, in the original place turned several times, which can only be stabilized. Only this blow, the world is silent. Behind the crowd of anchors collective dumbfounded. Anchor, this, and the audience in the live broadcast room is all boiling. Live broadcast audience, crouch, bull, 666 worthy of being a purple-robed heavenly master. This operation, there is no one else. Zhang Qingxiao, what grade? You dare to charge me with your face? How dare you charge a dragon tiger heavenly master? I'm tired of living. The giant axe ghost general was so smacked by this big pussy fight that he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. After so many years of being a ghost, this was the first time he had been smacked, and it was a human at that. This was really a great shame. If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it either. Auntie can't bear it either. You deserve to die. I will have to chop you under the axe and take away your soul and spirit. The giant axe ghost general was furious and roared at the top of his voice. His eyes were blood red, and the black ghost chi on his body instantly surged. The temperature around them plummeted, and the piercing coldness caused the faces of a group of anchors to change wildly, fear arising. Tianshi, be careful. That ghost is going to kill over again. An anchor lost his voice and exclaimed, reminding Zhang Qingxiao to be careful behind him. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also breathless, numbed by the sudden change in the giant axe ghost general. However, in the face of the ferocious giant axe ghost general, Zhang Qingxiao did not have a trace of fear on his face at all. He made a move with his big hand, and in a flash, golden light surged out of his body, directly condensing a warp light pistol in the palm of his hand. After that, he took out the golden light magazines and began to methodically press the bullets into the magazines one by one. Loaded and loaded, the whole process of action seemed natural and casual. And then it directly turned around, its eyes slightly condensed, 3 points in one line, raised his hand and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. The gun barrel's tongue of fire erupted. 5 thunder bullets flew out. 2 torso shots and 1 head shot. The gods have shaken their heads. The giant axe ghost general, who was running wildly with a giant axe in his hand, shuddered. As the 5 thunder bullet entered his body, the terrifying power of thunder and lightning erupted directly within his body. The most rigid and masculine power directly set the giant axe ghost general ablaze. Ah! Miserable screams came out. In the midst of the flames, the giant axe ghost general continuously struggled, but there was no effect at all. Until the fire burned out, the giant axe ghost general had already turned into flying ash and dissipated into thin air. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao's heart did not make any waves. Just as he was about to put away his gun, there was a split-mouthed female ghost dressed in white hanging from the ceiling above his head. At this moment, the female ghost with a gaping mouth was flying down and pouncing on Zhang Qingxiao with its bloody mouth open. Originally, this female ghost with a gaping mouth was cooperating with the giant axe ghost general. The giant axe ghost general was just frontal, while the split-mouthed female ghost was a sneak attack from the side. The cooperation between the two could be described as seamless. But the result? The giant axe ghost general was directly seconded by Zhang Qingxiao. This instantly caused 10,000 grass mud horses to whiz by in the heart of the split-mouthed female ghost that had already darted to pounce on Zhang Qingxiao. You said that you would cooperate with each other, but in the end, you went first on your own? The split-mouthed woman was directly paralyzed. Her body flipped hard in the air, and then she pulled her legs out and ran. The giant axe ghost general was instantaneous seconds, where she still dared to continue to sneak attack. The wind was tight, but her life was important. However, even though she was careful enough, she still made a commotion. You want to escape now? It's too late. Zhang Qingxiao raised his head, his gaze directly locking onto the cracked female ghost on the ceiling. And then it was bullet loading and trigger pulling. Bang bang bang. The magazine was directly emptied, and a row of bullets whistled out, shooting directly at the gaping female ghost. Unfortunately, this split-mouthed female ghost seems to have pulled all the agility attributes. Surprisingly, it dodged these bullets by virtue of its own speed. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qingxiao raised an eyebrow, and more than a touch of surprise appeared on his face. Quite fast. So capable of running? Since he liked to run so much, then the highs and lows would have to be treated a little differently. Thinking about this, Zhang Qingxiao directly put away the golden light pistol and turned to directly open the system mall. Golden light shock bomb, 100 merits apiece. Redemption. Zhang Qingxiao directly spent 100 merits to exchange a golden light shock bomb. At this time, the female ghost with a gaping mouth had already run from the ceiling to one of the side walls, and was about to escape from this place of wrongdoing. However, Zhang Qingxiao's hand was filled with an explosive bomb that was engraved with a golden light spell. Without any hesitation, Zhang Qingxiao directly pulled the safety off and threw the golden light explosive bomb in his hand in the direction of the female ghost with a gaping mouth. Zhang Qingxiao, I'll see how you can run this time. Thud. Along with a deafening explosion, the entire corridor shuddered. The wall on one side was directly blown out with a large hole, the golden light was bright and dazzling, and dust and smoke filled the air. The cracked female ghost a hole was bombed blinded, and fell straight to the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Her appearance was miserable to the extreme. The crowd of anchors, live broadcast audience? The crowd of anchors directly looked dumbfounded. This means of dealing with ghosts and monsters by the Heavenly Master is really up to date and novel. It was only after a long time that someone mumbled and opened their mouth, somewhat unsure of how to describe what they had seen and heard. Can you imagine a Taoist priest actually holding a gun to exorcise ghosts? And can also pull out a concussion bomb? If it wasn't for his own eyes, who could imagine that this was exorcising ghosts? This is simply no different from a humongous bandit. Indeed, quite special. The others also came back to their senses with unnatural smiles on their faces. God have mercy, this was really the first time they had seen that a ghost monster could be killed by a firearm, and even more so by a bomb. Originally, encountering ghosts and monsters was already enough to subvert cognition. Now, after seeing the Heavenly Master's actions, the crowd only felt that this world seemed to be completely out of touch with what they knew. The netizens in the live broadcast room even collectively exploded. Families who understand not only did he pull out a pistol, he also pulled out a concussion bomb. No! Are all Taoist exorcisms so advanced now? Well. Cyber exorcism, technology is soaring, right? Awesome! It's the first time I've seen a female ghost blown up to the point of bleeding. It's outrageous. It's true, we have to keep up with the times and follow the development of the times. Look at how well other celestial masters are doing. I've come to my senses. Technological immortal cultivation, right? At this moment, both the live anchors and the viewers in the live broadcast room coincidentally gave birth to a single thought. This generation's purple-robed heavenly master was too ferocious. Coming up was a pistol plus a concussion bomb. This is not to mention the severe ghosts. Whoever comes to see this scene would have to be terrified. The anchors looked at each other speechless, hiding in the back for a while, not knowing whether to be thankful that they had survived, or whether to lament the heavenly master's amazing methods. The netizens in the live broadcast room, as a variety of comments come and go. Some people are greatly shocked by the master's novel means of exorcism. There were also people who expressed 3 seconds of sympathy for the ghosts. It was too tragic. The power of the golden light shock bomb was really a bit fierce. Even though the female ghost with a gaping mouth was a stern ghost, she was blown up and fell straight to the ground for a long time without moving. Her brain was like a piece of paste at this moment, buzzing. The whole ghost was dumbfounded. While seeing the cracked female ghost on the ground bleeding from all 7 orifices, Zhang Qingxiao slowly stepped out and came straight in front of the female ghost. Zhang Qingxiao, you're good at it, aren't you? Keep running? Zhang Qingxiao stared condescendingly at the cracked female ghost with a touch of indignation in his expression. After lying on the ground for a while, the female ghost with a gaping mouth finally recovered from her state of confusion. Not caring about her horrifying appearance of bleeding from her 7 orifices, she directly climbed up and called out frantically to Zhang Qingxiao. Spare my life! Heavenly Master, spare my life! I beg Heavenly Master to let me live! The cracked female ghost couldn't wait to crack the concrete floor, her voice trembling as she begged for mercy. The name of the purple-robed Heavenly Master was too much of a thunderclap amongst the crowd of evil spirits. Once the purple robe came out, all ghosts obeyed. Far from her a small ghost can deal with. Didn't you see that the giant axe ghost general was instantly secured? The most frightening thing is that the means of this purple-robed Heavenly Master in front of her is really a little too unusual. Regarding the kind of magic weapon that would explode just now, she categorically did not want to experience it again. Although she was a ghost, she would also have feelings. Being blasted by that thing is just too unbearable. A blast one did not squeak. The cracked female ghost cowed out frantically, her head thumping on the ground. Each of these sounds seemed to hit the hearts of the crowd of anchors as well as the audience in the live broadcast as if they were hitting hard on top of each other. Everyone's eyes were rounded and they were breathing heavily. It was too ferocious. Even the stern ghost was scared to the point of kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. There was no one else. While listening to the cracked female ghost's pleas for mercy, Zhang Qingxiao's face did not change in the slightest. He slowly opened his mouth and said bluntly, "The poor Taoist is not responsible for sparing you. Your sins, that has to be handed over to the King of Hell to judge. What the poor Taoist is responsible for is sending you to meet him." After saying that, Zhang Qingxiao made a move with his big hand. The talisman pen and yellow paper instantly floated out of thin air in his hand. Without saying a word, Zhang Qingxiao's expression was solemn as he directly drew a talismanic seal on top of the yellow paper with his brush. Buzz! Cinnabar embellishment, iron drawing, silver hook. When the last stroke fell, the runes on top of the yellow paper instantly became one, glittering. Zhang Qingxiao, on the other hand, spoke once again. Disciple Zhang Qingxiao, respectfully requesting the Heavenly Master's seal. As the words came out, the direct void shook violently, and a large seal directly emerged. Tianqi's seal floating in the void, even if not activated, its own horrible suppression force, also let the split female ghost a whole dead prostrate on the ground, simply cannot move. Zhang Qingxiao picked up the Heavenly Master's seal and directly stamped the exclusive seal on top of the yellow talisman that had drawn the runic seal. Buzz! Just at the moment when the Tianqi seal was branded on top of the yellow talisman unexpectedly violently emitted a soft chirping sound, and then it autonomously burned up amidst the horrified and inexplicable eyes of the crowd. As the purple-robed Heavenly Master of this generation of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Qingxiao naturally had the right to send ghosts and monsters directly to hell for judgment. Generally speaking, if they encountered some obstinate, unrepentant and fierce ghosts, earthly cultivators could directly behead them. The female ghost in front of him had obviously killed someone and was deeply sinful, but on the basis of its sincere plea for forgiveness, Zhang Qingxiao naturally had to fulfill his duty and send the other party to hell for trial. However, based on his own sins, even if he reached the netherworld, I'm afraid that it would still be a capital offense. At least the torture of the 18 layers of hell would not be spared. As the yellow talisman burned, the female ghost's figure began to gradually become illusory. Throughout the process, the female ghost remained prostrate on the ground, not daring to make the slightest move. Until the yellow talisman completely turned into ashes, the female ghost's figure also disappeared. It had already been transcended by Zhang Qingxiao and went to the hell to be judged. The entire process was dead silent and dull. The group of anchors behind them didn't dare to breathe a single breath, and could only silently witness this incredible scene take place. As for the viewers in the live broadcast room, they were shocked by Zhang Qingxiao's means of overtaking the female ghost to go down to the hell, and they were hotly debating it. As for Zhang Qingxiao, after resolving the matter of the female ghost, his gaze was directed towards those charred walls around the corridor. The former fire disaster in this place had caused many people to die with a grudge, and their grievances would not go away after their death, eventually forming a ghost that would not go away for a long time. This matter naturally can't be left unattended, must let those who have died rest in peace. With this in mind, Zhang Qingxiao began to recite the mantra of the past life, preparing to transcend all of the unjust souls and ghosts here. By imperial decree of the Supreme Lord, transcend your lonely souls, ghosts, and all ghosts. All 4 lives are stained with grace. Those who have heads will be transcended, those who have no heads will be ascended, those who are killed by guns and knives will be killed, and those who jump into the water will be hanged by ropes. Open death and dark death, wrongful death, debtors and wrongdoers, and children who are begging for their lives. Kneeling in front of my desk, gossip light, standing can and out, beyond the other side. For men and women, their own commitment, rich and poor, by your own invocation. Edicts to save and other people, urgent transcendence of life. Edicts to save and other people, urgent transcendence of life. Zhang Qingxiao recited the mantra of the past life under his breath, but in his hand, the talisman paper and talisman pen appeared once again. Vermilion sand was lightly tapped, and talisman seals were generated. As one talisman seal burned on its own. Beneath the sky, brilliant and divine golden light directly descended from the heavens, covering the entire school dormitory. Buzz! These golden lights also partially enveloped Zhang Qingxiao's body, coloring it with a mysterious aura. The precious appearance was solemn, as if a heavenly god had descended to earth. This moment of Zhang Qingxiao made all those who witnessed it involuntarily feel the desire to pay homage in their hearts. Wherever the golden light enveloped, it was transcendence. Such a large amount of overcoming ghosts could only be carried out by someone with great merits and great means. This scene not only stunned the crowd of anchors on the scene, even the viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but exclaim out in shock one by one. This is too awesome. Why do I have the feeling of wanting to kneel down and worship the Heavenly Master? Heavens! The Heavenly Master actually wants to transcend all the people suffering from this fire in one go? What an amazing means this is. Amazing! Even through the screen I have the thought of dropping everything and converting to the Heavenly Master. Worthy of being a purple-robed Heavenly Master, this means is too heaven-defying. Awesome! 666. Who else under the sky can do this? I'm afraid it's only the purple-robed Heavenly Master. Shrouded in golden light, the Heavenly Master truly looks like the legendary god of heaven descending to earth. To be able to transcend so many ghosts and monsters, the Heavenly Master must have great merits and virtues. It's not too much to say that he's a heavenly god. Heavenly Master is merciful. The viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned by Zhang Qingxiao's great means, and all kinds of words of adoration drifted frantically on the screen in the live broadcast room one after another. As for those anchors, after seeing the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, they were even more afraid to make even the slightest movement. Fear that because of their own little movement to disturb the Heavenly Master. Although they are secular, but they also know that transcendence is a big deal, so at this moment, even if a group of anchors are shocked, no one dares to open their mouths to say something. Everyone's eyes burned as they stared at the magnificent figure in front of them, respect rising in their hearts. The golden light continued to pour down, spreading and spreading towards the school, wanting to transcend all the wronged souls and ghosts in it, sending them to the afterlife. However, as time continued to pass, the golden light that covered Zhang Qingxiao's body had become so bright that it was about to the point where other people did not dare to look directly at it. But at this time, Zhang Qingxiao couldn't help but frown, his eyes revealing a touch of doubt. Generally speaking, with merit and virtue, supplemented by incantations as well as talismanic seals, even if it was a stern ghost, one could easily transcend it and send it to the afterlife. However, the current transcendence had given birth to a strange feeling in Zhang Qingxiao's heart. The unjust spirits and ghosts in this school seemed to be somewhat reluctant to leave. Yes, even under the shroud of golden light, the grievances of these ghosts had already faded away. But they are still here, unwilling to leave. Could it be that there was still resentment in them as they had not been purified? Zhang Qingxiao's puzzled gaze shifted to these ghosts. Under the washing of the golden light, the grievances on these grievous souls simply had nothing to hide. Each and every one of them had a confused look on their faces at the moment, as if they had just died. In this state, it was logical to go directly to the afterlife. A touch of puzzlement surfaced in Zhang Qingxiao's eyes, feeling somewhat strange. Unwilling to leave, that meant that there was something else in it that he had overlooked. Thinking about this, Zhang Qingxiao's gaze condensed as he temporarily stopped chanting the mantra for the afterlife and began to carefully observe the unjust souls that had gathered in one piece. Heavenly Master, he seems to have stopped. Behind them, the faces of the group of anchors all revealed a look of curiosity. Bathing in the golden light seemed to have kicked out all the distractions from their minds. The current anchors, seeing those unjust souls shrouded in golden light, surprisingly did not have any fear in their hearts. Instead, they only felt sympathy. And seeing that Zhang Qingxiao suddenly stopped and did not continue with his transcendence, the crowd of anchors could not help but be curious and wondered what had happened. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also staring at the screen one by one, fully concentrating, unwilling to miss a single detail of the image. At this moment, Zhang Qingxiao's face wore a look of surprise. Among this group of unjust souls, he unexpectedly saw that after being washed by the golden light, one of the unjust souls still had a clear look in its eyes, and did not have the slightest bit of confusion at all. Most importantly, this one was also sneaking around behind the other ghosts, seemingly unwilling to be discovered. This caused Zhang Qingxiao to subconsciously raise his eyebrows, and the doubts in his heart grew thicker. Zhang Qingxiao narrowed his eyes slightly before slowly speaking, "Come over here." "Right. It is you. Poor Taoist has already found you. Stop hiding and hurry up and come out." Seeing that this ghost seemed to still retain its sanity, Zhang Qingxiao intended to let it come out and ask the reason for it. This statement came out. The crowd of anchors as well as the audience in the live broadcast room snapped their breaths, and all of them widened their eyes as their gazes began to search for the person Zhang Qingxiao had spoken of. On the other hand, those unjust souls that were enveloped in golden light were slightly agitated. Even though they had been cleansed of their grievances, they were now like a blank sheet of paper with nothing on it. But instinctively, these unjust souls even subconsciously crowded together in an attempt to hide something. This scene caused Zhang Qingxiao's eyes to narrow. Sure enough, there seemed to be something in this that he had overlooked. Otherwise, it was simply impossible for these grievous souls to react in this manner. Thinking about this, with a solemn expression, Zhang Qingxiao continued to speak. "Come out. As the purple-robed heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, poor Tao will never kill innocents indiscriminately. If you and others have any last wishes that have not been fulfilled, then you can directly say so, and the poor Taoist will resolve them at his discretion." As these words were exited, the originally agitated unjust souls instantly stopped. Each of their slightly confused gazes all fell on Zhang Qingxiao in unison. In the end, all the ghosts silently dispersed to the sides as if they had reached an agreement, revealing the ghost hiding among them. This was a female ghost. The latter had a touch of fear in her eyes at the moment, cowering and somewhat afraid to meet Zhang Qingxiao's gaze. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao directly opened his mouth and inquired, "What is your name?" Su Li." Hearing Zhang Qingxiao's voice, the female ghost's body trembled before she carefully opened her mouth and spoke her name. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao could not help but narrow his eyes as a brilliant aura flickered in his eyes. There was something not simple about this female ghost, to the extent that she was able to stay awake in the midst of this ghostly realm and still remember her name from her life. Not simple. Zhang Qingxiao swept a glance at the female ghost named Su Li in front of him and was slightly surprised in his heart. Not only had the other party resisted the erosion of the yin fiendish qi in the ghost domain without turning into a ghost, but at the same time, after experiencing the golden light, she was still able to remember her name before birth. Based on these 2 points alone, it was enough to prove that this female ghost was not simple. This Su Li has a persistent wisdom. The so-called ghost's persistent wisdom meant that it might still possess the memories of its previous life. This meant that this previous life was definitely not an ordinary person. Otherwise, there was no way that it could still be awake even now. It was just that now with this scowling performance, it looked likely that its memories of its previous life might not have been fully recovered. Although he was quite surprised by the special features of the female ghost Su Li, Zhang Qingxiao knew that this was not the time to explore this. He swept his gaze at the surrounding ghosts before directly asking Su Li, "Do you know what's going on here? Why is it that they are still unwilling to go to the afterlife even though poor Tao has already transcended them? The grievances on their bodies have clearly been washed away, so why do they still crave the earth? Could it be that there is something fishy about this?" Zhang Qingxiao's eyes carried a tinge of incomprehension. Weren't these unjust souls all fire victims, and it was reasonable to say that even if they had grudges in their hearts, they should have traveled to where they were supposed to go after they were transcended. However, they were still lingering on earth, unwilling to leave, which was somewhat intriguing. And upon hearing Zhang Qingxiao's inquiry, the female ghost, Su Li, first gave the former a wary glance, and only then did this slowly open her mouth and said, "Back to Heavenly Master, our deaths were not caused by a simple fire. We were killed by someone." With these words, the entire dormitory corridor was instantly plunged into dead silence. Zhang Qingxiao's brows were slightly furrowed, and no expression could be seen on his face. As for those individual anchors behind him, they were all staring with their eyes and mouths wide open, as if they had heard some shocking secret. Unnatural death? Murder? All sorts of thoughts wildly intertwined in the minds of the crowd of anchors. They stared dead ahead at the soul body of Suli, and at this moment it was as if these anchors weren't afraid of ghosts and monsters either. It seemed that those secrets hidden in history were more attractive. While in the live broadcast room of the anchors, the audience had exploded. Crap, did the fire back then have another secret? Heavens, it's been so many years since the incident, but it's still possible to hear the truth of the matter, can't it? Hiss, it's so tense and exciting. What kind of shocking secret is hidden here? The truth. What is the truth? The melon seeds are ready, waiting to be eaten. You guys, do you think there's some kind of misunderstanding? It's just a big misunderstanding. So many people died back then, and it's destined to be an unpardonable sin. The truth about the school fire back then, is it really going to be revealed? Looking forward, the viewers were instantly aroused with curiosity, all of them staring intently at the live broadcast, unwilling to miss a single detail. Zhang Qingxiao, on the other hand, said directly to the female ghost, Suli, after a slight contemplation. Tell me more carefully. Yes, Heavenly Master. What happened back then was like this. A trace of reminiscence flashed in Suli's eyes, and then she narrated the circumstances surrounding the school fire. It turned out that the school fire back then was not caused by old school facilities, an improper use of fire, as rumored by the outside world. Rather, it was someone who did it on purpose. And this arsonist is a student of this school. Back then, because social security is not perfect, resulting in social order is not as safe and stable as today. Even in the school, there are a lot of gangs and fights. There was a male student who was used to being a bully in this school. He often bullied other students, beating and scolding them, causing a bad influence in the school. The school had received too many complaints and protests from parents, so they were going to punish the student to the fullest extent. They will not only use the male student as a negative example to publicly criticize and educate him in front of the whole school, and finally, even after the unanimous discussion of the Senate, they want to expel the student. A student who likes to bully others in school, the best is the face of the face. The school's approach has just like hitting the student's face, causing him to be furious and enraged. As a result, he lost his mind. So the student took advantage of the night when everyone was sleeping. Directly a fire lit the whole dormitory building. Because it was night, plus the firefighting facilities at that time were not as perfect as they are today. The fire killed all the students and teachers in the dormitory. As for the student who set the fire, he took the opportunity to escape. Heavenly Master, this is how it happened. We don't want to die either. We don't want to become ghosts. The color of grief flashed in Suli's eyes, as if she had thought of the tragic situation of the fire back then, and those surrounding the wronged souls who had washed away their own grievances because of the transcendence. At this moment, they were also all showing the color of pain. Most of these souls were still children. They originally had a bright future, but because of a fire, it directly took away their young lives. This would not feel good on anybody. Many of the faces of those individual anchors behind them at the moment coincidentally revealed a look of sympathy, while the viewers in the live broadcast room expressed their sympathy while also condemning the arsonists back then. So that's how it is. After listening to Suli's words, Zhang Qingxiao nodded slightly, unable to see the color of sadness or joy on his face. Just now, when Suli was recounting the specifics of the fire back then, the entire process, Zhang Qingxiao was secretly observing. The other party's performance was not deliberately disguised, it was all genuine. All of this also proved that what Suli said was true. Ghosts and monsters were favorite liars. In the secular world, there has always been the allusion to ghostly words. Therefore, for the words of ghosts and monsters, there must be the ability to distinguish between truth and falsehood. As for the truth about the fire back then, Suli didn't lie. This also explains why these ghosts have so much resentment. This was not a natural fire. The students of yesteryear all died unnatural deaths, belonged to the vain death. And most of them are innocent people, that's why there is so much resentment. This is what led to even after so many years, these ghosts still have not dissipated, but instead has always existed in the place of life in vain. However, even if it belongs to the death in vain, the heart has grievances. So many ghosts gathered in one place, but also ultimately has a great impact on the surrounding environment. Nowadays, this deserted school has almost formed a ghost domain. Once the ghost domain was born, its impact on the surrounding environment would be even worse. If it was utilized by someone with an intention to do so, it would likely lead to more innocent people losing their lives as a result. Has that arsonist been ambushed? In the midst of the silence, someone suddenly asked such a question coldly. Zhang Qingxiao slightly turned his head and saw a young man holding a cell phone full of righteous indignation. It seemed that he was deeply affected by the truth of the fire back then, and his sense of justice was a bit bursting at this time. The others also focused their gazes on Suli with anticipation in their eyes. They sympathized with the misery of these wronged souls, so they were even more looking forward to the fact that the person who set the fire had already received the punishment he deserved. However, upon hearing the inquiry, the female ghost Suli was pursing her lips slightly, and a flash of complex emotions flashed through her eyes. On the other hand, those surrounding grievous spirits were agitated and their figures trembled, as if they were stimulated by something. Such a change made Zhang Qingxiao's gaze condense, vaguely having some bad guesses. That arsonist is only afraid. As expected, after a moment of silence, the female ghost Suli shook her head slightly and spoke with a bitter face. No, he didn't know what means he used to escape the trial back then. Later on, after he disappeared for a long period of time, he unexpectedly returned to the school once again. And by that time, he had already learned some evil arts from somewhere, and had been hiding in the middle of the school behind him, refining ghosts and monsters. He is ruthless in his methods, we are not his match at all. That ghost general as well as the split-mouthed female ghost, was cultivated. As Suli said this, a touch of fear involuntarily surfaced in her eyes. Clearly she was also in awe of that arsonist. How can this? Have this kind of heartless person awe? Hearing Suli's words, the faces of the group of anchors all showed a color of indignation. From a normal person's perspective, that arsonist's behavior was more than just ruthless. It was simply unconscionable. It was inconceivable that a child would be able to do such an outrageous thing. Not only did he bury such a fresh life, but he didn't even spare people who had been reduced to ghosts. This was definitely an existence whose mentality was twisted to the extreme. Or rather, he could no longer be called a human being. The anchors were all indignant and opened their mouths to condemn the arsonist's bad behavior. The viewers in the live broadcast room were similarly infected, and they all frantically swiped all sorts of abusive words, expressing the sympathy as well as dissatisfaction in their hearts. On the other hand, Zhang Qingxiao was frowning slightly, a coldness welling up in his eyes. Zhang Qingxiao, how dare you want to raise ghosts? Where did you get the courage to be so unscrupulous? Truly seeking death. A streak of killing intent surfaced in Zhang Qingxiao's heart. Not only did he kill so many innocent people, but he even took the opportunity to raise ghosts, when really, there was already a way to take death. And at this time, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes snapped open, and then he directly turned his head, his gaze locking onto a certain location. In that instant just now, he had sensed a strange aura moving about. It's that person all right. With a slight movement of his thoughts, killing opportunities surged in Zhang Qingxiao's heart, and in a hidden place outside the school dormitory building, a man wearing a trench coat with his face completely covered was hurriedly walking towards the outside of the school. Just now, the trenchcoat man was hiding in the shadows and witnessed the entire process of Zhang Qingxiao's battle with the giant axe ghost general and the split-mouth female ghost. Without even having to make a comparison, the man in Windbreaker knew that he was no match. Remaining in the school was undoubtedly waiting for death, so the man in the Windbreaker did not hesitate for a moment and turned his head and ran. Zhang Qingxiao stood above the corridor, and based on the sense of his breath, he was able to lock onto the location of the wind-coated man at the first moment. When he saw the man in trench coat running for his life, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes narrowed habitually. The other party seemed to be no different from a living person in terms of movement and behavior, but in Zhang Qingxiao's perception, the man in Windbreaker's body was not even a little bit alive. Already a dead man? Walking corpse? Zhang Qingxiao's thoughts moved slightly. This person should have practiced evil arts to turn himself into this ghostly appearance. Thinking about this, Zhang Qingxiao directly opened his mouth and shouted, "Isn't it a bit late to run now? You'd better tie your hands now and maybe there's still some way to live. Otherwise, poor Taoist will directly send you to the netherworld." However, hearing Zhang Qingxiao's shouts, not only did the trenchcoat man not pause in the slightest, but instead, he hated to grow 2 more legs, and his speed invariably accelerated by a few more points. You don't listen when the poor Taoist speaks, right? Seeing that the trenchcoat man didn't even turn his head back and didn't listen to his words, killing motives floated in Zhang Qingxiao's eyes. Heavenly Master, it's him. He is the culprit of all this. On the side, Suli's illusory body instinctively began to tremble after seeing the fleeing trenchcoat man. And those unjust souls that originally had a confused look on their faces were also agitated at this moment. Obviously, it was not just Suli, but all the unjust souls already had psychological shadows towards this existence that had killed everyone in arson in previous years and had later returned ready to refine them. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao directly opened his mouth to pacify them. There's no need for you to be alarmed. This matter will naturally be handled by the poor Taoist. Just watch me operate. With that, Zhang Qingxiao made a big move with his hand, and golden light violently erupted from within his body. A golden light steeply leapt out from within his body, and then converged on top of Zhang Qingxiao's palm. Buzz! Accompanied by a soft chirping sound, the 9-character true word Barret began to gradually take shape. Crap! This is... As the Barret materialized in Zhang Qingxiao's hand, the crowd of anchors who were staring at him closely suddenly exclaimed in unison. What did they see? Barret? A sniper rifle? A Taoist master had actually pulled out a sniper rifle? And also in the legend of 1,000 meters away to take a person's life big sniper? This should not be so outrageous? A bunch of anchors were directly dumbfounded. Before seeing Zhang Qingxiao pull out a pistol and a concussion bomb, the crowd already felt very unreasonable. I didn't expect to even take out a sniper rifle now. This was a Taoist master or a bandit of the century. Compared to the anchors on the scene, the audience in the live broadcast room was collectively silent after seeing the sniper rifle in Zhang Qingxiao's hand. The pop-ups then came from all over the place, directly filling up the entire live broadcast public screen. Crap! It's him! Cyber Heavenly Master! He appeared! Big Sniper! Surprisingly, it's the legendary Barret Big Sniper. Isn't this Celestial Master a bit too much with the times? Outrageous! It's outrageous! I don't know why, what's with this inexplicable sense of dissonance? If you want to let you escape, Big Sniper will teach you to be human. It's true. All fear stems from a lack of firepower. Heavenly Master, I've come to my senses. 666. All the viewers in the live broadcast room were all boiling with emotion. And on the scene, Zhang Qingxiao, on the other hand, gently lifted the Big Sniper in his hand and directly placed the bipod on the corridor balcony, and then turned the scope on the gun, locking onto the trenchcoat man who was frantically fleeing. The bullet was loaded in a single breath. Killing intent filled the air. Bang! There was an explosion that was deafening. The crowd of anchors as well as the audience in the live broadcast room only saw the Barret that was set up on the balcony of the corridor shake violently. And then the barrel's tongue of fire erupted, and 12 7mm caliber bullets flew out. With a lightning-fast momentum, it instantly crossed a distance of 1,000 meters. Poof! Thousands of meters away, the body of the trenchcoat man who was running for his life gave a violent start. Afterward, he only saw his right thigh directly break open. There was no blood dripping, only flesh foaming. Ah, my leg! The power of the bullet explosion directly lifted the trenchcoat man out of the air, and his right thigh completely disappeared, leaving only a field of meat foam. The trenchcoat man smashed heavily on the ground, curling his body and screaming madly, his face hideous and terrifying. Even though he had been specially refined by some unseen means, he still failed to block Barret's special 12 7mm caliber bullet. Any carbon-based creature could not survive the third shot under Barret's gun. The most terrifying thing about this kind of gun was not the point-blank kill. Rather, it was the enormous explosive power generated by the bullet the moment it came into contact with the target, which was enough to destroy the body structure of any carbon-based creature. Even if the trenchcoat man's body had been refined, under one shot, he would be instantly reduced to a cripple. Damn! How is this possible? Why? The severe pain caused the face of the trenchcoat man rolling on the ground to distort, but more in his eyes was shock as well as disbelief. He had clearly run a full 1,000 meters away, so why was that purple-robed man still able to heavily damage his body from such a distance? This was unscientific. But despite the strong doubt that filled his heart, the instinctive reaction of life still made the wind-robed man desperately crawl up from the ground after screaming miserably a few times. A body that had undergone special refining was just much tougher than an ordinary person. Even if one thigh was blown out, it still had the ability to move. However, just as the trenchcoat man gritted his teeth and tried to get up from the ground and then fled the scene. However, at this time, a thunderous explosion once again came from behind him. Bang! The sound of a gunshot vibrated as Zhang Qingxiao pulled the second trigger expressionlessly. The surrounding anchors turned pale as they subconsciously covered their ears. Even the ingrates instinctively hid far away, seemingly sensing the danger of the Barret. As the second bullet was fired, the entire movement of the trenchcoat man who had just climbed up in the distance froze violently. After that, the bones in his left chest, along with the flesh and blood, all turned into flying foam. A pained look appeared on the trenchcoat man's face once again, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness as well as resentment. His body once again flew out. But this time, the trenchcoat man could no longer utter a scream, and his eyes became dull and lifeless. 1 shot to waste, 2 shots to die. It was just so unreasonable. Kill someone? Tian sure he killed someone? With the 2 gunshots, after the live broadcast of a group of anchors, the faces of the audience all showed the color of fear. If it was said that the Heavenly Master had subdued the demons and removed the devils, they could still accept the Heavenly Master's killing spree with peace of mind on a psychological level. However, when they saw a living person die under the Heavenly Master's gun, the first thing the viewers in the live broadcast room felt was not exhilaration, but fear. This was the instinctive fear of the weak for the terrifying strength of the strong. And with the appearance of these pop-ups, even the crowd of anchors were creeped out, looking at Zhang Qingxiao with more fear as well as panic in their gazes. Tiancher, is that person dead? Someone spoke stiffly, his gaze filled with a wary look. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao's thoughts moved slightly, and he took Barret into his body. And only then did this slowly open his mouth. Dead. 2 simple words, but it caused the entire corridor to be plunged into dead silence. On the other hand, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as his gaze swept across the faces of the people, instantly knowing what these people were afraid of. Thus, Zhang Qingxiao continued. However, what the poor Taoist needs to clarify is that being can no longer be called a human being. That is an evil creature. What Zhang Qingxiao had said was not a deliberate statement to comfort these anchors. From his previous senses, Zhang Qingxiao had already detected that the fleeing trenchcoat man was completely devoid of vitality. Although in the eyes of an ordinary person, his mobility was no different from that of a human being, in the eyes of a cultivator, the man in the trenchcoat had no vitality at all. However, in the eyes of a cultivator, it was just a corpse. Of course, such a statement might be a little hard to understand for ordinary people. However, Zhang Qingxiao did not explain much. After putting Barrett away, Zhang Qingxiao violently stretched out his right hand, and then catalyzed his body's protective golden light. As the golden light continued to converge towards his hand, Zhang Qingxiao's right hand was seen slightly grasping at the location where the trench coat man had died. Buzz! Accompanied by a soft chirping sound, a terrifying pulling force violently erupted from Zhang Qingxiao's hand. The destination was the colorful remnant of the man in the windbreaker's body 1,000 meters away. Soul extraction. Although Barrett had destroyed the trench coat man's physical body, however, Zhang Qingxiao sensed that the other party's soul had not dissipated as a result. Therefore, Zhang Qingxiao intended to extract his soul and force it out properly. From the moment he heard the female ghost, Su Li, recount the fire back then, Zhang Qingxiao had a vague feeling that there was something wrong with this. It was as if, behind this matter, there was a hidden black hand behind the scenes. The trenchcoat man, too, seemed to be nothing more than a pawn. That was why Zhang Qingxiao wanted to pry out a bit of useful information from the trenchcoat man's mouth. What's going on? What is this thing? Why is my soul completely out of control? And as Zhang Qingxiao performed the means of extracting his soul through the air, 1,000 meters away, above the body of the man in the windbreaker, a black gas burst out violently, and then gradually took shape in the void, eventually condensing into a void that was exactly the same as the man in the windbreaker. Only this void is covered in black, exudes a disgusting atmosphere, ordinary people encountered, I'm afraid to avoid it. At this moment, after the soul of the man in windbreaker was extracted, it struggled madly in the void, seemingly wanting to get rid of the terrifying pulling force on his body. Damn! What the hell is going on here? What exactly did that purple-robed man use? Why can't I break free? In the void, the wind-robed man's soul twisted frantically, but to no avail. His soul flew uncontrollably towards the abandoned school dormitory building, eventually landing in Zhang Qingxiao's hands. This feeling of powerlessness made the trenchcoat man both frightened and angry, and at the same time, his heart became more and more fearful of Zhang Qingxiao. The other party was not only able to destroy his physical body from 1,000 meters away, but was also able to pull his soul out of his physical body through the air. This kind of tactic was simply unheard of by the trenchcoat man. Who the hell are you? Why are you deliberately targeting me? Do you know what you're doing? You are looking for death. As soon as it got close to Zhang Qingxiao, the wind-clothed man's soul struggled violently. It tried to break free from Zhang Qingxiao's control while exerting all its strength, while shouting at the latter, attempting to use this to scare Zhang Qingxiao. However, in the face of the trenchcoat man's threat, Zhang Qingxiao did not make any waves in his heart. Instead, a killing opportunity filled his eyes as he stared at the wind-coated man's soul. Who exactly are you? I'm warning you, you'd better hurry up and release me, or else you're destined to beg for your life and die. A streak of golden light was like a rope, directly binding the trenchcoat man's soul. No matter how much he struggled, it was futile, and he was simply unable to break free from his bonds. But even so, the wind-coated man still had an emboldened demeanor as he threatened Zhang Qingxiao in a loud voice. Seeing the soul of the man in the windbreaker, a touch of fear involuntarily appeared on the faces of the crowd of anchors on the scene, subconsciously retreating a few steps back and distancing themselves from the man in the windbreaker. Similarly behaving, there were also those unjust souls in the middle of the school. Even though they experienced violent fluctuations in their emotions the moment they saw the wind-clothed man's soul. However, these spirits were instinctively afraid of the man in windbreaker, and even the female ghost, Su Li, was hiding far away at the moment, her eyes filled with a strong color of fear. The only one in the scene who had not changed at all was Zhang Qingxiao. Listening to the wind-coated man's threats, Zhang Qingxiao's face did not change and he just stared at the wind-coated man's soul with a calm face. Sure enough, he was a murderer. Looking at the man in windbreaker, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes turned cold as killing intent erupted in his eyes. Generally speaking, after the death of an ordinary person, most of their souls were very pure. Even for those who were evil in life, their souls were at best slightly muddy after death. But this trenchcoat man in front of him, his soul is all black. What does this mean? It means that the man in the trenchcoat was entangled in karmic obstacles and had killed too many innocent people in his lifetime. With this kind of appearance of his soul, one could imagine how heartless the man in trenchcoat had been in the past. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, suppressing the impulse to slap his soul. He spoke in a cold voice. Speak up, who told you to come here to refine your soul? Zhang Qingxiao stared at the trenchcoat male soul, his tone filled with coldness. From the female ghost Su Li's previous narration, he had vaguely felt that the fire incident back then was very strange. Especially since the arsonist had returned to this place with the intention of refining these souls, his behavior was really too suspicious. If it is said that the trenchcoat man arson because of the face of the words, then now before and after the combination of view, it could then be concluded that back then, the wing-coated man's arson and murder was most likely intentional. Ha ha ha, who am I to tell you? What qualifications do you have? However, upon hearing Zhang Qingxiao's inquiry, the wing-coated man laughed wildly, wearing a reckless expression on his face. He stared at Zhang Qingxiao dead in the face, his eyes filled with resentment. You dare to kill me and break my flesh? Just wait, you're dead. I will definitely break you into pieces and make you beg for life and death. Unable to break free from his bonds, the trenchcoat man could only speak viciously and threateningly. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao could not help but let out a cold laugh. At the end of your life, you still dare to speak out in front of the poor Taoist? Have you forgotten your current situation, and who are you threatening by putting this aside? A look like looking at an idiot surfaced in Zhang Qingxiao's eyes. This trenchcoat man might not only have refined his body into that ghostly appearance, he might have even refined his brain along with it. You may not say anything, but poor Taoist can also make your soul fall apart. Zhang Qingxiao slowly opened his mouth, killing intent surging in his tone. As his words fell, at his fingertips, a zipping sound came violently, only to see Zhang Qingxiao's 5 fingers faintly pinching. In a split second, thunder arcs appeared, bursting out a wave of terrifying energy fluctuations, and the destructive aura spread out instantly. A hair-thin purple thunder arc directly passed through Zhang Qingxiao's fingertips and spread to the corners of the trenchcoat man's soul. Zzz. In an instant, it was as if there was some kind of marvelous reaction, and the violent power of the most rigid and yang in the thunder arc directly seared up the wind-clothed man's soul. Ah, pain. So painful. It hurts. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. If you dare to touch me, my grandfather will definitely not let you go, definitely. Being touched by the power of thunder and lightning to his soul, the trenchcoat man directly let out a miserable scream. The power of thunder and lightning was the strongest and the most masculine. It was the nemesis of all and evil things in the world. When this thing touched the soul, it was like an open flame meeting a combustible object. Even if it was just a trace, it could cause one to be in pain. The trenchcoat man had been very reckless before, with a cocky stance that didn't put Zhang Qingxiao in his eyes. But this time, he was like a dead dog, and could only bring out the person behind him in an attempt to make Zhang Qingxiao jealous and stop. And upon hearing the trenchcoat man's threat, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes steeply flashed with a flash of brilliance. Zhang Qingxiao, well, there really is someone behind it, isn't there? Zhang Qingxiao had an expression on his face that said it all. Previously, he had guessed that there should be someone else behind this trenchcoat man. Otherwise, at that age back then, how could the other party be so blatantly arsonist and murderer, and still be able to acquire an evil art behind him? These evil arts, it is impossible that there is no inheritance. Now that he heard the wing-coated man say this, Zhang Qingxiao's heart instantly understood. Only, there was a coldness in his eyes, and killing opportunities surged. This abandoned school where the fire occurred was not particularly far from Longhu Mountain, and the trenchcoat man as well as the man behind him had actually dared to draw souls and cultivate evil arts under the nose of Longhu Mountain. It had to be said that these people were truly brave. I'll give you a chance, as long as you obediently lead the way. Poor Taoist can spare you from this burning pain. Zhang Qingxiao swept a glance at the trenchcoat man before slowly speaking. At those words, the wind-clothed man who was still screaming miserably gave a violent start. Are you sure? The wind-clothed man stared at Zhang Qingxiao with a look of disbelief, forgetting the pain on his body for a moment. How could he have thought that the purple-robed man in front of him would want to seek death on his own? Although his own strength was indeed average, his grandfather was very strong. The purple robe in front of him was able to clean him up, so it didn't necessarily mean that he would be able to deal with his own grandfather. Thinking this way, a cold smile steeply surfaced on the wind-robed man's face. While hearing the wind-cloaked man's question, Zhang Qingxiao did not reply, but directly withdrew the golden light binding. I really don't know where you got the courage to want to seek your own death. Regaining his freedom, the wind-coated man's soul instantly leapt out a few meters away, distancing itself from Zhang Qingxiao. And only then did it look at Zhang Qingxiao with a provocative face and continued to speak. If you have the guts, then follow me. After saying that, the wind-coated man's soul directly flew towards the front. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Qingxiao, see if poor Tao dares. It was also at this time that a system beep suddenly sounded in Zhang Qingxiao's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, successfully exploring the abandoned school and killing the evil spirits within. Receiving the rewards of Taoist Righteousness Song like P90 Submachine Gun Fragment +1, Golden Light Technique Faso, and Merit +20,000. Ding! Issuing a new mission, exterminate the real culprits behind the scenes and transcend the spirits of the dead. Completing the mission will earn you the rewards of Taoist Jingqi Song version P90 Submachine Gun Fragment +5, Mythic Grade 5 Thunder Zhengfa 5 Thunder Rope, Tianchi Sword Ascension +1, and Merit +50,000. As the mission completion sound beep sounded in his ears, soon after, there was the beep of a new mission being released. Zhang Qingxiao was slightly stunned before his eyes violently erupted with a flash of essence. He swept a glance at the trenchcoat man's soul that had already flown dozens of meters away, before turning his head and directly addressing the crowd in the middle of the corridor. This place is no longer dangerous, so all the residents can call the police to explain the situation here. After saying that, Zhang Qingxiao took a step out. His body directly crossed the corridor balcony and leapt down from this third floor. Behind them, the crowd of anchors looked at the back of Zhang Qingxiao, who had already drifted to the ground, and each of them remained speechless for a long time, their eyes filled with awe. The audience in the live broadcast room, on the other hand, were agitated, with various pop-ups showing their admiration. Viewers in the live broadcast room, crap, worthy of being a heavenly master, so handsome. Zhang Qingxiao's speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, he had caught up with the trench-coat man. Still not afraid of death? Floating in midair, the wind-clothed man sensed the movement coming from behind him, and with a twist of his head, he saw Zhang Qingxiao, who had already come close. Seeing this, the wind-robed man could not help but reveal a grim smile. In his opinion, Zhang Qingxiao was undoubtedly seeking his own death if he dared to catch up. He didn't open his mouth either, but instead let out a cold smile, and then directly utilized all his strength and flew towards the outside of the city with the fastest speed possible. Behind him, Zhang Qingxiao's face did not change, but his speed did not slow down at all, steadily maintaining a relative distance from the wind-clothed man. Soon, Zhang Qingxiao followed the wind-coated man's soul out of the city and arrived at the outskirts. The wind-clothed man in front of him did not make any stops, and after recognizing the direction, he flew directly towards a certain location. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he followed behind without slowing down. Time passed quietly. As they continued to run, the surroundings gradually became less crowded. Eventually, Zhang Qingxiao came to an uninhabited village that had been deserted for an unknown number of years under the leadership of the Windbreaker. If you have the guts, keep following. Upon seeing the uninhabited village, a sinister to the extreme smile appeared on the wind-coated man's face. He twisted his head and glanced at Zhang Qingxiao as if he was provoking, before flying directly towards the uninhabited village ahead. Is this the place? Behind him, Zhang Qingxiao's steps lurched and his brows frowned slightly. Just by approaching this uninhabited village in front of him, he had already sensed an extremely evil aura from it. Evil magic. In this uninhabited village, someone was practicing evil arts. And with the appearance of the trench coat man as well as Zhang Qingxiao, the surroundings of the uninhabited village instantly became dim. A black aura shot up into the sky. In the midst of the black gas, the figure of a wandering evil spirit gradually appeared, each of them hideous and terrifying, emitting oozing roars. They stared intently at Zhang Qingxiao outside the village, their eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness. However, as the trenchcoat man's soul approached the uninhabited village, these wandering souls and wild ghosts were like rats seeing a cat. They all dodged towards the side and did not dare to stop them in the slightest. These wandering souls and evil ghosts seem to be very afraid of the man in Windbreaker, even if the other party is now the body of the soul, but also do not dare to make the slightest mistake. Seeing this, the man in Windbreaker just snorted coldly, and then directly flew into the village. However, as he was leaving, he still glanced back at Zhang Qingxiao in an incomparably provocative manner, and the meaning in his eyes was obvious. He was worried that Zhang Qingxiao would be deterred by the sight of the uninhabited village and would not dare to enter it, so he provoked and stimulated Zhang Qingxiao to follow him into the uninhabited village as well. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qingxiao at the back could not help but helplessly shake his head. The trench coat man had also overestimated the person behind him. The district was just an uninhabited village. Since he dared to follow him, he could possibly retreat here. Zhang Qingxiao swept his gaze over the wandering evil spirits outside the village before directly stepping out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Although these wandering souls and evil spirits were afraid of the trench coat man, they were not afraid of Zhang Qingxiao at all. After seeing that Zhang Qingxiao also wanted to enter the village, those wandering souls and evil spirits that were scattered instantly gathered together and then directly attacked Zhang Qingxiao. Seek death. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qingxiao's gaze condensed as his killing intent grew. These wandering souls and evil spirits really couldn't tell the difference between a king and a queen. Thinking about this, Zhang Qingxiao's hand made a move, and golden light surged within his body, directly condensing a golden light pistol. Without hesitation, he backhanded a gun and fired it point blank at these wandering souls and evil spirits. Bang bang bang. The sound of the gun shook the ears and tongues of fire erupted. As the magazines emptied, several evil ghosts directly flew away in miserable screams. This scene directly scared the surrounding wandering evil spirits that were foolishly trying to move. The threat of death silenced them, not daring to take another step forward, let alone blocking Zhang Qingxiao from entering the village. Seeing that all these ghosts and monsters were honest, a cold smile surfaced at the corner of Zhang Qingxiao's mouth before he took a step towards the village. At the same time, in an abandoned house in the center of the village, an old man with pale white hair, wearing a strange black robe and exuding an evil aura, sat cross-legged. In front of the old man, a bizarre formation was carved, and on top of the formation were densely covered with various strange black runes. And in the center of the formation, a shadowy soul that exuded a terrifying aura was continuously condensing and growing. Surrounding it were countless unjust souls emitting ear-piercing screams as they struggled frantically, but they simply couldn't escape the binding of the formation and could only be hardened and refined by the old man, reduced to feeding the Yin soul. Not bad, not bad. As long as some more time passes, this Ghost King will be accomplished. The old man sitting cross-legged carefully surveyed the Yin soul at the center of the formation, a smile of satisfaction appearing on his face. He had gone to great lengths to capture so many unjust souls for refining, with the aim of cultivating a Ghost King. As long as he succeeded in cultivating a Ghost King Eater, he would be able to directly seize the body of the Ghost King. At that time, he would be able to completely get rid of all the limitations of the human physical body, break the longevity bondage, and achieve immortality. At that time, the world would be so large that he would be able to roam at will. Thinking about this, the smile on the old man's face grew brighter and brighter, as if he had already seen the scene of his future looking down upon all beings and dominating the world. And just at this moment, however, a small sound suddenly came from the air, and an illusory figure barged straight into the house. The trenchcoat man was pleasantly surprised to see the old man sitting cross-legged in the room and flew straight towards the old man. The old man was stunned, thought it was some ungrateful wandering ghost, and subconsciously grabbed it with a big hand, directly grabbing it in his hand, intending to refine it into the Ghost King's sustenance. "Grandpa, have mercy, it's me." Seeing that the old man was about to refine himself without saying a word, the Windbreaker man was so anxious that he hurriedly opened his mouth to beg for mercy. With these words, the old man's movements in his hands came to an abrupt halt. The next second, after the old man's gaze landed on the wind-clothed man, he instantly became furious. Who the hell is it? How dare you make the old man's grandson look like this? Simply doesn't want to live. The old man looked at his grandson, who was already a soul body in his hands, his eyes almost spitting fire, and the evil aura on his body instantly rose high, filling the entire house. "Good grandson, where is your physical body? You tell Grandpa, what is going on? Just who destroyed your physical body? Just who is it that dares to touch the old man's grandson?" The killing intent in the old man's eyes was revealed as he opened his mouth in a cold voice and inquired. He was originally extremely protective of his grandson. Back then, when his grandson was publicly refuted in school, and the school even threatened to expel him, the old man directly condoned his grandson's arson and murder. If there is not the old man secretly help that fire, it is not possible to directly let so many teachers and students lost their lives. It could be said that the old man was the real murderer. His level of doting on his grandson had reached a twisted point, now seeing his own grandson being murdered, destroying his physical body and leaving his soul alone. The old man was seething with rage, itching to go out and go on a killing spree right now. And seeing that his own grandfather's mood swings were so drastic, the Windbreaker man didn't hesitate and directly opened his mouth to complain. "Grandpa, it was a young man who killed me with a gun," the Windbreaker man said pitifully, his eyes full of aggression. Upon hearing this, the old man, whose anger value was originally bursting at the seams, however, gave a violent start, and then his brows instantly tightened. "Good grandson, what did you say? Someone killed you with a gun?" Strong doubts surfaced on the old man's face. This shouldn't be His own grandson's physical body was one that he had personally refined. It was a half-ghost body. Its defense was beyond imagination, so it was reasonable to say that it was impossible for a firearm to injure its life. Seeing his grandfather's face full of puzzlement, the man in the Windbreaker didn't hide it and continued to speak. "Grandpa, the evil person who killed me, used a Barrett sniper rifle with terrifying power. And that bullet seems to specialize in restraining the power of evil. I was hit by 2 shots, and my half-ghost body was directly destroyed." Even up to this moment, the trenchcoat man was still scared when he recalled the terrifying power of that Barrett bullet. That was simply the nemesis of people like them who practiced evil arts. While hearing his own grandson's words, the old man's tightly wrinkled brows did not half stretch. He looked at his own grandson and opened his mouth to inquire, "Where is the other party? Also, how did you escape? The people are right outside." The trenchcoat man answered honestly, "That person is very arrogant. He asked me to lead the way and wants to deal with you." The wind-clothed man was a little afraid to lock eyes with his own grandfather, deeply afraid that the latter would chastise him. After all, he had been killed by someone else, and now he had even brought the other party to his lair. However, after hearing the wind-clothed man's words, the old man didn't have the intention of chastising him. Instead, killing opportunities filled his eyes and his aura became incomparably berserk. Good. Truly arrogant to the extreme. How dare you chase me to my doorstep? If the old man doesn't whip you into shape and break your body into pieces, I'll write my name backwards." The old man laughed back in anger, killing intent evident in his voice. He rose up boldly, wanting to go out and bring his grandson's murderer to death. But just at this time, the trenchcoat man, who was already a soul body, coldly but suddenly came. "Grandpa, be careful, that evil man, he seems to know lightning magic. His hands can release thunder arcs, the power is somewhat terrifying." At these words, the old man's body instantly froze. Thunder magic? These two words caused a flash of bad thoughts to arise violently in the old man's heart. He quickly turned his head and asked his grandson, "Wait, good grandson, can you see what kind of attire and dress that person is wearing?" This question from the old man seemed abrupt, making the trenchcoat man somewhat uncertain. However, it still answered honestly. "Dress? That person was dressed in a purple robe." "Old man, lay fa? Purple robe? This can't be the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master, right?" The old man instantly numb. "This damn have seen pit father, have not seen pit grandfather ah." Although the old man is quite confident in his own strength, in the evil cultivators also boast a place, the strength of many peers recognized. But this time the opponent is a bit different ah. Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master, this name alone is enough to make all the evil cultivators fear 3 times. The old man is also afraid. That is the leader of the sect, the person who is in charge of the Taoist sect. Although his own strength was not weak, he was not arrogant enough to be compared to the leader of the righteous sect. "Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Are you recognizing the said evil man?" And seeing the old man frozen in place without moving, the trenchcoat man who had been reduced to a soul opened his mouth as if to inquire. This directly gave the old man dry silence, not knowing how to answer. "It is you who led the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master here?" It was just that the expression he looked at his own grandson appeared extraordinarily complicated, making the latter feel a bit puzzled. And just at this time, outside, after entering the uninhabited village, Zhang Qingxiao directly released his senses and probed the entire uninhabited village. Soon, his gaze froze and all of his attention was focused on the location in the center of the village. "Is that the lair? It's really unscrupulous." Looking in the direction of the village center, Zhang Qingxiao subconsciously narrowed his eyes. After which, he directly took a step, his figure instantly spanning a distance of 100 meters. In a few steps, Zhang Qingxiao had already arrived before an abandoned house. Such a dense evil aura, this is undoubtedly the place. Zhang Qingxiao slightly raised his eyelids and swept a glance towards the abandoned house in front of him. And then, he directly stepped out, and lightning ons began to appear in his hands. Zzz. Countless thunder arcs appeared out of thin air and then intertwined crazily, eventually condensing into a thunderball above Zhang Qingxiao's palm. Palm heart thunder. At this time, Zhang Qingxiao's figure had already arrived at the entrance of the small courtyard of the house, and then without saying anything, the palm lightning in his hand directly blasted towards the closed courtyard door. Boom! Ka-ching! Accompanied by a booming sound, the courtyard door shattered in response and turned into a field of debris. Damn! Surprisingly, they came to the door so quickly. Inside the house, hearing the commotion outside, the old man's heart instantly trembled and his face changed wildly. He hadn't even prepared himself in his heart, and the other party had already made a doorstep visit. "Grandpa, that evil person has come to the door." Behind him, the trenchcoat man was startled and hurriedly hid behind the old man, cowering. Seeing his grandson in such a wimpy state, the old man's heart was in a bad mood. He had the heart to scold this pitiful thing a few times, but he could only swallow the words as they came out of his mouth. In the end, the old man sighed quietly, and then directly opened the door to the room. This is all his own sins. No matter how bad the good grandson is, he is still his own grandson. Creak! As the door slowly opened, a slightly aged face was directly revealed in the dimly lit room. Zhang Qingxiao's original forward pace slightly lurched, his eyes directly locking onto the old face in front of him. And the moment the other party saw Zhang Qingxiao's appearance, he was first slightly stunned, and then his eyes shone brightly. This heavenly master, it seemed to be a bit too young. If one were to say that at the beginning, when he learned that his grandson had said that the person who had killed him was most likely the purple-robed heavenly master of Manhwa Mountain, the old man's heart was in despair. Especially after knowing that the other party had already come to his door, the old man had even more mixed feelings, feeling that he had been punked by his grandson. The Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master was known as the leader of the righteous sect, and his strength was unfathomable. Even if the old man considered himself to be the leader amongst the evil cultivators, when faced with this kind of existence, he felt that he simply did not have the slightest hope of victory. However, when he saw that the purple-robed Taoist actually had a face that was a little too young, the old man's original hanging heart couldn't help but relax a few points. Old man, too young. Looking at his appearance, he was only in his 20s. Fortunately, the moment he saw Zhang Qingxiao, the old man let out a sigh of relief. If the visitor was someone of the same age with a purple robe, the old man would definitely turn around and leave without the slightest stop. because he knew that there was an old celestial master on Longhu Mountain, whose magic power was heavenly and respected by the whole world. Facing that kind of existence, he had no chance of winning. But now came unexpectedly a young man, which let the old man instantly heart lively up. Longhu Mountain Tianshi, this is a new generation? Since it is a hare or not yet fully grown Tianshi, then they are still afraid of what? The old man was instantly tranquilized and looked at Zhang Qingxiao with murderous intent in his gaze. Kid, you are really bold. Not only did you kill my good grandson, but you even dared to come to the door. Could it be that you shocked the old man as if he was made of clay? The two men looked at each other across the room. The old man, who had no more psychological burden, was the first to open his mouth and spoke angrily to each other. Let me ask you, why did you kill my grandson? If you can't give the old man a reasonable explanation today, then you'll stay here forever, right? The old man was cross-eyed, his tone of voice was stern, and his body was overbearing, rather like the posture of an evil cultivator's big brother. This appearance caused the trenchcoat man behind him to look blankly. He stared at his own grandfather with a puzzled face, always feeling that the old man's face had flipped faster than a book today. Earlier, he was still in a fearful manner, but now he was being overbearing and asking for people's lives. The whole thing was like a savant. The trenchcoat man was somewhat unable to understand, but seeing that his own grandfather was standing up for himself, the wind-clothed man was still overjoyed and excitedly hid behind the old man and said loudly, "Grandpa, it's this kid, help me kill him. Since he destroyed my flesh, I want this flesh of his." The trenchcoat man had a resentful look on his face as he rushed towards his old man to make his claim clear. Upon hearing this, the old man instantly looked Zhang Qingxiao up and down before nodding his head slightly and said indifferently, "Yes." The tone was flat, as if everything was under control. On the opposite side, hearing that the old man as well as the trenchcoat man seemed to have already sentenced himself to death, Zhang Qingxiao's face did not change a bit. He only lightly swept a glance at the wind-coated man's soul that was hiding behind him, before shifting his gaze to the old man. "Your grandson has committed many evil deeds and killed innocents indiscriminately, not only killing people, but also refining souls. Such sins should be executed. Since the poor Taoist has encountered him, it is naturally impossible to keep him." Zhang Qingxiao spoke plainly, his tone mixed with a touch of unquestioning. While hearing this, the old man in a black robe snorted a little. "What a joke! What my grandson wants to do, that's our family matter. When is it your turn to be in charge of a yellow-mouthed child? Kid, do you know that it's very easy to lose one's life when a dog takes a rat and meddles in other people's business?" The old man grimaced, his gaze fixed dead center on Zhang Qingxiao, and his words were as threatening as they could be. However, in the face of what the old man said, Zhang Qingxiao's heart did not ripple and his face did not change. "In the boundaries blessed by my Dragon Tiger Mountain, a group of filthy people who only know evil ways, how dare they show off? Dragon Tiger Mountain will see one and kill one." Zhang Qingxiao's gaze was like an old pool, calm and wave-free. However, the words he uttered were overbearing to the extreme, with killing intent. While hearing what Zhang Qingxiao said, the old man could not help but laugh in anger. "Ha ha ha ha, good, it's really good." The old man stared at Zhang Qingxiao with a shadowy gaze and laughed coldly, a touch of powerful confidence appearing on his face. "Milky little child, the old man is not afraid to tell you that if you, the old heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, were to personally hit the door, the old man would turn his head and leave without saying a word. But you, a brat with big words, since you've come, then stay, and make amends to the old man's grandson." The old man opened his mouth sorrowfully, his body's black aura austere, his eyes even more murderous. The reason why he wasted his words so much, he only wanted to probe a bit, to determine if any old undead from the previous generation of Longhu Mountain had followed him. Now that the situation has been grasped by all, the old man naturally could not be merciful. "Ghost slave, tear him alive for me." The old man made a big move, and a thick black gas immediately filled his hand, condensing into some bizarre runes in the void. The next second, the sound of breaking air quietly arrived. Whoosh! A shadowy soul that emitted a terrifying ghostly aura directly rushed out of the room and floated in the void, directly locking onto Zhang Qingxiao. This was precisely the ghost that the old man had just refined. A terrifying existence at the realm of the Ghost King. The appearance of the Ghost King caused Zhang Qingxiao's eyelids to slightly raise, and his face took on more than a touch of surprise. He somewhat did not expect that this unimpressive old man in front of him was actually keeping a Ghost King. Although it was only at the half-step Ghost King realm and was still a bit short of truly stepping into that realm, it was not to be underestimated. "Kill him." And just as Zhang Qingxiao was sizing up the Ghost King, the old man was directly ordering. Whoosh! Instantly, the Ghost King flew directly towards Zhang Qingxiao, so fast that it was almost instantaneous. Good guts! Zhang Qingxiao was not afraid in the slightest, and he did not panic in the face of danger. Seeing the Ghost King's attack, his gaze condensed, and instantly lightning wands appeared in his hands. Heavenly thunder rises in the sky, minds travel through the earth. Divine thunder moves the 5 mountains, water thunder rises in the 4 seas. This year, the thunder rises quickly, the secret line of the 5K numbers, the thunderbolt lends divine power. Wherever the talisman reaches, 10,000 evils dare not arise. Hastily as the law order, the incantation surged in his heart, and Zhang Qingxiao's palm was instantly densely covered in thunder. 5 Thunder Palm. Zhang Qingxiao's expression was serious as he slapped out his palm at the running Ghost King. In an instant, the 5 thunders bloomed, and the terrifying power of thunder and lightning blasted straight towards the Ghost King. Brush. However, facing the 5 thunders palm of the evil nemesis, the Ghost King took a step, and then his body's evil chi surged, completely shrouding his entire body. Immediately afterward, the Ghost King similarly slapped out his palm, and the black chi surged. Boom! The two diametrically opposed energies collided together, instantly producing a deafening explosion. The void shook. The horrifying energy aftermath set off gusts of wind, causing the robes on Zhang Qingxiao as well as the old man to hunt and rattle. Under one strike, the Ghost King's incoming momentum came to an abrupt halt and was directly knocked back by Zhang Qingxiao's palm. On the other hand, a trace of black gas appeared on Zhang Qingxiao's hand. That was the Ghost King's ghost chi. Zzz. Zhang Qingxiao had the Ghost King's ghost chi wrapped around his hand, and this thing unexpectedly had a burning effect. At the moment, it was continuously cauterizing Zhang Qingxiao's palms. Ha! Such a peculiar effect made Zhang Qingxiao couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise, and then his mind began to silently recite the golden light incantation. In an instant, the body's protective golden light surged out and converged towards the top of his palm, beginning to eliminate the bizarre ghost chi. Although this ghost chi was a bit peculiar, it could not block Zhang Qingxiao's golden light at all, and soon disappeared into thin air. Seeing this scene, the old man could not help but let out a cold laugh and said sorrowfully, "It's really true that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. A yellow-mouthed child, his skills are not small. However, since you've run into me, you won't be able to walk out of here alive today." Saying that, the old man directly pulled out a black-colored tubular object and placed it near his mouth. It was surprisingly a flute. Duck! As the old man blew the flute, a creepy and eerie flute sound instantly spread out towards the surroundings. Rustling! The sound of rustling quietly sounded. When Zhang Qingxiao looked at the sound, he saw 10 huge scorpions crawling in from outside the courtyard. These scorpions were covered in black, like battle armor inlays, and each of them was the legendary Millennium Scorpion. The scorpions were surprisingly large. One scorpion was the size of several adults. This is the old man specialized in raising poisonous scorpions. They feed on people all day long, and their ferocity is terrifying. The old man is always feeding these scorpions all kinds of horrible poisons, so as to increase its own toxicity. Its toxicity is so strong that even the immortals can't stop it. This is the old man's specialized killing weapon. After the 10 giant scorpions climbed into the courtyard, it was as if they were humane and surrounded Zhang Qingxiao. And as the old man continued to play, the sound of the flute dazzled. These 10 scorpions even cooperated with the Ghost King and launched a fierce attack on Zhang Qingxiao. This wave was really a dual attack of material and magic. If it were anyone else, they would have to be cautious of the scorpion's highly poisonous tail while also being careful of the Ghost King's pervasive attacks. I'm afraid that he would be in a mess and lose sight of the other. However, in the face of the combination of objects and laws in front of him, Zhang Qingxiao was unperturbed in the face of danger and did not have any ups and downs in his heart. And just as these scorpions and Ghost King united to launch an attack on Zhang Qingxiao, in Zhang Qingxiao's ears, the system's beep suddenly sounded. Ding! A new mission is released. The host is requested to kill the poisonous scorpions. Completion of the mission will result in Taoist Jingqi Song version P90 submachine gun fragment +4, Yellow Turban's powerhouse +1, and merit +30,000. Whoosh! As the system's beep sounded, the poison scorpion had already launched its attack brazenly. Several thick scorpion tails stung directly towards Zhang Qingxiao, their tail needles flashing with a discreet cold light. If one was stung by it, they would definitely die a violent death on the spot. Even Zhang Qingxiao did not dare to be careless. Knowing that the scorpion's tail needles were highly poisonous, Zhang Qingxiao did not intend to fight it head-on. He drew back and opened his mouth wide, his mouth suddenly reciting words. Heaven and earth, the root of all air. I have practiced for hundreds of millions of years to prove my divine power. Inside and outside the 3 worlds, only the Tao is honored. The body has a golden light, reflecting my body. I can't see, I can't hear. It encompasses heaven and earth and nourishes all living beings. I have been blessed 10,000 times, and my body is bright. I am the guardian of the 3 worlds, and I am welcomed by the 5 emperors. All the gods and goddesses worship me, and I am the servant of the thunderbolt. Ghosts and demons lose their fear, and monsters and spirits lose their forms. There is a thunderbolt inside, and the god of thunder is anonymous. Cave wisdom intersects, and the 5 airs soar. The golden light appears quickly, covering and protecting the real person. Buzz! As the golden light incantation was exited, a golden light immediately flourished above Zhang Qingxiao's body surface, directly forming a golden light barrier. As the protective golden light appeared, Zhang Qingxiao's originally retreating figure came to a violent halt. His gaze slightly condensed as he swept a glance at the poisonous scorpion that had made it out of a single strike, but had risen up to chase after him. This time, Zhang Qingxiao did not continue to retreat. Instead, he stepped forward and took the initiative to meet the attack of the group of poisonous scorpions. Ding ding ding! The angles of the poisonous scorpions' attacks were very tricky, and their scorpion tails were extremely flexible, frantically stabbing at various parts of Zhang Qingxiao's body. However, under the effect of the protective golden light, the scorpion tails seemed to have stung on a steel plate, emitting a crisp sound. The attacks of the poisonous scorpions were all blocked by Zhang Qingxiao's protective golden light, making it difficult for them to advance any further. Seeing this, a cold aura appeared in Zhang Qingxiao's eyes, only to see lightning appear above his hands, displaying the Dragon Tiger Mountain's thunder law to the fullest. Bang bang bang! For a time, the field was deafening with thunderous explosions. The poisonous scorpions were continuously lifted out amidst the explosions, and then brazenly rushed towards Zhang Qingxiao. On the other hand, the Ghost King on the side was waiting for an opportunity to move, intending to find the best time to give Zhang Qingxiao a fatal blow. The battle was very stalemate. As time passed, Zhang Qingxiao could not help but frown. Nowadays, his own thunder technique was still too weak. After a 5 thunder palm blasted a poisonous scorpion out, Zhang Qingxiao sighed quietly in his heart, and a touch of pity appeared in his eyes. The poisonous scorpion that was blown away was hit by the 5 thunder palm, but with its armor-like outer shell, it was able to block Zhang Qingxiao's thunder law attack without hurting it at all. After the poisonous scorpion was blown away, it rolled around on the ground a few times, and then climbed up from the ground again and rejoined the battlefield. It was also based on the battle with these poisonous scorpions that made Zhang Qingxiao realize the deficiencies in his own lightning techniques. Although his current lightning technique had a considerable killing power, its penetration power was not very good. Once he encountered an enemy like the 1,000-year poisonous scorpion that had a thick shell as its defense, the killing power of his lightning method would be greatly reduced. The current power of the thunder law could not penetrate these shells, and naturally, it could not deal a fatal blow to them. In the long run, it would only increase the consumption in vain. What made Zhang Qingxiao feel most upset was that these poisonous scorpions seemed to know that they were very resistant to being beaten up, so their various attacks were completely shameless. And on the side, there was also a Ghost King that harassed Zhang Qingxiao from time to time, leaving Zhang Qingxiao defenseless. Such a fighting style made one feel suffocated. Coldness grew in Zhang Qingxiao's eyes as he gradually fought with fire. Fine, relying on your thick skin, right? Zhang Qingxiao spoke angrily, and a murderous intent abruptly burst out from his eyes. His figure lurched, hard catching a tail stinger from the poisonous scorpions. And then, in a crisp sound, Zhang Qingxiao directly drew back. Immediately afterward, he was only seen leaping, unexpectedly jumping directly onto the roof aside. Trying to run? After seeing Zhang Qingxiao's actions, a cold smile immediately surfaced at the corner of the old man's mouth, who was commanding the entire situation. Trying to run away under the old man's watchful eye is simply a fool's dream. The old man's mouth-blowing movement was unceasing, the flute's killing aura was intense, urging the poisonous scorpions to chase towards Zhang Qingxiao's location. However, in the face of this scene, Zhang Qingxiao only froze with his eyes. The next second, only to see his backhand pulling out, the big sniper appeared out of thin air. Zhang Qingxiao, running? I'm just adjusting my body position. The reason why he was fighting with his bare hands, Zhang Qingxiao only wanted to test his strength. Unfortunately, the group of scorpions in front of him was too lazy, relying on that armor-like shell. He tried his best to bury his head in charge. Really think they cannot break the defense, is it? Zhang Qingxiao held the barret in his hand, and a hint of coldness flashed through his eyes. Unarmed cannot break armor. But I have a big sniper. In front of Barrett, any carbon-based creature had to recognize reality. Yellow-mouthed child, I see that you are at your wit's end, right? However, seeing Zhang Qingxiao pull out his sniper rifle, the old man holding the black flute was laughing out loud, his face covered in mockery. What? Could it be that you, Dragon Tiger Mountain, also believe in science now? However, do you think that with the firearms in your hands, you can produce an effect against these treasures of mine? The old man sneered, completely not putting Zhang Qingxiao, who was holding a large sniper in his hand, in his eyes. But Zhang Qingxiao, who heard this, only then silently lifted up his big sniper and adjusted its direction, while aiming at those 1,000-year-old poisonous scorpions. Zhang Qingxiao, whether it has any effect or not, you'll know soon after you use it. Bang! Zhang Qingxiao pulled the trigger without hesitation. With a deafening blast, the Barrett's gun body shook violently. Large-caliber bullets instantly flew out, pointing directly at one of the poisonous scorpions. Plop! The bullet entered the body without a single pause, the layer of armor-like shell, now in front of the big sniper, like tofu, completely unable to prevent Barrett's horrible penetration. Boom! Accompanied by a dull explosion, the body of the scorpion that was hit by the bullet violently trembled, and then the head directly shattered, mixed with various colors of debris splattered in all directions, disgusting to the extreme, letting people take a look at it and couldn't help but have their stomachs fluttering. One shot to death. There was no suspense at all. Even though the scorpion's defense was extremely high, it still couldn't stop the terrifying penetrating power of the big sniper. And this was just the beginning. Bang bang bang. Zhang Qingxiao's movements did not pause for a second as he pulled the trigger one after another. Accompanied by a blast that continuously stimulated the eardrums, the poisonous scorpions that had originally rushed towards the house he was in with their teeth and claws were scattered all over the place with their heads shattered like a watermelon. They were already too dead to die. Just like this, in this weird style, the old man carefully cultivated 10,000 years of poisonous scorpions, so heroic sacrifice. Heaven and earth were silent. The original face still with a mocking smile of the old man, a whole person directly frozen in place, eyes stagnant, open mouth froze, cannot spit out half a word. Behind it, has been transformed into the soul of the windbreaker man, more as if it is empathy in general. Seeing those poisonous scorpions that were shot in the head, the man in the windbreaker instantly associated himself with what he had suffered before. The death of each poisonous scorpion viciously stimulated the wind-clothed man, causing his soul body to shake, as if it would disintegrate at any moment. Master, grandfather, the poisonous scorpions are all dead. It was only after a long time that the man in windbreaker opened his mouth in horror, wanting to remind his grandfather. However, the old man who heard this was as if a knife had been stabbed in his heart, and it was an ugly face. Old man, I am not blind, is not it? Do you need to remind me that you are really useless? The old man was trembling, not because of fear, but the anger that had been pent up for a long time. Well, worthy of being the new heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, indeed has some skills. The old man has somewhat underestimated you. The old man laughed back in anger, looking at Zhang Qingxiao with killing intent in his gaze. He threw the black flute in his hand straight away, before yelling at the dumbfounded Ghost King at the side. Destroy him for me. As Zhang Qingxiao's killing of the poisoned scorpion with a large sniper in his hand just now was just too sudden, it caused the Ghost King, who had been waiting for the opportunity to move, to forget about his mission for a moment. He just froze at the side and watched the poisoned scorpions being shot in the head by Zhang Qingxiao. Now hearing the old man's bellow, the Ghost King trembled in fear and turned his body around to rush towards Zhang Qingxiao. The old man, on the other hand, was staring at Zhang Qingxiao on the rooftop with a deadly stare, and a touch of ruthlessness was suddenly added to his eyes. The gun in that brat's hands was very powerful. This was not false. He had already seen it with his own eyes. However, the old man's belief that the other party's firearms were powerful was only for carbon-based beings. For supernatural beings like ghosts, firearms were not necessarily useful. It was precisely for this reason that the old man had confidence in the Ghost King he had cultivated. Whoosh! With a sound of breaking air, the Ghost King floated and flew, instantly closing the distance between itself and Zhang Qingxiao. The poor Taoist hasn't even looked for you yet, but you sins have taken the initiative to come and send yourself to death. Seeing the approaching Ghost King, Zhang Qingxiao did not hesitate at all and raised his hand to fire a shot. Bang! The gunshot exploded, and tongues of fire erupted. The bullet was so swift that it had already come into contact with the Ghost King's body in an instant. Bear! Originally, the soul body belonged to an illusory thing, and it was difficult for ordinary solid attacks to affect it. However, the 9-character Barrett was not a mortal object from the body of the gun to the bullet, but rather, it had gone through a heaven-defying existence that had the ability to kill both objects and laws. As soon as the bullet touched the Ghost King's soul body, it was like hitting a layer of film, directly leaving a large hole on top of the Ghost King's soul body. Ah! The soul body was instantly pierced through, and the Ghost King's original movements of rushing towards Zhang Qingxiao instantly came to a screeching halt. Accompanied by a mournful scream that resounded through the heavens and the earth, the Ghost King came fast and went fast, and was directly sent flying dozens of meters backward by the shot, almost smashing into the ground. Above his soul body, the horrifying burning sensation caused gusts of black smoke to emanate from it. It was this bizarre spell damage that caused the Ghost King to be in pain, his soul body constantly shaking. Below, the original confidence on the old man's face had disappeared in favor of thick disbelief. Old man, this is not scientific. Zhang Qingxiao, dumbfounded. Old man. Poor Tao, this big sniper object law double kill. Do you know what it means to kill both objects and methods? On the roof, Zhang Qingxiao swept a glance at the old man before focusing his gaze on the Ghost King, with a touch of surprise in his eyes. One shot didn't kill him? Zhang Qingxiao was slightly surprised in his heart and more or less felt a bit of pity. Surprisingly, he didn't finish off this Ghost King with a single shot, wasting a bullet for nothing. After 3 seconds of pain, Zhang Qingxiao decisively switched bullets. Since the Heavenly Thunder bullet of 10 merits a shot was ineffective, it would be replaced with a more powerful one. 5 Thunder Ghost Piercing Bullet. This thing was 100 merit per round, so it should be a safe bet against the Ghost King. With a slight movement of the mind, 100 merits were directly deducted. And Zhang Qingxiao also had an extra special 12.7mm caliber bullet in his hand. Pressing the bullet into the magazine, Zhang Qingxiao turned the gun around and locked onto the Ghost King once again. Zhang Qingxiao, come. Just now, that peanut had a bad taste. Eat another one now, it's guaranteed to be crunchy and flavorful. Below, sensing the blackened muzzle of the gun aimed at him again, the Ghost King went numb with fear directly throughout. Ghost King, no. You fucking still come? Speaking of martial arts, Nima. What the hell is this outrageous big sniper, The old man directly bung-boo live. Eyes round, full of a look of a ghost expression. This Nima Taoist play technology would have been outrageous enough. Who would have thought that this fucking technology is also a magic weapon, The old man indicated that the person was very numb. He raised his hand and was ready to directly recall his carefully cultivated Ghost King. The thing in that kid's hand was too evil, the Ghost King was no match for him, and the old man didn't want to see the Ghost King, who had spent countless hours of his own hard work, just hiccup away. Unfortunately, by the time he realized the severity of the problem, it was already too late. On the roof, Zhang Qingxiao's finger moved slightly and slowly pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced through the air, carrying a terrifying might and shooting straight at the Ghost King. The speed was so fast that the latter did not have time to make any reaction and was directly hit. Ka-ching! Accompanied by an explosive sound, the 5 thunder-piercing ghost bullet exploded with the 5 thunders power contained in it the instant it came into contact with the Ghost King's soul body. The berserk 5 thunders power instantly spread out, covering the Ghost King's circumference as if it were a gangrene on his bones. This most rigid and masculine is the nemesis of all evil things in the world, and the intense burning sensation it produced directly caused the Ghost King to uncontrollably let out a gust of wails. With a burst of smoke, the Ghost King's screams continued to diminish until they disappeared. A generation of Ghost King, this soul flew away, ashes flew away. No! Below, the old man stared with wide eyes wide with rage, various emotions intertwined in his eyes. There was shock, anger, unwillingness, and remorse. How could he not have expected that the young heavenly master that his grandson had messed with was such a demon? Had he known this, he should have given up on this place without hesitation in the beginning. The old man's heart was dripping blood as he watched the Ghost King that he had carefully cultivated for many years die under Zhang Qingxiao's gun just like that. But more than that, it was fear. This young man was too bizarre to be defeated. Thoughts surged in the old man's mind. Where was there any intention to fight again? He had already wimped out, intending to flee. But just when he had the intention to retreat, a gunshot woke him up instantly. A bullet directly pierced through the void, almost next to the right side of the old man's face towards the back. Accompanied by a miserable scream, the soul of the colorful trenchcoat man who had been hiding in the back directly flew away. This scene directly extinguished all thoughts in the old man's mind. His heart trembled furiously, and he violently knelt on the ground with a thud, his forehead sweating coldly as he crazily begged for mercy. Spare my life. Heavenly Master, spare my life. I beg Heavenly Master to let me live. The old man will definitely be a cow or a horse. The old man kowtowed while begging Zhang Qingxiao to spare his life. But it was already too late. Before the old man could finish his words, a gunshot came directly. The bullet instantly struck the old man's eyebrow and then directly exploded. On the roof, looking at the old man's headless body collapsing, Zhang Qingxiao's face was expressionless and his heart did not stir up any waves. This old man was ruthless and did not know how many innocent lives he had brutalized. Just based on the school fire back then, it would be enough for their grandparents and grandchildren to die 100 times over. Not to mention that in order to cultivate poisonous scorpions and evil things like the Ghost King over the years, there was no telling how many more murders he had caused. This kind of person, absolutely impossible to let him continue to survive in the world. As for the wandering ghosts in the uninhabited village that the old man had taken into custody, except for some of the evil ghosts that had killing sins on them that were directly resolved by Zhang Qingxiao, the others he directly carried out transcendence, sending these innocent souls to the afterlife. And after doing all this, a system beep came to Zhang Qingxiao's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, successfully killing the real culprit behind the scene and transcending the dead souls. Receiving rewards of Taoist Jingqi Song version P90 submachine gun fragment +5, Mythic grade 5 Thunder Orthodox Technique 5 Thunder Rope, Celestial Master Sword Ascension +1, and Merit +50,000. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, successfully killing the poisonous scorpion. Receive the rewards, Taoist Jingqi Song version P90 submachine gun fragment +4, Yellow Turban Soldier +1, Merit +30,000. Note, the rewards have been issued, please collect them in time for the host. Hearing the voice of the Unity Sun, Zhang Qingxiao smiled faintly, his attention first falling onto the Daodor Jingqi Song Edition P90 submachine gun fragments. These fragments had already gathered 10 pieces and could synthesize the completed P90 submachine gun. Zhang Qingxiao moved his thoughts slightly and directly synthesized it. Ding! The Taoist Jingqi Edition P90 submachine gun has been successfully synthesized. Is it extracted? Extract! Buzz! Along with a flash of light, in front of Zhang Qingxiao, a strangely shaped submachine gun began to materialize. The P90 submachine gun's exterior design was vastly different from ordinary submachine guns. At first glance, holding this submachine gun in one's hand, it was hard for one to think that it was a submachine gun. However, it is such an oddly shaped submachine gun, but it is equipped with a magazine that can hold 50 rounds of ammunition, and its unique internal structure allows the P90 to empty the magazine in just 4 seconds. Coupled with the good penetration effect of its bullets, as well as its ergonomic design, the P90 was simple to use and lightweight, yet powerful. The Jingqi version of the P90 in Zhang Qingxiao's hands was not much different from the ordinary one in terms of its appearance. However, on top of the pitch-black body of the gun, it was engraved with the Taoist Jingqi song. Heaven and earth have positive qi, mixed with flowing forms. Below is the river and mountains, above is the sun and stars. In the people is said to be vast, Peihua Sate Song Wei. The royal road when the Qingyi, containing and spitting Mingting. The time poor section is to see, one by one hanging Dan Qing. Taoist Jingqi song, is the former Taoist big man Wenshan Taoist made. This song contains the heaven and earth vast and righteousness, endless, restrain all the evil spirits in the world. The Jingqi song version of the P90's gun body was densely covered with the Taoist sex Jingqi song, which contained a powerful positive qi energy, and together with the special bullets, it was able to easily restrain the enemy even when facing a huge number of evils. Good stuff. After reading the introduction, Zhang Qingxiao had a wide smile on his face. Whether it was the golden light pistol from before or the 9 characters Barrett later on, although these firearms were good in terms of power, they were still a bit overstretched when facing large-scale evil spirits. But now with the Jingqi song version of the P90, then Zhang Qingxiao had the strength to fight 1 against 100. He was not afraid to fight alone, nor was he afraid to fight in a group. After briefly playing with P90, Zhang Qingxiao suppressed the urge to find a place where evil spirits gathered to try out the effect, and then began to check out the other rewards. 5 Thunder Rope. This was one of the divine abilities among the 5 Thunder positive techniques. Once the caster succeeds in practicing it, he or she can utilize the power of the 5 Thunders to condense the 5 Thunder chains or weave the 5 Thunder nets. This method has a mass killing effect and is very suitable for group battles. Celestial Master Sword Spirit Upgrade. After using it, the quality of the Celestial Master Sword can be upgraded by 1 notch. It is a one-time consumable. Whether to use Celestial Master Sword Spirit Upgrade? Use. Buzz. With a slight movement of Zhang Qingxiao's thoughts, the Heavenly Master Sword Spirit Upgrade reward issued by the system directly transformed into a ray of light that merged into the Heavenly Master Sword. Zhang Qingxiao was able to clearly perceive that the entire Heavenly Master Sword violently trembled, and then a cold aura appeared above the sword body for a while. The sharpness of the aura was revealed. Although this kind of reward was a one-time consumable item, the effect was obvious. The Tianshi sword has undergone a qualitative change. Whether it is the texture or the spiritual power contained within it, it is on a higher level. Holding the Tianshi sword and gently pulling a few sword blossoms, Zhang Qingxiao nodded slightly, satisfied with the upgraded Tianshi. Putting away the Heavenly Master Sword, Zhang Qingxiao's gaze fell onto the last reward. The Yellow Turban Force. This thing had an extraordinary origin. This was the legendary Heavenly Court Rex. It was a forceful laborer in the Heavenly Court, and also belonged to the ranks of the Heavenly Soldiers and Generals, but because of their immense strength, they were responsible for all the forceful work in the Heavenly Court. In the Heavenly Court, according to the strength of the force, divided into 4 levels: yellow turbans, red turbans, silver turbans, and golden turbans. In the Heavenly Court, the golden turbans have the most terrifying strength. It was a first-class divine general in the Heavenly Court, an existence comparable to a top war general. The strength of a golden turban Rex was so terrifying that it could hold the sky with both hands. Therefore, the golden turban Rex is also known as the prime Heavenly Rex. Although the yellow turbans were at the end of the Heavenly Court's Rex hierarchy, their strength could also move mountains and fill up the sea. Looking at the entire Earth, the yellow turban Rexes were completely sufficient. After reading the introduction, Zhang Qingxiao directly summoned the yellow turban Rex to see if its strength was the same as the introduction. Thud! As a yellow light appeared, a majestic warrior with a rigid and mute face appeared in front of Zhang Qingxiao. There was no need for Zhang Qingxiao to open his mouth. The yellow scarf warrior already knew what he meant and directly stomped his foot towards the ground. Instantly, the muffled sound was like thunder. Within a radius of 100 meters, the ground trembled continuously, and the abandoned houses around it shook and dust rose in all directions. And in the place where the yellow turban warrior stomped his foot, the ground had already cracked and collapsed, countless cracks spreading out towards the surroundings. Just such a simple action made Zhang Qingxiao's eyelids jump. What a fierce man! Worthy of being a legendary heavenly court Rex, this strength, it was truly as terrifying as it was. Without having to show too much at all, Zhang Qingxiao had already recognized the strength of the yellow turbine warrior. Afterwards, Zhang Qingxiao's gaze landed on top of those poisonous scorpion corpses around him. If ordinary people saw this thing, they would probably avoid it. However, in Zhang Qingxiao's eyes, these poisonous scorpion corpses still had a lot of value. This was because he had already seen the scorpion wine in the system mall, which was similar to using scorpions as a cue for medicine. The scorpion thing has the effect of calming the wind and stopping spasms, attacking the poison and dispersing knots, and relieving pain through the collaterals. It is suitable for patients with rheumatism and paralysis, headache, and all kinds of sores and swollen poisons. The scorpions in front of him were carefully cultivated for better effects and high medicinal value. Zhang Qingxiao naturally did not intend to waste them, and was prepared to bring all of these scorpion carcasses back to Longhu Mountain to brew medicinal wine. However, these scorpions were huge and weighed more than 1,000 pounds, not to mention the ordinary people, even the cultivators. It would be difficult to take all these scorpions away at once. It was good that Zhang Qingxiao had obtained a yellow turban's warrior, otherwise he would have to make it difficult. With such a free laborer, it would be a waste to use it. Zhang Qingxiao directly asked the yellow turbans to clean up the mess and take all the scorpions with them. When the yellow turban soldier saw these 1,000-pound scorpions, his expression remained mute, not a single change at all. It was only after hearing Zhang Qingxiao's command that his figure suddenly grew a few points, and then he directly barricaded those scorpion corpses together. With a single lift of his big hand, the yellow turban warrior lifted the pile of scorpions weighing more than 10,000 pounds and carried it on his shoulder, and then stood steadily on the sidelines like nobody's business, waiting for Zhang Qingxiao's command. This scene saw the corners of Zhang Qingxiao's mouth twitch. As expected, he was an existence capable of moving mountains and reclaiming the sea, not joking at all. Letting the yellow turbans leave with these scorpions, Zhang Qingxiao narrowed his eyes and swept a glance at the uninhabited village, then directly took out his cell phone and called the police. The spirits of the dead in this place had already been transcended, but there were many corpses buried underneath this land. This only involved countless cases, so the police were needed to deal with the latter. And when the nearby police department received a call and learned the truth about the uninhabited village, all the police personnel were still sitting still, the first time they rushed to the uninhabited village without stopping. When the police officers arrived at No Man's Village, the originally cold and bleak No Man's Village had gradually warmed up and no longer had the creepy feeling it once had. Zhang Qingxiao has already left, and did not deal with the police together with the latter, and even it's reported to the police even his identity name did not disclose. However, the police were all relieved to learn that the culprit had already been brought to justice. Some of the cases had been pressed for 10 or 20 years, and now they could finally be closed. Based on Zhang Qingxiao's reminder on the phone, the police dug out the bodies of those who had disappeared for a long time from the underground of the uninhabited village. Involving so many lives and countless disappearances, the news could not be covered up at all. And the police had no intention of keeping it under wraps, and directly notified the entire internet of this mega incident. The police also publicly thanked the unnamed people who provided assistance. Such a large case for the whole network notification, want not to attract the attention of netizens are difficult. Soon, the relevant topics quickly rushed to the hot search, topping the hot search list of major platforms. The netizens were in an uproar, strongly condemning the executed murderer. At the same time, everyone was curious about the identity of that anonymous alarm enthusiast. After all, to be able to involve so many people's lives, enough to show that the murderer is definitely a vicious generation. And the anonymous person was able to report to the police unharmed, which is not something that ordinary people can do. And so, driven by the curiosity of the netizens, someone finally discovered the end. #shocked. A zealous citizen, it's actually him. Soon an eye-catching topic appeared directly on the major platforms. And when countless netizens heard about it and came to explore the truth, the whole network shook for a while. Previously those death-defying adventure anchors in the abandoned school's live broadcast video had long been uploaded to the internet by many netizens. In the live broadcast, the scene where Zhang Qingxiao killed the trenchcoat man was captured accurately, as well as the footage of Zhang Qingxiao chasing out of the school in the back. Thus, there were soon people who connected the two together in a small way. The man in Windbreaker was destroyed by the Heavenly Master. Then, the identity of that so-called enthusiastic citizen had been revealed. So it's him, my charming dragon tiger Heavenly Master. Well. If the zealous citizen is the Celestial Master, then everything makes perfect sense. The Cyber Celestial Master is no blowhard. You guys, look at the way the Celestial Master is holding the big sniper. Does it look like the humongous bandit of the century? That's an exaggeration. Celestial Master is very kind. It's true, the Heavenly Master told us to believe in science. Nima is outrageous. The Taoist Heavenly Master is holding a Barrett. This picture is as funny as it gets. Heavenly Master, times have changed, we have to keep up with the times. Heavenly Master, I'm crying to death. This is the kind of demon subduing that I have in mind. May I ask if there is a link to the Longhu Mountain magic weapon? I want to buy some to calm down the evil spirits. Is that what you want to do? You touch your conscience and ask. The Heavenly Master is bullish. On top of the major social platforms, when the official notification of the mega case was linked with the live video of the adventure anchor, the worship of the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master in the hearts of countless netizens was once again elevated by 1 degree. There was no way, it was hard not to love the cyber celestial master who was keeping up with the times. As for the sensation on the internet, Zhang Qingxiao, who was the person involved, was simply unaware of it. After leaving No Man's Village, Zhang Qingxiao once again returned to the abandoned school that had once suffered an inhumane fire. Here, there was still a group of unjust souls eagerly waiting for their revenge to be avenged. Whoosh! As soon as Zhang Qingxiao appeared in the middle of the school, countless ghosts instantly drifted in from all directions and surrounded Zhang Qingxiao. They were in awe of Zhang Qingxiao, but their eyes were mixed with a strong color of anticipation, and even if they could open their mouths, their inner thoughts were already fully expressed on their faces. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qingxiao could not help but sigh quietly. They were all pitiful people. Don't worry, the true culprit of that year has already been executed. Zhang Qingxiao slowly opened his mouth, a hint of compassion mixed in his voice. Really? My great revenge has been avenged? As Zhang Qingxiao's words left his mouth, all the unjust souls were shaken, and a flash of bewilderment appeared on their faces. They murmured, not knowing whether they were questioning Zhang Qingxiao or consoling themselves. After a long time, a mournful cry rose and fell. Woo-woo, after holding up for so many years, has the great revenge finally been avenged? Dad, Mom, son, daughter, misses you so much. Woo-woo, I'm still so young, I have a future, I really don't want to die. I still have so many things I haven't experienced, but I don't have the chance anymore. Mom and Dad, I'll repay you both for raising me in the next life. In the middle of the school, a group of unjust souls wept. Most of them were children who originally had an infinitely bright future, but because of the murderer's heartlessness, they innocently lost their lives. They had held on for so many years without going to hell to reincarnate, but they only hoped that one day they would meet a capable person with a compassionate heart, who would be able to avenge their deaths. Now, they waited. The whimpering in the middle of the school lasted for several minutes, and eventually, all the unjust souls silently glanced at each other before they all knelt down towards Zhang Qingxiao. Many thanks to Heavenly Master for avenging us. The words were true, and their voices shot straight up into the clouds, resounding through the heavens and earth. At this moment, the sky was clear and the sky was cloudless for miles. A radiant divine light descended from the sky, directly dropping down onto Zhang Qingxiao. At this moment, Zhang Qingxiao was as if he had completed his merits and was undoubtedly the same as an immortal god. Facing the kneeling thanks from the crowd of unjust souls, Zhang Qingxiao nodded slightly and accepted the gift openly. Gentlemen, people have the human way, and ghosts have the ghost way. As expected, it's time to leave. There's no need to turn back on the road to the afterlife. The dust of the past is gone, there's no need to covet it. Zhang Qingxiao slowly opened his mouth, his voice was not loud, but it accurately fell into the ears of all the unjust souls. We thank the Heavenly Master. All the unjust souls kowtowed once again. Zhang Qingxiao, on the other hand, lifted his brush to draw a talisman and recited the mantra of the past life under his breath. For a moment, the entire abandoned school was filled with golden light, and all the unjust souls, with pious faces and grateful eyes, just looked at Zhang Qingxiao, who had added merit to his body, before turning into countless golden particles that dispersed between the heavens and the earth. Zhang Qingxiao looked at this scene with a calm gaze, but his heart rippled inwardly. The so-called monks of cultivation, who received the fragrance of the living, should protect the safety and security of all living beings. This had nothing to do with duty, but rather a mission. The eerie ruins gradually became warm with the dissipation of these unjust souls. The breeze is warm and the sun is shining. In the midst of the barrenness, a little bit of vitality was gradually born. Zhang Qingxiao just quietly watched these unjust souls embark on the path to the afterlife, until he was the only one left in the large school, as well as a rather special ghost. Female ghost Suli. This ghost was different from ordinary ghosts in that it possessed a host of wisdom and was a rare ghost talent in the ghost path. Generally speaking, this kind of ghost is enlightened earlier, and is not easy to be devoured by ghost chi, and cultivates the path of ghosts extremely fast. Not only that, in the future, if it is completely open to the host wisdom, the speed of cultivation will be doubled, and the strength has a qualitative difference with the general ghosts. Such a ghost, even to the hell, as long as they are not willing to go to the next life, will be directly absorbed by the hell as a ghost talent, serving in the hell. But now that he had encountered it, Zhang Qingxiao was naturally unwilling to give up this opportunity to recruit it. Celestial Master, you left me until the end, do you have any orders? Seeing that she was the last to be overtaken, the female ghost Suli thought of something at the first moment and directly opened her mouth to inquire. At these words, Zhang Qingxiao could not help but feel a sense of emotion. As expected, she was a ghost talent with persistent wisdom. Not only was she not as muddled as the other ghosts and monsters, until herself, she still remained lucid. Rarely poor Taoist does have something to ask you. Zhang Qingxiao nodded slightly, and without beating around the bush, he spoke directly. Now, the poor Taoist can give you two choices. First, if you want to be reincarnated, then the poor Taoist will send you down to be reincarnated as a normal human being. Second, if you are unwilling to reincarnate, then the poor Taoist can let you follow the poor Taoist back to Longhu Mountain to cultivate, become a Taoist ghost cultivator, and in the future, as long as you practice diligently, you may not be able to achieve a party of ghosts in the realm of the great powers. Taoist feeding ghosts. As long as you don't take the crooked path, the ghost cultivation lineage is also allowed to exist in the Taoist sect. This Suli in front of her possesses the host wisdom, and once she becomes a ghost cultivator, her achievements will definitely not be low in the future. If he could cultivate a few helpers for Longhu Mountain, Zhang Qingxiao would naturally be happy to see it. And upon hearing Zhang Qingxiao's words, the female ghost, Suli, first looked stunned, and then a flash of excitement directly surfaced on her face. Heavenly Master, can I really? Suli opened her mouth to inquire. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao smiled faintly. There's nothing that can't be done. Thanks to Heavenly Master's favor, Suli is willing to follow Heavenly Master back to Longhu Mountain to cultivate. For today's Suli, there was nothing wrong with choosing to continue being a ghost and becoming a ghost cultivator. At least sober. If one were to reincarnate and walk on the road to the next life, one would not know how much of the past would be forgotten. At that time, would he still be himself? Muddled to relive a life, it is better to be clear and awake to finish this life. Zhang Qingxiao was not surprised by Su Li's choice. Ghosts like Su Li, who possessed the wisdom of the past, would hardly be able to directly reincarnate like ordinary ghosts and monsters. Even if it was sent into the hell, it was very likely that it would be absorbed by the hell and become a hell staff. Since you have already made your choice, then in the future, you should cultivate well in Longhu Mountain. Zhang Qingxiao nodded his head slightly and prepared to bring one tong back to Longhu Mountain. And at this time, in Zhang Qingxiao's ears, the system's beep quietly sounded. Congratulations to the host for successfully subduing the host-wise female ghost Suli, and obtaining a reward of merit plus 50,000. Hearing the system's voice, Zhang Qingxiao could not help but reveal a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He then began to browse through the various commodities displayed in the system mall. Since he had promised to bring Suli back to Longhu Mountain for cultivation, Zhang Qingxiao naturally had to prepare a container that could hold her soul body. Suli was a ghost. Even if she was able to cultivate, she was very different from human cultivators. She needed a much harsher cultivation environment. After some browsing, Zhang Qingxiao's gaze finally landed on a ring called the Xianyin ring. This ring was black in color, and the material was warm and moist, resembling jade but not jade, and it was unknown what kind of material it was made of. Inside the ring, it contained a strange space where ghosts and such could be inside the ring. At the same time, the level of the ring can also be used to enhance the merit. Ghosts and other living beings' cultivation has a great help. After reading the introduction of the Xianyin ring, Zhang Qingxiao slightly pondered before redeeming it with merit. Buzz! Along with a ghostly light appearing, on Zhang Qingxiao's finger, a black ring appeared out of thin air. This object is called the Xianyin ring. From now on, you can inhabit it and cultivate within it. Zhang Qingxiao slightly raised his hand and introduced the Xianyin ring to Su Li, who was beside him. And then with a movement of his thoughts, a bizarre portal that emitted a ghostly light appeared out of thin air. Su Li took a glance at this weird portal, and a touch of fear of the unknown instinctively appeared on her face. However, after seeing Zhang Qingxiao's slight nod, she pursed her lips slightly before taking a step to tentatively step into the portal. Whoosh! Su Li only felt a sudden gentle suction force coming from around her body, followed by a short period of dimness hitting her. Opening her eyes again, a strange space had appeared before her eyes. Being in it, Su Li was clearly able to feel that this ghost itself seemed to like this place very much. This allowed the originally somewhat flustered Su Li to gradually calm down, and then respectfully spoke. Su Li thanks the Heavenly Master. With these words, Su Li's voice was actually directly transmitted to Zhang Qingxiao's ears through the ring. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao nodded his head slightly. Cultivate well in it. Yes. With this matter settled, Zhang Qingxiao directly left the abandoned school and returned to Dragon Tiger Mountain. On the other hand, the Yellow Turbans were under Zhang Qingxiao's command, in order not to affect the general public, so they took advantage of the night to carry those 1,000-year-old poisonous scorpions straight to Longhu Mountain. Yellow Turbans, with the ability to carry mountains to catch up with the sun, even if they are carrying 10,000 pounds of things on their shoulders, they are still like walking on the ground, and their speed is extremely fast. Not long ago, the Yellow Scarf Warrior will carry 1,000 years of poisonous scorpion to the Master's mansion. At this time, Zhang Qingxiao had already been sitting in the Heavenly Master's mansion long ago, and seeing the Yellow Turban's warrior return, the former couldn't help but nod his head slightly. Well done. For the Yellow Turban cleric, Zhang Qingxiao was still incomparably satisfied. With this fellow, there would be someone to do those hard labor jobs in the future. After letting the yellow turbans put down these poisonous scorpion corpses, Zhang Qingxiao directly recalled them. Only then did he open the system mall, ready to make the best use of these poisonous scorpion corpses. Earlier, Zhang Qingxiao had already seen the efficacy of the scorpion wine. And now this scorpion as a medicine guide, but 1,000 years of things, once used, supplemented with other spiritual medicine, I'm afraid the effect is even better. Thinking about this, Zhang Qingxiao according to the recipe of scorpion wine, in the system mall with merit exchange for a variety of scorpion wine auxiliary materials, such as ginseng, safflower, rhizoma ligusticiae, astragalus, and so on, Zhang Qingxiao exchanged a bunch of each of them. Don't look at the names of these things in ordinary herbs with the same name, but in terms of quality supremacy is a world of difference. These herbs were all system-produced elixirs, and the most important wine was also a spiritual wine produced by the system. After exchanging all the materials, Zhang Qingxiao started to brew the wine according to the ratio of the prescription. Because these 1,000-year-old poisonous scorpion corpses were too large, normal containers were simply unable to accommodate them. Zhang Qingxiao had no choice but to exchange 10 giant cylinders that looked like small mountains from the system. One giant vat with 1,000-year-old scorpion, followed by various herbs, and finally pouring in the spiritual wine with a compelling aura. According to the system, if brewed in a normal time, this scorpion wine must soak for at least a year before it can be effective. However, Zhang Qingxiao was endowed with merit, so naturally, he could not foolishly wait for a year. According to the system's prompts, each vat of wine needs to spend 1,000 merit, then can directly skip the brewing process. Zhang Qingxiao did not hesitate to spend 10,000 merits directly, allowing all 10 vats of wine to skip the intermediate stages. Ding! The scorpion wine has been successfully soaked and is ready for use. As this voice rang out, Zhang Qingxiao opened the lid of one of the wine tanks. Brush! In a blink of an eye, a rich fragrance of wine came to the nose, mesmerizing people. Just smelling the fragrance of the wine made one feel as if the meridians in one's body had been cleared for a few moments. Sure enough, the efficacy of this 1,000-year-old scorpion was extraordinary. Zhang Qingxiao used the wine razor to hold some scorpion wine and savored a mouthful. Instantly a strange sensation surged down his throat towards his limbs and bones. Heat surged and flowed through the meridians of the body. Good stuff! Zhang Qingxiao's eyes widened, and there was a flash of essence in his eyes. After tasting it, Zhang Qingxiao realized that this scorpion wine could not only improve the symptoms of rheumatism and paralysis, headaches, and all the sores and swellings, but it could also open up the meridians and channels, with a faint marrow cleansing effect, improving the drinker's pain at the root. It can be said that one mouthful of refreshing, 2 mouthfuls of pain all eliminated. Not only that, as the introduction of the scorpion is 1,000 years, greatly enhancing the efficacy of the scorpion wine, drinking, and even have the effect of prolonging life. Zhang Qingxiao naturally would not skimp on such an excellent drink. After tasting it, he directly summoned Taoist Master Ling Xian at the bottom of the mountain. Heavenly Master, what are your orders? Taoist Master Ling Xian hurriedly arrived, and at a glance, he saw the 10 small mountain-like giant tanks in the middle of the Heavenly Master's mansion, and instantly couldn't help but show a shocked expression on his face. This is, Heavenly Master, within these vats, can they contain something? Taoist Master Ling Xian's face was filled with astonishment as he inquired curiously with these small mountain-like vats in front of him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao nodded slightly and explained with a faint smile. Poor Taoist asked Taoist Master to come over just for these things. Zhang Qingxiao pointed at the vats. Previously, when poor Taoist made a trip down the mountain, he came across a few scorpions, so he brought these poisonous scorpions back by the way. What is contained within these vats is precisely the scorpion wine that uses these poisonous scorpions as the main ingredient. The moment these words came out, the already astonished Taoist Master Ling Xian's eyes even widened directly. A giant vat of scorpion wine? How much does this have to hold? Looking at the large vat that was like a small mountain, Taoist Master Ling Xian's expression was quite strange. While Zhang Qingxiao continued, this scorpion wine has good efficacy. The Taoist Master can later carry a few vats and put them on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Those who come to offer incense, if they have rheumatism and paralysis, headaches, sores and poisons and such, you can let them come and drink some scorpion wine. Oh, this scorpion wine has this kind of healing effect? Hearing what Zhang Qingxiao said, Taoist Master Ling Xian instantly became interested. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao directly handed him the wine raisin in his hand. Then the poor Taoist will first savor it for the fragrant guests. Taoist Master Ling Xian understood and took the wine raisin and punched the lid of one of the vats. Instantly, the amazing wine aroma caused Taoist Master Ling Xian's eyes to glaze over. This aroma is not to be missed. A brilliant aura flickered in Taoist leader Ling Xian's eyes, and then he couldn't wait to beat some scorpion wine from the vat into a bowl. As Taoist Master Ling Xian lifted the bowl of wine, a gentle warm current instantly surged down his throat and into all parts of his body. With just this one mouthful, Taoist Master Ling Xian's heart was shaken and his face revealed a shocked expression. This wine is good. Ling Xian Taoist Master stared at the golden-colored scorpion wine in the wine bowl and sighed heartily. Saying that, Taoist Master Ling Xian subconsciously glanced at the scorpion in the vat. This scorpion was so big, I'm afraid it must be 1,000 years old, right? The 1,000-year-old scorpion wine was actually gifted to the incense. Worthy of being a celestial master, this is really generous. Taoist Master Ling Xian showed a look of emotion on his face, and as if Zhang Qingxiao had seen through Taoist Master Ling Xian's inner thoughts, he directly spoke. If the Taoist masters on the mountain have a need, they can leave those tanks inside for their own use. Zhang Qingxiao pointed to the several large vats placed at the innermost part. The materials used in those vats of scorpion wine were a bit more precious than the previous ones. Naturally, Zhang Qingxiao would not be generous to the other and pretend to be generous. Good things naturally had to be reserved for the Taoist masters of Longhu Mountain first. Hearing this, Taoist Master Ling Xian's eyes subconsciously looked towards the innermost cylinders of scorpion wine. Having lived for decades, Taoist Master Ling Xian was naturally Yemeni clear and instantly understood Zhang Qingxiao's intentions. He then hurriedly arched his hand and said, "Then, poor Taoist will thank Heavenly Master on behalf of all the Taoist masters on the mountain." Subsequently, Taoist Master Ling Xian looked at the several vats of scorpion wine that were used to give away to the incomers on the mountain, but he was directly stumped. This vat was like a small mountain, and it was filled with wine. I'm afraid that one vat must have a 10,000 pounds. Such a heavy object, to move it to a place where the incense users could reach it, was not an easy task. Even if they were all cultivators, but this could easily be tens of thousands of pounds. Who could lift it? Taoist Master Ling Xian looked embarrassed and turned to Zhang Qingxiao, who was on the side. The vat was too heavy, and he was somewhat unable to move it. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao smiled faintly, seeing Taoist Master Ling Xuan's dilemma, and then directly summoned the yellow turban powerhouse. With a sturdy figure and a meticulous face, a sense of heaviness came over him. The appearance of the yellow turban warrior caused a subconscious flash of gravity to appear on the face of Taoist Master Ling Xian, who was on the side. As a cultivator, he was naturally able to detect that this lanky person who had suddenly appeared in was quite unsimple. Zhang Qingxiao, on the other hand, directly opened his mouth and said to the yellow turban force, "Yellow turban force, you follow Taoist Ling Xian for the time being, and help move these several large vats to a suitable place." "Yes." The yellow turban seraphim's face did not change, and he answered in a buzzing voice. And when he wanted to hear the words yellow turban force, Taoist Master Ling Xian's pupils instantly shrunk. Yellow turban force? Surprisingly, it was the legendary yellow turbans above the heavenly court? This heavenly master is really bullish. Surprisingly, he even has this kind of rex. Ling Xian Taoist instantly released that inexplicable oppressive feeling on the yellow turban rex. Dare I say that people are heavenly court rexes, this oppressive feeling is inherent. Subsequently, under Zhang Qingxiao's order, the yellow scarf warriors easily carried several large cylinders on their shoulders. This scene watched as Taoist Ling Xian on the side staggered for a while, his eyes showing astonishment. As expected, they were worthy of being rexes. Tens of thousands of pounds of weight on his body like nothing. This kind of strength, no one in the world could surpass it. After carrying a few wine vats, the yellow turban's warrior honestly stood aside and waited. Seeing this, Taoist Master Ling Xian slightly arched his hand towards Zhang Qingxiao, and then left the Heavenly Master's mansion with the yellow turbans. Although Longhu Mountain was not as steep as other famous mountains, there were extremely many steps. This also leads to the ordinary people as empty body down the mountain, have to be careful, let alone also carrying heavy loads. Although it is not the peak season for tourism, but there are many tourists who come to Longhu Mountain to pay homage to incense. Along the way, one after another, there are tourists stopping to rest. Climbing worship is also a strength work, need perseverance. And when these tourists stopped to rest to see the yellow scarf warrior who followed behind Ling Xian Taoist, carrying several large cylinders on his shoulders, but with no one in general, step by step, 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 all of the tourists were frozen. This is also too bullish a little, right? All the tourists stayed looking at the yellow scarf warrior, the heart of all kinds of groveling exclaimed constantly. No way, this visual impact effect is really too shocking. Those vats one by one with a small mountain-like, but by the yellow scarf warrior steadily on the shoulder, down the mountain not only as if walking on the ground, and even the atmosphere does not take a breath. This want to make people not shocked or difficult. Longhu Mountain even has this kind of strange person. After the shock, tourists have pulled out all kinds of photo equipment. To the yellow scarf warrior is a burst of crazy shooting. At the same time, all kinds of comments also came in succession. It's too awesome. There is actually such a Hercules in this world. It's really an eye-opener. Whose general is this? Give us your name. So terrifying. I think that vat must weigh a few thousand pounds, right? The pattern is small, not those vats, like that body shape. If it is filled with things, a vat, I'm afraid it would have to be tens of thousands of pounds. What? Doesn't that mean it has to be tens of thousands of pounds? My goodness. Really? This is a little too perverted, isn't it? My god, tens of thousands of pounds. This guy is a demon. If Yugong had him back then, the mountain would have been moved long ago. The yellow scarf warrior shouldered a few vats and descended the mountain as if he were walking on the ground. His face was not red and he was not panting. Such a picture, the visual effect directly stunned a crowd of tourists who stopped to rest. Some people exclaimed with emotion, shocked beyond words by the terrifying power of the yellow turban cleric. There were also people who, after seeing this scene, were the ones who made skeptical noises. This is a posed shot, right? I didn't realize that even Dragon Tiger Mountain wanted to get attention nowadays. There's nothing wrong with posing for a photo, it's just that this is a little too exaggerated. A glance is fake. Indeed. The records of the world's top Hercules, hard pull, are only 1,000 pounds. If these vats are real, it has to be several thousand pounds. How is this possible? Alas. Posing also have to talk about the actual a few thousand pounds. That is the weight of human beings to withstand? A little common sense is not there. I didn't expect to see this kind of glance fake stuff in Longhu Mountain. It's a bit spoiled. When someone praised it, someone questioned it. It couldn't be helped that amongst the common people's cognizance, this kind of power was beyond what they could comprehend. And with more and more skepticism, there was even a one-sided trend for a while. Among the tourists, there were even a couple of muscular men who looked like they had been working out all year round, and they walked straight towards Taoist Master Ling Xian. Taoist head, you Longhu Mountain posing photography eyeballs, that also have to follow the reality. This is also too fake a little, right? A few muscular men came up and pointed their swords at the yellow turban force, believing that Longhu Mountain was posing for a fake shot and wanted to fight it. This thing should be a prop, right? Someone spoke up, his eyes looking at the several large vats carried by the yellow turban cleric. This monk is joking. Originally, Taoist spirit Xian didn't care about the tourists' questions. As a cultivator, it was naturally impossible to care about this bit of worldly skepticism. It was only after seeing the several muscular men in front of him blocking the road that Taoist Master Ling Xian as well as the yellow scarf warriors behind him had to be forced to stop. Hearing the muscular men's questioning, Taoist Master Ling Xian let out a faint smile and directly dismissed the former's speculation. And seeing Taoist Master Ling Xian so calm and collected, the few muscle men who wanted to fake it instantly frowned. They felt that this Taoist master in front of them was just talking nonsense with his eyes wide open. That vat was so huge in size, if it wasn't a prop, how could someone carry it without moving for such a long time? Sweeping a glance at the golden Rex that stood motionless at the back, a few muscular men clearly did not believe what Taoist Master Ling Xian had said. The man who had opened his mouth to question before was even more direct at this moment. Taoist Master, why do I feel that your words are a bit of a cover-up? How about this, Taoist Master, let me try as well. I also want to see if this thing is real or not. Saying that, this muscular man took a step forward and wanted to go forward to test the truth. Senior monk, wait. But just as he made his move, he was directly stopped by Taoist spirit Xian. In the eyes of the several muscular men, this behavior was more like a move to cover up a pose for fear of being recognized by others. Instantly, a meaningful smile appeared on the faces of the several muscular men. They were all fitness bloggers, and the reason why they had come forward was also because they wanted to fight the fake Longfu Mountain Rex, thus attracting traffic and increasing popularity for themselves. Now that they saw Taoist spirit Xian blocking them, it made a few people even more determined to fight the fake. Fighting the fake Longhu Mountain, this heat barrage. Could it be that Taoist Master is really just doing this for eyeballs? The person who was blocked by Taoist Master Ling Xian even spoke directly at this moment, looking at Taoist Master Ling Xian with a smile or not. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding tourists who didn't mind the hilarity came over. Hilarity was the nature of almost every person in the Dragon Kingdom. Among the tourists, many of them were already holding up various filming devices, ready to record the entire process of the counterfeiting. Many of them didn't care what the outcome of the counterfeiting was, all they cared about was the process of eating melons. Thus, as more and more tourists gathered, people with arching fires began to appear in the crowd. Taoist Master, since some people are questioning it, then you should let them try it. Right. Taoist Master, Dragon Tiger Mountain's real gold isn't afraid of fire, so what are you afraid of him for? Let them fight the fake. There is no way that Mount Lungfu will pose for a photo. Right on. Mount Lungfu will not cheat tourists. Some people just don't want to see the world in chaos, so from time to time there are some sounds of flirting in the crowd. It seemed like they were helping Longhu Mountain, but in reality, they were trying to make Taoist Master Ling Xian unable to get off the stage. But hearing these voices, Ling Xian Daolong but not even half a bit of panic color. Especially when he saw the meaningful smiles of those few muscular men, Ling Xian Taoist Master's heart was as clear as a mirror, knowing what a few people had in mind. Longhu Mountain people are not without temper, but generally will not in secular ordinary people. After all, cultivate the heart, a little secular language, cannot disturb Ling Xian Taoist long mind. However, the majesty of Longhu Mountain is inviolable, even if it is a secular person, also have to be in awe of the heart. Therefore, after seeing the surrounding hilarious tourists more and more, Taoist Master Ling Xian also did not intend to avoid the seriousness of the situation, but directly let the yellow scarf warrior behind him put down the wine jar that he was carrying. The reason why previously blocked the muscle man to take the initiative to test, not for fear of its verification of authenticity, but for fear of hairy hands and feet, accidentally damaged the 1,000 years of scorpion wine therein. The yellow scarf warrior followed Taoist Ling Xian's instructions and gently held and placed the wine jar on the ground. And seeing the yellow scarf warriors put down those vats so lightly, it made the few muscular men as well as those skeptical tourists more and more determined in their inner thoughts. Longhu Mountain was indeed posing for eyeballs. A few monks want to verify the authenticity of this vat. Naturally the poor Taoist will not stop them, but please be careful and don't intentionally damage the vat. Taoist Master Ling Xian admonished the several muscles before leading the yellow scarf warriors to get out of the way. Haha, in the direction of the Taoist master, we naturally won't destroy the props. The several muscle men were full of smiles. Until this moment, they still firmly believed that these vats were the props prepared by Longhu Mountain. Thus, after saying that, some people directly went forward, wanting to pick up one of the vats. However, the moment his hands touched the vat, the muscular man was instantly surprised by the texture of the vat. This touch, there seemed to be something wrong with it. The muscular man's heart shook and he subconsciously exerted force. However, the vat placed on the ground was not moving at all, as if it was sticking to the ground. At this moment, the muscular man's mind was crazily intertwined with various thoughts, gradually giving birth to a bad idea. This vat was not a prop, but was real. The resident can use force, as long as it doesn't damage the vat. At this time, Taoist Master Spirit Shin was standing on the side and smilingly opened his mouth, God mending his words. Spirit Shin Taoist Master, little boy, Longhu Mountain also dare to fake, also to not put Longhu Mountain in the eyes. And hearing the words of Taoist Master Ling Xian, a few fitness bloggers on the side also felt that the muscular man was pretending. So they all spoke up, no, buddy, why don't you exert yourself, you should hurry up and lift. Squatting on the ground, with his hands wrapped around one side of the wine tank, the muscle man was crumbling inside at the moment. Especially when he heard the urging of several of his buddies, the muscle man was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. What the hell is this called? Originally thought to make a fake, Bobo eyeballs, but who knows, this fucking even kicked the iron plate. Seeing the sight of the smiling Taoist priest, muscle man instantly feel that he is a clown. People have clearly not taken seriously. I did not expect to take the initiative to stretch his face to let others hit. This is not pure clown. Hurry up and lift. You've already done so much foreplay, no need to continue acting. On the side, several fitness bloggers continued to urge. Until this moment, they thought that the muscular man was intentionally putting on a show, trying to attract everyone's attention. This made a few people a bit dissatisfied, thinking that the bastard was trying to make a splash alone. However, the muscular man who heard this was red in the face and furious. He didn't exert any strength? Damn it, he used all his milk strength. Can't see that the muscles on his body are engorged with blood and veins, right? People, Longhu Mountain vat is clearly the real thing. He was lifting with his life, right? Muscle man thought more and more angry. A few friends of the face let him very upset, so he simply direct hand. Taoist master, much offense, I'm too weak to move it. The muscular man confessed to Taoist master Ling Xian, who was at the side, and then his gaze went directly to his several buddies. I'm not in good shape today, I don't have the strength, so you few go and try. The muscular man said fervently. This anyway, he had already made a fool of himself. He had to drag a few good buddies into the water with him, right? Isn't a good buddy used for backstabbing? To share the same blessings, and to share the same hardships. Harm, I told you to be a bit more restrained lately, how about it, now you're weak, right? Hearing the muscular man's words, a few other people really believed it. A few people sarcasm the muscle man while walking towards the vat on the ground. Brother, not buddy, say you, this is just a prop, you can't even lift it up, you kid is not really wasted, right? A fitness blogger flirted with the muscular man with a smile, and as soon as his words fell, his hand rested on top of the vat, and then it violently exerted its strength. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The air was most afraid of a sudden silence. The fitness blogger's face gradually distorted, his teeth bared, and the veins on his hands rose. However, the vat on the ground did not move at all. At this moment, various images flashed through the fitness blogger's mind. He hurriedly turned his head to look at his good buddy, Muscle Man, only to find that the latter was currently looking at him with a smirk. Fitness blogger, crap. Good buddy actually dug a hole for me to jump into. At this moment, this fitness blogger's heart was complicated. while at this time, the surrounding tourists were pointing their fingers. Alas, these people really are all dead muscles. This showmanship also does not bring such a show off. That's right, I thought they were really strong, but it turns out that they are just here to get eyeballs. This is really bad luck. What the hell is all this? It's not interesting at all. Hey you guys, what's the point of practicing all these muscles? Ha ha, clown. The tourists' comments were like sharp knives that dug deep into the heart of the fitness blogger who was trying to move the vat with all his might. The latter's face turned white, but he had clearly exhausted his strength, but the vat on the ground didn't move at all. This was not scientific. Various thoughts surged in the fitness blogger's mind, and in the end he was unable to stand the murmurs of the surrounding tourists as he shouted at the muscular man and a few others. What are you guys still waiting for? Hurry over and try it together. The fitness blogger had run out of ideas and could only pin his hopes on all his good buddies. He just didn't believe that a few people couldn't move the vat with their combined efforts. However, the idea was beautiful, but the reality was incredibly cruel. 5 fitness bloggers together, even if it is 1,000 pounds, it can be easily lifted. But the 5 people all red in the face, teeth clenched, the vat on the ground still do not see any movement. Now, the surrounding murmurs gradually weakened by a few points. All the tourists stared blankly at the several vats in the field. If the previous several fitness bloggers are for show, then at this moment several people's faces are red as pig liver color, sweating profusely. It already explains the problem. The vats on the ground were not props, but real things. Now, everyone's eyes changed as they looked at Taoist Master Ling Xian as well as the Yellow Turban Rex. That Dragon Tiger Mountain Rex was too terrifying. This thing, it wouldn't have to be a jackhammer, would it? Suddenly, amongst the onlookers, someone said something out of the blue. As soon as this word came out, the crowd instantly stirred. Soon one person squeezed out of the crowd and said loudly, "I brought a jack, let me try with this." The person who came was holding a jack with a pressure of 3 tons in his hand, and said to Taoist Master Ling Xian, who was looking old and calm at the side, "Taoist Master, can I try with this thing?" Upon this statement, the surrounding tourists revealed a look of anticipation. The verification of several fitness bloggers had proven that taking the vat was not a prop. Nowadays, everyone wanted to know just how heavy the vat was. Just don't damage the vat itself. Taoist Spirit Xian spoke indifferently. Upon hearing this, the tourists with the jack rushed to the side of the vat, and then operated the jack that could support 3 tons of weight with their hands and feet. All the tourists watching this moment are stretching their necks, eagerly waiting. But with the jack after some operation, the whole scene is instantly silent. A needle can be heard, motionless. In front of the jack that can bear 3 tons of weight, the cylinder still do not see any movement, simply cannot pry up. This cylinder in fact how heavy For a long time, the crowd only came bursts of exclamation of surprise, a wave higher than a wave. The weight of the Longhu Mountain vat became a mystery, and the back of the vat of the Longhu Mountain Rex, but also became the existence of countless tourists in the heart of God. Soon, someone will Longhu Mountain Hercules matter spread to the internet, instantly triggered a small sensation. Countless netizens heard about it, and various comments appeared one after another, shocked one after another. Longhu Mountain Hercules, surprisingly so brave? Originally I didn't believe that there were fierce generals with the courage of 10,000 men in ancient times, but today, once I saw Longhu Mountain Hercules, I believed it. My God, I'm afraid that one of the vat has to have tens of thousands of pounds. Vigorous brother carried several. This strength shall not be. Unbelievable. This is completely beyond common sense. Harm. Speaking of common sense on Dragon Tiger Mountain, buddy, aren't you being funny? If Brother Dolly goes to the construction site, I don't know how many people have to lose their jobs. What do you call a fierce man? Brother Dolly is what's called a fierce man. Terrifying as hell. The internet was buzzing with excitement, and the tourists on Longhu Mountain didn't leave for a long time because of this. And just at this time, under the Dragon Tiger Mountain, but a few cars were parked. Families, today we, the 5 brothers of Perak, will give everyone a whole big job. Under the Dragon Tiger Mountain, a few cars stopped steadily, and a few spiritual guys holding cell phones walked down from the cars. At this moment, one of them held up his cell phone right in front of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, and then said with a face full of pride, "The 5 Thunderbolt brothers, a great oddity in the live broadcasting world." Their favorite thing to do in their lives was to go around crazily rubbing up against the heat. Although it was shameless, they had used it to accumulate quite a few fans. And today, these anchors are ready to do a big job. The 5 of them were planning to climb Dragon Tiger Mountain and find the Dragon Tiger Mountain Celestial Master to spar for 2 moves. Recently, the Dragon Tiger Mountain Cyber Heavenly Master had a lot of heat, making them smell traffic from it, so they wanted to come and rub it in. As for the so-called dicing, these few anchors could be described as chicken thieves. They knew the importance of title gimmicks, so the title of everyone's live room was The 5 Brothers of Perak Challenge the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain. But they didn't even intend to get real with the Heavenly Master, they were just rubbing it in to gain attention. These days, there were quite a few anchors who came to the door to kick the door. But the ones who dared to blatantly come and challenge the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master were only these few anchors at the moment. Therefore, as soon as the few people turned on the live broadcast, the eye-catching live title instantly attracted the attention of countless netizens. Viewers flocked to the several people's live broadcast like a tidal wave, causing the heat of the several people's live broadcast to rapidly climb and their popularity to skyrocket. Everyone was practically running towards that live title. As the saying goes, it's not a big deal to watch the fun. Learning that a few anchors were going to challenge the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain, the viewers in the live broadcast room were extremely excited, and the pop-up gifts were wildly swiped. Challenging the Heavenly Master? Anchor, you are very brave. Good. I love to see death-defying anchors like you. Haha, although I know that the ending will slap my face, but based on this death-defying courage of the anchor, I'm resolutely following one. Melon Seed's small stool has been prepared. Anchor quickly mountaineering. I want to see how you guys by the Heavenly Master violently beat. Courage is commendable. Gifts have been brushed. Anchor, hurry up to the mountain to be beaten. 666. Anchor, you already have a way to get killed. The popularity of the live broadcast room soared, and all kinds of pop-ups covered the sky. And seeing the pop-ups from the audience, the head anchor directly opened his mouth and said, "Families just say that this live bull is not bullish and it's done." Looking at the entire network, who dares to challenge the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain like our Parak 5 brothers? Such an anchor who can do the whole job. Why don't you guys click a concern and gift away? The several people started to climb the mountain while interacting with the audience in the live broadcast room. The atmosphere of the live broadcast room also seemed lively under the mobilization of the several people, and various gifts kept coming. This made the several anchors smile brightly, knowing that they and the others had come to the right place for this trip. At that moment, the several people's soles of their feet became windy, and they climbed the mountain that was called a fast one. However, just as the several anchors reached the halfway point of the mountain, the lively crowd in front of them made the several people have to slow down their progress of climbing the mountain. Families, the front seems quite lively. Let's go, anchor, bring everyone to see what's going on. Seeing the lively crowd in front of them, the several anchors immediately brightened up and felt a sudden heat, so they hurriedly held up their cell phones and walked forward. As soon as they got close, the several people heard cries of alarm rising and falling from the crowd. This caused the several anchors as well as the viewers in the live broadcast room to be greatly surprised, and they were all wondering what was going on. Only very soon, several anchors as well as the audience in the live broadcast room were collectively dumbfounded, only to see the front, in the center of a group of tourists gathered place, a stout body, face tough man carrying several vats. The man was calm and relaxed, without the slightest appearance of strain. But the vat one by one with a small mountain like, if it is true, that is not a few thousand pounds? Is this something that people can do? This scene constantly stimulated several anchors as well as the audience in the live broadcast room. For a time, the live broadcast room directly boiled. This. What the hell? Where did this come out of the fierce man? Those big cylinders, look at the size of the body, must have a few thousand, tens of thousands of pounds, right? He is carrying it alone? Crap. Hercules. This is Hercules. Dragon Tiger Mountain even has this kind of terrifying existence. Hiss. What kind of challenge is this? I don't think we need to look for the Heavenly Master, just this fierce man might make the anchor hiccup with just one punch. Anchor, why don't we just run? Let's not do this challenge. That's right, it's not too late to run. Terrifying. I've never seen such a brave person. Whose general is this? It's over, the challenge is dead before it even started. Who dares to challenge him? I'm afraid it's not too long to live. Go. The netizens in the live broadcast room popped up to admonish the several death-defying anchors to run quickly. With this kind of fierce person in Dragon Tiger Mountain, who would dare to challenge? However, when they saw the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, the anchors' faces showed a flash of hesitation. This is a bit too outrageous, isn't it? I think it should be fake. The anchor spoke stiffly, and then his tone became firm as if he had found the truth. Right. This must be it. This is definitely something that Longhu Mountain deliberately made to attract tourists. It's definitely fake. It's simply impossible for humans to exist this kind of Hercules. Those things are absolutely props, fake. The words to the end, the anchor himself believed, swore to the audience of the live broadcast said. However, he didn't know that because he was slightly agitated, his voice couldn't help but be a few points louder. This led to what he had just said being heard clearly by the surrounding tourists. As a result, some tourists in the crowd directly disliked him. If you say it's fake, why don't you go and try it? Where did this come from again? We just saw with our own eyes that vat couldn't even be jacked up. How dare you say it's fake? The sound of the tourists' dislikes attracted the attention of many people, and they all turned their gazes on the several anchors. For a while the several anchors only felt uncomfortable. Eventually someone couldn't help it and directly spoke. I just don't believe that someone can carry so many vats. Just try it. Let me do it. The anchor had a wrathful face, simply not believing that there was such a fierce person in this world. Hercules? I once even wrenched down a Hercules of over 200 pounds with one finger. Because of the tourists' dislike back, the anchor felt that he couldn't hang up his face, so he looked a bit furious at the moment. Several people held up their cell phones and came to the front of the vat, and one of them handed his live broadcast to the person next to him, and then his hands directly embraced the vat. I really don't believe that there is this kind of Hercules in this world. He let out a cold snort, before hugging the vat and exerting his entire body's strength. As a result, no matter how hard he exerted, the vat on the ground did not move at all. In an instant, the anchor's face reddened like a pig's liver. Anchor, Inema. This vat is not right. Impossible. This is simply impossible. There's definitely something wrong with this vat. The anchor exerted all his strength, his arms tightly encircling the vat on the ground, his face reddening. However, the vat on the ground did not move at all. How could this make the anchor accept this fact? Although he is not a real Hercules, but how can also shake 200 or 300 pounds is not a problem. But in the face of the vat in front of him, the anchor has clearly exhausted his strength, but the vat did not move at all. This is obviously very unscientific. Subconsciously, after the anchor let go of his hand, he directly clamored. Is there some kind of organ hidden underneath this vat? Why else would it be so heavy? He must have performed some kind of magic, otherwise it would be impossible for a normal person to lift this vat. Right. It must be like this. Did you guys weld this vat to the ground? That's why it was intentionally put on a show here. In order to give himself a leg up, the anchor directly pulled out a bunch of grandiose reasons. He balked at the idea that there was something wrong with the outline on the ground. However, as soon as his words left his mouth, the surrounding tourists instantly pointed their fingers. Don't blame the tank if the person can't do it, okay? Admit it graciously if you can't lift it. Do you have to be so shameless? The thing with eyes wide open, isn't this making a fool of himself? That's right. It's a disgrace. Young man, learn to look for problems in yourself. Can't you imagine that this could be your own problem? Damn, a clown. Are we all blind as to whether or not there's a problem with the tank? Disgusting. These days, anchors really don't even have a face to rub it in. It's your business if you can't lift it up, but don't slander the program as having problems, okay? You're hilarious, eh? The onlookers of the tourists could have witnessed the Lung Fu Mountain Dolly brother holding the vat on his body lightly and placing it on the ground. The whole process was not covered up at all. Furthermore, the performance of the several muscular men in the back as well as the jack-in-the-box had completely proved it. This vat is not at all what Lung Fu Mountain has used as a blindfold, but is actually heavy. Light a vat may be thousands or even tens of thousands of pounds. So ordinary people cannot shake, is normal. Why is there a problem? The tourists were outraged and verbally attacked the anchor who opened his mouth to slander. That kind of momentum scared the anchor face white, hurriedly shut up. He had provoked the wrath of the crowd, and did not dare to continue to throw dirty water. And just at this time, Ling Xiandao Master, who was on the side of the old gods, as if it was none of his business, suddenly opened his mouth in a ghostly manner. Come, you come over and move this wine jar to a different position. It's not appropriate to put this thing here. Taoist Master Ling Xian didn't seem to care at all about the anchor's previous denigrating maneuver. He just waved to the yellow scarf warrior who stood by the side like a statue, and then pointed at the vat on the ground that the anchor had just exerted all his strengths and was unable to move it in the slightest, and commanded. Along with the voice of Ling Xian Taoist head exit, the original motionless yellow scarf warrior directly step out. And then in the anchor as well as many onlookers tourists that shocked the eyes, only to see the yellow scarf warrior hands spread out, instantly into an embracing position. The next second, only to see the yellow scarf warrior arms slightly shock. The original motionless vat on the ground was directly lifted up by the yellow scarf warrior, and then moved the vat to another position according to the instructions of Taoist Master Ling Xian. The entire process was easy and cozy, with no sense of strain at all. Seeing this scene, the surrounding tourists instantly cheered. Good. Worthy of being Longhu Mountain Brother Dolly, a fierce mess. As for the few anchors, their eyes were rounded and their expressions stiffened, instantly becoming clowns. This smack in the face came so fast that the several anchors didn't even have a chance to react. And in the live broadcast room of a few people, it was seen that the yellow turban cleric moved the vat that the anchor couldn't shake in the slightest elsewhere at the drop of a hat. For a time, various mocking pop-ups once again floated the screen. Haha, isn't this just proper clowning? It's been said that to come to Dragon Tiger Mountain to rub off on them, they have to have some real skills, or else the punch in the face comes too fast. No, a few of them are really hard to rub it in, right? This is too lame, right? So humiliating. It's a good thing I wasn't paying attention. How dare they come to challenge Dragon Tiger Mountain? I'm afraid I've lived long enough. Not to mention, it's not bad to watch for fun. Anchor really hard for you, make us laugh. The various pop-ups in the live broadcast room came in a flurry, watching the faces of several anchors change for a while, coupled with the fact that the yellow turban cleric's behavior was just too shocking. Among the group of anchors, someone swept a glance at the surrounding tourists who were still pointing at them, and instantly developed a sense of withdrawal in their hearts. Brothers, why don't we withdraw now? Some anchors opened their mouths stiffly. This golden Rex was truly a bit intimidating. And as this anchor opened his mouth, the audience in the live broadcast room also persuaded. At last, someone still has some brains. It's all like this, why don't you hurry and run? That's right. This is Dragon Tiger Mountain. If you come here to rub it in, you have a life to rub it in. Challenging the heavenly master of Lung Fu Mountain. In terms of death-defying, you 5 Parak brothers are really weird. If you don't want to die, why don't you hurry up and leave? Do you really want to wait for death? Anchor, run away. Anyway, we've already lost our face. We don't care about this. Right, a little life is important. Quite a few pop-ups that advised a few people to run away emerged from the live broadcast. However, after seeing these pop-ups, apart from that wimpy anchor, the others were hesitant. I'm not willing to leave just like that. Among the 5 Parak brothers, the boss's live room's popularity had soared to 1 million at this moment. In just a moment, he had already collected nearly 100,000 gifts. This kind of popularity heat was something they had never dared to think about before. Moreover, Boss was very clear that this heat was just the beginning. Once they launched their challenge, the heat in the live room would definitely continue to climb. Therefore, he directly said to the other few people, "This is all money. Are you guys willing to leave just like that?" As soon as these words were uttered, the eyes of the other few anchors flickered with light. They had all already tasted the sweetness, and it was simply impossible for them to give up just like that. Thus, the several anchors glanced at each other, and then each of their faces became determined. "This Taoist master, we're going to challenge Dragon Tiger Mountain." Someone turned the live broadcast camera and focused the image on Taoist master Ling Xian before saying loudly. The moment these words were uttered, the surroundings instantly fell silent, and a pin could be heard. Everyone's gazes were all focused on the several anchors at once, and Taoist master Ling Xian, who was directing the golden Rexes to work, also had his movements stuttered. Turning his eyes slightly narrowed, he turned to look at the several people. "Several residents want to challenge Dragon Tiger Mountain?" "That's right. Please also inform us, Taoist master, that we want to challenge Dragon Tiger Mountain. We want to spar with all of you Taoist masters." Feeling that everyone's gazes had all converged on their own people, the several anchors were instantly like thorns in their backs, and it was difficult for them to feel comfortable with their bodies. However, the boss amongst the few still said stiffly to Taoist master Ling Xian. As soon as these words came out, the originally quiet tourists instantly erupted into various cries of shock. "Crap, did I hear it right? These few simpletons want to challenge Dragon Tiger Mountain? No, I'm afraid these few people aren't here to be funny, right? With just a few weaklings like them? How dare they? Can anyone challenge Dragon Tiger Mountain? These days, these anchors are really doing everything they can to rub off on us. Challenging Mount Longhu? The Taoist masters of this Longhu Mountain shall not beat the hell out of a few of them. Ridiculous to the extreme. None of the onlookers would think that these few people had the qualifications to challenge Dragon Tiger Mountain. Everyone wasn't stupid and had already guessed the small minds of a few people. In the live broadcast room, the viewers who were still persuading the several anchors had stopped. Good words are hard to persuade, damn ghosts. That's just it, too lazy to waste my breath. Let's just be honest and watch the fun. You made a fool of yourself, you deserve to die. Taoist master Ling Xian turned around and looked at the several people indifferently. That calm, waveless gaze fell on the several anchors, instantly causing coolness to grow behind the backs of the several people, straight to their heads. "This Tao Lord, something is not right." All the anchors subconsciously retreated a few steps back, pulling away from Taoist master Ling Xian. "Tao Lord, I remember that Dragon Tiger Mountain welcomes people to come and challenge them, right?" Seemingly afraid that Taoist master Ling Xian would refuse, the eldest of the 5 Parak brothers hurriedly spoke loudly. Upon hearing this, Taoist master Ling Xian had an expression on his face. He looked at the boss who had opened his mouth before speaking flatly. "Several monks, are you sure you want to challenge my Longhu Mountain?" The voice was flat, but it caused chills to grow within the several anchors. "Right." They silently glanced at each other before returning in unison. It had already reached this point, this wave of heat they had to eat. "Good. The poor Taoist will report this matter to the Heavenly Master." Hearing the replies of the several people, Taoist Master Ling Xian nodded slightly before directly pulling out his cell phone and dialing Zhang Qingxiao's number. "Heavenly Master, someone wants to challenge Longhu Mountain." As soon as the phone was connected, Taoist Master Ling Xian spoke about the challenge. In the Heavenly Master's mansion, after listening to Taoist Master Ling Xian's narration, Zhang Qingxiao frowned slightly. How long had it been since the last time those few foreign devils came to challenge Dragon Tiger Mountain? And now there was even someone who wanted to challenge Dragon Tiger Mountain again? Could it be that they really thought that Mount Longhu was a soft persimmon? Anyone who comes can pinch it a few times? It seems that the poor Taoist underestimated the courage of the people of the secular world. Zhang Qingxiao spoke flatly, not knowing if it was a compliment or something else. However, he did not choose to go down to the mountain in response to the challenge from a few anchors. A few mundane people were just that. If anyone came to challenge him, he would have to go down the mountain to deal with them. Then he, the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master, wouldn't be exhausted to death. Thus, Zhang Qingxiao directly said, Taoist Master Lingxian, if they want to challenge Dragon Tiger Mountain, then let the Yellow Turbans spar with them. Tell them that if they want to challenge Dragon Tiger Mountain in a sparring match, life and death will not matter, then let them sign a life and death contract. Remember, a small punishment is enough, don't beat people to death. For this kind of wanting to borrow Longhu Mountain to gain eyeballs and create heat to attract traffic, naturally, they have to be knocked down properly before they can do so. Otherwise, once this type of person gets a taste of the sweet spot, I'm afraid that in the future, Dragon Tiger Mountain will be busy. There was always a need to make an example of them, so that the people of the world would know that the majesty of Dragon Tiger Mountain could not be offended. Poor Taoist knows what to do. Receiving instructions, Taoist Master Ling Xian raised his eyelids slightly, his gaze once again falling onto the several anchors. How's it going, Taoist Master? What did the Heavenly Master say? Seeing Taoist Master Ling Xian expressionlessly looking towards himself and the others, the several anchors simply let go completely as well, aiming their live broadcast lenses directly at the former and opening their mouths to inquire. Upon hearing this, Taoist Master Ling Xian's eyes narrowed before he slowly opened his mouth. This matter is already known to the Heavenly Master, but nowadays, the Heavenly Master is busy with his affairs and cannot get away for the time being. If several monks really want a challenge, Longhu Mountain naturally welcomes them. However, in a sparring match, fists and feet have no eyes, and it is easy to cause casualties. That's why the Heavenly Master said, if you want to challenge Longhu Mountain, you have to sign a life and death contract. Writ of life and death. After these few words came out of Taoist Spirit Xian's mouth, several anchors were instantly shaken. Longhu Mountain was really fighting When they touched Ling Xian's gaze that was like a cold pool, several anchors subconsciously shrunk their necks and inexplicably trembled inwardly. They don't know how to fight at all, the most they can do is just to play with their fists. If this was a real fight, would they not be beaten up by the Taoist Master of Longhu Mountain? But the problem was, the challenge was initiated by them, and now it was already a bit difficult to ride the tiger. Because at this time the audience in the live broadcast room had already gloated and urged them. Hurry up and sign the letter of life and death. Wasn't the anchor very courageous just now? What, now wimped out? Hurry up and don't dawdle. I'm still waiting for my brothers to be fatally beaten by Longhu Mountain. No way, before so used, now afraid? Anchor, don't be so loud, the rain is small but melon stools are ready it. Anchor, don't let me look down on you. If you're a man, hurry up and sign. Don't be a disgrace. Sign. Quickly sign. The audience in the live broadcast room was agitated. This was already an arrow on a string that had to be sent. Boss. The gazes of the other few of the 5 Parak brothers were all focused on the boss. As anchors, they knew very well that there was no way back for the few of them to get to this point. The challenge was one that they had initiated, and once they backed down at this time, they would only be afraid that they would soon be faced with a massive defanning. Sign. The face of the boss among the several anchors changed for a while, but after seeing the pop-ups that kept scrolling in the live broadcast room, he gritted his teeth and answered. The certificate of life and death was signed in triplicate, and it was quickly handed over to the first anchor who wanted to challenge. Please ask the resident to sign. The one responsible for the signatures of the several anchors was a red-robed Taoist, and the moment the first challenging anchor saw the red-robed Taoist, his originally taut nerves couldn't help but relax a few points for a moment. He subconsciously thought that his opponent was the red-robed Taoist master in front of him. Although he was spared a fat beating, but if it was the red-robed Taoist chief, even a little bit of flesh and blood pain was more or less bearable. However, after waiting for that anchor to sign his name, the red-robed Taoist chief went directly to the side and became a spectator. Your opponent is Yellow Turban Force. The red-robed Taoist opened his mouth in a serious manner. Upon hearing this, the anchor instantly had his heart and soul wildly shaken, and his body was shaking like a sieve. Nima. The opponent was him? The first challenging anchor person went numb. Eyes round, face twitching, the expression on his face was as ugly as eating a dead mosquito. He just watched the vat-carrying Rex press his handprints on the life and death certificate. The whole person was as dumb as a mute. He couldn't say what he was suffering from. Although he didn't know the origin of the yellow turban Rex, the anchor had seen the former's behavior of carrying the vat before. This Nima is outrageous. Who the hell can beat such a Hercules? Can he fight with his life? Anchor, face full of bitterness, so dumbly looked at the yellow scarf warrior step by step to his opposite. Live broadcast audience, this is over. Anchor, you just want to run now, I'm afraid it's too late. The live broadcast audience watched to see what was going on. and the visitors on the scene were all quietly waiting for the cut to begin. Barta! In the middle of the field, the yellow scarf warrior took a step forward, and without any fancy, a simple straight punch was thrown at the anchor's head. Anchor, Inema! The anchor's entire body went numb with fear. The yellow turban's powerhouse had an extremely sturdy body, more than 2 meters tall, with muscles all over his body, the image of a proper pugilist. Its fist with a sandbag-like, although it does not seem to be fast, but the fist winds such as explosive thunder. The fist has not yet arrived, the wind has already whistled, blowing the main broadcast hair flying. Who dares to take this? I'm afraid that if I take this punch, my own life will not be guaranteed. Anchor looked at the fist that was constantly enlarging, almost instinctively rolled and crawled towards the side to hide. The straight fist went unabated and unimpeded, directly blasting on top of a boulder behind the anchor. Boom! Only a thunderous explosion could be heard as the boulder directly exploded under the yellow turban warrior's punch. Stones flew and powder flew. The body of the anchor, who was even rolling and crawling, directly froze, his eyes staring at the exploded stone behind him as if he had seen a ghost, his body shivering. Gulp! The anchor swallowed with difficulty, his eyes filled with a humongous color, his legs were soft and he couldn't lift his strength. But just at this time, a muffled sound suddenly came from the air. Boom! A strike was unsuccessful, the yellow scarf warrior did not have any pause, waist twisted, the second fist directly bombarded out. The air explosion roared, deafening. This punch was an exponential increase in both speed and power compared to the first punch. The anchor was already stunned. With this second punch, he could already feel his Teiyukai beckoning to him. The wind of the punch was bitter and reckless. With this punch, whether it was the visitors at the scene or the viewers in the live broadcast room, each and every one of them had a horrified look on their faces. They were similarly shocked by the yellow turban cleric's second punch. If this punch went down, I'm afraid that the head would have to explode directly like a watermelon. The feeling of death instantly surged to his heart, and the anchor's body trembled wildly. Facing the threat of death, he didn't even bring any hesitation at all, directly kneeling down and kowtowing, crazily begging for mercy. Spare my life! Spare my life, ah! Don't kill me! I don't want to die! I don't want to die! Kill someone! Help! Help! Someone save me! The yellow scarf warrior's second punch was so terrifying that the anchor could not avoid it at all, and could only kowtow and beg for mercy while screaming out of breath. However, the yellow scarf warrior's fist didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, and went straight towards the anchor's head. Finished! Am I going to die? Looking at the ever-enlarging fist, the anchor shivered, his crotch pants vaguely already soaked. And just when it was a matter of life and death, suddenly, on the Dragon Tiger Mountain, but there was a thunderous explosion. Ka-ching! There was a roar in the sky and the earth, and lightning surfaced, instantly arriving and directly striking above the yellow turban cleric's fist. Boom! The two collided, and terrifying energy fluctuations instantly overflowed. The void shook. The yellow turban warrior's body lurched, blocked by this sudden lightning method. At the same time, a voice transmission directly entered the yellow turban warrior's ears. You can stop now. Inside the Heavenly Master's mansion, Zhang Qingxiao, who was sitting cross-legged, abruptly opened his eyes and stood up long enough to give the yellow turban cleric an order. Subsequently, he directly took a step out and directly executed the Dragon Tiger Treading Clouds technique, instantly flying upwards and disappearing within the Heavenly Master's mansion. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air startled the crowd to follow the sound, only to see a silhouette from far and near, as if shrinking into an inch, instantly came in front of the crowd. Because the speed was too fast, resulting in the crowd's line of sight, behind that silhouette, there was even a long string of residual shadows. It was only until the silhouette came to the center of the field that those residual shadows gradually disappeared. This is. Such ghostly speed directly startled the crowd of onlookers present with their mouths wide open. How could there be such a terrifying speed? This was afraid that it wasn't a god, right? The tourists stared and murmured, "My god, this speed is terrifying. Is this the speed that people can achieve?" I blinked my eyes and he appeared here out of thin air. Unbelievable. Divine immortal. This is definitely an immortal. This has startled all the immortals of Longhu Mountain. This one is even heavier. Well, the true gods have descended. Zhang Qingxiao's sudden appearance caused the tourists present to be astonished, and even some of the older tourists had subconsciously wanted to perform the ritual of kneeling and praying for blessings. At the same time, those viewers in the live broadcast room, at this moment, expressed even more gloating towards those few anchors who had challenged Longhu Mountain. Haha, a single brother Dolly has already scared the piss out of these few of them. Now that the true god of Dragon Tiger Mountain has descended, I'll see how these few anchors will end up. Clowns. A proper clown. Don't even look at your own weight. This is not the way to die. This is the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Is it a place where an ordinary person like you can come? It's not enough to compete with Brother Dolly. You want to fight with a real god, right? Just looking at the faces of those anchors makes me want to laugh. If I knew it would be today, why would I have to do it in the first place? Ha, not bad. This joy gave me a laugh. The scene became a little weird with the appearance of Zhang Qingxiao. The yellow scarf warrior stood still, while the anchor on the ground was trembling, his face was pale, and his body was already wet with cold sweat. The surrounding tourists, as if they were seeing a real god, full of awe. As for the remaining few anchors that hadn't challenged yet, all of them were silenced at this moment, their faces showing fear. Blessed infinite heavenly Father. Gentlemen, the poor Taoist has bowed his head. Zhang Qingxiao, dressed in a purple robe and with a figure as straight as a pine, slowly opened his mouth and spoke. Upon this statement, the tourists who were originally like honoring a god were instantly thrilled. Heavenly Master. The Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master manifested himself in front of people. For many people, they had only seen it in their lives, so their emotions were unusually excited. After hearing the shouts of the tourists around them, the faces of several anchors who threatened to challenge the Dragon Tiger Mountain instantly turned pale. Especially the anchor who was paralyzed on the ground. At this moment, his eyes were almost glaring out. At this exact moment, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes turned and directly landed on that anchor. This resident, my Longhu Mountain has broken so many stones and trampled on the floor for taking up your challenge. I wonder, how does the abbot intend to compensate for these things? Zhang Qingxiao responded with a bow to the many visitors before speaking quietly, his gaze calmly looking at the anchor on the ground who was already stunned. Upon hearing this, the anchor on the ground could not cry. Heavenly Master, this, me. The anchor opened his mouth to speak. However, as soon as he came into contact with Zhang Qingxiao's gaze, he was instantly stuck in his throat again, and all the words he wanted to say were blocked in his throat, so he couldn't say anything. What could he say? Those stones in the floor were clearly broken and trampled by Brother Dolly on the side. How much did this have to do with him? The anchor was broken inside, but he didn't dare to say what he was thinking, because the anchor had already seen the lightning arcs wrapping around the hand of this young celestial master in front of him. The sound of ZZZ made the anchor feel like his hairs were standing up all over his body. The anchor was worried that if he was stubborn, the young master in front of him would probably shove the thunderbolt in his hand into his mouth on the spot. Although he was a spiritual young man, he was also afraid of death. Not afraid of 10,000, but afraid of the unexpected. Compensation. I'll compensate. How much are these stones in the floor? I'll pay for all of them. Compared to compensation, one's own little life was still more important. Without even needing to weigh the pros and cons, the anchor glanced at the lightning arc in Zhang Qingxiao's hand and without even thinking, he directly agreed to pay compensation. Being able to use money to save his own life, this deal was too good to be true. Seeing this attitude of the anchor, both the visitors on the scene eating melon, and the audience in the live broadcast room were all with an expression of "you deserve it." What is the good challenge of Longhu Mountain? This is not purely their own to find things to do. However, after hearing the anchor's words, Zhang Qingxiao slightly shook his head. The poor Taoist doesn't need the monk to lose money, but nowadays, the back kitchen of Dragon Tiger Mountain is still lacking a wood-chopping fellow to learn from. The monk can stay and chop firewood as compensation, and he can leave after working for a year. Zhang Qingxiao looked at the anchor on the ground, his tone appearing flat to the extreme. Of course, all of this is only up to the volunteerism of the abbot. Longhu Mountain as well as the poor Taoist will not force the abbot to make any choices. Having said that, the lightning arc in Zhang Qingxiao's hand did not dissipate at all. The ground anchor was already on the verge of crying from fear. Not daring to hesitate at all, he nodded his head as if he were pounding garlic and said bluntly, "Voluntarily. I am volunteering. I'm willing to stay and work on Dragon Tiger Mountain." The anchor had a panicked look on his face, having already been scared out of his wits by those two punches from Brother Dolly. And Zhang Qingxiao's appearance had shattered the last line of defense within the anchor. At this moment, no matter what Zhang Qingxiao said, he would agree without hesitation. Longhu Mountain Brother Dolly was already scary enough. However, the young heavenly master in front of him, who had lightning arcs flashing in his hands when he moved, was much more terrifying than Brother Dolly in the anchor's opinion. The anchor's posture at the moment appeared to be in a sorry state, causing the audience in the live broadcast room to sigh. Miserable, miserable. How can the word miserable be said? Who's to blame for this? It's not your own fault. It's a pity that we may not be able to see the anchor for a year to come. In fact, this is also quite good, the spirit of the young man on the Dragon Tiger Mountain to cultivate their bodies. Ha, anchor, this is to find a good place to eat and live. The audience in the live broadcast room did not have many people sympathize with the anchor's tragic situation today. The fact that it had ended up like this could be completely said to be to blame. He didn't look at what kind of place this was. Was Dragon Tiger Mountain a place that anyone could challenge? Without two brushes, it is just a self-inflicted humiliation. Blessed infinite heavenly Father. Since the abbot is sincere in working for compensation, then Taoist Ling Xian, you will lead the abbot to report for duty. Zhang Qingxiao was oblivious to the complex expression on the anchor's face as he directly arranged for it to be given to Taoist Master Ling Xian. Heavenly Master, don't worry, I'm familiar with this matter. Taoist Master Ling Xian smiled faintly, and picked up the paralyzed anchor on the ground and directly walked towards the back kitchen location. Parak Five Brothers' business before half in the middle road collapsed demise, 5 people only 4 left, stood blankly on the side, go or not stay or not. The expressions on their faces were like smiles but not smiles, looking incredibly awkward. This challenge was designated as not being able to continue. The good brothers had already given them a demonstration, and they chose to stop in time. But the celestial master before the saint, they also do not dare to quietly leave, can only hard head with a wooden leg standing there, like prisoners waiting to be sentenced. Zhang Qingxiao also didn't anger a few people because of the anchor just now, he just calmly swept a glance at a few people before directly opening his mouth and saying, Dragon Tiger Mountain accepts all challenges, except that fists and feet have no eyes and swords have no mercy. If you challenge Dragon Tiger Mountain, you have to be mentally prepared first. Poor Taoist and the others accept at any time. Zhang Qingxiao's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone on the scene. The surrounding tourists each looked at each other in disbelief. This challenge to Longhu Mountain, but anyone whose brain wasn't broken wouldn't dare to touch this mold at all. That anchor was a living example. With this warning, challenge Longhu Mountain, also have to weigh their own can afford this price. As for the remaining few anchors who had not challenged, after hearing Zhang Qingxiao's words, each of their faces were even more ashamed. They no longer had any face to continue staying here, and slinkily mingled amongst the crowd, quickly descending the mountain. Because this matter was broadcast live, there was soon an upload of everything that happened on top of the major social media platforms. Soon, the topic about Longhu Mountain accepting the challenge quickly made its way onto the hot search list of all major platforms. Countless netizens heard about it and scrambled to leave comments. Dragon Tiger Mountain accepts the challenge? Who dares to challenge Dragon Tiger Mountain here? Is it too long to live? Ha, those upstairs don't know yet, right? There's a stupid anchor who actually challenged it. The thought is beautiful, the reality is cruel. I'm afraid this isn't about accepting the challenge, it's about the lack of free labor on Dragon Tiger Mountain, right? Longfu Mountain is recruiting free oxen and horses. This is not nonsense. After offending Longfu Mountain and the Heavenly Master, you still want to leave unharmed? Challenge Mount Longfu. If you win, you'll be famous. If you don't win, you'll have to work on the mountain with food and accommodation. Ha, this last challenge to Longfu Shan is still going to Longfu Shan to chop wood. Longhu Mountain, babies come to challenge, is short of oxen and horses to work. 6,666. The news about Longhu Mountain accepting the challenge caused quite a stir on the internet. Although the netizens were curious about this news, everyone was not a fool. This foregone conclusion had all been laid out there, and someone had led the way. Winning the fight is famous on the spot, and losing the fight is in the factory in the same place. The current plot is just a pre-transition. A lot of readers and masters want to see the fire-brushing zombies. Don't worry, the back are there. Lightsaber, Gatling, 5 Thunder Mecha, Electronic Wooden Fish, Taoist Master Fighting Troop, Ultra Long Range Sniping, Tianjur Battleship. The brainchild of a 10-year-old author. Only you can't think of it. No, I can't write it. Not cool. I'll pick out my hemorrhoids and eat them myself. Finally, the most important point. Let me see who said add more gifts. No need to swipe money, just read the little ads to feed the author. Free for the love of generating a little bit of power. Humble author Bacteria Peak Hand Speed Daily Code 44,000. Please righteous father must give me a chance to be a big volume. After dealing with the anchor challenge, Zhang Qingxiao directly returned to the Heavenly Master's mansion and once again entered seclusion. Soon, a few days passed by in a flash. These last few days, Longhu Mountain had attracted the attention of many netizens because of the anchor challenge. However, in this era of information explosion, the internet tends to be a 3-minute fever. In a few days' time, the topic about Longhu Mountain seemed to gradually fade out of the netizens' view. But just at this time, because of a single object, Longhu Mountain unexpectedly swept the greater hot search list once again. Following Zhang Qingxiao's instructions, Taoist Master Ling Xian placed the soaked scorpion wine in several scenic spots on Longhu Mountain that had more tourists, and made the scorpion wine free to the public. As long as the tourists had a need for the relevant aspect of the disease, they could obtain the scorpion wine from Longhu Mountain for free. At first, everyone didn't feel much for this free scorpion wine. After all, for many people, free things were nothing more than gadgets and not novelties. However, after some of the tourists drank some of the scorpion wine with the idea of trying it out, soon, people were surprised by the miraculous effects of the scorpion wine. Divine medicine. This is divine medicine. The Longhu Mountain scorpion wine actually cured my decades-old rheumatism. Some people posted on the internet, loudly promoting the scorpion wine from Longhu Mountain. And as the post appeared, many netizens who drank the scorpion wine and also got improved chimed in. What the owner said is true. I also did not expect the scorpion wine from Longhu Mountain to have this kind of miraculous effect. I originally had an old migraine. After drinking scorpion wine for a few days, it didn't hurt at all. Yes, it's really amazing. The effect of the scorpion wine from Longhu Mountain is really great. After drinking it, my body is soothed. Thanks to the Longhu Mountain scorpion wine, I am free from pain and suffering. The effect of this scorpion wine is so outrageous, I didn't expect it at all. No, I have to go to Longhu Mountain again to beg for some more scorpion wine. Because the scorpion wine was completely free, there were not many tourists who received it. Therefore, after the relevant topic appeared online, it quickly caused countless people to all respond. And as these people commented and forwarded, the scorpion wine's heat began to climb, and soon it directly hit the hot search. Longhu Mountain scorpion wine is so hot. What a bottle of refreshing. 2 bottles of never fatigue. Outrageous topics appeared one after another. Netizens have been attracted, stopped to watch, a variety of comments came. No way, San has a god oil, Longhu Mountain now even have a god medicine? Scorpion wine, can this thing really be drunk? Aren't scorpions highly poisonous? Won't this stuff poison people to death? So, a friend of mine asked me to ask if this stuff can cure that area? Which aspect you should say more clearly. Let me ask, my brother is listless all day, can he drink this scorpion wine? I'm afraid your brother is already wasted, right? If this scorpion wine is really as miraculous as the rumors say, we should go to Dragon Tiger Mountain and ask for some. Right. Taking advantage of the fact that the Dragon Tiger Mountain is now giving it away for free, high or low, we have to make a trip there. I'm worried about the poison. Fear what? This netizen has already tried it, and the medicine is effective. Really fake. Is it really that good? I've already tried it for you guys, and I've been in the spirit for a night. The internet was abuzz with talk. As the heat remained high, it led to an almost exponential increase in the number of tourists traveling to Longhu Mountain. This also led to more and more people being incredibly curious about Longhu Mountain scorpion wine. Some people had even sneakily used drones to quietly take pictures in order to get a glimpse of what was going on inside those vats on Longhu Mountain. When a picture of a vat containing a huge scorpion appeared on the internet, it was a direct sensation. Most netizens were overwhelmed by the giant scorpion contained in the vat. However, a small number of people with ulterior motives were questioning after seeing these photos. Longhu Mountain actually used such a large scorpion to make wine? How poisonous must this wine be? Surprisingly, it was even given to tourists. Aren't they afraid of drinking people to death? As soon as such remarks appeared on the internet, they soon made people panic. After all, the giant scorpion in the vat was really too big, completely beyond the perception of ordinary people. It did look frightening. Using this kind of thing to make wine does have a great risk of poisoning in the eyes of ordinary people. For a time, the whole internet was hot, and the netizens had mixed feelings about scorpion wine. Some people touted it loudly, and some people absolutely poisoned wine to harm people. There was quite a tendency to push Longhu Mountain above the wind and waves. But just when the netizens because the Longhu Mountain scorpion wine quarrel, the photos on the internet, however, caused an uproar somewhere. This is actually 1,000-year-old scorpion? In the National Medicine Pavilion, several national medicine masters were all astonished after seeing the online photos of the giant scorpion in the Longhu Mountain vat. That scorpion wine is not a poison, it is simply a miracle medicine. That giant scorpion is clearly the legendary 1,000-year-old scorpion. Just look at the head of the absolute live more than 1,000 years. 1,000-year-old scorpion, this can be all treasure. Used to make wine, it's no different from a miracle medicine. So the National Medicine Hall of the National Medicine Masters quickly and directly issued a joint statement to the majority of netizens to prove that Longhu Mountain scorpion wine is not poison. At the same time, the National Medicine Masters also took the opportunity to popularize the knowledge that scorpions can be used as medicine to the netizens, and told everyone, decades of scorpions have been rare, 100 years of scorpions is even more rare. As for the millennium, even these masters of Chinese medicine are also the first time to see Longhu Mountain with 1,000 years of scorpion wine, and free gifts to tourists. This is really a big deal. The National Medicine Masters praised Longhu Mountain. Generous. Even outrageously generous. Such a move naturally led to more and more netizens on the scorpion will be more respected. Likewise, the skepticism remained and became more intense. With such heat, it soon drew the attention of the officials. In order to verify the authenticity of this matter, as well as whether the scorpion wine contained toxicity and whether the scorpion wine possessed miraculous effects, reporters from the official media soon united the experts from the United Nations Pharmacy, intending to travel together to Longhu Mountain to find out what was going on. Hello viewers and friends, I'm a reporter from the Approaching Science program. Today, we will follow the experts from the National Pharmaceutical Museum and go to Longhu Mountain together to explore the secrets of the scorpion wine from Longhu Mountain, and also to see if this scorpion wine is as magical as the rumors say it is. As the live broadcast opened, the reporter with a beautiful voice appeared in the live broadcast screen. The live broadcast also began to flood in a large number of netizens, and the heat was frighteningly high. Whether or not the scorpion wine really had miraculous effects, This was a question that many people were more concerned about. The group of people soon arrived at Longhu Mountain and directly visited Taoist Master Ling Xian to explain their intentions. Everyone wait a moment, this scorpion wine was specially made by the Heavenly Master, so the poor Taoist needs to inquire about the Heavenly Master's intentions. After knowing the reporter and the other's intentions, Taoist Master Ling Xian directly dialed Zhang Qingxiao's phone and informed the latter of what was going on here. It's not something rare, if they want to study it, they can naturally do so. Just don't destroy it. After understanding the situation, Zhang Qingxiao did not reject these people and agreed that they could study the scorpion wine. The Celestial Master has agreed that all the residents can study it, but the Celestial Master reminds that one must not destroy the wine jar. Taoist Master Ling Xian relayed Zhang Qingxiao's meaning. Hearing this, the few masters from the National Medicinal Pavilion who had followed the reporter hurriedly nodded their heads in delight and said, "This is natural. We are just taking a look, and we will definitely not ruin this scorpion wine." With that, Taoist Master Ling Xian had several ladders brought in. Seeing this, several experts from the National Medicinal Pavilion couldn't wait to climb up the ladders, and even the cameraman in charge of the video camera followed suit. The scorpion wine made by the Celestial Master is extremely complex, using these large scorpions as the main ingredient and supplemented with many great tonic substances. The medicinal effect is quite good. Taoist Master Ling Xian also ascended the ladder and used a large wine carrier to scoop out a large scorpion pincer from the vat, introducing it to the several national medicine experts. Just one scorpion pincer alone was bigger than a 10-year-old child, thus showing how huge the entire body of the 1,000-year-old poisonous scorpion was. As soon as the several experts from the National Medicinal Pavilion saw the body of this 1,000-year poisonous scorpion, all of them were dumbfounded. Good fellow! They had seen the video and photos before they came and knew that this scorpion was big. But only after seeing the real thing did they realize what it meant, that the pictures were for reference only, and the details were based on the real thing. This big scorpion, it was too much bigger than what they had imagined. They hate to want to break this big pincer down and bring it back to study. But these experts also know the importance. If it is other places, other people have such a big scorpion, then do not say anything. $500 plus a small banner directly for away. But this is Longhu Mountain. People purple robe Tianshur have sent words, "Sican, not allowed to mess." You want to break a scorpion's leg? You want to break the scorpion's leg? You break the scorpion pincer down, the next second the Heavenly Master can break your leg down as well. So they only dared to look at the scorpion pincers and TSK, not daring to overstep their bounds in the slightest. It really deserves to be a 1,000-year-old poisonous scorpion, this size. It's really the only thing we've ever seen in our lives. Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master is really a strange man. How did he find this kind of scorpion? Several people stared at the poisonous scorpion in the vat and couldn't stop looking at it, the light in their eyes constantly flickering in admiration. Straight call today is supine knife pulling ass, open wide eyes. And in the live broadcasting room, the netizens, after seeing that huge 1,000-year-old scorpion, one by one similarly widened their eyes, and all sorts of pop-ups drifted the screen crazily. My god, I already thought that scorpion was big enough in the previous photo, now with this comparison, it seems even bigger. Hiss! There's such a huge scorpion in this world, it's almost like a prehistoric animal. It's as if we've gone back tens of millions of years at once. This scorpion is so big, it has definitely lived for more than 1,000 years, this cannot be faked. 100-year-old scorpions are rare. I didn't expect the Heavenly Master to use 1,000-year-old scorpions to make wine. I have to say, Longhu Mountain is really very luxurious. Just this one big scorpion alone is already priced out of the market. Luckily I've already drunk the scorpion wine, haha. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was lively and unusual, while at the scene. After hearing Taoist Master Ling Xian mention that in addition to the 1,000-year-old scorpion, this scorpion wine also used other extraordinary auxiliary ingredients. Each of these experts from the National Medicinal Pavilion froze in their movements, and their breathing became rapid. A great tonic, that is. Someone spoke, a fiery light emerging in their eyes. Taoist Master Ling Xian, on the other hand, was holding a wine carrier and gently stirring it in the vat, before directly scooping out several 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs. The most conspicuous among them was the one that resembled a humanoid, with redundant and slender roots of 1,000-year ginseng. This millennium ginseng is brown in color, the size of an adult man's arm. Above the head of the reed bowl traces are densely packed and unclear, and the roots below are as long and thin as hair threads that are generally intertwined together. This millennium ginseng has just been Spirit Xian Taoist long from the scorpion wine scooped out. All of a sudden a clear fragrance mixed with the fragrance of wine will be diffused. This is 1,000-year ginseng? No, how many years? 1,000 years? Fuck! Some people couldn't help but exclaim in shock, their faces filled with shocking colors. That ginseng, whether it is the size or the roots, are far more than 100 years old ginseng. coupled with its rhizome at the top of the reed head of the dense reed bowl traces, enough to prove that its years have reached 1,000 years long. Baby! This is a treasure worth thousands of dollars. Several experts from the National Pharmaceutical Museum stared at the 1,000-year-old ginseng with burning eyes, and their mouths were almost watering. This is outrageous. Longhu Mountain was really too outrageous. That was 1,000-year-old ginseng. 100-year-old ginseng had been speculated to sky-high prices, and this 1,000-year-old ginseng was even more priceless. In addition to the 1,000-year-old ginseng, Calicoreaicini, Hishawu, Ganoderma lucidum spores and other herbs with the same 1,000 years of age were also salvaged one by Ling Xian Taoist master, so that the experts of several national pharmaceutical museums could have a one-time look at enough. Now, several experts of the National Pharmaceutical Museum completely clammed up. Good. This wave belongs to the outrageous. His mom to outrageous open the door, outrageous to home. Trenchless These things in your Longhu Mountain really is not worth money, right? Tianshur used these valuable things to make wine is just, even free to give away to tourists. Crazy hot? If this were someone else, not to mention giving it away, I'm afraid I wouldn't even want to drink it myself. Watching that 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs being salvaged, and then being thrown back into the wine vat by Taoist spirit Shen. A few of the old men from the National Pharmaceutical Museum had their hearts dripping blood from the pain. These 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs were the only ones they had ever seen in their lives, even if they were old men who had seen a lot of things. Unexpectedly, there are people who actually used all of them to make wine, and also free to give away. Whoever this is sent. Come all come. A few experts of the National Pharmaceutical Museum also do not intend to go back empty-handed. This scorpion wine is too expensive. They also want to taste the flavor. And seeing a few experts from the National Medicinal Pavilion looking blearily at those 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs in the vat, someone in the live broadcast couldn't help but ask their inner curiosity. Ask if you don't understand, brothers, we are saying that these 1,000-year-old herbs are precious? Seeing this pop up, a netizen then directly answered. As soon as he asked this question, he was immediately disliked. Dude, which mountainous region raised you? You really don't have a concept, do you? Fine, 1,000 years old is precious or not, I can already tell your IQ if you can ask this. 1,000 years ago, probably the Song Dynasty, let's just say, during the Song Dynasty, the bowl that you usually eat in your house, the toilet that you shit in is intact until now, that's all precious. Not to mention 1,000 years of living things. Even if you are a waste, live 1,000 years to now, you are also a national treasure, understand? I don't know about the others, just that ginseng. I remember that there is a ginseng king stored in our National Assembly Hall, and that ginseng king is only 200 years old. A 200-year-old one is already rare. Do you think 1,000-year ginseng is precious? 1,000-year-old ginseng, its value can no longer be measured with money. Let me put it to you this way, if you are about to mail and see the black and white invincible walking in front of you, as long as you can drink a mouthful of 1,000-year ginseng wine at this time, you can make the black and white invincible wait for you in your house for a month, and then hang your life for a month. If you can take a bite of 1,000-year ginseng, you can directly jump up from the bed and give the black and white irregulars two big mouths. Tell them both to get lost and come back in 10 years. Even if the black and white pervert stares at your bedside, he can't even hook away your soul. 6,666. After the appraisal of the experts from the National Pharmaceutical Museum, the Longhu Mountain Scorpion wine not only had amazing medicinal effects, not only could it treat a variety of diseases, but it even had the effect of prolonging one's life. It could be said to be of great value, and when these news spread on the internet, soon there were long lines directly on Longhu Mountain. The number of tourists on Longhu Mountain was unprecedented, and everyone was lining up to receive free scorpion wine. It was a real tourist spectacle that made other tourist resorts envious. And because of the 1,000-year-old scorpion wine, netizens have become fans of Longhu Mountain. Netizens, Taoism can come up with 1,000 years of scorpion wine free gift to the world, on this point, who still believe that only fairy have Yuan people of the Buddhist the Longhu Mountain was abuzz with people. With the efficacy of the Millennium Scorpion wine as well as the value was confirmed, resulting in countless tourists flocked to. The queue was like a long dragon stretching from the mountain to the foot of the mountain. Some tourists even waited from day to night to get a little bit of scorpion wine, happy to do so. People did not feel any dissatisfaction because of the long waiting time. On the contrary, every tourist who obtained the scorpion wine was grateful to Longhu Mountain. While at a high place on Dragon Tiger Mountain, Zhang Qingxiao's figure was as straight as a pine as he looked down at the long queue below, but the system's beep suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, distributing the Millennium Scorpion wine for free, increasing the reputation of the Tao sect, and obtaining the rewards: Mythic Grade 5 Thunder Positive Technique, Thunder Domain, Heavenly Master Sword Ascension +1, Tao Heavenly Pupil, and Merit +100,000. The rewards have been issued, please collect them in time for the host. Hearing the system's voice, Zhang Qingxiao could not help but add a faint smile to his face. Immediately, he directly checked the introduction of this reward. Thunder Domain. This is a spell that utilizes the 5 thunders positive technique to form a field of thunder and lightning with itself as the center. Within the Thunder Domain, the caster is the master. Once any evil spirits enter the Thunder Domain, their strength will not only be greatly reduced, but they will even be attacked indiscriminately by the power of lightning, causing a paralyzing effect. If it was some weak evil spirits, they would even be directly annihilated by the lightning power in the Thunder Domain. Even if the caster cultivates the Thunder Domain to a high level of proficiency, he only needs to open the Thunder Domain, and then he can quickly clear the scene. Dao Heavenly Pupil. This is a spell that specializes in the eyes. After practicing this method, the user's eyesight can be drastically improved. This technique was not quite the same as the Dao Sect's opening of the Dharma Eye. Generally speaking, the Dao Sect's Dharma eyes are used to see through blindfolds and souls and other living beings. The Dao Heavenly Pupil, on the other hand, was a divine ability, and after practicing it, everything was visible in front of one's eyes. Good stuff. After reading the introduction of Dao Heavenly Pupil, Zhang Qingxiao could not help but secretly praise it. With this divine ability, in the future, when using a big sniper, he could even go straight to the gun without using a magnifying glass. This Dao Heavenly Pupil was properly prepared for headshots. Tuzi absorbed the Dao Heavenly Pupil. Zhang Qingxiao's mind moved slightly as he began to receive his reward. Instantly, various senses regarding the Dao Heavenly Pupil merged into Zhang Qingxiao's mind in a brainstorm. In a few breaths of effort, Zhang Qingxiao had already cultivated the Dao Heavenly Pupil to the point of pure perfection. Brush! Along with 2 faint golden lights covering Zhang Qingxiao's eyes, a field of vision directly scanned a large area around Zhang Qingxiao. In a split second, all the surrounding things covered by the field were visible to Zhang Qingxiao's gaze. Originally, because he had stepped into the cultivation path, Zhang Qingxiao's eyesight had been greatly improved, and if he focused his attention, he could easily catch a fly vibrating its wings. However, at this moment, not to mention the fly's wings, even the veins on the fly's body, Zhang Qingxiao was able to see them clearly. As a bird swept by, Zhang Qingxiao could also clearly see the fluffy hairs on the bird's body faintly trembling under the effect of air resistance. The power of the Dao Heavenly Pupil was as terrifying as it was. Buzz! A slight buzzing sound came from his ears, interrupting Zhang Qingxiao, who was examining the effects of the Dao Heavenly Pupil, only to see a transparent panel appear in front of Zhang Qingxiao. Above the panel was precisely the information about the Dao Heavenly Pupil, and the most notable among them was the Dao Heavenly Pupil's evolutionary route. Ha! Seeing that the Dao Heavenly Pupil even had an evolutionary route, even Zhang Qingxiao could not help but let out a cry of surprise. This divine ability could even evolve. Dao Heavenly Pupil, Fire Eyes Golden Eyes, Delusion Breaking Golden Pupil. When upgraded to the high-level Delusion Breaking Golden Pupils, with just a pair of eyes, one could explore the scenes of heaven upwards, and investigate the secrets of the 9 specters downwards. The world's delusion, nothing to hide. One word, bullish. Zhang Qingxiao's face showed emotion, and he was more and more looking forward to the performance of the Dao Heavenly Pupil after it was upgraded. With this thing, it will be even more accurate to throw big snipes in the future. True 800 miles away, a shot to the head. The Longhu Mountain scorpion wine was on fire all over the internet, and many people traveled thousands of miles to Longhu Mountain in order to obtain a bit of scorpion wine. The mountain is overcrowded with tourists. However, just as Longhu Mountain was a bustling scene, a group of uniformed police officers came to the bottom of the mountain. Taoist Master Ling Xian, we are from the Luping Police Department. We came today because we hope that Mount Longhu can help. A few police officers directly approached Taoist Master Ling Xian and told the latter about their intentions in great detail. Our city now has multiple cases of consecutive disappearances, and the criminals are so skillful that they have completely escaped all modern means of detection. Therefore, we suspect that the perpetrators of the crimes are most likely not ordinary people, and so we have come to seek the help of the Heavenly Master. Luping was right next door to the city where Longhu Mountain was located. This occurrence of consecutive disappearance cases had already caused the Luping police to become anxious. They had almost mobilized the city's police force, but they still didn't have any clue. The criminals' methods were too bizarre, completely out of the realm of ordinary people's cognition. Even if the Luping police citywide defense still failed to find the perpetrator of the half-point attack. But the missing cases cannot be delayed at all. Every bit of time wasted, those missing people will add one more point of danger to their lives. So the Luping police, after discussion, agreed that the person who committed the crime is probably not in the category of ordinary people. That was why they rushed to Longhu Mountain without stopping, hoping to get help from Longhu Mountain. Everyone wait for a moment, the poor Taoist will inform the Heavenly Master of this matter. And after listening to the accounts of the several policemen, Taoist Spirit Xian also knew that this matter could not be delayed, so he went up the mountain at the first opportunity and rushed to the Heavenly Master's mansion. In the middle of the Heavenly Master's mansion, Zhang Qingxiao was familiarizing himself with the Thunder Domain as well as the various means of using the Tao Heavenly Pupil. Upon seeing Taoist Master Ling Xian speeding over, the latter couldn't help but show a flash of doubt on his face. Heavenly Master. Taoist Master Spirit Xian approached from afar with a slight hint of seriousness in his expression. Taoist Master Ling Xian is traveling in such a hurry, but is there something important? Zhang Qingxiao collected his power and stood, looking at Taoist Master Ling Xian curiously. Indeed, there are important matters. Taoist Master Ling Xian nodded slightly before saying with a grave expression, the specific situation is like this, under the mountain. Taoist Master Ling Xian told Zhang Qingxiao the whole story of what the police had said, one by one. Finally, he informed Zhang Qingxiao of the other party's intentions. Consecutive disappearance cases? After listening to Taoist Master Ling Xian's introduction, Zhang Qingxiao frowned slightly, and then after its slight contemplation, he then gently nodded his head and said, this matter, if based on what the police have said, is indeed a bit fishy. Ordinary people do things, even if they are careful and prudent, certain traces, it is simply impossible to erase, unless. At this point, Zhang Qingxiao suddenly gave a start, and then spoke quietly. Also strike. Since it has begged to the head of the poor Taoist, then the poor Taoist will go and take a look. With that, Zhang Qingxiao took a step out and walked towards the bottom of the mountain with Taoist Master Ling Xian. Heavenly Master. Zhang Qingxiao and Taoist Master Ling Xian had just appeared in the middle of the side hall next to the three pristine hall, and the few police officers who had been fidgeting immediately rose up, their faces showing some excitement. Zhang Qingxiao nodded his head in greeting before saying bluntly, please also tell us more about the case. If it was just an ordinary disappearance case, even if there had been multiple cases in a row and no suspects could be found, the police would never have sought out the help of Longhu Mountain so quickly, unless the police had discovered something unusual from amongst the cases. Based on this, Zhang Qingxiao then opened his mouth and asked a few people to recount the case in more detail, and upon hearing Zhang Qingxiao's words, the several people did not hide anything and directly explained the identity information of the missing person. As expected, the reason why the police concluded that the person who committed the crime was not an ordinary person was not only based on the fact that the other party had committed the crime without any traces, but also one of the biggest suspicions was that all of the missing persons were minors. All the missing persons, all are underage girls. These missing girls are all students of the first middle school in the north of Luping City. Luping police initially received reports from the school and parents, thought it was just an ordinary disappearance, but after a great deal of investigation, but the Luping police to be difficult. Luping mobilized the entire city police force to check all areas of the city one by one, but just could not find the traces of the missing girls. It was as if a few people had disappeared. Moreover, when the Luping police extracted all the surveillance near the first middle school in the northern part of the city to check frame by frame, the result was like a fog directly over the heads of the people. We will be attached to the first middle school in the north of the city surveillance no less than dozens of times, but still did not find any useful information. The missing people are like vaporized, somehow disappeared. A few police officers showed a grave expression, and even brought the nearby surveillance of the time when several people disappeared. In the image, a few missing teenage girls were walking well on the road 1 second. But the next second, a few people after a dead end, they directly disappeared into thin air. This dead corner area is not large, normal people walking speed, at most 1 or 2 seconds can cross the dead corner, reappeared in the next monitoring range. However, the next surveillance did not capture these people at all, and they disappeared into thin air at that dead end location. After watching the surveillance video, Zhang Qingxiao did not say anything. The fact that the police were able to bring in the surveillance meant that the technicians had already done a professional screening of the footage. There was no problem with the video, which meant that the disappearance of a few people did seem bizarre. Disappearing out of thin air, this was obviously not something that normal people could do. And at this time, the police also continued. After determining the location of several people's disappearance, the police conducted a survey of the neighborhood at the first time. Unfortunately, the place where the several people disappeared left no half-trace. The police's clues were cut off there. We also initially investigated the suspects as ordinary people, but for half a month in a row, we couldn't find half a clue at all. Until last night at 3 in the morning, a young girl suddenly ran to the police station to report a crime. The young girl was one of the missing persons, and according to her, the one who kidnapped them was a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe. At this point in the conversation, the several police officers could not help but give a slight lurch, their gazes subconsciously looking towards Zhang Qingxiao as well as Taoist Master Ling Xian. The two of them also narrowed their eyes at the words, and then the same thought appeared in their hearts coincidentally. Evil cultivator. Underage girls, people in Taoist robes. This look would easily remind people of the kind of evil cultivators who were there to practice some kind of evil magic. And the police's next words also verified the two men's conjecture. According to the young girl who escaped, the middle-aged man in Taoist robes had kidnapped many underage girls. Many of them had already died tragically at the hands of the Taoist-robed man, and the other party was practicing some kind of evil method, specializing in extracting the souls of young girls for cultivation. And after receiving the report from the young girl, the Luping police did not dare to act rashly. Although the police can deal with all things that threaten the public order, but against this kind of evil, beyond the existence of supernatural reason, they are not really sure they can do it. So in order to avoid spooking the police and causing more innocent casualties, the police held an emergency meeting the first time they got the news. After the meeting, the police eventually planned to seek help from the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master. This was because the information about Zhang Qingxiao's previous extermination of evil cultivators had already been picked up by netizens. So the police also knew that it was most prudent to leave this kind of evil to a professional like the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master. So after the meeting was over, the police immediately sent someone to Dragon Tiger Mountain to seek help. Heavenly Master, please also lend a helping hand to save those innocent girls. At the end of the conversation, several police officers saluted Zhang Qingxiao and said in a sincere tone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao directly nodded his head. Getting rid of demons and defending the Tao is something that my generation is obligated to do. However, poor Tao may need to meet with the girl who managed to escape first. With regards to the police's request, Zhang Qingxiao naturally did not refuse. And hearing this, a police officer hurriedly said, Heavenly Master, that girl is now undergoing treatment in the middle of the hospital in Leping City. If Heavenly Master wishes to meet, we will arrange it right away. Regarding the matter of the evil cultivator, I'm counting on Heavenly Master. No problem. Promising the police to help deal with the evil cultivator, Zhang Qingxiao didn't procrastinate, and after a little bit of packing, he was ready to go down the mountain. This time, Zhang Qingxiao was not the only one traveling to Leping, but there were a few more red and yellow-robed Taoist masters. Longhu Mountain on the head of the Taoist, Lingxian Taoist is the red robe head, need to Zhang Qingxiao this Tiancher out of the time, sit in Longhu Mountain, line of authority, dealing with the size of the affairs of Longhu Mountain. Therefore, Taoist Master Lingxian was generally unable to go out and walk around. This time, the ones who followed Zhang Qingxiao to Leping were Taoist Master Ling Fa of the Hall of Talismans, Taoist Master Ling Yin of the Hall of Spiritual Weapons, and Taoist Master Tian Mang of the Hall of Demon Control. It was worth mentioning that amongst the several fellow Taoist masters, the Heavenly Mang Taoist Master of the Vermintide Palace was of the same generation as the previous Heavenly Master. He was an old man of the Heavenly Character generation, and was already 99 years old this year. Don't look at the 99-year-old Taoist Master Tian Mang, but his physical fitness is strong and his cultivation is extremely high. He was the first person under the old Heavenly Master. His status was once similar to that of today's Taoist Master Ling Xian, the red-robed head of the previous generation. Although Tianmong Taoist has already 99 years old, but his temperament is still extremely hot, reckless a batch. In the past, he was a battlefield killing talent, killed a lot of ghosts. Once the most glorious battle, is a person a knife, from the mountain to the mountain, kill countless enemies, the knife mouth or cut to roll. In that battle, the ghosts who died under the knife of Tianmong Taoist, there are hundreds of them, absolutely ruthless. Tianmong Taoist, do you know how Tianmong's Mang came about? Taoist Master Tianmong was dressed in red robes and had pale white hair. Although he was old, his body bones were still hard, hale and hearty, and he did not look old at all. Especially in its body, that stock of ruthlessness, just to stand there, can let all the young generation retreat. This time down the mountain, originally Zhang Qingxiao did not intend to let Tian Mang Dao long accompanied Tianmong Taoist in the old Heavenly Master reign, because the temperament is too hot, so even the old Heavenly Master generally will not let Tianmong Taoist walk in the world, but to stay in the voodoo hall. In the name of, only Tianmong Taoist can be able to guard the heavy responsibility of the Temple of the Voodoo. In fact, in order to let him cultivate his body and temperament, in the mountains to properly nurture their temperament, Zhang Qingxiao's mind is similar to the old Heavenly Master. Based on the principle of no nuclear weapons from the enemy, no Tianmong from our side. He did not want Taoist Master Tianmong to follow him, because the Tianmong Taoist chief down the mountain, once the temper comes up, it is like a powder keg, a little bit will explode. No one can suppress it. This was just like placing a time bomb by one side, so even Zhang Qingxiao had a headache. Senior, this time down the mountain, the matter is not too big, why don't you just... Looking at the Tianmong Taoist master on the side as if he was ready for a big show, Zhang Qingxiao's scalp was numb and wanted to open his mouth to persuade him to stay on the mountain. However, before he could finish his words, he saw Taoist Master Tianmong shaking his head frantically. Oh Heavenly Master, I'm an old man now, I don't know how much longer I can live. All these years I've been cultivating my body on the mountain, without ever going down the mountain to walk around. What the outside world is like, the poor Taoist is a bit confused. This time you let poor Tao accompany you. Taoist Master Tianmong interrupted Zhang Qingxiao and said with a hopeful face, if Heavenly Master is worried about poverty road acting recklessly after descending the mountain, then this is something that Heavenly Master can rest assured. Poverty Road has been following the old Heavenly Master's arrangement for the last 5 years, studying the Taoist scriptures on the mountain and cultivating his body and temperament. Nowadays, Poverty Tao's temperament has been tightened up a lot, and absolutely nothing will go wrong. In order to be able to go down the mountain, Taoist Master Tianmong directly assured Zhang Qingxiao that he would definitely follow the arrangements. Observing the way he moved to reason, Zhang Qingxiao couldn't help but helplessly shake his head. Such an absolute ruthless person, in order to get off the mountain, was also taking great pains. What else could be done? With a 100-year-old man begging so much, Zhang Qingxiao had no choice but to nod his head in agreement. Senior, poor Tao can promise you to come down the mountain, but you have to promise poor Tao to remember not to fool around. Zhang Qingxiao spoke quietly, his face full of helplessness. Upon hearing this, Taoist Master Tianmong's face was delighted, but he still pretended to be serious as he returned. Heavenly Master, don't worry, the old Taoist will definitely not fool around. After saying that, Heavenly Mang Taoist leader was in a hurry to start preparing his things. Looking at that appearance, he was afraid that if he really faced an evil cultivator, he would probably be the first to rush up and let the other party experience what it meant to be a good human being. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qingxiao had a headache. He could only hope that he was really better. After everything was prepared, Zhang Qingxiao and a few red-robed Taoist masters, led by the police, rushed towards Luping in the police car. 2 hours later, Luping City Police Station. The police car had just driven into the parking lot of the police station, when a second-grade police superintendent wearing a police uniform and carrying a wheat and 2 stars on his shoulder led several police station cadres to welcome him. Tan Xinghua, the police department's first hand, had a serious face at the moment, with some anticipation in his eyes, looking straight at the police car that had just stopped. After a few figures in Taoist robes stepped down from the car, his originally tense expression involuntarily loosened, and then he hurriedly walked up quickly. Luping Police Station, thank you to the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain as well as all the Taoist masters for coming to help. Tan Xinghua took a step forward, his gaze directly locking onto the youngest figure amongst the several Taoist robes. The identity of the young Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain was no secret nowadays, so upon seeing Zhang Qingxiao leading a few Tao masters out of the car, Tan Xinghua locked onto the former's identity with a single glance. At this moment, Tan Xinghua as well as a group of police officers had a strong sense of gratitude on their faces, while there was also a slight sense of awe mixed in their eyes. The reason why they were treated in such a grand manner was, on one hand, because they were thankful to Longhu Mountain for giving them a helping hand in such a critical moment. On the other hand, it was out of respect for the name of Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master. The Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master had always been famous, and from ancient times to the present day, all the kings and lords of the country, down to the common people, all had respect for this name. Even in the ancient imperial period, the position of the Heavenly Master will be enthroned by the emperors of all dynasties. Ancestral Heavenly Master has been passed down since the Han Dynasty. Subsequent generations of descendants inherited the position of Heavenly Master, and all generations were titled by the imperial court. In the 6th year of Emperor Tianbao of the Tang Dynasty, he was named Heavenly Master. During the reign of Emperor Shizong of the Tang Dynasty, the Heavenly Master was named the Great Master of the 3 Heavenly Teachings. During the reign of Emperor Lizong of the Song Dynasty, the Heavenly Master was named Heavenly Teacher of the 3 Days and Heavenly Teacher of the 3 Days, and Emperor Changzong of the Yuan Dynasty named the Heavenly Master Heavenly Teacher of the 3 Days, and Emperor Changzong of the Yuan Dynasty named the Heavenly Teacher Heavenly Teacher of the 3 Days. Ming Hanwu first year, changed the Tianshi for real people. Throughout history, the position of Heavenly Master is highly respected and honored by the world. Therefore, it was only natural that Tan Xinghua and the others were in awe of Zhang Qingxiao. Moreover, now that they had a request to make, it was only natural for them to fulfill all of their manners. It's been a long journey, Heavenly Master and all the Taoist masters have worked hard. Tan Xinghua and the entire police force cadres saluted Zhang Qingxiao to express their gratitude. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao and the several Taoist masters all bowed in response. You are welcome, monks. Knowing that the situation was urgent, Tan Xinghua and the others did not beat around the bush. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they gave Zhang Qingxiao and the others a rundown of the case without any details. Heavenly Master, in order to have such evil cultivators put to death, I'm afraid we'll have to trouble you, Heavenly Master, as well as a few Taoist masters to take action. After finishing the situation, Tan Xinghua looked at Zhang Qingxiao and the others somewhat helplessly. Although they were the guardians of the social order, but when they encountered this kind of criminals that surpassed common sense perceptions, they indeed appeared to be somewhat helpless. And hearing Tan Xinghua's request, Zhang Qingxiao nodded slightly and said, it is incumbent upon the poor Taoist and the others to get rid of the evil cultivators. After agreeing that the evil cultivator would be resolved by Zhang Qingxiao and the others, Tan Xinghua led a few people non-stop towards the military hospital. If they wanted to solve the evil cultivator, they first had to determine the location of the other party. The only person who had this clue was the young girl who had escaped from the evil cultivator's lair. After a short treatment in the city hospital, the girl was directly transferred to the military hospital for safety reasons. Because the evil cultivator now probable already know the girl escaped, ordinary hospitals simply do not have security. It is easy to get into trouble, so can only transfer to the military hospital. Military hospitals are strictly controlled, ordinary people simply cannot enter them, can avoid many dangers. With the police department to give the green light, the crowd all the way unimpeded, and soon arrived at the military hospital. With Tan Jinghua, the police department's handler, following them, Zhang Qingxiao and the others did not encounter any obstruction even in the military hospital. Soon, they saw the young girl who had escaped from the evil cultivator's lair, as stated by the police, in one of the wards. The girl was dressed in a hospital gown, her face was haggard, her eyes were dull, and she did not have any vitality in her body. After personally experiencing that inhumane scene, not to mention a minor girl, even an adult, I'm afraid that the heart will also collapse. The girl was able to escape from the clutches of the devil with hope and reported the case to the police, which is already considered to be a strong enough mind. If an ordinary person had such an experience, it is very likely that they would be scared out of their minds. Of course, although the young girl's current state had not reached that point, she was more than likely already on the verge of a mental breakdown. In order to prevent stimulating her again, your time is limited. The attending doctor in charge of the young girl looked at Tan Jinghua and reminded with incomparable seriousness. After saying that, the attending doctor as well as the teenage girl's relatives silently exited the room. While hearing the doctor's words, Tan Jinghua involuntarily frowned. Heavenly Master, this. Tan Jinghua opened his mouth to speak, but he didn't know what to say. The young girl in front of him was the only clue the police had today, and to deal with the evil cultivator, they had to get useful information from the young girl. However, the doctor's words caused Tan Jinghua's face to show a difficult color. On the side, Zhang Qingxiao as well as a few Taoist masters did not change their faces. Taoist Master Ling Fa, you take care of this matter. Zhang Qingxiao spoke indifferently and glanced at Taoist Master Spirit Method beside him. The latter understood and directly pulled out a god-fixing talisman from his pocket. Buzz! The moment the talisman appeared, it instantly combusted on its own before transforming into a ray of light that shot into the young girl's brow. As the name suggests, the god-fixing talisman was used to stabilize the mind from external stimuli. The girl's originally stagnant gaze gradually regained its clear color the moment the solid spirit talisman surged into her brow. Seeing this, Taoist Spirit Dharma nodded slightly and said, "It's okay." At these words, the young girl on the hospital bed froze slightly and looked towards Zhang Qingxiao and the others with some confusion. To say that the composition of Zhang Qingxiao's group was also slightly complicated at the moment, with people from the Taoist sect standing together with police personnel, it was hard not to make people curious. I am Tan Jinghua from the City Police Department, and this person beside me is the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master. We came over here to find you because we hope that you can provide us with clues about the suspect. Seeing the young girl return to normal, Tan Jinghua was businesslike and directly opened his mouth to explain his intentions. And originally, the young girl who still had a puzzled look on her face, after hearing the words criminal suspect, instantly a touch of fear steeply surfaced after her small face. However, with the reinforcement of the solid god talisman, the young girl's face, although there was fear, but there was no panic. She looked up and glanced at Zhang Qingxiao, who was dressed in a purple robe, and a touch of hopefulness surfaced in her eyes before she pursed her lips and opened her mouth to say, "I remember that bad guy, he was wearing a strange Taoist robe." The young girl slowly opened her mouth, mentioning that the evil cultivator was wearing, and it subconsciously glanced at a few Taoist masters wearing Taoist robes. And then continued, the bad guy wore a black and red Tao robe with a taiji pattern printed on it. He was terrifying. I saw him take other people. The young girl stumbled over the story of how the evil cultivator had harmed people. Although some of the expressions were not too accurate, Zhang Qingxiao and the others still deduced what the evil cultivator had done based on his words. The evil cultivator had kidnapped a large number of underage girls and kept them all in his lair. The evil cultivator had a dharma altar and his killing methods were very cruel. He put the underage girls into the altar and then used a magic weapon to extract the souls of the girls. The souls of these girls were then used as raw materials and put into the furnace for refining. As for the corpses of these young girls, they were fed as food to the monsters they kept in the coffins. Have you ever seen what that monster looks like? Zhang Qingxiao frowned slightly and opened his mouth to inquire. Upon hearing this, the young girl pursed her lips slightly before trying to recall a bit, and then shook her head slightly. At that time, I was so scared that I didn't dare to look at what was in the coffin at all. What the young girl said was indeed human nature. It was an individual who, in that kind of environment, was considered to have a good mental quality if he didn't go crazy. However, after hesitating for a while, it still said with some uncertainty, although I didn't see what was in the coffin, but every time that bad guy opened the coffin, there was a very unpleasant smell floating out from within the coffin. After saying that, the young girl looked at Zhang Qingxiao somewhat timidly, wondering if she was worried that the clues she provided would not be able to help the latter. And upon hearing this, there was a light flickering in Zhang Qingxiao's eyes, before he nodded slightly and continued to ask, "Now then, can you still remember where that place is?" At these words, the young girl was first stunned, and then a flash of panic as well as fear involuntarily appeared on her face. I remembered the route when I escaped. But, as the young girl said this, a flash of hesitation appeared in her eyes. She did not continue to speak further, but instead, her hands gripped the quilt on the bed, her eyes looking straight at Zhang Qingxiao. The sudden pause in the conversation caused the others in the ward to faintly freeze, and a touch of doubt appeared on everyone's face. There seemed to be some confusion as to why the young girl just stopped talking. Zhang Qingxiao's few people were fine, their faces did not change much. Tan Xinghua, who was on the side, however, had a flash of urgency appear on his face. This key clue was right in front of his eyes, but there was no follow-up, which really made Tan Xinghua a bit anxious. But although he was anxious, he did not dare to open his mouth rashly, for fear that if he asked anxiously, he would irritate the young girl, and then the loss would be more than worth it. And beside Zhang Qingxiao, the spirit law who was proficient in the talisman path stared at the young girl and sized her up for a few moments before speaking softly. The effect of the god-fixing talisman has not disappeared. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. He carefully glanced at the young girl before he then spoke faintly. "You're worried that we'll let you lead the way?" Zhang Qingxiao looked at the young girl with a calm gaze. At those words, the young girl was slightly stunned before she subconsciously nodded her head. "I can tell you the route, but I don't want to go to that place again." The young girl bit her lips as the fear on her face grew more and more intense, and there were tears welling up in her eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao sighed quietly before speaking. "It's fine. You only need to tell poor Tao the route." Receiving Zhang Qingxiao's assurance, the young girl finally stopped hesitating and directly told Zhang Qingxiao the route to the evil cultivator's lair. According to the young girl, the evil cultivator's lair was located in an abandoned factory, and the location of the factory was in the suburbs. Just as Zhang Qingxiao obtained the clues to the location of the evil cultivator, the system's beep quietly sounded in his ears. Ding! Mission release: kill the evil cultivator and destroy the nest. Completing the mission will earn you the rewards: Flying Sword Splitting Technique, Celestial Master Sword Ascension +5, Kill Ghosts and Subdue Demons AK-47 Fragment +5, Thunder Dawn Guard PP-87 82mm Mortar Fragment +2, and Merit +100,000. Thank you, Righteous Father, for the small, generate power with love, gift. With every swipe of the gift, the distance between the painted halberd in his hand and the Righteous Father is 1 point farther. All give me a charge. Now 1869 gifts. The amount of free small gifts reaches 2,869. To add more please feel free to command Daji, the main silver. Note, the Celestial Master Sword Ascension +10 allows you to upgrade the Celestial Master Sword into a Celestial Master Lightsaber. Upon completion, the Celestial Master Sword can be switched between a normal Celestial Master Sword and a lightsaber at will. After the quest was released, the system made a special reminder. Seeing this message, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Lightsaber, well, this was somewhat interesting. Celestial Master, when do you think we should start moving? Don't worry, Heavenly Master, this operation is fully under Heavenly Master's command, and the police promised to follow all arrangements. Seeing that Zhang Qingxiao was silent after obtaining the location of the evil cultivator, the Tan Xinghua on the side thought that he had some concerns and quickly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao however shook his head slightly. There's no hurry. If you want to solve that evil cultivator, night is more appropriate. Go at night? Hearing these words, Tan Xinghua was dumbfounded, looking at Zhang Qingxiao with a little more urgency in his eyes. He hesitated a bit, but still gritted his teeth and said, "Heavenly Master, it is not my intention to offend you. It's just that, since we already know the other party's location, won't we take advantage of the daylight to start our actions immediately?" Tan Xinghua showed a puzzled expression. This thing, the evil cultivator, was like a time bomb that could explode at any time. If it came to night, because of the color of the night, there was no guarantee that something uncontrollable would happen. Even from the common sense, this thing of evil cultivator should be more dangerous at night. Moreover, the daytime action we are more likely to cooperate properly, to avoid some accidents. At night, all kinds of demons and monsters come out, and it's not easy to deal with evil cultivators at that time. Although Tan Xinghua didn't understand these monks who surpassed common sense, but with years of work experience, it was definitely not a wise choice to carry out operations at night. However, hearing Tan Xinghua's questioning, Zhang Qingxiao's face did not change as he slowly said, "If Poverty Tao and the others go over during the day, Poverty Tao is worried that the evil cultivator will most likely not dare to fight with Poverty Tao. And if they go over at night, the other party will have a unique advantage and be more confident, at least they won't run away when they see Poverty Road and the others without even having the courage to fight. Since they were going to make a move, they had to not give the evil cultivator any chance that they could escape. Zhang Qingxiao didn't want to go over there and have the other party run away without even seeing his face, directly skipping away. He was too lazy to chase after them, so he went at night and directly cut off all the back roads of the evil cultivator. Hearing Zhang Qingxiao's explanation, although Tan Xinghua had worries in his heart, he saw that Zhang Qingxiao and the others were all calm and unhurried. He could only sigh quietly and choose to follow Zhang Qingxiao's arrangements. Right now, the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain as well as the several Taoist masters were the professionals who would handle this case. He trusted the vision of the professionals. On the other side, in an abandoned factory building on the outskirts of the city, a middle-aged man wearing a black and red Taoist robe with a large Taiji diagram printed on it was currently staring at those young girls on the ground with dull eyes and numb expressions. Damn it, how come one is missing? Hai Jinping had a gloomy and terrifying expression on his face, and those eyes filled with a ferocious light stared at those young girls on the ground over and over again. He was sure that he hadn't counted wrongly. Excluding those corpses that had been reduced to fodder, the number of these still living animals was clearly missing one. Can any of you give me an explanation? Why is there one missing? Ha? Tell me, who was so bold as to dare to run away from me? So eager to find death? Ha? Hai Jinping roared angrily at the group of young girls on the ground, his body's ferocious might swirling and his gloomy aura filling the entire dungeon. He had merely gone out to buy some groceries, as he was confident that these livestock had been completely shocked by his own methods. That was why Hai Jinping had never even thought that there was someone so unaware of death that they dared to take advantage of his trip to the market to buy groceries and escape from here. For an ant that could be crushed with his hands to dare to provoke his majesty like this simply deserved to be broken into pieces. Truly seeking death, Hai Jinping was burning with rage. Although he was an evil cultivators were also human beings, who had to eat when they were hungry, sleep when they were sleepy, and had normal physiological needs that needed to be met as well. So don't look at how amazing his means are when he kills people and draws souls, but the groceries still have to buy groceries, and the cooking still has to be done, and he has so many poly girls locked up here. These ordinary people's food, drink, and salad also need him to solve off. Stealing away one, the genius made the evil cultivator furious. The young girls on the ground were ragged and dirty, with no semblance of luster in their eyes. It was as if they had lost their vitality and were walking corpses. Even in the face of Hai Jinping's roaring voice, these young girls only instinctively shivered, and had no other reaction other than that. Sure enough, a bunch of livestock. Seeing this, Hai Jinping couldn't help but curse angrily before angrily leaving the dungeon. Hai Jinping knew very well that once that escaped mole ran outside, he would definitely call the police at the first opportunity. Now that some time had passed, this place of his had only been exposed. It was even possible that the group of losers in the police department had already begun to start laying down controls, thinking about how to capture him. But even if he knew that he had already been exposed, Hai Jinping had no good solution at the moment. He had set himself up here for a long time, and now wanting to move was not a simple matter. The livestock in the dungeon were all carefully selected by him for their sustenance, and it was not easy to transfer them with him. Secondly, the things in the coffin and the Dharma altar that was set up here, all of them had taken countless efforts. How could it be that easy to shift it? Damn. The more Hai Jinping thought about it, the more angry he became, and killing intent filled his eyes. The entire plant was filled with the sound of his angry growls. Dare to escape under my eyes, then let you taste what it means to be unable to beg for life and unable to beg for death. A touch of ruthlessness appeared on Hai Jinping's slightly sickly face as he quickly left the dungeon and came to an offering table, only to see that what was enshrined on top of the offering table was actually the head of a monster with a hideous and gruesome appearance. It was like a devil, seeming to smile but not smile, seeming to cry but not cry, exuding a bizarre to the extreme atmosphere. However, once close, let a person's heart harry, even dare not look directly at the true face of the devil. After approaching the offering table, the originally furious Hai Jinping suppressed his emotions, and he made a respectful bow to the devil on the offering table. Afterwards, he burned incense and lit candles, his movements appearing incomparably pious. Soon, the green-colored incense smoke on top of the table slowly rose, condensing into a straight line, all surging towards the hideous devil. Seeing this, Hai Jinping's eyes flickered and passed away. He picked out a red-crowned, but listless rooster from the chicken coop on the side. Afterward, he directly twisted off the chicken's head. In a blink of an eye, blood splattered. Seeing this scene, Hai Jinping seemed to have long been accustomed to it. He found a bowl and saucer and drained all of the rooster's blood, and then threw away the rooster's corpse as soon as he did so, and turned to pull out a white talismanic seal from his pocket. Using the rooster's blood as ink, Hai Jinping directly drew on top of the white talisman paper, Soul-Snatching Talisman. This was Hai Jinping's favorite rune seal to use to kill people. After the talisman was successfully drawn, a grim to the core smile immediately appeared on Hai Jinping's face. He placed the talisman in front of the hideous demonic statue, and at that instant, a clear and ghostly light violently emerged from the eyes of that demonic statue. With a flash of light, the talisman seal in Hai Jinping's hand instantly reacted. Buzz! Only to see the talismanic seal slightly shaking, emitting a soft chirping sound, the whole body bursting with white light, and the lines on it even glittering. Seeing this, Hai Jinping violently let go of his hand. That talisman seal unexpectedly floated directly in the void, and then with a slight tremor, it flew directly out of the plant with an incredible speed. Humph! Livestock is livestock. You think that everything will be fine just because you escaped from me? It's really ridiculous. Even if you run away, I still have a way to get you killed. The talisman flew away, and from time to time, Hai Jinping's eerie and horrifying laughter could be heard in the abandoned factory building. As an evil cultivator, how could he or she not have devious means? This soul-snatching talisman was one of them. As long as a person was locked by Hai Jinping, then even if it was tens or hundreds of kilometers away, he could use the soul-snatching talisman to torment them into a life worse than death. As expected, the talisman flew out of the factory. After the talisman flew out of the plant, it was like it was installed with a tracker and flew straight towards a certain direction at an extremely fast speed. A few minutes later, above the Luping military hospital, a white light flew from far and near, and then flew straight into a certain ward. It was night, and darkness shrouded it. Zhang Qingxiao raised his head and glanced at the night, before nodding slightly and saying, "It's almost time." Good. Upon hearing this, Tanjingwa, who had been waiting for a long time on the side, was instantly beaming with joy, and immediately prepared to give orders to the police officers under his hand. But just at this time, a nurse hurriedly ran towards the crowd. "It's bad, something happened to that child." The nurse came trotting, her expression anxious. What's going on?" Tanjingwa, who was originally prepared to give the order, froze in his movements and his face changed wildly. Zhang Qingxiao and the others on the side were also slightly stunned, with more than a touch of doubt on their faces. "You guys come with me first." Without the slightest pause, the nurse called on the crowd to rush directly towards the ward. While walking, it gasped and said, "5 minutes ago, that child suddenly became weak, his heart rate climbed dramatically, and then he began to convulse non-stop, as if he had epilepsy. After we realized the situation, we immediately started all kinds of first aid measures on him, but there was no effect at all. I've already checked her medical history, she didn't have any epileptic seizures before this, nor any other history of related diseases, so the director judged that that child might." At this point in the conversation, the nurse subconsciously glanced at Zhang Qingxiao and the others, and only then did she say with a difficult expression on her face, "That child might have been possessed." These words seemed a bit difficult to say from the nurse's mouth. However, it still stiffly relayed the attending doctor's words. Upon hearing this, Tanjingwa was not half as skeptical as he was. He directly turned his head to Zhang Qingxiao, who was on the side, and said with a nervous expression, "Heavenly Master, don't worry, with the poor Taoist here, there will definitely not be no accidents." Zhang Qingxiao nodded slightly, signaling that Tanjingwa did not need to worry too much. Xiaoyun, what's wrong with you? You tell mommy, what's wrong with you? My bitter child mom is sorry. As they approached the ward, the woman's anxious cries came out. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao and all the Dao masters did not make any hesitation and directly pushed the door out. Inside the hospital room, a woman was picking at the hospital bed, losing her voice and crying. On the hospital bed, a young girl in a hospital gown was twitching, her eyes were closed tightly, and her face showed pain, as if something was about to drill out of her body. The young girl's body was plugged with all kinds of testing equipment, and several doctors in white coats were sweating profusely, their gazes showing puzzlement. "Director, the patient's heart rate has reached 195. A doctor swept a glance at the cardiac monitor and said in a hurried voice. Upon hearing this, the director's face turned ugly and he directly opened his mouth and droned. "Immediately prepare sedative drugs for intravenous push." "Where's the Taoist master from Longhu Mountain? Didn't I tell you to hurry up and invite him?" The director looked serious, in the face of the young girl's sudden situation. Even though he had been a medical doctor for many years, he was also somewhat at a loss. And right after his words left his mouth, a voice snapped behind him. "Let the poor Taoist take a look." "You." As soon as the fully concentrated director heard the voice, he immediately wanted to open his mouth to rebuke. Human lives were at stake, and there was still someone fooling around here. However, just after spitting out a single word, the director immediately paused before turning his head violently. Behind him stood none other than Zhang Qingxiao and the others. "Heavenly Master, please also help to take a look." Seeing Zhang Qingxiao, the director did not care about his image and hurriedly spoke. "Good." Zhang Qingxiao didn't procrastinate and went forward with the Taoist directors. After a few breaths, several people, including Zhang Qingxiao, all frowned. There is indeed something odd. Zhang Qingxiao's gaze was slightly condensed before he turned his head to look at Taoist leader Spirit Dharma on the side. The latter nodded slightly, understanding. Immediately afterward, Taoist Master Spirit Dharma directly pulled out a piece of talisman paper from his pocket and affixed it onto the young girl's body. And then, he only saw Taoist Master Spirit Dharma's face turn solemn and recite words under his breath. Spiritual treasure Heavenly Father, comfort the body. Disciple's soul, the 5 viscera of the Xian-Di. Green dragon and white tiger, opposing conflicts. Vermilion bird Xuanwu, serves the body form. Taoist Master Spirit Dharma initiated with the Pure Body Divine Mantra, and then recited the Pure Heart Divine Mantra. Tai Shang Tai Xing, strain without stopping. Exorcise and bind evil spirits, protect life and body. Wisdom and purity, peace of mind. The 3 souls are permanent, no loss of spirit. The 2 incantations came out at the same time, and Taoist Master Spirit Dharma steeply condensed his gaze, only to see him gently drink. The talisman seal affixed to the young girl's body instantly became windless, and the lines on it shone brightly. Seeing this, Taoist Master Spirit Dharma's expression was solemn, and his fingertips violently erupted with a flash of golden light. Immediately afterward, he directly pointed a finger at the center of the young girl's eyebrows. Sculptor's little skill, don't show yourself yet, as Taoist Master Spirit Dharma lightly shouted. In a split second, the color of pain on the face of the originally convulsing young girl grew more and more intense, and her struggling movements became even more violent. At the same time, a white talisman seal was gradually drawn out from the young girl's brow. As the seal was dragged out, the originally convulsing young girl unexpectedly instantly regained peace, and the pain on her face gradually faded away. Seeing this scene, apart from Zhang Qingxiao and his group, everyone else in the ward was shocked. The young girl's mother even directly fell to her knees and thanked her repeatedly. Your daughter is already fine. Taoist Master Ling Fa helped the woman up, and then slowly spoke as he held the white talisman seal between his index and middle fingers. She's under a spell, this is it. With that, Taoist Master Ling Fa directly handed the white talisman seal in his hand to Zhang Qingxiao and the others. When Zhang Qingxiao swept a glance, his eyes instantly narrowed and his brows unconsciously furrowed. Soul-snatching talisman. It seemed that already evil cultivator had already pressed on. Heavenly Master, what is this? Seeing Zhang Qingxiao and the others looking different, Tan Jinghua could not help but feel curious and opened his mouth to inquire. Surprisingly, a talisman was pulled out of that girl's body? This was a little too outrageous. A talisman can turn someone into this inhuman and ghostly appearance? Tan Jinghua's face was puzzled. The appearance of the talisman was truly a bit beyond his knowledge. Not only him, but in the ward, other than Zhang Qingxiao and his group, everyone else was greatly shocked. No one had expected that the culprit would be a talisman. Especially those doctors, who were now staring at Taoist Master Spirit Dharma's talisman, trying to see what was going on. Unfortunately, there was a mountain of difference between the professions. Even though they had been practicing medicine for many years and had a wealth of experience in the field, even if they thought through their heads, they still couldn't connect the seal with the girl's symptoms. This was too absurd. This is a talisman. Zhang Qingxiao didn't hide anything and directly introduced it to Tan Jinghua and the others. However, there are 2 types of talismans, positive talismans and evil talismans. This talisman in Taoist Master Ling Fa's hands is called the soul-snatching talisman, which is an evil talisman technique derived from the Taoist talismans. When these words came out, Tan Jinghua and the others listened in a cloudy state. It always felt as if they had been brought into a new world, but the door to that new world was clearly within reach. But how could they not open it? And after Zhang Qingxiao paused, he continued to popularize the subject. In this world, there are Taoist righteousness, and naturally, there are also folk evil arts. And folk evil arts, some are remnants of primitive tribal sorcery, some are variations of some kind of religious rituals, and some are derived from imitations of natural phenomena. Among them, the vast majority of evil arts can be categorized into 9 major categories: spirit invocation, mediumship, exorcism, nightmare suppression, head subduing, witchcraft, illusion, qigong, and life renewal. And this soul-snatching talisman, according to its classification, can be categorized into the evil soul recruitment lineage. Zhang Qingxiao glanced at the talisman in Taoist Master Ling Fa's hand, then continued. The so-called soul recruitment, as the name suggests, means to recruit a soul through some special means. However, this soul can be the soul spirit of a dead person. At the same time, it can also refer to the soul of a living person that is lost after being subjected to some stimuli. As for soul snatching, it is the use of using evil techniques to forcefully seize the soul of a living person. If a living person's soul is seized, then there is only one end, that is, this life will be muddled and ignorant, and the whole day will be like a walking corpse. The evil cultivator obviously wanted to use this method to take revenge on the girl, so that the rest of her life was reduced to a living corpse. However, fortunately found in time, these hospital people are not stubborn people. After realizing that there was nothing they could do, they were able to seek their help in time. So this prevented the young girl from having her soul seized by the soul-snatching talisman. Spirit Dharma Taoist master and the others were cultivators and naturally knew the dangers of such evil arts, so they did not have much of a reaction to Zhang Qingxiao's popularization. However, after Tan Jinghua and the others heard the popularization, their faces were indeed ugly to the extreme, and their eyes revealed a touch of happiness. Especially Tan Jinghua at this moment even heaved a sigh of relief. In his heart there was quite a feeling of survival after the robbery. Fortunately, after receiving the report, he didn't act hastily and obstinately, and didn't let the police officers under his hand to directly launch an operation against the evil cultivator. Otherwise, this kind of horrifying and bizarre means might have been used on the police officers under his hand, killing people in an invisible way. This thing was just too bizarre and terrifying. If they were to go up against it alone, I'm afraid they would have already mailed it in before they could figure out the reason for it. Thinking like this, Tan Jinghua as well as a group of police officers just had a moment of fear and felt a cold swish on their backs. Zhang Qingxiao, on the other hand, was frowning slightly, and there was more coldness in his eyes. Zhang Qingxiao, okay, quite crazy. A mere evil cultivator, also dares to commit murder under the eyes of the poor Taoist. Do not really think that no one in the world can clean up his right? Very well, you already have a way to die. For this kind of dirty generation, even dare to play this kind of unseemly means in front of him. Zhang Qingxiao said that this kind of evil cultivator can no longer be left behind. He must be transcended as soon as possible and sent to the afterlife. This child is already fine, he only needs a little rest. Next, it's also time to settle that arrogant evil cultivator. Zhang Qingxiao glanced at the young girl who had fallen into a deep sleep on the hospital bed. The latter's breath was smooth and had completely returned to normal, without the need for any further auxiliary means of treatment. Notify everyone and start the operation immediately. And hearing Zhang Qingxiao's words, Tan Jinghua also directly ordered. Subsequently, under the leadership of Tan Jinghua, Zhang Qingxiao and the others directly boarded the police car and headed straight to the location of the evil cultivator in the outskirts of the city. On the outskirts of the city, in the middle of an abandoned factory building, the evil cultivator Hai Jinping, who was originally still waiting for his soul-snatching talisman to take effect, abruptly changed his face, and his face instantly turned pale. How is this possible? My soul-snatching talisman. Hai Jinping's face revealed an unbelievable expression as he roared somewhat out of character. As the user of the soul-snatching talisman, Hai Jinping was naturally able to sense the state of the soul-snatching talisman. But in that instant just now, he unexpectedly realized that his connection with the soul-snatching talisman had been severed hard. The soul-snatching talisman had lost its effect. This was clearly being broken. Hai Jinping was startled and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. There was a high person. This was someone high up striking. Although he had anticipated that once those wastrels from the police department had discovered his trail, they would most likely seek the help of a high-ranking person. However, Hai Jinping had never expected that this high person would come so quickly. The other party was able to break his soul-snatching talisman so quickly, obviously has a few real skills. However, although there was some scorn for the other party's strength, it did not mean that Hai Jinping was afraid. Since you dare to spoil my big event, then let me take a good look at just what kind of god you are. Hai Jinping's eyes were filled with killing intent. Since the other party had broken his soul-snatching talisman, it was no surprise that he would soon come to his door. However, Hai Jinping had no intention of trying to escape. He didn't care if the other party was emboldened or if they were bold. Since he dared to come, he would be prepared for the consequences of fish death. Moreover, he would make preparations in advance to properly entertain this high-ranking person. At that time, it is still uncertain who will die. I thought about this. Hai Jinping could not help but let out a cold smile. His figure gradually disappeared in the night. He wanted to set up a dragnet and wait for the prey to take the initiative to throw themselves into the net. 10 minutes later, the outskirts of the city. In the dim night, the abandoned factory was pitch black, not a single ray of light in sight. It was quietly hidden in the darkness, emitting a strange aura, like a ferocious beast that chooses to eat, waiting for the prey to take the initiative to come to the door. Added more, the righteous fathers of the daily small gifts do not forget. This breath is really refuted. As soon as they got off the bus, a few Tao masters were solemn, and a touch of gravity involuntarily surfaced in their faces. In the darkness, ordinary people like Tan Jinghua were unaware of it, only realizing that the abandoned factory building ahead was slightly eerie. In the eyes of the several Taoist masters, in this darkness, various horrifying auras were constantly intertwining. Demon gas, corpse gas, ghost gas. The abandoned plant in the darkness was like it had transformed into a flood beast, emitting a monstrous ferocious might. An evil cultivator is an evil cultivator. This kind of cultivator who specializes in playing with evil ways can be much harder to deal with than ordinary demons and ghosts. Because even if a demon or devil is ferocious, it has something to restrain it, and if it finds its weakness, it is not to be feared. But the evil cultivator is a human being. The horror of people, more than ghosts and monsters. What's more, before listening to that young girl's description, this evil cultivator also dressed in Taoist robes. This probably means that the other party is probably still a Taoist priest. If the speculation was correct, then this evil cultivator would be even harder to deal with. This was because the other party most likely knew the many methods of the Taoist sect, and even had some means laid out in advance as a precautionary measure. In that case, the difficulty of trying to solve the evil cultivator would rise dramatically. This situation was just like the police arresting a criminal. If the criminal had also received professional police thinking training and possessed anti-detection methods, then it would be exponentially more difficult for the police to arrest such a criminal. However, compared to the slightly serious expressions of the several Dao masters, Zhang Qingxiao appeared unusually calm and pressed. Zhang Qingxiao, you'd better pray that the Taoist arts are useful to you, otherwise, when poor Taoist pulls out the magic weapon, I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to regret it. Heavenly Master, everything is at your disposal as to how we should act. Tan Jingguo glanced at the abandoned factory building in front of him and directly opened his mouth to inquire. In order to completely solve the criminal evil cultivator, Tan Jingguo had brought all of the most elite police officers under his hand. Since he was striking out, he had to be thunderous, and absolutely not give the other party any hint of a possibility to escape. However, hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao was slightly shaking his head. As long as the other party isn't a fool, after the soul-snatching talisman was lifted by Taoist spirit Dharma, he would definitely be aware of it. In the plant today, it is likely that various means have already been arranged by the other party. Therefore, poor Taoist's suggestion is that you guys just blockade the outer perimeter and don't enter it hastily. Zhang Qingxiao did not intend to allow Tan Jingguo and his handful of police officers to follow him and the others into the factory building, even if each of these people seemed to be the elite amongst the ordinary people. However, in the face of evil cultivators who possessed many evil methods, even if the ordinary elites were strong, they would not be able to produce much effect. On the contrary, if too many people entered the plant, it might cause more innocent casualties. And upon hearing Zhang Qingxiao's words, Tan Jingguo's original fervor of wanting to lead the team to solve the criminals with his own hands instantly cooled down for the most part. It was only then that he remembered that the criminals at hand were not ordinary people, but rather terrifying evil cultivators who could kill invisibly. Thinking this way, Tan Jingguo's scalp immediately went numb, and then he directly followed Zhang Qingxiao's suggestion and gave an order to the police officers under his hand. Block off the surrounding immediately. Yes. Dozens of robust figures in special police uniforms instantly turned into a hole and scattered in all directions. Go! Zhang Qingxiao, on the other hand, took a step forward and took the lead towards the abandoned factory building ahead. Taoist Master Spirit Law and the others followed closely behind, and soon disappeared into the night. The abandoned factory building was in a state of disrepair, and as soon as they approached it, the smell of dilapidation and decay hit them. At the same time, the ghost, demon, and corpse chi that permeated the air became more and more intense. If it was an ordinary person, as long as they were close to the plant, they would be directly invaded by these evil and sinister chi, and thus be reduced to the flesh of a corpse. As for Zhang Qingxiao and the others, the body protection golden light in their bodies almost automatically protected them from all evils. A group of people had just stepped through the rotten door and into a straight corridor. Zhang Qingxiao, who was walking in the forefront, had a flash of light in his pupils, and then directly stopped. Zhang Qingxiao's arm stopped the several Dao masters behind him. Wait, don't rush first. Watching the heavenly master stop, behind him, the pace of the several Dao masters followed suit and came to a screeching halt. Heavenly Master, did you find anything? This time the first to speak, but it wasn't Taoist Master Spirit Law, but Taoist Master Tian Mang. Following along this entire journey, he was honest as hell and didn't speak when he could. Now that he really had to deal with the evil cultivator, he was somewhat unable to hold back, and his eyes were filled with wariness. Several other Dao masters similarly looked towards Zhang Qingxiao. The night was dim. Even if a cultivator's 5 senses surpassed normal people, they could only act freely in the darkness. If they really wanted to discover something, they would have to use specialized Taoist techniques to be effective. In comparison, Zhang Qingxiao's previous system reward, Dao Heavenly Pupil, was much more convenient. From the moment he approached the plant, Zhang Qingxiao consciously opened his Dao Heavenly Pupils. As the pupils were covered by 2 faint golden lights, in Zhang Qingxiao's field of vision, everything in the area where his eyes passed by, everything was visible, everything was clear and unrivaled. In the corridor in front of him, it appeared to be empty and there was nothing. However, in Zhang Qingxiao's field of vision, there was a hair-thin transparent silk thread stretching across the void. These thin threads seemed like they could be easily broken, but in Zhang Qingxiao's eyes, each and every one of these threads carried a sharp aura, and the night color flashed with an oozing cold light. Zhang Qingxiao had reason to believe that if someone unknowingly touched these threads, they would definitely be instantly sliced into pieces by these threads. It seems to have been prepared in advance. Zhang Qingxiao explained to a few people before snorting coldly. It's really insidious to the extreme. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, coldness showing on his face. It was really worthy of being an evil cultivator, with insidious and poisonous tactics that did not stop at anything. However, it was followed by a soft cold laugh. A mere sculpture, how dare you show off your skills? Before the words fell, Zhang Qingxiao openly raised his hand and pinched his knuckles with his backhand. Heaven and earth, the light of the sun and the moon. The 5 elements are in motion, and the fire is in all directions. Fire red heaven and earth, soaring fire god Gong. The true fire in the heavens, hot and flying in the air. 5 directions of thunder and fire, blazing smoke. The fire immortal general, the fire emperor's golden clock. The fire is flowing from the gold, and the changes are endless. When the great sage orders, no ghost dares to rush. The ghosts of pestilence and epidemics are in a hurry to leave. Fire god incantation. As the incantation exited, Zhang Qingxiao fiercely looked solemn before opening his mouth and gently spitting into the void in front of him. Boom! In a blink of an eye, scorching hot flames gushed out from Zhang Qingxiao's mouth, burning the void in front of him. Under the illumination of the firelight, those thin filaments that were originally difficult for people to notice were gradually tinted with a layer of red light, revealing their shapes. The several Tao masters behind them could not help but change their faces when they saw this, and a touch of gravity gradually grew within their expressions. Add more for the small gift. Brothers now received a total of 2,940 gifts, thanks to the 3 righteous fathers of the Explosive Heaven Gang. Understanding Emperor, Temple Master 1, Shura 003, Reward. Small gifts reached 3940, once again add more. Brush to 3,940 turns into a cat lady for everyone pouting. Boom! Boom boom boom. In the void, the fiery red filaments couldn't withstand the scorching flames and broke in response. Seeing this scene, a few Tao masters couldn't help but have their pupils shrink slightly. This evil cultivator's tactics were truly a bit defenseless. If it wasn't for the celestial masters who had gone ahead and discovered these secretive means in time, it was impossible to guarantee that more or less all of them would have been injured by this fine silk. After all, there is really no good person who can always perform pupil magic spells to detect all dangers. And seeing that the fine silk was burned off by the fire he had spewed out as much as possible, Zhang Qingxiao in front of him couldn't help but blink his eyes. Subconsciously, he stopped the thought of continuing to spray fire. Turning to it, he violently raised his foot and directly stomped heavily towards the ground. Thud! With a muffled sound, the entire corridor floor trembled slightly. In the dimness, only the ground where Zhang Qingxiao had stomped on could be seen as a flash of lightning. Zhang Qingxiao's kick was not random. Rather, it was infused with the power of the 5 thunder positive law. Ka-ching! The power of the 5 thunders instantly converged into a flickering thunder, and then as if it had been planted with a tracker, it leaped from the ground directly to a side wall and straight to the ceiling position above his head. Get the hell out of here! Zhang Qingxiao steeply shouted. In an instant, the ceiling of the corridor overhead thunderously exploded, deafening the ears. Rumbling! Amidst a muffled sound, the power of the 5 thunderbolts directly blew a large pit out of the ceiling. Smoke and dust filled the air, and sand and rocks shot out. Squeak squeak! And in the midst of the drifting smoke and dust, a creepy shriek unexpectedly came out. Immediately afterward, including Zhang Qingxiao, several people only heard a whoosh sound. The next second, a huge brownish-brown spider as big as an ox crawled out from the pit that had been destroyed by the power of the 5 thunderbolts. Bear bear bear. Its crawling speed was extremely fast, and as soon as it appeared, its bulbous stomach was spraying spider silk. The killing intent arrived instantly. Retreat! Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes flashed as he hurriedly greeted the few Tao masters behind him and retreated. Under the dim night color, those hair-thin spider silks glowed with a gust of cold light. Seemingly soft and feeble, but the roots were like murderous steel needles. The aura of killing was revealed, releasing an appalling sharpness in the night, making people shudder. Good a spider spirit! These thin filaments just now were actually the work of this beast. The several Tao masters who had been ordered to retreat by Zhang Qingxiao stood still, and the first time they did so, they locked their gazes onto the giant spider spirit. At this moment, several people also finally figured out why there were many fine silk threads entangled in the void of the corridor for no apparent reason. Dare I say that it was the work of a demonic creature? That evil cultivator was really a good tactic. Surprisingly, he was raising this kind of demonic creature in his hands. This spider spirit body size is huge, face like green crab, body demonic gas smoky. View its appearance, I am afraid it has already had several hundred years of cultivation. Such a demon, growth so far, to say honest cultivation okay, at most is more costly some years. But if you take the wrong way, I'm afraid that the body of the back of the killing sins do not know how many. Thud! Seeing that his sneak attack did not cause any effect, the big spider suddenly leaped, directly from the ceiling pit overhead to leap down. Its fat body smashed heavily on the ground, causing the entire ground to tremble slightly. The several feet covered with sharp hairs were deeply embedded in the floor, all of which signaled the terrifying power of the big spider. Squeak squeak! After the big spider came to the ground, the pair of dark, huge eyes stared at Zhang Qingxiao with a piercing cry that was unpleasant to hear. Although he did not know what exactly this beast was screaming, from its screams, a few people were clearly able to hear a bit of anger. It seemed that this animal was very annoyed that Zhang Qingxiao had discovered its hunting methods, so after squeaking a few times, the big spider's thick feet violently stomped the ground. Its seemingly large and bulky body instantly jumped like flying, as fast as lightning. Its target was Zhang Qingxiao. This beast held a grudge and wanted to take the lead in resolving Zhang Qingxiao. Humph, hairless beast, truly good guts. In front of this Taoist master, you still want to show off and harm others? Sinful beast, what are you pretending? Seeing the large spider kill, Zhang Qingxiao's expression was astringent, and he was just about to strike out against the enemy. Unexpectedly, the heavenly Mang Taoist master, who had been silent on the side, let out a violent cold snort. He let out a loud shout, and the killing intent on his body was revealed. Without even waiting for Zhang Qingxiao's reaction, Taoist leader Tian Mang had already taken an arrow step and charged out directly. The main fight was a pugnacious one. Sinful animal, give the poor Taoist death. Killing opportunities surged within the eyes of Taoist leader Tian Mang, raising his hands in a backhanded grab, and the dual swords behind his back were blatantly pulled out. Choking, accompanied by two crisp metal collisions sound quietly. Gripping the dual knives of the Tian Mang Taoist master while rushing towards the big spider, while reciting words in his mouth. Heaven and earth Xianzong, the root of all qi. Widely cultivate 10,000 kalpas to prove my divine power. Inside and outside of the three realms, only the Tao reigns supreme. There is a golden light that covers my body. I can't see what I can't see, and I can't hear what I can't hear. It encompasses heaven and earth and nurtures all living beings. Receive 10,000 partialities, light behind me. The golden light incantation came out of his mouth. In a split second, on the body violently golden light burst out, golden light like a barrier, directly covering the entire body of heavenly Mang Taoist master. But this was only an opening. Along with the golden light incantation recitation is completed, Tian Mang Taoist long but the precious appearance solemn, continue to mouth the incantation. Combine the heavenly emperors, incense officials 4 straight. Messengers in the clouds, fly to the sky with speed. The great spirit of the laws and orders, consecrates the haste. I knock on the heavenly drum, and all the gods gather. Haste is like a law. The Taoist power-boosting incantation. As this incantation was exited, the aura on Taoist master Tianmong's body rose in waves. Almost every step taken was as if it was a titanic pressure. The big spider that was still fearlessly charging towards Zhang Qingxiao instantly came to a screeching halt, and a trace of consternation flashed through that huge eyeballs Herculeanly. Big spider, no, is this person sick? Why is he so excited? I didn't seem to have attacked him, did I? Do you need to make such a big commotion? Heavenly Mang Taoist, after holding back for so long on this journey, I finally came across one that can move my muscles, so I have to take good care of him, don't I? It's your honor to be the poor Taoist's opponent. Sinful animals suffer death. The heavenly Mang Taoist master held his dual swords in his hands, his body covered in golden light, his aura was majestic and straight into the sky. His footsteps violently stepped, instantly jumping out longitudinally and flying to kill the big spider. The two big knives in his hands played with a tiger and wind, to the big spider is a dazzling chopping. There is no superfluous action, attacking its vitals. If not for this big spider body armor, plus footsteps are still flexible. I'm afraid that it would have already died under this chaos of knives. However, even if it was able to block heavenly Mang Taoist master's knife technique, the big spider was unable to make any extra attacking movements. In the face of this stormy double blade slash, it could only passively defend. Such a scene made the great spider so depressed that it wanted to vomit blood. Big spider. No, where in the hell did this fierce person jump out from? Ding ding ding. In the middle of the corridor, under the dim night color, the light of knives flashed, constantly flooding with gusts of cold aura. Crisp clashing sounds constantly resounded, stimulating everyone's eardrums. Tian Mang Taoist master's Taoist robes were fluttering on his body, and the dual swords in his hands were constantly waving, attacking the various weak parts of the big spider's body at all kinds of tricky angles. Such intensive attacks made it difficult for the great spider to advance an inch. Not only was he tired of dealing with them, but he was also beaten back by heavily mangled Taoist leader. Big spider, no. This is just a little too frustrating, right? This was originally clearly supposed to be his own attack, chasing after these few humans in front of him to kill them. But now this script was a bit off. The other side just out of an old man, just like eating a full complement of pills. That double sword play that called a Taoist, as if tireless general. It was outrageous. Big Spider was Tianmong Taoist chief. Some operation hit some doubt life. Too damn suffocating But the face of Tianmong Taoist long a set of domineering silky smooth moves, the big spider froze in no way, can only be passive to be beaten. The Tianmong Road chief side is more and more smooth. He violently raised his sword and slashed heavily on top of the hard shell of the big spider. Squeak squeak. This strike was so powerful that it directly caused the big spider to retreat back and forth, and a pained cry came out of its mouth. While the heavenly Mang Taoist master saw this, he let out a cold laugh and blatantly said, "Sinful animal, your time to die has come." After saying that, heavenly Mang Taoist master stood with his sword, his Taoist robe was windless, and his body's aura instantly drew up, coming to a critical point. In the next second, heavenly Mang Taoist chief's eyes condensed, openly opened his mouth and recited, "Thunder and lightning, crashing fire and meteors. Paying ministers and generals, the fiery face travels south. Hook-faced emissaries, standing up the Qinkuan. The messenger with a strong face disperses the spirits. The eye thrower shakes the god of thunder. The messenger of the eye of contention, set up the camp in the fiery array. The 8 killers were fierce and chased the winged star. The divine soldiers are in formation, ordered by the 9 heavens. If you don't obey, you'll be destroyed. Thunder repelling incantation. Heaven and earth, the sun and moon. The 5 elements are in motion, and the fire is in all directions. Fire is in the sky and earth, and the god of crash fire is in the sky. True fire from above, flying in the air. The 5 directions of thunder and fire, the flames and smoke are thick. The fire immortal is a great general, the fire emperor is a golden bell. Throwing golden fire, the changes are endless. When the great sage orders, no ghost dares to rush. The ghosts of pestilence and epidemics are in a hurry to leave. Fire god mantra. The 2 incantations come out at the same time. In an instant, one could only see the light begin to flicker within the left and right hands of Taoist Master Tianmong. Ka-ching! A thunderclap exploded violently, and Taoist Master Tianmong's left hand that held the hilt of his sword tightened slightly. Electricity was born in the void. Countless lightning power began to rush towards Taoist Master Tianmong's left hand. Arcs of electricity intertwined and shrieked. Boom! At the same time, in the right hand of heavenly Mang Taoist chief, red light flashed, and a hot aura began to scorch the void, spreading out towards the surroundings. At this moment, heaven and earth were silent. Taoist Master Tianmong was like the only focal point in the darkness. He was possessed by golden light, one hand palming thunder, the other palming fire. The 2 most rigid and masculine forces between heaven and earth filled the fingertips of his hands, and then directly covered the dual swords in his hands. Buzz! Accompanied by a soft chirping sound, in the darkness, the purple thunderblade and the red fireblade appeared so eye-catching. Sinful beast, give the poor Taoist your life. The heavenly Mang Taoist master held the dual swords in his hands, as if he was the god of murder himself. He shouted loudly, his white hair flying, his hard body not seeing half a point of hesitation. Carrying the dual knives, he rushed towards the big spider here again. Squeak! On the opposite side, the big spider can't avoid, has been dumbfounded. Big spider, Inema, still come? It's not going to stop, is it? Where the hell did this old man come from? The great spider wailed in his heart, but he didn't dare to have any hesitation under his feet. Those thick footsteps swung repeatedly, attempting to block a new round of attacks by the heavenly Mang Taoist master. However, with the power of thunder and fire, the dual swords in Taoist Master Tianmong's hands seemed to have undergone a qualitative change. Plop! Accompanied by a slash of the thunder blades, this time there was no metal-like collision sound like before. Instead, the hard outer shell of the big spider was actually directly broken by the thunder knife. Zzz. The thunder blade broke the armor, and the dense lightning power on it instantly rushed out, and like a gangrene attached to the bone, it directly spread to the body of the big spider. Squeak squeak! In an instant, the big spider trembled, and its entire body involuntarily convulsed, its agonizing screams unceasing. Between heaven and earth, almost all living beings were respectful of the power of lightning. Demonic creatures were even more so. The power of lightning was simply a nemesis-like existence for them. Originally, heavenly Mang Taoist leader's great sword did not cause much damage to the great spider even when it broke through the defense. However, the lightning power covering the thunder blade was directly scorching the wound to a charred blackness, causing the big spider to be in agony. At this moment, the big spider completely panicked, and a touch of fear flowed out of its huge eyes. This old man in front of him was too ferocious. It felt the threat of death in the other party. The big spider was collapsing inside at the moment. Wasn't it just obeying the orders and trying to deliver a fatal blow to the incoming enemy? It had originally thought of using its own spider silk to create a heavenly net, waiting for its prey to take the bait. Who knew that the other side even brought such a fierce man? This is also too unreasonable a little. Up is a burst of chopping and slashing, beat it without the ability to fight back. This is just, the other party even made this kind of appalling means. Thunder and fire double knife. This is definitely a means to kill. The big spider's head was almost scared off. No, this is too fierce, right? I only have a few hundred years of cultivation? You want me to play with my life like this? Okay, you're playing like this, right? Big spider eyes stared at Tianmong Road Chief, but the body could not stop retreating. The taste of being burned by lightning makes it feel like retreating. The fierce man in front of him was unbeatable. If he were to tangle with him again, he might not be able to save his life. The big spider in battle and retreat want to escape, but it's a little bit of small mind can't hide from heavenly Mang Taoist master. Sinful animal, you still want to run at this time? Poor Taoist, let's see where you can run. Taoist master Tian Mang coldly laughed, and the thunder blade in his hand heavily slashed down towards the big spider. Ka-ching! Thunder roared as terrifying heavenly thunder rolled down, striking the big spider's body directly. With just this one strike, it directly shattered all of the big spider's defenses, causing its massive body to instantly scorch black. Thud! The big spider that originally wanted to climb the wall and escape was directly knocked down, all sorts of smashing on the ground. Squeak squeak! The big spider screamed miserably as the power of lightning continuously burned its body, causing it to roll and struggle on the ground. Seeing this, Heavenly Mang Taoist leader, however, did not hesitate for a second. Take advantage of your illness and take your life. The fire knife in his hand whistled past, aiming straight for the large spider. Phew! The flames raged and the void sizzled. Large swathes of flames burned out everything. The big spider on the ground that was originally struggling continuously violently stiffened its body. The next second, its huge body directly cracked into two halves. The crowd of Taoists. Zhang Qingxiao, fine. Is this what you call much more restrained? This is what you've learned from reading the Taoist scriptures for so many years? Really 6 Brothers, 3159 small gift up. 3666 small gifts. I got up all night to code 2 more chapters. It's not too much to ask for 500 freebies for 2 more chapters in a row. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it. Raise his pants, the gift thing, please. Heaven and earth are silent. The abandoned corridor was now a complete ruin. The giant spider's body split in half, and after struggling a bit, it completely stopped moving. Obviously, it was already too dead to die. In the middle of the field, a figure stood proudly. His hands were holding the thunder and fire dual blades, his pale white hair, and his pugnacious aura was unmistakable. These things combined together seemed bizarre yet incomparably reasonable. Behind him, several red-robed Taoist masters such as Taoist Master Ling Fa looked at each other speechlessly, not knowing what to comment. The only one who saw this scene was Zhang Qingxiao, who was quite helpless and headache-ridden. I haven't even had the chance to make a move myself, I haven't even reacted yet, and as a result, you've already rushed up yourself, haven't you? You tell me this is called convergence? Who's a good person? Convergence is carrying a double sword up to kata? When you see a monster, you can't help yourself, can you? Is this what 5 years of study in the mountains has taught you? Well. Looking at the upright figure in front of him, Zhang Qingxiao opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. The atmosphere in the scene was so bizarre that it made people feel awkward. However, just when the crowd was speechless one after another. In the midst of the darkness, however, there was a sudden burst of applause. Slap. Not bad. The poor Taoist was somewhat surprised that the poor Taoist's little treasure was taken care of so quickly. It seems that those who dare to come to find poverty roads trouble are more or less a bit strong. In the darkness, a silhouette gradually became clearer from afar. Hai Jinping clapped his hands while walking out from the darkness. Above that already ugly-looking face was currently wearing a grim smile. Evil cultivator. There was almost no need to guess. To be able to come out in such a grand manner at this time was definitely the evil cultivator hiding in this place. When Hai Jinping was still a few meters away from the crowd, he suddenly stopped, and then glanced calmly at the corpse of the giant spider on the ground. This giant spider was naturally the demonic creature that Hai Jinping had raised. The death of the spider did not seem to cause Hai Jinping to have any thoughts of heartbreaking regret. However, as he removed his gaze from the spider's corpse and turned to Zhang Qingxiao and the others, within his eyes, a wave of killing intent was not concealed in the slightest. Not bad skills. Hai Jinping's gaze swept over the crowd one by one, but the cold smile on his face grew thicker and thicker. Unfortunately, even if it is a bit of skill, tonight you and others are destined to be buried here. Because, you guys have been tricked. Ha ha ha. Coldly, Hai Jinping suddenly laughed rampantly, like a crazy batch. Immediately afterward, with a wave of his sleeve robe, countless white talisman seals abruptly flew out from his sleeves. Watch out. Taoist spirit Dharma subconsciously opened his mouth to warn. The crowd's expressions were solemn as their gazes directly locked onto Hai Jinping, only to see that those white talisman seals did not actively attack Zhang Qingxiao and the others, but instead, they directly disappeared into the ground. This scene caused Zhang Qingxiao and the others to furrow their brows. The next second, Taoist Master Spirit Law, who was deeply versed in talismanic seals, changed his face. There are underground. Before Taoist Master Spirit Method could finish his words, Hai Jinping on the opposite side once again laughed maniacally. Ha! It's too late to realize it now. Before Hai Jinping's words fell, the ground around him shook slightly, and then a strange light burst out steeply. These rays of light almost covered a radius of tens of meters, which happened to encompass Zhang Qingxiao and the others as well. And as the light emerged, in the ground around Zhang Qingxiao and the others, quite a few small five-colored flags unexpectedly drilled out directly from the ground. As soon as these small five-colored flags emerged from the ground, the flags immediately glowed with light, appearing bizarre in this dim environment. Immediately, these small five-colored flags began to fly, forming a circle that surrounded Zhang Qingxiao and the others. Five-colored formation flags, this is the Taoist Five Elements formation. As soon as they saw these small five-colored flags, several red-robed Tao masters just looked solemn, recognizing what means Hai Jinping had executed. Taoist Five-Element Formation. With the five elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth as the foundation, these five-colored flags of gold, green, blue, red, and brown were the formation flags. With the help of the five-colored formation flags, evil cultivators could cast five-colored spells. The five-colored spells contained the power of the five elements, attacking and defending as one, and forming a formation. The power was even greater. Several Tao masters looked serious, their gazes alertly staring at the small five-colored flags around them, wary of Hai Jinping's sudden strike. On the other hand, Zhang Qingxiao lightly swept a glance at the formation, his heart not stirring up half a ripple. This five elements formation was obviously prepared by the evil cultivator in advance, in order to wait for them to actively enter the formation. This was the other party's intention to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Only, it might be a bit overconfident. The five elements formation was nothing more than a trivial skill. Zhang Qingxiao made a move with his backhand, and a golden duster appeared out of thin air. It was also at this time. A scorching aura violently erupted from the surrounding void, and the temperature climbed dramatically. Flame. The first means of attack of the five elements formation appeared. The five elements formation possessed five means of attack, namely flame, poisonous water, divine soldier, gold, earth thorn, earth, and vine, wood. The five means corresponded to the power of the five elements, coming and going without a trace, killing people invisibly, making them unable to defend themselves and tired of dealing with them. Boom! The flames came raging, instantly sweeping away everything around them. It was as if the formation had turned into a domain of fire, to burn everything in it. However, even though the flames came incomparably suddenly, the few people present were not ordinary people. Almost at the instant the flames appeared, Zhang Qingxiao as well as a few Tao masters violently erupted with golden light. The protective golden light directly covered their entire body, blocking the scorching hot flames, great unable to harm their own bodies in the slightest. Scatter! Zhang Qingxiao, who was in the middle of the fire domain, even held a golden light Buddha dust and swept it violently. In a blink of an eye, splendid golden light filled the entire five elements formation. The two forces confronted and wore each other down, eventually until the smoke dissipated. The flames gradually thinned out and disappeared. In the void, some of the small five-colored flags flying around also became dull and lost their effect. Barely. This flame had just disappeared with its front foot, and countless ground thorns instantly emerged from the originally empty ground, stabbing straight towards Zhang Qingxiao and the others. Ding ding ding. Unfortunately, in the face of the people who had body protection golden light, although these ground thorns were incredibly sharp, they simply could not even break through the defense. Once the protective golden light is opened, offense and defense are one, all evils will not be invaded. Although a few people are in the five elements formation, but simply do not see half a bit of panic color, but to cope with the comfortable, calm and unhurried. And the Skymang Daojie is holding thunder and fire double knife a burst of slashing, in the array and the rampage, directly those five-color array flag destroyed most of them. Without the support of the five-color formation flags, the five elements formation was a sham. Heavenly Mang Taoist chief even took a step, and the thunder and fire dual knives in his hands slashed violently, giving the five elements formation a final blow. Heavenly Mang Taoist master, what, is this the best you can do? This. Hai Jinping completely didn't expect that the group in front of him had broken his carefully arranged five elements formation so quickly, but by the time he realized that something was wrong, the five elements formation had already shattered with a bang, and one of the silhouettes had already killed towards him. The Heavenly Mang Taoist master kept waving the thunder and fire dual blades in his hands, directly charging, without any hesitation at all. Seeing this, Hai Jinping's pupils shrunk violently, but then he let out a cold laugh. So eager to find death? Don't be in a hurry, you'll be in for a treat, said. Hai Jinping violently waved his hand, a handful of Dao beans in his hand directly swept out. Bang 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 bang. These beans were truly bizarre, and after scattering them, they directly exploded in the void, and the power generated was not small. Heaven and Earth Shenzong. But in the face of Hai Jinping's insidious tactics, Heavenly Mang Taoist leader did not care and directly opened the golden light spell. The next second, one could only see that the radiant golden light that originally covered the area around his body unexpectedly morphed into red ons. The appearance of these red awnings directly blocked all the Dao bean explosions. Hai Jinping? Crap? The golden light mantra refined into red? Should it be this outrageous? The sneer on Hai Jinping's face came to an abrupt end, and his eyes stared blankly with a complete expression of having seen a ghost. One must know that Taoist master Tian Mang had been practicing for decades, and this golden light mantra had already been practiced to the realm of perfection. Hai Jinping's attack did not cause Taoist master Tianmong to pause for a single moment. The latter passed through the explosion area and directly raised his sword, slashing at Hai Jinping. Plop! Only a crunching sound could be heard, just like a knife slicing through tofu. Hai Jinping was directly chopped in half. Zhang Qingxiao, not someone you are really chopping, Zhang Qingxiao as well as a few red-robed Dao masters were a bit confused, but then, a few people were frowning. Something's not right? This thing is not human. A red-robed Dao lord let out a cry of surprise, and the crowd's gazes paused slightly. It was discovered that the Hai Jinping on the ground that had been split in half was not the original body at all. Instead, it was a double. It was a clay sculpture of a human body. This guy was acting quite cautiously, and didn't know where he was hiding to use a double. He knows how to use a body double, but he doesn't have the guts to do it. The heavenly Mang Taoist master who had handily killed Hai Jinping's clay body couldn't help but skim his lips when he saw the clay man on the ground that was split in two. He thought that this evil cultivator had laid a dragnet waiting for them, and should have personally come out to deal with them anyways. Who knew that this bastard would be such a wimp? Not enough to look at all. Brush! Taoist leader Tianmong waved his hands, and the thunder and fire dual knives in his hands made a beautiful blade flower in the void. In a split second, the thunder and lightning as well as the flames above the twin knives gradually disappeared. Although the fire god mantra and the thunder repelling mantra were not weak in power, they were not small in consumption when maintained for a long period of time. This had yet to personally kill the evil cultivator's main body. Heavenly Mang Taoist leader didn't want to waste his own spiritual energy. And just as the battle ended, on the other side, in a dimly lit basement in the factory building, suddenly an explosion sounded quietly. Boom! How is this possible? My double. In the darkness, accompanied by a flash of light, Hai Jinping's figure immediately trembled, stumbled and retreated, almost a hole directly falling to the ground. His face was pale, with an expression of disbelief, and his eyes were filled with horror. There was a talisman affixed to his head, and the sound of the explosion just now was from the talisman. At this moment, the seal had already detached itself from Hai Jinping's brain and shattered into flying dust. In front of Hai Jinping, a clay statue with a somewhat divine appearance also fell to the ground with a loud bang, and then cracked into two halves from top to bottom. The crack was smooth to the extreme, as if it had been chopped with a knife. The clay body collapsed with a bang, causing Hai Jinping's face to change wildly. Who? He opened his mouth and gasped heavily a few times, trying hard to calm the uncontrollable fear within him. This Nima was a little too terrifying, wasn't it? Hai Jinping stared at the clay body, his face pale and without any semblance of blood. He was terrified. Crap! How could it be so fierce? Hai Jinping was inwardly terrified. Although the one who was chopped in half was the clay body, not himself, it was as if he was empathizing with it. That feeling as if he had walked through the gates of hell made him not want to experience it again. However, after the fear, there was more anger within Hai Jinping. What a damned thing! Why did you come looking for trouble at this time? It was so close. Old me was so close to accomplishing something great. Hai Jinping's face was a bit grim, and he was very emotional. The strength of the incoming criminals was very strong, causing his heart to retreat. But right now, he simply couldn't retreat. He had spent too much effort here. Once he abandoned it, then wouldn't all these years be in vain? Moreover, all the arrangements were just one kick away from being completed. How could he give up like this? At the very least, he had to fight for it first. Thinking about this, Hai Jinping's heart was ruthless, and with a clench of his teeth, his figure directly disappeared into the darkness. When Hai Jinping's figure emerged from the darkness again, in his hand, there was already a brass bell. 3 clear bells. You guys forced me to do it. Hai Jinping, who was holding the 3 clear bells in his hand, let out a cold smile, and the color of ruthlessness was revealed in his eyes. He slightly raised his hand, and then directly shook the bell in his hand. Jingling bell. The woozy sound instantly filled the air. Boom! Boom boom! Boom 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 boom! In the darkness, a figure rushed from all directions, jumping as if flying, from far and near, and soon gathered around Hai Jinping. Zombie! A large group of zombies appeared in the darkness. In a blink of an eye, corpse gas surging, pungent corpse stench filled the entire basement. These zombies were hundreds of them, and they were all the corpses that Hai Jinping had dug out from the graveyards in some remote villages over the years. Many remote villages retained the custom of burial, which allowed Hai Jinping to take advantage of the opportunity. After digging out these corpses, he used some special means to refine them into zombies. Among the hundreds of zombies, more than 50 of them were green stiffs. There were also dozens of zombies that had grown to the black stiff level. Even, there were 2 zombies with black hair all over their body, which was the legendary hairy stiff. Once a corpse had a spirit and became a zombie, it had a rank. From low to high, they are walking corpse, white stiffness, green stiffness, black stiffness, hairy stiffness, flying stiffness, zombie king, drought demon, and immortalized bone. In today's times, it takes countless efforts to cultivate a black stiff, let alone the hairy stiff above the black stiff. Xi Jinping's army of zombies took him nearly 10 years to completely form. If not now feel the strength of the offenders is too strong, Xi Jinping are a little reluctant to take out their precious zombie army. However, since it has already been used, it should completely bury all the incoming enemies here. Thinking about this, Xi Jinping's face instantly surfaced with a flash of intense killing intent, as he violently shook the 3 Qing bells, driving these zombies to kill Zhang Qingxiao and the others where they were. Director, the commotion just now wasn't small. The Heavenly Master and the others have most likely already confronted that evil cultivator. Do you think we need to take advantage of this opportunity to take action and sneak into the factory building to free those kidnapped young girls? Outside the factory building, after the group of police elites heard various muffled sounds continuously emanating from within the factory building, all of their expressions instantly became incomparably vigilant, not daring to spare any corners. While beside Tan Jinghua, a police cadre couldn't help but open his mouth and make his own suggestion to Tan Jinghua after hearing the commotion in the middle of the factory building. Now was clearly a good opportunity. If the Heavenly Master and the others started a frontal confrontation with the evil cultivator, then they could silently sneak into the plant to rescue the kidnapped people. In this way, they could cut off all the retreating paths of the evil cultivators and prevent the other party from jumping over the wall in a hurry. And upon hearing his subordinate's proposal, Tan Jinghua couldn't help but frown, a look of hesitation appearing on his face. He was tempted to follow the Heavenly Master's command and let all these guys under his hand stay at the periphery. However, as a police officer, knowing where the criminals were, but not making any moves at all, the operation was also a bit unreasonable. Moreover, these police officers under the hand are needed to achieve. Thoughts surging in his mind, Tan Jinghua after some hesitation, finally nodded to the subordinate beside him and said, "You immediately pick someone to enter the factory building, make sure to ensure the safety of those children." "Yes," the subordinate moved in response. Soon, a dozen or so athletic police officers felt their way towards the factory building. On the other side, Zhang Qingxiao and the others had just crossed the corridor and arrived at the open-air open space in the center of the factory building. Surrounded by abandoned buildings, it looked eerie in the dimness. And just at this time, the few people who were originally traveling forward were given a sudden lurch, and their brows instantly furrowed. Corpse Chi. Standing at the very front, Taoist leader Tian Mang shouldered his dual swords, his brows tightly locked as he muttered and opened his mouth. The moment these words came out, a creepy hissing sound came from the surrounding abandoned buildings that were hidden in the darkness. Ow ow ow. As these hissing sounds appeared, the concentration of corpse chi around them instantly soared. Not good, it's zombies. As the intense corpse aura came to his nose, a red-robed Taoist master instantly changed his face slightly and subconsciously opened his mouth. Under the dim night color, a silhouette with a weird pace, either jumping or vertical, kept approaching towards Zhang Qingxiao's few people. There are actually so many zombies. Standing at the forefront, Taoist Master Tianmon's expression stared. His face did not show any hint of panic, only that his hands holding his twin swords subconsciously tightened. Taoist Master Tianmon, so many zombies, this time I can finally let go of the fight. The other red-robed Taoist masters also took out their own style, vigilantly looking at this group of constantly approaching zombie army. And behind a few people, more than a dozen police officers also followed the route to this place. These people also looked happy when they saw Zhang Qingxiao and were just about to go forward to greet them, but they were directly stunned by the scene in front of them. Crap, what is this thing? Only hundreds of figures were seen surging towards Zhang Qingxiao's few people. Getting close, even if the night was slightly dim, the dozen or so police officers standing at the back could see the real faces of those figures. Walking corpses with strange postures and hideous faces. The stench of the ruler came to the face, madly surging into the noses of these police officers, constantly stimulating the nerves of the crowd. Zombie. This was definitely the legendary zombies. And the number is even this much? How can this be? The crowd of police officers were directly numb, standing still. Where did they dare to take a step forward? Out of the way. In front, after waiting for these zombies to approach, several red-robed Taoist elders immediately looked at each other with a tacit understanding. And then each of them chose a direction and rushed straight towards the corpses. A bunch of sinners, give the poor Taoist death. The dual swords in Taoist leader Tianmeng's hands were once again densely covered in thunder and fire, and without hesitation, he rushed towards the foremost group of corpses, killing them like a sharp blade. The momentum is like a crack, between the hand up and down of the knife, the green stiffs that blocked in front of him with teeth and claws one by one instantly moved their heads, fell to the ground and slept. Tianmeng's courage, rare on earth. In contrast, the other directions of the several red-robed Taoist masters used offensive means, but some of the effect is not good. Hai Jinping was different from the average evil cultivator. As an evil Taoist, he naturally knew quite a few of the means used amongst the Taoist sects. He not only knows that nowadays cultivate powerful zombies, but also directly used the Taoist arts to enhance these zombies. The group of zombies at the moment contained Taoist talismanic water in their bodies. So much so, several red-robed Taoist masters used to specifically restrain the zombies' spells as well as talismans are greatly reduced. These zombies are already thick skin and flesh, magic weapons and talismans lose their specialized restraining effect. It is difficult for these zombies to cause fatal injuries. Therefore, in addition to Tianmeng Taoist master relying on his own reckless strength to continue to kill in a chaotic manner, the other several red-robed Taoist masters have some headaches. Ahaha, cool. Strong enough. Come again. Big battle for 300 rounds. Taoist master Tianmeng's thunder and fire dual blades were juggled with great vigor, in the midst of the several green stiffs as well as black stiffs that he had decimated. In the darkness, a zombie covered in black hair finally realized the threat of Taoist master Tianmeng. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air, the hairy zombie jumped like flying, one step directly across the distance of several meters. The speed of the number of times, almost instantly came to the front of Tianmeng Taoist chief, launched an attack on him. Good guts! The speed of the hairy stiff was extremely fast. The speed of Heavenly Mang Taoist chief was also not slow, directly raised his sword and rose up. The lightning and fire double sword did not delay at all, and did not hesitate to slash down towards the hairy stiff. When the dual knives were powerful, but instead of chopping and slicing like before, they were carried down by the hairy stiff with his physical body. This couldn't help but cause Heavenly Mang Taoist master to let out a cry of surprise, instantly coming to be interested. Good. Hard enough. Worthy of a little seriousness from the poor Taoist. Taoist master Tianmeng drew his sword and retreated, but gave up the idea of beheading other zombies. Instead, he directly built up his strength and rushed towards the hairy stiff once again, entangling with it. The battlefield was split into several pieces. In the center, Zhang Qingxiao was holding a golden duster, facing the green stiffs as well as the black stiffs that were fearlessly rushing towards him. He was directly sweeping the duster. Immediately, golden light erupted, directly sweeping these zombies out. Unfortunately, these zombies were enhanced by the Taoist talismanic water. So even if they were sent flying by Zhang Qingxiao's golden light, these zombies only broke a bit of defense and did not die. This undoubtedly increased Zhang Qingxiao's number of strikes, and it took quite a bit of effort to resolve some of the green zombies as well as the black zombies. But at this time, a roar came from the darkness once again. Immediately afterward, a hairy stiff directly leapt out and charged straight at Zhang Qingxiao. Lei. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao's gaze condensed and his right hand directly spread out. Instantly, palm lightning coalesced in his hand, and then directly blasted out towards the hairy stiff. Boom! At such a close distance, the palm thunder accurately struck the body of the hairy stiff. Thunder exploded, and an aura of destruction filled the air. But the next second, Zhang Qingxiao was the one whose face changed. Brothers, 3 chapters tonight. Author Mushroom wants to add more. Can you let me add one more? I'm begging you guys, my skin is itchy. Now the gift value of 3,552. Free small gifts every punch 500 will add a chapter. There is no upper limit. Give me a chance to display Thunder exploded with smoke and no injuries. Mao Stiff resisted Zhang Qingxiao's palm thunder and was covered in smoke. However, when the smoke cleared, it did not cause much damage to his body at all. It only slightly broke its defense. It was like a superficial wound. This scene caused Zhang Qingxiao to be somewhat stunned. What was the situation? The effect was surprisingly small? Seeing that the lightning method was ineffective, Zhang Qingxiao immediately became furious. Well, rune water zombie, right? Zhang Qingxiao's thoughts moved slightly and directly put away the golden light whisk. Behind, the group of police officers who were watching the battle were directly dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This surrounding zombies obviously looked more and more. How the Heavenly Master even will their own magic weapon to collect. Zhang Qingxiao said, since the palm thunder cannot deal with your excellency, poor Taoists still know a little bit of gunplay. Zhang Qingxiao's big hand made a move, and all of a sudden a light burst out violently from his body. The light surged into Zhang Qingxiao's hand, and then a strangely shaped submachine gun directly materialized. It was precisely the Dao Sec Jingqi Song version of the P90. The pitch-black body of the gun was engraved with the Taoist Jingqi Song, and the heavy magazine could be fitted with 50 rounds of 5.7mm high-rate ammunition, with a high rate of fire of 14 rounds per second, which could directly empty the magazine within 4 seconds. Ordinary 5.7 by 28mm ammunition could easily penetrate a bulletproof undershirt with level 3, 4, or even 5 protection. The special bullets covered with the Taoist Jingqi song and chanting techniques contained a strong positive qi energy, and once they hit the target, they would create an explosion inside the target, forcing it to destroy the target from the inside. Especially in the face of evil spirits, the positive qi energy was like a cat seeing a rat, inherently restraining all sinister evil. Holding the P90 in his hand, Zhang Qingxiao, whose face was still not very good, instantly became dignified. Zhang Qingxiao, the Taoist law can't overpower you and others, the poor Taoist still has physical means. Behind them, a group of police officers were once again dumbfounded. This is just outrageous. Tang Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master, at this moment even hand-holding submachine guns, all the righteousness. What is the bottom of this damn dissonance? Ow ow ow. The surrounding zombie army obviously hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. Even the kind of human hairstiff that had been knocked back by the palm lightning but was unharmed was looking at Zhang Qingxiao with a dumbfounded expression at the moment. With his little bit of spiritual intelligence, he couldn't even figure out why this Taoist in front of him would pull out such a cockamamie thing. Maozi, Taoist arts and weapons can't even break the defense, a mere firearm? Zhang Qingxiao, try? Mao Jiang, try it and die. Zhang Qingxiao's thoughts moved slightly, and as the accumulated merits were deducted by the system, 50 rounds of ammunition instantly filled up the magazine. The next second, Zhang Qingxiao directly pulled the trigger. Da-day-day-day. Tongues of fire erupted and the gun body vibrated. Accompanied by deafening explosions, in an instant, dozens of bullets directly flew out. Plop plop plop. The 5.7mm bullets with strong penetrating power flowed through unhindered, and even if these zombies had thick skin and flesh, they couldn't be blocked at all. As the bullet enters the body, the positive energy it contains directly explodes in the body of these zombies. In front of the P90, it does not matter whether it is the head or the torso. The main thing is a large quantity of food. The battlefield immediately became quiet. Whether it was the red-robed Taoist or those crazy zombies, at this moment, they were all looking at the spirited Zhang Qingxiao with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Can you imagine a young man in a Taoist robe, holding a submachine gun in his hand, like a bruiser of the century, mercilessly harvesting the lives of zombies? Wherever the barrel of the gun passed, the dumbfounded zombies fell down and slept for a long time on the spot. At this moment, Merit was burning, bullets were flying, and the overdose was underway. Zhang Qingxiao took the lead, quite the courageous man, and rushed straight at the zombie army with his P90. At the same time, its left hand a slight move, instantly a golden light directly from the body. Convergence to the left hand condensed into a golden light spell pistol. Behind them, a group of police officers. People have been numb. No way, still come? A submachine gun wasn't enough? Taoist spirit Dharma, this is for you to use first. Poor Taoist will open the way in front. If there are any lucky ones who weren't killed, you can directly fill in the gun. Zhang Qingxiao casually threw the golden light mantra pistol to Taoist Master Ling Fa at the side and slowly spoke. With these words, heaven and earth were silent. The same thought emerged within everyone's hearts unanimously. The Heavenly Master is truly a ruthless person. When he said transcendence, he would never leave a living soul behind. Good. Originally in a daze, Taoist Master Spirit Law subconsciously caught the golden light pistol that flew towards him when he saw it. This thing was different from ordinary pistols, the main one was good to catch. Touching the familiar texture of the golden light incantation, Taoist Master Spirit Dharma instantly seemed as if he was blessed, and his entire person also became dignified with a precious appearance. It was quite a gesture of compassionate transcendence. And so it was. In the middle of the battlefield, a dramatic scene was staged. Zhang Qingxiao took the P90 and opened the way in the front, and wherever he passed, there was not a single zombie that could resist the dense rain of bullets. Even if a zombie was lucky enough not to be blown up by the positive energy of the bullets. The Spirit Law Taoist Master who was following behind Zhang Qingxiao also familiarly walked up and took a shot to the head. The Celestial Master opened the way, and the red robe complemented the shot. These bizarre images caused the group of police officers at the back to be stupefied. Each of them opened their mouths wide to say something, but they didn't know where to start. This was too outrageous. Whose Heavenly Master is like this? Now even the red-robed Taoist Master was like this. This is still in their own impression, that respectable, immortal-style Taoist Master? This style of painting is simply not right. Under the P90's high rate of fire, within a few breaths, half of the zombies had already died under Zhang Qingxiao's gun. The green stiff-grade zombies had all died out, and even the black stiffs had suffered heavy losses. Seeing this scene, a look of shock filled Taoist Master Tian Meng's face. For a moment, he felt that the thunder and fire dual blades in his hands did not smell good anymore. After living for 100 years, Taoist Master Tianmong did not realize until this moment that the original magic weapon that suited him was actually in the hands of the Heavenly Master. Heavenly Master! Heavenly Master! What you are using in your hands, is it our Longhu Mountain's new magic weapon? This thing is really amazingly powerful. Celestial Master, do you have any more of these magic weapons? Give the poor Taoist one too. Poor Taoist also wants to live. Poor Taoist also wants to follow the Heavenly Master to overtake these zombies. Taoist Master Tianmong directly opened his mouth to ask for it, coveting the new Longhu Mountain magic weapon in Zhang Qingxiao's hand. Unfortunately, in the face of his hopeful gaze, Zhang Qingxiao was decisively shaking his head. Only these are available today. Zhang Qingxiao did not even think about it and directly refused. Even if he had them, he couldn't give them. Just kidding. This did not give you already so reckless, give you still have to? The Sky Mang with a gun, kill the four directions, right? Alas. It's a pity that the poor Taoist has nowhere to utilize this transcendent method. Hearing Zhang Qingxiao's words, a flash of regret appeared on Tianmong Taoist's face. And with most of the zombies dead, the rest of those surviving clueless zombies only reacted at this time. Zombie, Inema. Okay. Zombie, I don't know what I'm talking about. Now even Taoist priests are equipped with guns. This is simply a big departure from the norm. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao constantly turn the gun, these zombies instantly scared scalp numb. Without saying a word, they directly pulled their legs and ran, ready to leave. In front of the threat of death, who the hell remembers what their mission is? It is important to save their lives. Zhang Qingxiao, want to run? No one can escape today. I said. Before P90, all beings are equal. Even the thick-skinned Fu Shui zombie could not escape the fate of death, as Zhang Qingxiao kept turning his gun around. In the midst of the night, tongues of fire from the barrel of the gun continued to spurt, and a rain of bullets poured out. Merit was burning. The remaining blackstiffs had just reacted and prepared to flee, but they had already been hit by several bullets. With a burst of deafening explosions, the blackstiffs were already completely disfigured, missing arms and legs, and fell into a long sleep. Even for those who were lucky enough to dodge the bullets without receiving fatal injuries, they would still be shot in the head by the Spirit Law Taoist Master who was closely following behind Zhang Qingxiao. One day Master, or Red Robe, became the most beautiful boy in the field. It also became a horrifying existence that these zombies could not comprehend till the day they died. And under the tacit cooperation of the two, soon including the black stiffs, including nearly 100 zombies all ate the gun. Only 2 hairy stiffs with superb stance avoided Zhang Qingxiao's hand P90 overdrive. These 2 hairy stiffs itself strength is not weak, but saw Zhang Qingxiao hanging. At this moment there is no half a bit of heart of the battle, running that called it fast, hate to give birth to 2 more legs. The 2 hairy stiffs were also very smart, and at a glance, they could see which part of the field was the weakest. Straight towards the location of the group of police officers. Naturally, they would not be foolish enough to think of harming people at this time, but simply felt that it would be easier to escape the battlefield from this direction. And this was indeed the case. When the group of policemen saw the 2 hairy stiffs charging towards themselves and the others, their scalps were numb. Some people directly opened their mouths and shouted, trying to alert Zhang Qingxiao. Heavenly Master, there are still 2 zombies here, they're running away. Trying to run? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao turned his body around, his gaze directly locking onto the 2 hairy zombies. Can they run? Zhang Qingxiao sneered. The P90 in his hand directly disappeared into thin air, and instead, another big black, long, straight, thick and big guy appeared. 9-character Barrett. With the deduction of merit, the Heavenly Thunder bullet is directly pressurized and loaded. Under the night, the biting killing machine blatantly locked onto the 2 furry stiffs, and then the sound of gunfire started. Bang bang! Today's portion of the overdrive came from the 12.7mm. 2 Heavenly Thunder bullets flew out one after the other, straight for the heads of the 2 hairy stiffs. Within 100 meters, they arrived in an instant. The 2 hairy stiffs that were still in the middle of running wildly violently trembled, and then their heads directly exploded open. Together with the inertia, the headless corpse continued to run forward a few steps, before collapsing to the ground with a bang, lifeless. Up to this point, the zombie army all fell asleep and slept for a long time. Looking at the 2 headless corpses not far away from his body, spare these police officers are the elite in the police department, they are still uncontrollably inexplicable trembling. What they saw today was really too bizarre, completely breaking their inherent knowledge of the people of the Taoist sect. Originally, the Taoist sect suppression of zombies can also play like this. It is really unique and refreshing. Unexpectedly, now even the Taoist sect also so rolled, all know with the times, keep pace with the times. Heavenly Master. On the other side, seeing that all the zombies were all taken care of by Zhang Qingxiao, a few red-robed Taoist masters hurriedly leaned over. All of them had a bit of amazement in their eyes and were surprised as they stared at Zhang Qingxiao for a while. They were completely unaware that the Heavenly Master had secretly refined this transcendent new magic weapon behind their backs. Not to mention, although the shape was unique, it was extremely effective. And compared to the surprise of the other few red-robed Taoist masters, Taoist Master Tianmong on the side was looking at Zhang Qingxiao with a grudging face. Taoist leader Tian Mang, what happened to saying that there were no other magic weapons? Didn't you just pull one out of thin air again? Heavenly Master, you're not being generous. Zhang Qingxiao, it's not that poor Tao is unkind, it's really because poor Tao is worried that you can't control yourself. If you're not careful you'll go completely crazy. The zombies have all been resolved. Go find that evil cultivator. Zhang Qingxiao instructed a few Dao masters, and then swept a glance at the group of police officers not far away, and without making a sound, he turned his head and walked towards the middle of the plant. Behind him, a few Dao masters followed closely. Soon, several people directly disappeared into the night. And on the other side, in the abandoned basement of the factory building, Hai Jinping, who was originally sitting cross-legged, violently leapt up from the ground, his face gradually becoming hideous at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn! I can't believe I didn't block these people. Hai Jinping's forehead veins shot up as he gritted his teeth and growled lowly, angry fire burning in his eyes. He had sensed that the zombie army he had painstakingly spent nearly a decade cultivating had all lost contact. What did this mean? Hai Jinping naturally knew very well. The entire army had been wiped out. Surprisingly, not even hundreds of zombies were able to stop the incoming enemy, which made Hai Jinping burn with rage. The opponent was too reckless. This was forcing him to fish to death. Good. Very good. This is all because you forced my old man to do this. Hai Jinping was panting like a cow, his anger rising. With a low roar, he turned around and made his way to the offering table. The evil god-demon statue enshrined on top of the offering table looked incomparably bizarre in the dimness, and ordinary people did not dare to look directly at it. Hai Jinping, on the other hand, was staring at the demonic statue with a deadly stare, and in the end, he clenched his teeth as if he had made some sort of determination. He directly reached around to the back of the evil god's demon statue and took out a scroll from it. As soon as the scroll entered his hand, Hai Jinping inexplicably trembled uncontrollably. It was unknown whether it was awe or excitement. Even Hai Jinping himself wasn't sure why he had such a reaction. As the scroll unfolded in Hai Jinping's palm, a picture of a beauty was revealed. The person in the painting was dressed in an ancient costume, but her body was charming, and her knitted brows and smile seemed as if she could seduce the soul. The most bizarre thing was that the woman in the painting was vivid and alive, as if she could jump onto the paper at any time and drill out of the painting. This is a living painting. To be precise, the woman in the painting was not dead, but alive. The moment his eyes touched the beauty in the painting, Hai Jinping's eyes instantly revealed a color of infatuation. At this moment, Hai Jinping's face was not as fierce as it was before, and there was only a touch of deep love and a strong feeling of pity on top of his face. The person in the painting is not someone else, it is Hai Jinping's girlfriend, Ouyang Qing, who has been dead for many years. Hai Jinping's girlfriend many years ago was examined with cancer. The final medicine is no cure, passed away in despair. And deeply in love with his girlfriend, Hai Jinping simply cannot accept this fact. He is not willing to girlfriend on this body death, want to let his girlfriend to come back to life. To this end, he rummaged through the ancient books of the division, and finally found in a book in the legendary method of resurrection. So the ecstatic Hai Jinping will personally take action to block his girlfriend's soul to go to hell to life, but the use of Taoist secret arts will be girlfriend's soul raised. And the ancient painting in his hand is not a mortal object, but a container that can hold the soul body of the magic weapon. Therefore, Hai Jinping then hosted his girlfriend's soul in this ancient painting. The reason why Hai Jinping went to such great lengths to capture those underage girls to draw their souls was to resurrect his girlfriend. Now seeing that it has reached the most critical moment, just one step away, he can resurrect his girlfriend. But unexpectedly, someone would come to the door at this time. As soon as he thought of the incoming enemy, Hai Jinping's originally affectionate face instantly became furious again, killing intent boiling in his eyes. Jinping, what's wrong with you? Did something happen? Right at this time, the person in the painting's red lips slightly opened, and a woozy voice quietly sounded. Upon hearing this, Hai Jinping immediately shook, and then angrily and ashamedly opened his mouth. This place is exposed, a few Taoist priests have come to cause trouble. But don't worry, Xiao Chang, I'll fix it. Don't worry, I will definitely not let anyone stop you from resurrecting, no one will be allowed to come. Hai Jinping showed a look of determination, and after he finished speaking, he put away the scroll and tied it to himself. And then he flashed away from the basement, his figure hidden in the darkness. On the other side, after some searching, Zhang Qingxiao had arrived at Hai Jinping's lair. In the middle of the dimly lit factory building, a dozen or so ragged underage girls were cowering in the corners, their gazes dull and their expressions numb. Even when Zhang Qingxiao and the others appeared, they only mechanically glanced at them without much reaction. These children have only been scared silly. Seeing this scene, a red-robed Taoist elder frowned and spoke quietly. Between his words, there was a touch of anger. The faces of several others were similarly not very pleasant. The heavenly Mang Taoist leader even subconsciously tightened his grip on the twin swords in his hands, his killing aura showing. This person was not only holding these underage girls, but in the center, there was also a soul extraction dharma altar as well as a coffin. Everything was very much in line with what the young girl who had escaped had said. After the group of police officers who arrived immediately afterwards saw the evil cultivator's lair, several police officers immediately rushed towards those underage girls and rescued them all. The remaining people, on the other hand, were scattered around Zhang Qingxiao and the others, looking around with a vigilant face. One of the police officers swept a glance at the soul-drawing dharma altar as well as the coffin, and subconsciously opened his mouth to ask, "What exactly is contained within this coffin? Just open it up and find out." Zhang Qingxiao spoke flatly, and then directly stepped towards the coffin. Seeing this, all of the police officers instantly stared at each other and stood at attention. Even the several red-robed Taoist masters were also slightly restrained in their expressions, their gazes directly locking onto the coffin to prevent any accidents from occurring. As he approached the coffin, a strange odor instantly hit his face. Zhang Qingxiao frowned slightly, and then fiercely struck out with a move that directly slapped on the edge of the coffin lid. Boom! With a muffled sound, the coffin lid was directly pushed open, revealing the true appearance of the object within. It was a ball of meat. The ball of flesh was still writhing at the moment, like a living thing, and looked somewhat like a tree root. Seeing this object, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes instantly narrowed before he slowly said, "It's a meat taiyu." These words came out. Everyone was slightly shocked. A group of police officers were all a bit shocked because they had heard of this legendary thing, while a few red-robed Dao masters thought of something deeper. That evil cultivator, what is he going to do, raising taiyu? Could it be that he is preparing? A few Dao masters walked forward, their gazes fixed on the meat taiyu in the coffin. As cultivators, they could all naturally detect that this meat taiyu's body contained a refuted aura of living souls. The souls of those young girls had all been drawn and fed to this thing by that evil cultivator. And the other party was so eager to cultivate the meat taiyu into shape, I'm only afraid that their purpose was not pure. Truly treacherous. This kind of forbidden method also dares to be used, how dare you? The faces of several red-robed Dao masters were a little less than pleasant at the moment, as they had already vaguely guessed what that evil cultivator wanted to do. There was no other use for so many living souls to raise a flesh taiyu, other than creating a body that could melt souls. It's just that they didn't expect that this evil cultivator would scourge so many children for the sake of his own heart. It was simply a crime that deserved death. Snap, snap, snap. And just as the crowd's attention fell on the meat taiyu, a footstep suddenly came from the darkness. Immediately afterward, a silhouette slowly revealed itself. Black and red Taiji Taoist robes, an evil to the core smile. Who was it if not Hai Jinping? Not bad. Worthy of being a Taoist master of Longhu Mountain, it's really impressive. The strength of all the Taoist masters is truly admirable to the heart of the poor Taoist. To be able to break so many of the means set up by the poor Taoist, the Dragon Tiger Mountain is truly worthy of its name. Hai Jinping stepped out from the darkness, the smile on his face giving off a feeling of being cold to the core. Zhang Qingxiao and the others were fine, they didn't feel anything at all. As for those police officers, as soon as they saw Hai Jinping's smile, they couldn't help but tremble inwardly and feel a chill all over their bodies. The crowd did not respond, only their gazes were fixed on Hai Jinping. The latter, on the other hand, sneered coldly and turned to say sorrowfully, "Unfortunately, today, you are destined to be buried here." Ha 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 ha. Hai Jinping laughed rampantly with a reckless expression on his face. And seeing Hai Jinping's gesture, a red-robed Taoist directly spoke in a cold voice. "Evil devil, not only did you maim so many people, but you even dare to be so rampant, you really deserve to die." Upon hearing this, the smile on Hai Jinping's face grew brighter and brighter as he spoke directly. "Ha ha, is the poor Tao wrong? Poor Tao is not wrong. Everything that poor Tao does is correct. As long as we can resurrect her, even if more people die, so what?" Hai Jinping was maniacal to the extreme, like a madman, talking to himself about his past. He was originally a member of the Taoist sect, but because of a girl's accidental illness and death, in order to seek the method of resurrection, he fell into obsession and eventually fell into the evil path. From the beginning to the end, everything he did was to resurrect his girlfriend. Why? Why are you guys stopping me from resurrecting Xiao Qing? Why do you so-called righteous people like to meddle so much? Xiao Chang, don't be afraid, I'll be able to resurrect you soon and we'll be together again. Hai Jinping angrily rebuked Zhang Qingxiao and the others while his face was filled with deep emotion. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he said bluntly, "Since you are also a cultivator, don't you know that doing so hurts the heavens? Ha ha ha, harming the heavens? So what?" Hai Jinping didn't have a bit of remorse on his face. He just growled angrily. "And how can you understand what it feels like to lose the most important person? I only want to revive Xiao Qing, I want to be with her. This is the only meaning I have in living in this world. What's wrong with me? You guys don't understand." Hai Jinping looked like a madman, hissing at the top of his voice. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao could not help but shake his head slightly. The obsession is too deep. You have already fallen into the devil's path. Hai Jinping, don't talk about all this nonsense, the paths are different. Before the words fell, Hai Jinping directly took out a black streamer, and on top of the black streamer hung a golden bell. At this moment, the golden bell shook, emitting a ghostly soul-taking sound. For a small gift plus more, seek a wave of gifts. Righteous fathers. One more chapter for each additional 200 gifts, and then it's time for a crazy explosion. Open punch. Brothers up on the ticket. Pouting ass. Jingle bells ring. In the middle of the factory, the bell floated. And the meatball that was originally slowly squirming in that coffin, under this burst of bells, it unexpectedly rapidly expanded as well as contracted. Subsequently, this meatball, like spitting dirty water outwards, unexpectedly spat out those unjust souls within itself. The souls were all small and miserable, precisely those young girls who had been killed by Hai Jinping. These dead souls had all been fed by Hai Jinping to that flesh Taiyu. Now the latter was using the soul-controlling streamer to control these souls, wanting to use them to deal with Zhang Qingxiao and the others. Let's see you guys die this time. Hai Jinping let out a loud laugh, his eyes full of ruthlessness. Although this fellow was insane, he was not stupid. He used these unjust souls to attack Zhang Qingxiao and the others in order to make the crowd not dare to fight back. It was because these young girl souls were innocent. If Zhang Qingxiao and the others made a move to fight back, then it would be very likely that their souls would be dispersed, adding to their karma in vain. But if they did not fight back, then Zhang Qingxiao and the others would be killed by these innocent souls. The dilemma was seemingly insoluble. Hai Jinping's move was very poisonous. It was because he knew this clearly that Hai Jinping was able to be so confident that he was winning and could make the crowd bury their bones here. The several red-robed Dao masters who saw this scene all had ugly faces. In particular, Daoist leader Tian Mang's face darkened. This feeling of having no place to use his power made him feel doubly stifled. Swish swish swish. Those unjust souls that had been spat out by the flesh Taiyu, under Hai Jinping's control, began to become hideous and horrifying, rushing towards Zhang Qingxiao and the others with open teeth and claws. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Heavenly Mang Taoist Master and the others were furious, but they were unable to do anything about it, their faces gloomy to the extreme. Ha ha ha! The opposite side of the table, Hai Jinping, saw the difficult look of Heavenly Mang Taoist Master and the others who were at their wits' end, and immediately laughed even more recklessly. You and the others are nothing more than that. Hai Jinping spoke out in a sneer, with a touch of mockery on his face. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao, however, took a step out and faced Hai Jinping directly, speaking flatly. You think this will be useful? Ridiculous to the extreme. Evil cultivators are just that, evil cultivators, except for some underhanded tactics, they can't even make it to the stage. Zhang Qingxiao made a backhanded move, and light suddenly appeared in his hand as the P90 materialized once again. While Hai Jinping was controlling the flesh Taiyu to spit out the souls of these innocent girls, Zhang Qingxiao had already browsed through the system mall. Among the commodities in the bullet section, there was a bullet called the Transcendence Bullet. As the name suggests, the bullet had only one effect. That is, once it hits a soul body, it will directly force it to transcend and send it to the afterlife. In the current scenario, the use of the overwhelming bullet couldn't be more appropriate. Heavenly Master, I'm afraid this is a little inappropriate. On the side, Taoist Master Ling Fei's face changed when he saw that Zhang Qingxiao had pulled out the killing weapon that he had used among the zombies he had exterminated earlier. He did not know that Zhang Qingxiao was carrying such a strange item as the Transcendence Bomb, so he thought that Zhang Qingxiao was preparing to directly exterminate these unjust souls. Thus, Taoist Spirit Law hurriedly opened his mouth to remind him. Cultivators most avoided the idea of karma, exterminating innocent souls. The karma caused by such killings would be hard to wash away and would haunt the cultivator for the rest of his life. Even if Zhang Qingxiao was a dragon tiger heavenly master, if he created such killing sins, he would not be able to wash them away at all. No harm done. However, the response to Taoist Master Ling Fei was just two simple words. Afterwards, Zhang Qingxiao directly lifted up the P90, and as he silently chanted exchange, his merit instantly decreased. In turn, the clip of the P90 was already filled with Overwatch bullets. Subsequently, Zhang Qingxiao pulled the trigger without hesitation. Da-day-day-day. The sound of the gun was as deafening as thunder. As the muzzle of the gun continued to vibrate, sheets of bullets rained down directly sweeping towards those unjust souls in the air. Bang bang bang. The moment the bullets came into contact with the souls, a burst of ripple-like waves rippled out one after another. In a split second, golden light appeared, directly illuminating the entire plant. In the void, all of those unjust souls that had been struck by the overwhelming bomb stopped. As the golden light surfaced on their bodies, gradually these souls washed away the hideous ferocity of their own deaths. One by one, they were transformed back into their pre-birth appearance. At this moment, there was no pain on the faces of all the souls that had been struck. Instead, there was only a look of endless gratitude. They stood in the void and bowed respectfully to Zhang Qingxiao before their bodies directly transformed into a golden grain of light that dissipated in the heavens and earth. The light of divinity continued to spill down, reflecting around Zhang Qingxiao's body. At this moment, Zhang Qingxiao was like a god. The power of merit and virtue surged around his body, dumbfounding several red-robed Dao masters as well as a group of police officers. It also stunned Hai Jinping on the opposite side. This is all these unjust souls being transcended. Several of the spirit law Taoist masters murmured and spoke, their eyes filled with shock. On the other hand, Taoist leader Tian Mang on the side was staring at the P90 in Zhang Qingxiao's hand with a burning gaze that was salivating. Taoist leader Tianmong, this magic weapon, it's really too suitable for poor Tao. No, this is impossible. What have you done? What the hell did you do? Why? Why are they? Hai Jinping's eyes were glazed over, and he roared in a near-epileptic manner. His face was hideously twisted and full of disbelief. How could he not understand why the unjust souls that he had worked so hard to get were so easily transcended by Zhang Qingxiao? This was simply unreasonable. Zhang Qingxiao, I was almost killed by this kid's show, but fortunately, poor Tao is hung up and skilled. You deserve to die. Under extreme anger, Hai Jinping completely lost his mind. His eyes were crimson, staring dead on at Zhang Qingxiao, the killing intent in his eyes not hidden at all. Unable to contain his anger, he directly dropped the soul control streamer in his hand and turned to draw the Dharma sword on his back. Hai Jinping was anxious to fight Zhang Qingxiao. With a wave of his big hand, he directly pulled out a talisman seal and stuck it on his magic sword. Buzz! Accompanied by a soft chirping sound, the Dharma sword in Hai Jinping's hand was seen to tremble slightly, and then it even directly detached from Hai Jinping's hand and sank in the void. Seeing this, a gloomy color flashed in Hai Jinping's eyes. He suddenly raised his right hand, his index and middle fingers coming together to condense into a sword finger, directly pointing at Zhang Qingxiao in the void. Whoosh! In a blink of an eye, the sound of breaking air rose. The color sword in the void instantly reversed its direction and flew towards Zhang Qingxiao. The speed was so fast that it arrived in an instant. Carrying a terrifyingly sharp aura, the sword came straight towards Zhang Qingxiao. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao let out a cold smile and flicked his sleeve. Instantly golden light flourished. Under the protective golden light, the sword in the void was swept away by Zhang Qingxiao's sleeve. This is not all. Only to see Zhang Qingxiao stretched out his hand in the void, countless golden light instantly condensed into a golden thread, directly to Xi Jinping's magic sword to bind a solid. Immediately afterward, the Dharma sword directly detached from Hai Jinping's control and was put away by Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao, with the current you are still worthy of using the Dharma sword? You've gone down a crooked path, and you can't even control the Dharma sword anymore, right? Ka-ching! Zhang Qingxiao collected Hai Jinping's Dharma sword, and with his backhand, he directly condensed it into a palm thunderbolt, directly blasting it towards Hai Jinping. The latter was still immersed in the shock of having his magic sword taken away, and was simply too late to react, directly receiving a solid blow. Boom! Plop! Hai Jinping was directly blown away by the palm lightning, his body smashing heavily on top of the concrete wall before landing with a thud. Such an impact not only made his entire body scorched black, but blood also sprayed wildly from his mouth, and his eyes gradually had more than a touch of bleakness in them. And just at this time, its original tied to the body of the scroll but fell to the ground, and slowly unfolded. The demonic woman dressed in ancient clothes in the painting was also revealed. Seeing the scroll suddenly unfolding on the ground, several people, including Zhang Qingxiao, were slightly stunned, and a look of surprise appeared on their faces. This painting was not simple. The hearts of all of them flinched, sensing the unusual nature of the person in the painting. As expected, just as this thought arose in the crowd, the person in the painting, who was originally only slightly seductive, suddenly became glittering. At the same time, a bizarre aura surged out directly from the painting, sweeping across the entire plant. This is demonic aura. Touching this bizarre aura, several red-robed Taoist masters were instantly distraught, and Taoist Master Spirit Dharma couldn't help but shout out in shock, his face sorting out a color of surprise. Similarly shocked, there was also Hai Jinping, who was lying on the ground looking breathless. As a cultivator, he was naturally able to recognize the true nature of this aura. Demonic chi. How could there be such a thick demonic aura within the scroll he used to store his girlfriend's dead soul? This. While shocked, Hai Jinping's face was getting more and more agitated. He struggled and was about to get up from the ground, wanting to inspect the scroll. However, before he could climb up, the demonic woman in the painting was shining brightly, and then it even directly detached from the scroll and drilled out from it. In a blink of an eye, a strong demonic aura recklessly washed over everything in the surroundings. What a waste, this little thing can't even be done. Old me originally wanted to count on you being able to collect some souls, but I didn't expect to be so useless. As expected, I still have to do it myself. The demonic woman was dressed in an ancient costume, her body was beautiful, her charming bones were heavenly, and she exuded an extreme seductive power all over her body. However, hearing what the woman said, Hai Jinping on the ground was violently stunned. Xiao Chang, how could you say such words? Hai Jinping struggled to prop himself up, staring with a stunned face at the demonic woman in front of him. The appearance was still that of the person in his memory, but why had this speech and behavior changed so much? Hai Jinping's eyes were filled with disbelief as a color of incomprehension surfaced. This was far from the girlfriend in his own impression. Xiao Chang? LOL, what an infatuated kind. Only a little too trashy. Otherwise, maybe this seat can even reward you with some favors as well. In the face of Hai Jinping's questioning, the demonic woman hid her face and smiled, but in her eyes, there was more than a touch of disdain. The moment these words came out, Hai Jinping's face immediately changed drastically. He stared at the demonic woman with a deadly gaze, his expression changing from dismay to anger, his face grimacing as he growled. You're not Xiao Chang. Who the hell are you? Where is Xiao Chang? What have you done with Xiao Chang? Hai Jinping's eyes nearly erupted in fire, and his entire body trembled. He struggled frantically on the ground trying to stand up, but because his injuries were too severe, it was of no help at all. On the other hand, the several people opposite Zhang Qingxiao subconsciously glanced at each other after hearing Hai Jinping's words. Several people looked at Hai Jinping with an incomparable tacit understanding, and then looked at the eye-pleasing woman, and then all of them revealed an expression of waiting to eat melon. There are melons. There was a big melon. This seed is naturally not your little Ching. Glancing at the enraged Hai Jinping, the demonic woman twisted her waist for a moment before saying in an extremely cold-blooded manner, this seed is a 1,000-year-old fox demon soul, and your little Ching is honored to be the sustenance for this seat's recovery. Cluck cluck cluck. The demonic woman laughed daintily, directly indicating her identity. Its original was a 1,000-year-old fox demon, but it was decapitated by the old heavenly master of Longhu Mountain in more than 10 years, leaving its soul alone to escape. Even if it is 1,000 years of demon soul, without a physical body to support, the strength will be greatly reduced. It is very easy to be cultivators or the existence of evil and so on the target. Therefore, the fox demon had always wanted to recover her physical body. By chance, she met Hai Jinping, who wanted to revive his girlfriend. The fox demon saw that Hai Jinping was a cultivator and was already obsessed with the devil, so he was very suitable to be the object of her utilization. So the fox demon used her means to swallow the soul of his girlfriend, Ouyang Qing, without Hai Jinping's knowledge. And then the fox demon will borrow Ouyang Qing's appearance as well as devouring the soul to get part of the memory, hiding in the scrolls, guiding Hai Jinping to use the me too old to resurrect the body resurrection of the evil arts. For so many years, Hai Jinping's obsession was too deep, so he was convinced of the fox demon's compulsion. And now, after hearing what the fox demon said, Hai Jinping's face instantly turned pale, and with a sweetness in his throat, he directly sprayed out a mouthful of scarlet blood. No, little Chang, this is not true. Ah! Hai Jinping roared up to the sky, years of obsession. In the end, it turned out to be a basket case, and his Dao heart directly collapsed. As he spat out blood, Hai Jinping's face aged at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning in an instant from a middle-aged man in his 40s to a senile old man in his 80s. In an instant, white hair was sprouting, his eyes were dull, and the vitality of his body was cut down by a large portion. Ha ha ha, I should have thought of that. Xiao Qing is such a gentle and kind girl, and how could she possibly agree to me using this kind of soul-snatching technique that harms heaven and earth? Xiao Chang, it's me who has wronged you. It's me who caused you harm. I blame my own obsession for being too deep, and only then did I fall under the spell of this fox demon. Hai Jinping laughed in anger as drops of blood and tears dripped from his eyes. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure the pain of his injuries as he climbed up from the ground and walked towards the fox demon one step at a time. Hai Jinping wanted to fight the fox demon to avenge his girlfriend's death, but now he was already at the end of his strength, his movements were slow, and he didn't have much fighting power at all. The fox demon had no compassion at all, and did not continue to talk nonsense with Hai Jinping, directly pointing out a finger. In a flash, a wave of demonic energy surged out, directly poking through Hai Jinping's chest. Boom! Hai Jinping fell to the ground in response to the sound, but there was a bit of relief on top of his aged face. A generation of evil cultivators had fallen, their souls swallowed by the fox demon. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qingxiao and the others could not help but shake their heads slightly. It was unclear whether they should sympathize or what. Perhaps he deserved sympathy for what happened to him, but he deserved it for killing this many years in order to save one person. It wasn't even a death that was worthy of sympathy. However, to say that this most deserved to die, it was the 1,000-year-old fox demon. Hai Jinping made such killings, on the one hand, because of his own obsession, on the other hand, is so many years its deeply fox demon compulsion. There is no fox demon in the dark guide, push the waves, perhaps Xi Jinping has not come to this point. Even once Xi Jinping could be guided by a famous teacher, perhaps now may even become a mainstay of the Taoist sect. Zhang Qingxiao, well. Harming my Taoist disciples, right? Fox, I see that you already have a way to take your death. Cluck 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 cluck, you guys are staring at my slave so much, making my slave a little embarrassed. In the middle of the factory, after the fox demon poked the evil cultivator Xi Jinping to death with a single finger, she realized that Zhang Qingxiao and the others' gazes had completely locked her in. But even so, the fox demon was still smiling like a flower. Not only did she not look a bit flustered, but instead, she even flirted with a few people. Unfortunately, looking at the fox demon scratching her head and showing off her body, Zhang Qingxiao and the others' eyes did not change at all, indifferent as always. Seeing this scene, the original laughing fox demon, the smile on her face gradually disappeared, turning into a more somber color. And within its pair of peach blossom eyes, it was even more murderous. Speaking of which, this seat in your Longhu mountain, the origin is quite deep. The fox demon spoke coldly, a cold aura appearing in its eyes. This seat's current appearance is still thanks to your Longhu mountain's old heavenly master. At these words, the fox demon's gaze directly locked onto Zhang Qingxiao, killing intent surging in her eyes. She was originally a 1,000-year-old demon, and had already cultivated for 1,999 years, only 1 year short of becoming a fox immortal and ranking in the immortal class. But who knows, just at this critical moment, she was so lucky to meet the old heavenly master who came down from Longhu mountain. That old man is completely with crazy like, staring at her is not let go, even if she means all out, but also simply cannot carry. The other side of the strength is too horrible. Even though she begged for forgiveness, it was as if the old man was determined to kill her. In the end, the fox demon was chopped off her flesh, leaving only her demon soul to escape from life. You Longhu mountain really likes to meddle in other people's business. The fox demon narrowed her peach blossom eyes and said sorrowfully, in the past, it was just that old man chopped off my physical body, but now he even came to spoil my good deed again. Also, today, let's avenge the old and the new together. This seat will make you Longhu mountain pay for your blood. The fox demon roared up to the sky, hissing at the top of its voice, highlighting its resentment towards the dragon tiger mountain. Death! All of you, give me death. Today, all of you stinking Taoist priests of Longhu mountain, none of you can escape. The fox demon's face was hideous, not hiding its killing intent in the slightest, and letting out harsh words to Zhang Qingxiao and the others. And as it continued to roar, the demonic aura in the plant instantly became incredibly strong. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao subconsciously narrowed his eyes as a faint golden glow flickered in his eyes. Zhang Qingxiao looked at the fox demon with a calm expression, knowing that the only reason why it was making such a big fuss was because it wanted to take advantage of this opening to completely refine Xi Jinping's soul. The reason why the fox demon didn't make a move for half a day and just got high on her mouth was precisely because Xi Jinping's soul as well as the flesh Taiyu in that coffin were where her true heritage lay. She wanted to quickly refine Xi Jinping's soul and then eat the meat yearling as a way to restore her strength. The real situation was indeed as Zhang Qingxiao had guessed. Although the 1,000-year-old fox demon had a fierce killing spirit and looked violent, it seemed as if it would strike out at any time against a few people, but it was nothing more than a false appearance. The fox demon under the rage, however, carried a slight sense of urgency in the depths of its eyes. Fox demon, the stinking Taoist priest from Longhu mountain really deserves to die. If you give me some more time, I must kill these stinking Taoist priests of Longhu mountain. The fox demon's heart hurled curses, but its movements were not slow at all, and it was secretly and frantically refining the Xi Jinping soul that it had just swallowed. Although she was in a hurry, she could not care less at the moment. With so many stinking Taoist priests staring intently, there weren't many opportunities left for her. Although the flesh Taiyao had not yet gone to full maturity, after eating it, together with Xi Jinping's soul, it was already enough to restore her strength to its peak, and even further. Thinking about this, the fox demon was outwardly furious, with a look of hatred that she couldn't wait to eat Zhang Qingxiao and the others alive. It was truly a bitter hatred. Unfortunately, the fox demon didn't even know that his thoughts had already been seen through by Zhang Qingxiao. Your acting skills suck. Zhang Qingxiao suddenly spoke, his tone flat. Upon hearing this, the fox demon on the opposite side, who had originally roared incessantly, suddenly stalled, its peach blossom eyes staring at Zhang Qingxiao with a deadly glare. Stinking Taoist, what did you say? The fox demon's voice came out angrily, but in his heart, he panicked for no reason. Zhang Qingxiao's next words, however, were like a heavy hammer that directly and heavily smashed on top of the fox demon's heart. You are too hasty, too complacent too early, and letting out harsh words a little too early. That's why you couldn't hide that little heart inside you at all. Zhang Qingxiao's eyelids lifted slightly, his gaze completely locking onto the fox demon. Unfortunately, you want the chance, but poor Taoist doesn't give it. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Qingxiao was the one who took a step out and rushed towards the fox demon with his P90 in hand. Trying to increase your strength even under the eyes of the poor Taoist, how whimsical. Zhang Qingxiao's words were like sharp blades, stabbing straight into the fox demon's chest. How can you? The fox demon's face changed wildly, being poked in the heart by Zhang Qingxiao, causing her to lose her speech. But before she could reorganize her language, the pitch-black muzzle of the gun was already aimed at her soul body. No! Feeling the deadly threat from the blackened muzzle, the fox demon instantly screamed, and under panic, it even rushed straight towards Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao, huh? At this point in time, you still want to fight with Poverty Road? Come on, poor Tao will satisfy you. Seeing the panicked fox demon, Zhang Qingxiao did not hesitate for a second and directly pulled the trigger. Da-day-day-day. The terrifying firepower suppression directly covered all of the fox demon's attack as well as its retreat route. Amidst the shower of bullets, the fox demon's soul body was simply unable to avoid, and was directly shot into a sieve. I hate nah. Damn stinking Taoist. Longhu Mountain, old me and you are inseparable. Such an intensive fire attack directly hit the 1,000-year-old fox demon and almost collapsed its soul. It screamed miserably, and between its words, its hatred for Longhu Mountain as well as Zhang Qingxiao and the others grew stronger and stronger. But before P90, all beings were equal. Even if the fox demon was a 1,000-year-old demon, it was no exception. Under a few shuttles, the originally aggressive fox demon was beaten to only half life. The soul body has become dull. This time, the fox demon had suffered a complete loss. Not only did it fail to raise its strength, but it also almost didn't play with its own hiccups. The weakened fox demon directly fell to the ground and was dying. Zhang Qingxiao was carrying his P90 and was looking down at the fox demon on the ground. Zhang Qingxiao, after half a day of harsh words, the poor Taoist thought that you were much more ruthless. Nothing, don't let go of harsh words in advance. It is easy to be hit in the face. What do you mean by shrimp pig heart? This is the naked shrimp pig heart. Fox demon. The fox demon almost didn't take a breath and directly suffocated itself. Its eyes stared at Zhang Qingxiao with a deadpan expression, its mouth open but unable to say anything. Good death is, this time the side of the Tianmong Taoist directly carried double knife walked up, like a person like nothing to open his mouth and said, Heavenly Master, how to deal with this evil animal? How about slaughtering it directly? Fox demon. Listen, is this speaking human language? For Big Brother's small gifts plus more. Front row sale plus more, 200 free swag plus one more, buy fast. Thank you. This Nima script is not right. How is it that the Taoist priests of Longhu Mountain are all so ferocious one by one? Fox demon lying on the ground, the heart of that called an emotional collapse. More than 10 years ago, he encountered an old man who recognized death as a reason, and froze after himself to cut hundreds of miles of land, but also to destroy himself. Now he encountered a stinking Taoist priest holding an unknown magic weapon, and at the drop of a hat, he was frantically shooting, and his soul body was smashed for her. The most detestable thing is that there is an old man on the side with 2 knives on his shoulders, coming up to kill himself. What the hell is this world? Fox demon a whole directly confused. Hearing Tianmong Taoist leader's inquiry, Zhang Qingxiao slightly shook his head, and the P90 in his hand directly transformed into a ray of light that merged into his body. This scene watched as the heavenly Mang Taoist master on the side sked and itched. This brute has victimized so many innocent lives, we can't just slaughter her so easily. She has to atone for her sins. Zhang Qingxiao swept a glance at the fox demon and spoke in a cold voice. At those words, the fox demon on the ground trembled, chills running through her body. Zhang Qingxiao, to die to atone for one's sins? Non-existent. How can I let you die so easily? How to say also have to stay in Longhu Mountain Voodoo Hall locked up, properly stepped on the sewing machine for a few hundred years before, after squeezing the residual value, and then to die to thank for the crime is not too late. Thinking about this, Zhang Qingxiao's palm slightly spread out, at once golden light appeared, a golden silk thread shot out from Zhang Qingxiao's fingertips, and then wrapped around the fox demon, binding it like a dumpling. Kill me. The fox demon only felt creepy at this time and wanted to beg for death, but Zhang Qingxiao pressed on and directly put it away. And as the fox demon was collected by Zhang Qingxiao into the special soul container, the depressing atmosphere in the plant was instantly swept away. Those police officers who stood at the sidelines at a loss for words suddenly exhaled a long breath, and their tense expressions instantly loosened up quite a bit. The police officers, it is true that professional things should be done by professionals. After experiencing such a unique handling of the case, these individual police officers had a lot of inner feelings. This matter is so twisted and bizarre, if not for the help of Longhu Mountain, I'm afraid that even if all the police in Lepiang police will return in defeat, I don't even know how many casualties would have been borne. Fortunately, the police department recognized the situation clearly, which was able to save these officers underneath from disaster. The culprits have already been put to death, so for the next matter, it may require the help of all the monks. After resolving the matter of the fox demon, Zhang Qingxiao swept his eyes and opened his mouth to say to the crowd of officers. Upon hearing this, the group of police officers hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. On the other hand, Zhang Qingxiao looked towards the surviving underage girls, his brows unconsciously knitting slightly. These people were all still children, or had they experienced such scenes? Each of them had dull gazes and numb looks, having been frightened by Hai Jinping's previous actions and lost their sanity. Taoist Spirit Methodist, you take care of this. Zhang Qingxiao sighed quietly and shook his head slightly before asking Taoist Spirit Dharma to help return these children to normal. Good. Taoist Master Spirit Dharma answered, and then directly pulled out several talisman seals before he began chanting under his breath. In a blink of an eye, the runes on top of those talisman seals began to shine brightly, mirroring the incantations recited by Taoist Master Spirit Dharma. Afterwards, a soft light was shed, wrapping up all of the young girls who were staring blankly. A few breaths later, as the talisman gradually dimmed, those originally numb young girls fell into a deep sleep one by one, and the expressions on their faces became peaceful. These children are no longer in any harm's way, and they will only awaken in a few hours. After waking up, they will have a vague memory of what they experienced this time, and it won't affect their future lives. Taoist Master Spirit Dharma also stopped chanting the incantation and explained the situation to the group of police officers. Upon hearing this, the group of police officers rushed to give their thanks. On behalf of these children, we thank the Heavenly Master, Taoist Master Ling Fa, and all the Taoist masters of Longhu Mountain. They then transferred these underage girls who had fallen into a deep sleep to the police vehicles outside. As for Zhang Qingxiao's side, he stepped in front of the coffin containing the meat taiyu. This flesh taiyu had been cultivated by Hai Jinping until now, and he didn't know how many innocent girls' souls had been swallowed. Although previously, because of Hai Jinping's control, some of the souls had already been transcended by Zhang Qingxiao using the Transcendence Bomb. However, there were still quite a few innocent wronged souls inside the flesh taiyu. These unjust souls naturally could not be left unattended. Zhang Qingxiao swept a glance at the meat taiyu, before directly pulling out a talisman and sticking it on the meat taiyu. Goo 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 goo. In a split second, as a gleam of light emerged from above the talisman, the originally quiet meat taiyu began to expand in contract. Afterwards, as if it was spitting out dirty water, it began to spit out all of the unjust souls that it had swallowed in its head. Brush! The originally normalized plant was instantly filled with an eerie atmosphere that gave people the creeps. However, Zhang Qingxiao acted as if he didn't feel it and directly opened his mouth to recite the imperial edict of the Taishan: to surpass your lonely souls, all ghosts and demons, all four lives are stained with grace. Those who have a head will be surpassed, those who have no head will be promoted, guns will be executed and knives will be used to kill them, and they will jump into the water and hang on to the rope. Ming death and dark death, wrongful death, the debtor and the wrongdoer, the life of a child. Kneeling in front of my desk, gossip light, standing can and out, beyond the other side. For men and women, their own commitment, rich and poor, by your own invocation. Edict to save an other people, urgent transcendence of life. Edict to save an other people, urgent transcendence of life. As the incantation exited, a golden light spilled down from the void. These unjust souls were bathed in the golden light, gradually fading away from their ferocious appearance, and reappearing as the young girls they once were. These maiden souls were quiet and peaceful as they all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Zhang Qingxiao in thanks. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao could not help but sigh quietly. He then took out a yellow talisman and personally put a pen to it, and began to write a love letter on top of the talisman paper. To Qin Guang Wang, the king of the first hall of hell, poor Taoist Longhu Mountain Tianchafu 99th generation of Tiancher Zhang Qingxiao. Today there are Taoist rebels, compelled by the fox demon evil soul, chaotic the young world, brutalizing living beings, killing people and drawing souls of 37 people. I hope that King Qin Guang will feel the love of his colleagues and settle them down well, so as to ensure that they will be blessed with happiness and longevity in their next life, and be free from illness and disaster. As the talisman brushed through silver hooks with iron, a letter of Chen's love jumped on top of the talisman paper. Afterwards, Zhang Qingxiao invoked the Heavenly Master's seal and made an inscription on it. And as the inscription was generated, the talisman paper unexpectedly combusted on its own without fire. Poor Taoist has already written down a love letter for you, so take it with you and go to the hell to find King Qin Guang. He will arrange the afterlife for you. Zhang Qingxiao spoke softly again. Generally after everyone dies, the soul needs to report to the hell within a specified period of time. Otherwise, once they missed the time and were not registered in the hell, they would be penalized after being late. The punishment in hell was harsh and difficult for ordinary souls to bear. That was why Zhang Qingxiao sent a letter. With Zhang Qingxiao's letter, it was equivalent to having a pass in the hell, which could save a lot of trouble. Even if they encountered those difficult little ghosts, after they saw the letter of love, they would never dare to stop them. These unjust souls could then go directly to the king of Qin Guang and could be reincarnated with priority. The Chen love letter was written by Zhang Qingxiao, the contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, in his own handwriting, and even the netherworld would sell in face. It can guarantee that after these young girls are reincarnated, they will live happily in the afterlife without any illnesses or disasters. This is the position of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master to have such a face. After all, the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's mansion, strictly speaking, is the same as the Capital Earth Mansion, all belonging to the subordinate departments under the rule of the Heavenly Court. Coupled with the fact that Lung Fushan had a good relationship with the Qin Guang Wang of the Earth Mansion, the other party would naturally look at his face and settle these people down well. Normally, Zhang Qingxiao would easily not write such things. After all, it would be tainted with many karmic consequences. But these children were ultimately too unfortunate, and they deserved a good life. Many thanks, Heavenly Master. As the Chen love letter turned into flying ash, these young girls were also amidst the golden light, gradually turning into a single golden grain of light that dissipated between heaven and earth. This life had ended, and what awaited them would be a new life. At the same time, outside of the ghost gate of hell, this place was guarded by the ghosts of hell. This was the first gateway to hell, and all the dead souls would enter hell from here when the time came. At this moment, outside the Ghost Gate Pass, countless ghosts who came to report for duty formed a long black line, which could not be seen at the end of a glance. All of you be fucking honest, or else, my whip won't recognize you. On both sides of the queue, there were several ghost guards standing to maintain order. They were holding ghost whips, and as long as they saw a ghost not abiding by the rules, they would greet them without hesitation. As long as an ordinary ghost received one whip, its soul would be unstable and in unbearable pain. If a few more lashes, then there is no need to report to hell. It is likely that the soul will fly away directly on the spot. Therefore, don't look at these ghost messengers at best only a janitor, but for ordinary ghosts, that is the ghost master, cannot be messed with the object. Even if it is unfortunate to get whipped, ordinary ghosts will only groan a few times, and will never dare to react too much. Of course, there were oddballs in the young world, and the nether world was no exception. Can you guys move faster? If you delay my reincarnation and miss out on a good family, can you afford to be offended? Among the long queue, some ghosts clamored loudly, seeming to be very dissatisfied with the queue. A fat ghost who opened his mouth to speak, even after death, was oily and shiny, and the life clothes on his body all looked different. At first glance, he was from a wealthy family in life. Perhaps in life, he was accustomed to being a bully, and when he died, this fat man even thought of getting privileges. The result can be imagined. What are you barking at? A ghost messenger whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot instantly came to the front of the fat man, and without saying a word, the ghost beating whip in his hand directly lashed up. Snap! Ah! Ouch! It hurts ah! With just one whip, the ghost fatty was directly lashed to the point where he cried out, and the exquisite life jacket on his body was lashed out with a slit. Under the severe pain, Ghost Fatty's face became hideous and terrifying, directly roaring at the ghost messenger. Crap your grandma, do you fucking know who I am? How dare you whip me? Do you know what my father is? My father is Director Li Gang. Do you believe that I will dream for my father to find someone to destroy your ghost gate? The ghost messenger's whip stirred up the fat man's ferocity, and in a violent rage, it's even brought out his own biological old man in an attempt to threaten the ghost messenger. Unfortunately, what responded to him was the icy cold ghost beating whip. Snapping, the black-faced ghost messenger expressionlessly waved the ghost beating whip, one whip after another towards the fat man's body. At first, the fat man was still able to scream twice, but soon his soul body began to tremble continuously, and eventually collapsed directly. The soul flew away and scattered. Humph! The ghost messenger sneered, seemingly not feeling anything at all about the fact that he had smoked a ghost to death. A word of advice, this is the Ghost Gate Pass, not the Yang World. You and the others had better be a bit more sensible, or else the whip in my hand will not show any mercy. The ghost messenger's voice was eerie to the extreme, silencing the crowd of ghosts lining up, not daring to make any movement at all. With Fatty's previous warning, the next line appeared much more disciplined. Having died once, no one wanted to die a second time. After all, if you die once, you can still reincarnate, but if you die again, you really have nothing left. The entire verification session proceeded in an orderly fashion, with the ghosts that reported on time gladly heading to hell, and those that didn't report on time would more or less receive some lashes before they could enter the midst of the ghost gate. And just at this time, in the middle of the long line, a group of young girls suddenly appeared. These young girls carried a slight golden glow on their bodies, somewhat different from ordinary ghosts. Their sudden appearance caused some more commotion in the originally calm procession. However, this time, the ghost messenger surprisingly only narrowed his eyes and did not make any chastisement. But then, when these young girls would proceed to verify their identities, something went wrong. The time for you to report has passed. Why are you only here now? The ghost messenger in charge of verification took the register and flipped through it, his face instantly grimacing. When the black-faced ghost dispatcher who was maintaining order on the side heard this, the whip in his hand subconsciously raised. although he had just seen that these ghosts were a bit special, so he didn't get angry. But not reporting to hell at the prescribed time, this was breaking the rules of hell and deserved to be punished. However, the whip in the hands of the black-faced ghost messenger had just been raised, when those young girls' faces changed and they hurriedly took out a piece of talisman paper. It was precisely the letter of confession written by Zhang Qingxiao's own handwriting. Lord Ghostman, there was a reason for what happened, please don't chastise us. HM? Seeing the talisman paper, both the black-faced ghostman who was maintaining order and the ghostman who was only in charge of verification were all stunned. The next second, the black-faced ghost messenger then saw that above the yellow talismans held by those young girls, there was actually a corner of golden light that was incomparably bright. This is. The black-faced ghost messenger trembled, almost blinded by that golden light, and he couldn't even speak well. And that seal of Chen love letter was brighter and brighter, and finally a jade seal silhouette emerged from it. Tianchi seal. The black-faced ghostly messenger. Crap, how could it be this big brother? The moment he saw the Heavenly Master's seal shadow, the black-faced ghost messenger's eyes almost stared out, a hole directly scared numb. He hurriedly put away the ghost-beating whip, and then squeezed out a smile that he thought was very amiable as much as possible on his face. Black-faced ghost messenger, MMP, fortunately this whip did not whip down. If this is really pumped down, maybe the soul flying away is their own. Black-faced ghost messenger heart that called a thankful, almost to burn 2 incense to himself. Because of the Heavenly Master seal represents what, these ghosts are really too clear. The Heavenly Master on earth, his status in the netherworld was not low at all. For the name of the Heavenly Master, these ghosts that can be said to be like a thunderclap. After all, the ancestor of the Heavenly Master Zhang Dowling is the 2nd grade of the Heavenly Court, and their boss of the Hell of Yen Lua Wang is only 5 grades. The human Heavenly Master are Zhang Dowling's direct descendants. The status of the identity of the status is equally expensive. The Heavenly Master is a guarantee, and is not their kind of small children dare to mess with. Pout. Right. Understand? Thank you. The human Heavenly Master is not only a respected position, and from time to time, some people's achievements, ascension to the upper world. So do not say is the hell ghosts, even if it is 10 yen luo, also do not dare to easily offend. Black-faced ghosts, okay. This damn if the whip really whip up, the wrong souls out of a good or bad, then this soul flying away can be their own Black-faced ghost messenger's soul body trembled, heart thankful. Thinking about this, the black-faced ghost messenger hastily smiled and asked the women in a gentle tone about the various reasons. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, the black-faced ghost messenger pondered slightly before speaking. You guys don't need to worry, with the Heavenly Master as your guarantor, you will definitely be unhindered on your way to the afterlife. Let's do it this way, right now I'm not busy, so I'll take you guys there on my way. Saying that, he directly dropped the work of maintaining order, and led the ladies to cross the Ghost Gate Pass, and walk towards the judgment hall where King Qingguan was located. I already know what you have come for, since you are not guilty of any offense, and there is a Heavenly Master to vouch for you, I will give you a good place to go. In the middle of the judgment hall, King Qingguang had leopard eyes and a lion's nose, fine linen and long beard, his head was wearing a square crown, and his right hand was holding a tablet in front of his chest. He sat on a high seat, his voice like a yellow bell. Through Zhang Qingxiao's handwritten letter of love to understand the original cause of the matter, Qin Guangwang also felt that the women are really poor, so he directly issued an authorization note, allowing the little ghosts under his hand to personally bring all the women to the reincarnation platform for reincarnation. On the other side, in the abandoned factory building, all the young girls had already been transferred, leaving only Hai Jinping's corpse lying on the ground in infinite desolation. Heavenly Master, how will the corpse of this evil cultivator be dealt with? A red-robed Taoist priest opened his mouth and inquired. After all, it's a disciple of my Tao, so I don't need to bother the police department to help stow it away. Find out where he was in the Tao lineage before and send it back to them for them to deal with it on their own. Zhang Qingxiao swept a glance at Hai Jinping's corpse and said expressionlessly. Although Hai Jinping was compelled by the fox demon, it was an indisputable fact that he had gone into evil and killed so many innocent people. Now although it has paid the price of life, it does not mean that the account is just written off. Its Taoist system, need to do perfect after work. However, Zhang Qingxiao was naturally too lazy to care about this aftermath, and how to do it, their Taoist system should know in its own heart. The red-robed Taoist master nodded slightly and took the lead to leave with Hai Jinping's corpse. Heavenly Master, these children. A group of people had just walked out of the factory building when Tan Xinghua, the police chief who was waiting outside, surrounded them. What happened in the middle of the factory building, he had already understood through the police officers under his hand. Tan Xinghua knew that the evil cultivator had been killed, and the case could end here. However, seeing those children who had been transferred out unconscious one by one, Tan Xinghua was still a little worried, so that's why he wanted to ask about it. There's no need to worry, Taoist spirit Dharma has already meditated and tranquilized their souls. They only need to recuperate for a good period of time, then they will be able to resume their normal lives again. Zhang Qingxiao slowly spoke. These children's minds were not yet mature, and after experiencing that scene of killing and soul extraction, their hearts were completely unable to withstand it. If Taoist spirit Dharma did not intervene, it would be a problem for these children to survive in the future, not to mention living a normal life. That was why Zhang Qingxiao had allowed Taoist spirit master to perform a small trick for these children. Although this experience would more or less still exist in these children's memories, as long as they had a little bit of rest and recuperation, there was absolutely no problem in living a normal life. In that case, I thank Taoist spirit Dharma for these children for his help. Receiving the reply, Tanjingwa finally felt relieved and thanked Taoist master spirit Dharma as well as the other Taoist masters in succession. This case was solved thanks to the help of the Heavenly Master as well as all the Taoist masters. On behalf of the Luping Police, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you. It's a matter of duty, no need for Commissioner Tan to be overly concerned. With this matter out of the way, it's time for us to return to Longhu Mountain. Zhang Qingxiao and his group bid farewell to Tanjingwa and the others. Tiancher, wait a moment, I'll have someone send you all back. On the police car, a system beep sounded in Zhang Qingxiao's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, successfully exterminating the evil cultivator and ending the nest. Receiving rewards of Flying Sword Splitting Technique, Celestial Master Sword Ascension +5, Kill Ghosts and Subdue Demons AK-47 Fragment +5, PP-87 82mm Mortar Fragment +2, and Merit +100,000. The rewards have been issued, please collect them in time for the host. Zhang Qingxiao, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, heard the system's voice and directly collected the rewards without saying a word. Ding! Claimed successfully. Congratulations host, the current merit has been accumulated to 500,000. Only after hearing the system's reminder did Zhang Qingxiao notice that his merit in virtue had actually accumulated to as much as $500,000. However, before it could react, the system's voice came again. It has detected that the host has enough merit to open the Arms Exchange Mall module. May I ask if the host will open it? Zhang Qingxiao, who had originally closed his eyes to recuperate, instantly opened his eyes, a flash of surprise appearing on his face. Heavenly Master, but what happened? This sudden reaction from Zhang Qingxiao instantly attracted the attention of the Heavenly Mang Taoist Master on the side. He stared at Zhang Qingxiao and looked up and down, and in his eyes, apart from a slight color of curiosity, more than anything else, there was a warmth in his eyes. Even at this moment, Taoist Master Tian Mang was still pining for those new magic weapons of Zhang Qingxiao, expecting that one day he would be able to use one or two of them as well. It's nothing. Seeing Taoist Master Tian Mang's wistful expression, how could Zhang Qingxiao not guess what was on the former's mind? This master teacher of his own was really quite obsessive. It seemed that this was a true intention to change magic weapons down the road. To say the least, the system was really understanding enough. Really think what comes what, even can open the Arms Exchange Mall. After the opening of the Arms Exchange Mall, Zhang Qingxiao could use his merits to directly purchase his unlocked arms in the Exchange Mall. For example, Zhang Qingxiao currently possessed the Golden Light Curse P229 pistol, the 9-character Barrett, and the Taoist Jingqi Song version of the P90. According to the system, as long as there was enough merit, the theory was that he could exchange these armaments that he had already successfully unlocked without limit. Isn't this a proper arsenal? The system was letting him go all the way to the dark side. I should say no, the system is really understanding. Opening the Arms Exchange Mall requires 100,000 merit. Do you want to open it? The transparent panel surfaced and Zhang Qingxiao pressed the open button without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the Arms Exchange Mall. As the 100,000 merits disappeared, a 3D three-dimensional mall appeared in Zhang Qingxiao's line of sight. On the merchandise cargo racks of the mall, several weapons that Zhang Qingxiao had already unlocked were displayed and labeled with the amount of merit redemption. The Arms Mall goods rack displayed 3 types of weapons, the Golden Light Pistol, the 9 characters True Word Barrett, and the Jingqi Song version of the P90. Among them, the 9 characters Barrett was extremely expensive, surprisingly requiring 1 million merit. And the Righteousness Song version P90 need 100,000 merit to exchange. Only the Golden Light Mantra Edition P229 cell phone was more affordable, only needing 40,000 merit to redeem one. And other than these 3 weapons, the rest of the cargo racks were empty. Only 2 of the cargo racks held 2 drawings of arms to be unlocked. Ghost Killing AK-47, current progress, 50%, already have lock piece +5, still need 5 pieces to unlock. Thunder Cannon PP-87 82mm mortar, current progress, 20%, already owns pieces +2, still needs 8 pieces from being unlocked. Zhang Qingxiao, I'll have to study it when I get back. 2 hours later, Zhang Qingxiao returned to Longhu Mountain with several Taoist masters. Inside the Heavenly Master's mansion, Zhang Qingxiao then carefully pondered over the Arms Mall. Opening the Arms Merchant City had already consumed 100,000 merits of Zhang Qingxiao, and now only 400,000 merits remained. The 9 characters Barrett, which amounted to 1 million merits, was nowhere to be found. Right now, one could only weigh the pros and cons between the P90 as well as the Golden Light Spell Pistol. System, exchange 2 P90s and 5 Golden Light Spell Pistols. After some contemplation, Zhang Qingxiao finally made his allocation. Ding! Redeeming the Jingqi Song version of P90X2 consumes 200,000 merits. Redeeming the Golden Light Mantra version of P229 Pistol X5 consumes 200,000 merits. The system's voice rang out at the right time, and Zhang Qingxiao saw his merit figure continuously cut down at a rate visible to the naked eye. It was only until there were more than 10,000 merits remaining that the fluctuations stopped. And seeing this amount of merit, Zhang Qingxiao immediately felt a toothache. This amount of merit was only enough to buy some bullets. It was too little. Not enough to spend, not enough to spend at all. Zhang Qingxiao let out a helpless sigh. In a split second, he had gone from being a big user of hundreds of thousands of merits to a small citizen who had to make a careful living. He was too short of merit now. One had to find a way to earn merit. Habitually stroking his chin, Zhang Qingxiao's face revealed a slightly sad look. And just as Zhang Qingxiao was fretting about how to earn merit, at the bottom of Longhua Mountain, a few Taoist masters dressed in green-colored Taoist robes were ushered in. Please report that Fu Yuan of Mao Mountain, along with his fellow masters and brothers, seeks to see the heavenly master of Longhua Mountain. As soon as the several Taoist masters entered the mountain, they reported themselves. The Taoists at the bottom of the mountain did not dare to be slow at hearing this, and hurriedly reported the matter. All of you Mashan Taoist friends are guests on Longhua Mountain. Ling Xian has missed the welcome. I hope you will not be offended. On Longhua Mountain, after Taoist master Ling Xian, who was in charge of all the miscellaneous affairs, heard about this matter, he personally went out of the hall to greet and receive a few people. Several fellow Taoists quickly enter the hall to rest a bit and have some fresh tea. Taoist leader Ling Xian is polite. In that case, we will be intruding. Several people followed Taoist master Ling Xian into the Jade Emperor Hall, and only after taking a seat and tasting the fragrant tea did Taoist master Ling Xian slowly open his mouth and inquire. The poor Taoist just heard the child say that several Taoist friends are here to seek an audience with the heavenly master. I don't know what the matter is? As Taoist master Ling Xian spoke, his gaze subconsciously glanced at the several Mashan Taoist masters. Although he hadn't intentionally probed, Taoist master Ling Xian still sensed a slight instability in the lineage qi of the several people. Even if these people were not the true front figures of Mashan, this condition should not occur under normal circumstances, unless something had changed at Mashan. And upon hearing Taoist master Ling Xian's words, several of the Taoist masters of Mashan subconsciously glanced at each other. Then one of them sighed quietly and spoke directly. I'm not hiding it from Taoist master Ling Xian, it's me, Mashan, who has had an accident. The Taoist master who opened his mouth had a helpless expression on his face, and the other several people likewise had more or less unnatural expressions. HM? Hearing this, Taoist master Ling Xian was first stunned, and then his heart fluttered as his face became incomparably serious. Please also elaborate, fellow Taoist. Taoist master Ling Xian spoke in a deep voice. Originally, seeing several Mashan Taoist masters with dusty and unsteady breaths, Taoist master Ling Xian had guessed that something unexpected might have happened to Mashan. I didn't expect the guess to come true. Mashan really had an accident. The matter is like this. The Mashan Taoist chief didn't beat around the bush, and quickly spoke in detail about what had happened in Mashan. It turned out that there was a drought demon revived in the boundary of Mashan. After the drought demon was revived, a large number of zombies followed. Today's Mashan has been full of corpses. Single Mashan line of force has been unable to solve the current predicament. That's why Mashan sent someone to Longhua Mountain, hoping to get assistance from Longhua Mountain. Taoist master Ling Xian, please also inform the heavenly master that this matter has developed so far and is no longer trivial. Mashan is now in a very dangerous situation. Those zombies are likely to plague the living world, so I hope that the heavenly master as well as all of you from Longhua Mountain can lend a helping hand. After introducing the situation of Mashan, the Taoist master who opened his mouth directly pleaded to Taoist master Ling Xian, with a slight urgency in his eyes. Obviously, the matter of Mashan could not be delayed. Surprisingly, it's the drought demon that has emerged. Hearing the people of Mashan mention the drought demon, even Taoist master Ling Xian could not help but be shocked. It should be known that people die with a grudge, and after death the body stiffens but does not decay, which makes it possible to become a zombie. And the grade of zombie according to the strength from low to high sequentially divided into walking corpse, white stiff, green stiff, black stiff, hairy stiff, flying stiff, zombie king, dry drought demon, not transformed bone. Generally speaking, zombies want to reach the level of flying stiffs, all need thousands of years of cultivation to have a chance, and drought demon is the peak existence of zombies. As far as the Taoist literature records, there have been many years without the emergence of this drought-level zombies. Unexpectedly, now Mashan actually revived one. No wonder Mashan can beg to the door. When a drought demon appeared, a poorly handled situation would likely result in the destruction of life and souls. Everyone wait for a moment, the poor Taoist will immediately report this matter to the Heavenly Master. Taoist Master Ling Xian knew that this matter could not be delayed, so he directly got up and headed to the Heavenly Master's mansion. Soon, Zhang Qingxiao's unexpected and slightly surprised voice rang out from within the Heavenly Master's mansion. Taoist Master Ling Xian, are you saying that many zombies have appeared in Maoshan? Zhang Qingxiao looked at Taoist Master Ling Xian, but a touch of joy quietly surfaced on his face. From what the Taoist Master of Maoshan said, there are quite a number of zombies, and there is also a drought demon among them. Maoshan's side is on the verge of not being able to hold them back, so that's why they've come to Longhu Mountain to ask for help. Taoist Master Ling Xian nodded his head and recapitulated the matter. After hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao instantly revitalized his entire spirit and became a dragon. There are a lot of zombies? Well, isn't this all white flowery merit? Maoshan, this is to poor road to send merit to Ah. And what about the drought demon revival? This recovery is also too timely. This is exactly sleepy. Someone send pillow Ah. Remember today's little gift. Good night to all the righteous fathers. I will lie down first. Ding. Mission release, solve the Maoshan zombie crisis. Rewards for mission completion are, kill ghosts and subdue demons AK-47 fragment +5, Thunder David PP-87 82mm mortar fragment +4, and merit +500,000. Mission issued, resolve the drought demon in Maoshan. Rewards can be obtained for mission completion. Thunder Great WIRD PP-87 82mm mortar fragment +4, 9 Heavens Running Thunder M134 Gatling machine gun fragment +2, complete drawing of the Nandu 6-star Colt Peacemaker single action revolver, and merit +2 million. Just after listening to Taoist Master Ling Xian's narration, a system beep sounded in Zhang Qingxiao's ears. New mission. Zhang Qingxiao was already accustomed to the fact that the system would never let go of releasing new quests when it came to this big deal of Maoshan. However, after hearing the mission reward, Zhang Qingxiao could not help but be shocked. The reward was so generous. The system was a bit generous this time. Heavenly Master, what do you think about this matter? Seeing Zhang Qingxiao's silence, Taoist Spirit Xian spoke tentatively, wanting to inquire about his attitude towards this matter. Sniffing. Zhang Qingxiao, who was shocked by the system's generous rewards, came back to his senses before nodding his head and saying, if a fellow disciple is asking for help, Longhu Mountain should lend a hand. This kind of opportunity to brush up on his merit Zhang Qingxiao naturally wouldn't let go. Taoist Spirit Methodist, go and inform the Taoist friends from Mao Mountain and ask them to wait for a moment. Poor Taoist will make some preparations and head to Maoshan with them later. Zhang Qingxiao slowly spoke, and at the end, as if he had thought of something, he reminded again. Right. Please ask Taoist Master Ling Xian to take a look at how many other red-robed Taoist masters are on the mountain today. This time to aid Maoshan, poor Taoist may need to bring a few of them over. With the drought demon coming out of Maoshan, the impact would be absolutely tremendous, which would create a chain reaction, and the zombies that would come out of the ground would definitely not be in the minority. Wanting to maximize the effect, it was naturally not enough for Zhang Qingxiao to go alone, he had to bring a few more red-robed Taoist masters with him. Alright, I'll go and do it right away. Taoist Master Ling Xian nodded slightly before quickly leaving the Heavenly Master's mansion. Soon, several red-robed Taoist masters, including Taoist Master Ling Fa, gathered at the Heavenly Master's mansion. Heavenly Master, did something happen? As soon as the several red-robed Taoist masters arrived, someone opened their mouths to inquire. They had all received a transmission from Taoist leader Ling Xian, saying that the Heavenly Master had sought them out for something. However, because of the urgency of the situation, Taoist leader Ling Xian did not go into detail about what it was. Only with the resourcefulness of the several red-robed Taoist masters, they could naturally guess that something big should have happened. Otherwise, the Heavenly Master wouldn't have summoned all of them red robes who stayed on the mountain. There's a drought demon reviving over at Maoshan, creating a chain reaction that led to countless zombies coming out. Maoshan can no longer withstand it, so Longhu Mountain needs to rush to Maoshan's aid. Zhang Qingxiao didn't beat around the bush and directly gave the current situation of Maoshan to all the Tao masters. Poor Taoist needs to take all the Taoist masters to Maoshan, there is no time to lose, let's talk about the specifics while descending the mountain. Upon hearing this, several red-robed Taoist masters were all staring at each other, and then followed Zhang Qingxiao down the mountain. In the Jade Emperor Hall, at this moment, several Taoist masters of Mao Mountain were already a bit restless. It is not because of being in Longhu Mountain is not comfortable, is really a few people's hearts are concerned about the safety of Maoshan, so I hope to be able to rush back as soon as possible. Let you all wait a long time. The poor Taoist and a few Taoist masters have slightly prepared, so there was a bit of a delay. And just as several people were anxious, Zhang Qingxiao appeared in the Jade Emperor Hall with several red-robed Tao masters. Heavenly Master has spoken harshly. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao and the several Taoist masters behind him with extraordinary aura, several Mashan Taoist masters hurriedly got up and bowed their hands to Zhang Qingxiao in salute. Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master's status was extraordinary. Looking at the world's Taoist sects, there were really not many people who dared to be disrespectful to him. Originally, several people from Mashan had come to seek help from Longhu Mountain, and they were worried that Longhu Mountain would not pay attention to them. Unexpectedly, not only did the contemporary Heavenly Master personally come out, but he even brought several red-robed Taoist masters with him. Now, the few people from Mashan instantly stabilized a few points in their hearts and thanked Zhang Qingxiao repeatedly. On behalf of Mashan, we thank the Heavenly Master for being able to come out in a righteous manner. We are both members of the Taoist sect, we should take care of each other, there is no need for you to be polite. The situation is urgent, so I won't keep a few more friends here. Zhang Qingxiao slowly opened his mouth, preparing to go down the mountain with a few people. Upon hearing this, the few people from Mashan immediately revealed a flash of joy and hurriedly nodded their heads in response. That's how it should be. Heavenly Master, please. With that, the several Taoist masters of Mashan took the lead and walked out of the Jade Emperor Hall. Taoist leader Lingxian, I'll trouble you to take care of the matters on the mountain. Zhang Qingxiao, on the other hand, twisted his head and nodded his head slightly in greeting to Taoist Master Lingxian, who was on the side before he left with several red-robed Taoist masters in quick steps. Arriving at the bottom of the mountain, the Taoist master of Mashan had already called the special car that was headed to the high-speed train station. After the Longhu Mountain crowd had gotten on the bus, the Taoist master of Mao Mountain hurriedly booked tickets according to the number of people, preparing to take the high-speed train to Mao Mountain immediately after arriving at the high-speed train station. There were no words along the way. By the time Zhang Qingxiao and his group arrived at the high-speed train station, it was already more than 10 o'clock at night. The group didn't delay and directly entered the station, ready to leave by high-speed rail. At the same time, in the high-speed train station, a rough-looking man was holding up his cell phone and sneaking towards the location where the high-speed train station's toilets were located. Families, the internet is saying that there are some normally unseen things present in this high-speed rail station. Today, Bold will bring you all to see it properly. The rough man was live broadcasting, and the content of the live broadcast was exactly the more exciting Spirit Exploration live broadcast. This was one of the more popular psychic challenges on the internet recently. Legend has it that this area was a mass grave before the construction of the high-speed railway station, and the yin-chi was extremely heavy, and there would often be some phenomena that science could not explain. Even if the high-speed rail station is successfully located here now, it is said that certain special locations are still so gloomy that ordinary people who stay for a while will unconsciously have goosebumps and hairs standing on end. Therefore, in order to the truth of these rumors, there are many people on the internet launched this spiritual challenge. And the anchor, Daring, was one of them. But I've heard that the most remote place in the middle of this high-speed train station, and with the heaviest yin-chi, is the men's restroom of the high-speed train station. So later on, Bold will find a pit to try and see if there really is something invisible hidden here as rumored. Families, point your attention and don't get lost, walk away with a small gift. Bold brings you all together to explore the spirits and go into the psychic. Holding his cell phone up, the anchor took advantage of the empty slot when no one was in the toilet and quickly ran into the middle of the toilet, choosing the last pit and drilling into it. And then it began to follow the online tutorial, lit a white candle in the middle of the toilet and covered its head with a white cloth, then sat on the toilet and waited quietly. Crap! The anchor deserves to be called Bold, he's really good at doing tricks to die. Running to the high-speed train station toilet to explore the spirit at night, I have to say, it's really quite exciting. Say, is there really something in this high-speed rail station? Is it PPO? Isn't the anchor afraid of staying alone in the toilet at night? This atmosphere is so scary. I don't dare to look at it. I'm afraid that something will suddenly appear in the toilet. Death-defying anchor, I'm paying attention. Waiting for the anchor to be real. The viewers in the live broadcast room, after seeing the anchor lighting a white candle in the middle of the toilet and covering his head with a white cloth, each and every one of them called out to the insiders. At the same time, everyone was curious about whether the rumors about the high-speed train station were true and began to discuss various things in the live broadcast room. At this time, in the waiting hall, Zhang Qingxiao and his group had already entered the station, finished the security check, and were comparing their train times. It could be imagined that a group of Taoist priests wearing Taoist robes appeared in the high-speed train station at night. It was hard not to attract other people's attention. Those passengers in the high-speed train station who were also waiting for the high-speed train saw that so many Taoist priests were also going to take the high-speed train, and one by one, they instantly transformed into curious babies, and took out their cell phones to take a burst of wild pictures. Seeing this scene, a few Mashan Taoist masters instantly looked a little less than savory. Heavenly Master, it's us who were abrupt and didn't think that much. Someone spoke up with a touch of apology on their face. The several Taoist masters of Mashan had their hearts set on the safety and security of Mashan, and had not even thought about how much of an impact their appearance together with so many Taoist masters would cause. At this moment, seeing so many passers-by frantically filming, the several Taoist masters of Mashan immediately apologized, worried that this matter would cause trouble to Zhang Qingxiao and the others. No harm done. The matter is urgent, so naturally there is no need to consider anything else. There is no need for the several Taoists to blame themselves. Zhang Qingxiao and the others did not care much about the passers-by shooting. However, as more and more passengers gathered over, it still caused some chain reactions. Because among the passers-by who took photos, there were good people who casually posted the photos as well as videos to the short video platform, which soon attracted the attention of many netizens. A group of Taoist masters riding on a high-speed train, where are they going and what are they doing? Based on such curiosity, for a while, countless netizens caught wind of the incident and set off a hot debate online. How could there be so many Taoist priests traveling on a high-speed train at night? Is it possible that something big has happened? Some netizens asked curiously. There were also people with sharp eyes who recognized the Taoist robes worn by the Taoist master in the video, and were instantly amazed. My god, this seems to be a group of red robes? So many of them? What is this going to be? Something big has definitely happened. The red robes of the Taoist sect easily won't come down from the mountain. What on earth is going on? It's surprising that so many red robes are coming down the mountain. Don't you guys realize? These red-robed Taoist masters are all from Dragon Tiger Mountain. It's not just the Dragon Tiger Mountain red robes. Didn't you guys see that young Taoist master? Crap! Isn't that the Heavenly Master from Longhu Mountain? He's here too? The Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master plus the red robe. Boy, there's no one else in this battle. Is it possible that they're preparing to attack Hell? I heard that something seems to have happened over at Mashan. Do you guys think it will? The online buzz continued, causing the heat of the relevant topics to begin to climb dramatically, and eventually even directly onto the hot search list. Everyone was incomparably curious as to what the Heavenly Master, as well as so many red-robed Taoist masters, had come down from the mountain for. And because of the rising heat, it also directly led to more and more passers-by at the high-speed train station in the middle of the night. The passengers gathered around Zhang Qingxiao and his group were even more numerous, blocking the surrounding area. Such a chain reaction led to the subway staff being unable to sit back and watch, and could only personally step in to maintain order and begin to evacuate the crowd. And the more so, the internet of all kinds of outrageous statements are more and more numerous. Some of the netizens began to link this matter with Mashan on the hot search to appease, have speculated that Mashan's side may be what happened. The waiting hall was crowded and lively, but in the men's restroom of the high-speed train station, it was dead silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Exploration anchor white cloth covered head, with a fool like staring at the ground white candle burned half a day, eyes are looking at the pane, froze even a ghost shadow have not seen. This makes the anchor heart that a depressed, dare to own busy half a day, are all in vain. Thinking about this, anchor a skimpy mouth, directly pulled off the white cloth on the head, and then said to the live broadcast, "Families, the rumors are all false and can't be taken as true. There is no hair here." Anchor some annoyed, hard half a day, nothing to get, simply bitter to the extreme. While seeing the anchor crying, the audience in the live broadcast room as a variety of laughter came from all over the sky. Anchor tonight even if it, tonight, not to mention the lonely ghosts, that is, the ghosts of hell, also do not see dare to venture in the subway station. Ha, that's right. The Heavenly Master and all the red-robed Taoist masters from Longhu Mountain are at the high-speed train station, which little ghost dares to come and make trouble? It's not that there's no Apao, but Apao is too scared to show up. It's a pity that the anchor wasted time for nothing. Ha ha. Anchor, after half a day, the clown warns me about myself? This time, the live broadcast of the psychic visitation can be said to have no feeling of fear at all. Slipped away, might as well go to see the celestial master. Anchor. Looking at the popularity of the live broadcast room that was sharply declining, the anchor almost gave his nose to the air. It was so hard for himself to find a thrilling and exciting live broadcast content. How did he have such bad luck that the Taoist master of Longhu Mountain was also present? Explore the spirit? Still exploring a chicken hair spirit. What kind of spirit can be detected in front of the Taoist master of Longfu Mountain? It's better to go home and sleep. The anchor directly to the whole speechless, a long time did not slow down. This matter is naturally also by the netizens as a fun spread to the internet, and immediately attracted a lot of people to watch the drama. The anchor was directly ridiculed by the netizens. Spirit detection? Psychic challenge? Laughing to death, the least scary episode ever. On the other hand, after several minutes of waiting, Zhang Qingxiao and his group finally boarded the high-speed train to Mashan. When the crowd arrived at Mashan, the news about the large number of zombies on this side had been completely suppressed. The police received the news at the first time. Quickly organized personnel will be near the mountain. All the residents were transferred, and directly sent people blocked the mountain. And the news about zombies appearing on Mashan also quickly rushed onto the hot search, triggering vibrations all over the net. At this time, the official also released an announcement immediately after, reminding the residents around Mashan to pay attention to safety. The official announcement confirmed the authenticity of the zombie incident at Mashan, and for a time, the incident directly swept all social platforms. Countless netizens began to panic, especially those netizens who are closer to Mashan. They are even more eager to carry their belongings overnight and immediately flee. With the fermentation of the Mashan incident, more and more netizens began to worry, especially those areas that are not particularly far from Mashan. Many people, in order to protect themselves, but also overnight, dragging their families to choose to temporarily evacuate. And everyone at this time also finally understood why the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain as well as the Taoist masters would take the train overnight. Dare I say that something really big has happened to Mashan. Zombie revival. This is a major event related to the safety of the people's lives, so the heat of this matter has been high after the top of the list. Tens of millions of netizens' real-time attention to the dynamics of the Mashan side. We all want to know the latest situation progress, in case of accidents. It is also because of the high level of attention from netizens that some local Mashan videos appear from time to time on major social media platforms. In some videos, the weather on top of Mashan has changed dramatically, with black clouds pressing down on the top, changing the color of the sky and the earth, and the scene looks like the end of the world, terrifying to the extreme. There are also netizens who have sent their own encounters to the internet. Driving from the Mashan neighborhood, the road suddenly encountered a zombie attack. There are zombies from the roadside wild forest suddenly leaped out, want to jump on the car. This scene is too visual impact, even watching the video can be scared people. Wow. The person who shot the video was so scared that his voice was almost distorted, and the image was shaking. Good thing in the end there is a peach with sword shot through the air, directly nailed the zombie. But even so, when such a video was released to the internet, it still caused panic. All kinds of comments came one after another. This is too scary, right? Zombie ordinary people how to do? Can't deal with it at all. Oh my god. Is this the end of the world? Who can tell me why there are so many zombies? Can Mashan solve these zombies? I'm so scared. Don't be afraid. Trust the Taoist master. Didn't the dragon and tiger heavenly masters go to help? With the help of the heavenly masters and their help, it will be fine. I hope so. Really want the world to end. Please tell me in advance. I don't want to be a cow or a horse. Countless netizens are worried, really because of this zombie incident. The official are personally down. You can imagine how horrible the impact is. Coupled with the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain as well as the Taoist master coming down to the mountain, it further made the netizens feel that this matter was definitely not simple. This more and more let the netizens feel panic. And while the internet was in an uproar over the Mashan zombie incident, Zhang Qingxiao and his group also arrived at the border of Mashan. At this moment, the area around Mashan had been blocked by the police, and all the roads into Mashan were guarded by specialized personnel, strictly prohibiting unrelated people from entering Mashan. And outside the cordon, a group of anchors holding up cell phones were negotiating with the guarding police officers. If we're going to go in, we have to show everyone what's really going on inside. Right, that's right. Let us go in. Everyone has the right to know everything that's going on inside. Officer, just let us in. For the sake of heat and traffic, a group of anchors didn't even care about their lives. They wanted to enter the middle of Mashan and rub it in hard. Unfortunately, no matter how much they stalked them, the police officer in charge of guarding the area still had a meticulous expression on his face. Please cooperate with us, thank you. This is not child's play. This is to protect your lives. Stand back. Step back immediately. Otherwise you are obstructing official duties. The police officer directly voiced out a rebuke, and his attitude was not very friendly. It couldn't be helped. It was useless to say nice words at this time. Right now the front was a forbidden area. Ordinary people entering was just adding to the casualties. Even the police could not help. Therefore, in order to protect the safety of the people, the police officers could only speak coldly. And at this time, Zhang Qingxiao and his group arrived. Seeing this, a few guarding police officers immediately showed a flash of excitement on their faces, and without saying a word, they directly released Zhang Qingxiao and the others to pass through quickly. They had previously known that a Taoist master of Mao Mountain had come down to seek help from Longhu Mountain, so when they saw Zhang Qingxiao and his party at this moment, they naturally understood at the first moment that this was the arrival of the professionals. However, seeing this scene, those anchors who had been stopped were a bit disgruntled. Officer, why can they enter while we can't? Aren't they all people? Why do you guys have to treat them differently? It's not fair. Some unseen anchors were furious and directly questioned the guarding police officers. Police officer? Treat them differently? Unfair? Sorry, that group of people really had to be treated differently. The one who just went over was a Taoist master from Longhu Mountain. They were there to deal with zombies. Are you too? A police officer frowned and spoke in a cold voice. With these words, he immediately disliked the anchor who opened his mouth to question, and instantly stopped squeaking. On the other hand, after the group entered Mashan Mountain, Zhang Qingxiao subconsciously looked up at the sky. Black clouds were overpowering the sky, and corpse chi was rushing into the sky. A sign of great evil. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart aghast. As expected of a drought demon recovery, this aura was different, even disturbing the heavenly image. Just by looking at this heavenly image, it was indeed more or less a bit scary. With a sigh in his heart, under the leadership of several Mashan disciples, Zhang Qingxiao and his group walked straight towards the upper mountain of Mashan. The terrain of Mao Mountain is complex and varied. Its south side was connected to the Tianmu mountain range, while its north side was connected to the Ningxin Hills, with the overall slightly S-shaped direction. Its north-south length was about 90 kilometers, east-west width was about 10 kilometers, the area was about 900 square kilometers, and the total area of the mountain was about 450 square kilometers. And what Zhang Qingxiao and his group were heading for was the main peak of Mount Mao, De Mao Peak. The mountain path was rugged and winding. The surroundings were dead silent, so quiet that it was a little creepy. Ow! Suddenly, two hissing sounds came from both sides of the mountain path. The next second, one left and one right leapt out two fierce-looking zombies, teeth and claws, rushing straight toward the crowd. How dare you! The two zombies suddenly appeared, startling the Maoshan disciple who was leading the way. However, a few people did not react slowly. Their hands subconsciously reached into their arms and wanted to pull out talisman seals to destroy these two zombies who did not know how to die. Unexpectedly, before the several Maoshan disciples could make a move, a flat voice came from behind them. Let the poor Taoist come. Zhang Qingxiao flicked a cigarette into his mouth and lit it, saying lightly. Subsequently, with a wave of his backhand, his hand suddenly glowed with light, and the P90 directly materialized. Immediately afterward, Zhang Qingxiao stepped up, the butt of the gun against his right shoulder, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Meeting is a shuttle. Day. Pieces of bullets directly covered the bodies of the two zombies. In the next second, the zombies that were originally flailing about directly hit into a sieve. Bang bang! As the two zombies smashed heavily on the ground, several Maoshan disciples with strange expressions came back to their senses. Maoshan disciple, 6. This is also a little too 6. A few Maoshan disciples had slightly strange expressions, as if they were somewhat unable to slow down from their inherent impression of the heavenly master. On the other hand, the group of red-robed Dao masters behind Zhang Qingxiao had already seen it as strange. Not only did they not find it strange, but instead, they were all a little bit eager. The heavenly master's new magic weapon, that was the real weapon to drive away demons. Especially Taoist master Ling Fei, ever since he had experienced the new magic weapon, he couldn't stop thinking about it. He always thought about when he could use the new magic weapon again. This time, Zhang Qingxiao was able to fulfill the wishes of everyone's hearts. After sweeping a shuttle, Zhang Qingxiao weighed the P90 in his hand and then glanced at the red robes behind him. He then directly took out the two P90s that he had previously exchanged from the arms mall, as well as 5 golden light pistols. The crowd of Taoists, wow! Golden legend! Along with a dazzling golden light appearing at first, 7 new-style magic weapons directly materialized. Zhang Qingxiao gave one to each of the remaining few Dao masters. All of you Taoist masters should familiarize yourselves with it first, find the feel for it, and when you see a zombie later on, directly cover it with fire. Zhang Qingxiao said in a serious manner. The moment the Taoist masters came into contact with the new magic weapon, on the other hand, they were all as if they were blessed with a clear understanding. Maoshan disciples. Seeing the scene at the bottom, a few of the Maoshan disciples leading the way already didn't know how to describe their hearts in words. Today's sight was truly a refreshment of their knowledge of the dragon and tiger. Dare I say that people's Longhu Mountain artifacts have all been updated to this point, and their own Maoshan even still use peachwood sword, black dog blood, black donkey hooves. No wonder. There is a reason why Longhu Mountain is the world's leading Taoist sect. On this with the times, follow the development of the concept of the times, it is not other Taoist sects can be compared to awe. After the drought demon revived, he used his power to gather all the zombies in the neighborhood. At this moment, on the main peak of Mashan Mountain, there were zombies roaming everywhere. Even though most of the zombies were not strong, because there were too many of them, the Taoist masters and disciples of the Maoshan lineage were severely understaffed, so they couldn't even kill them. This was what caused some of the zombies to run amok. Zhang Qingxiao and his party went up the mountain at this moment, along the way encountered no less than 20 waves of zombie attacks, each time the number is a few to a dozen ranging. A few Maoshan disciples led the way from the beginning of the tense expression, to the final expression of numbness. Along the way there was no need for them to worry about whether the zombies would sneak up on them, because, whenever a zombie dared to venture out, there would be a di-di-di, or bang-bang-bang sound behind them. No need to think, no need to look. In front of Longhu Mountain's new magic weapon, not a single zombie would be able to hold out for 3 seconds. If there was, then increase the firepower. The crowd killed from the bottom of the mountain to the mountain in a sweeping gesture. The scene of hundreds of zombies falling down to sleep shocked a few Ma Shan disciples to the point of numbness inside. Ma Shan disciple, this new magic weapon of Longhu Mountain is really too damn good. If Ma Shan also had this kind of magic weapon, then why would they be caught off guard by a bunch of low-level zombies? A few Ma Shan disciples inwardly lamented and at the same time were incomparably envious. They had even begun to think that after this matter was over, they would propose to the sect leader that Ma Shan also learn from Longhu Mountain, research and study a little with the time's magic weapon, so that these disciples of theirs can also easily subdue demons and eliminate devils. I just don't know how the Ma Shan sect leader would feel if he knew what his own disciples were thinking. Day. Bang bang bang. Guns continued to ring out, and as a rain of bullets swept away, one zombie fell to the ground, too dead to die. This allowed those Ma Shan disciples on the mountain who were fighting against the zombies as well as the Taoist master to instantly reduce the pressure, and soon turn defense into offense. Under the strong firepower suppression, soon the last zombies were also easily resolved. Until this moment, those disciples who fought against the zombies as well as the Taoist masters were like a lifetime ago, always feeling that what they had experienced before and what they had experienced afterward were not at all on the same level. At the same time, all eyes were focused on Zhang Qingxiao and his group, and after seeing a group of red-robed, gun-toting, dignified masters, it almost shattered the three views of the disciples as well as the Taoist masters of Ma Shan. However, the crowd quickly reacted and hurriedly came forward, arching their hands in thanks to Zhang Qingxiao's line. The Ma Shan lineage thanks the Heavenly Master as well as all the Taoist masters for their righteous assistance. The friendship of fellow disciples, no need to be concerned. Zhang Qingxiao nodded slightly in response before frowning imperceptibly and opening his mouth to inquire. Poor Taoist is curious, where are all the highly accomplished Taoist masters of Ma Shan? On this journey, Zhang Qingxiao and his group had exterminated hundreds of zombies to say the least. He had seen the Ma Shan disciples as well as the Taoist masters trying their best to solve the zombies. However, he did not see a single high Kung Fu Taoist master showing up, which was a bit strange. Back to Heavenly Master, the true masters and the others have all gone after the drought demon. Hearing Zhang Qingxiao's inquiry, a Ma Shan Taoist master hurriedly spoke back. That drought demon ran away with a group of zombies. Ran away? Zhang Qingxiao was slightly stunned and felt strange. Does the Taoist master know which direction? I remember that the drought demon ran towards the west. Yes, the voodoo hall is in that direction, that's where it ran towards. The Taoist priest answered truthfully. Longhu Mountain had a voodoo hall, so did Ma Shan. The nature was the same, used to imprison some demons and devils. And hearing the words of the Ma Shan Taoist master, the red and yellow-robed Taoist masters of Longhu Mountain instantly changed their faces as if they had thought of something. Not good, this sinister person is only going to attack Ma Shan's voodoo hall, wanting to release all those demons and devils in it. Taoist master Ling Fa was the first to speak, a look of gravity on his face. The matter of the drought demon's revival was still considered to be within the realm of controllability. However, if the voodoo hall were to release the things that it focused on imprisoning, then that would be the real big trouble. If one did not get it right, there was a possibility that the world would be in chaos. Hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao, however, did not open his mouth, but instead focused his attention on the system rewards. Just a moment ago, the last wave of zombies on the main peak of Ma Shan Mountain was annihilated, and the system's beep had arrived quietly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and successfully resolving the zombie crisis on Ma Shan Mountain, and obtaining the rewards of Kill Ghosts and Subdue Demons AK-47 Fragment +5, Thunder David PP-87 82mm Mortar Fragment +4, and Merit +500,000. The rewards have been issued, please collect them in time for the host. The rewards had arrived, and the fragments of the ghost-killing demon-busting AK-47 had all been gathered. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao directly chose to synthesize it without saying a word. Ghost Killer AK-47, Automatic Assault Rifle. Using 7 62mm caliber bullets, with a capacity of 30 rounds, the range is relatively short, but the power is huge, very suitable for close combat assault. AK-47 shooting speed is relatively slow, and the recoil is large, not good control, difficult to press the gun. But its power is greater, in close combat, with outstanding killing effect. Although the P90 is fast, recoil is relatively small, but the power of close combat than the AK-47. Overall, the two have their own advantages, and can be considered a tie. After reading the introduction, Zhang Qingxiao realized that the AK-47 had been unlocked in the arms mall and could be exchanged. 150,000 merits. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao pondered slightly. After brushing so many zombies along the way, a total of 200,000 merit had been obtained. Coupled with the 500,000 rewarded by the system mission, he now had a total of 700,000 merit. Thinking about this, Zhang Qingxiao directly exchanged 4 ghost-killing demon-bucking AK-47s at once. Subsequently, he gave the P90 with less recoil in his hand to a yellow-robed Taoist priest, and took 2 AK-47s for himself. After that, Zhang Qingxiao subconsciously glanced at the side of the Tianmong Taoist master who was playing with a golden pistol with a very unattractive look. Zhang Qingxiao sighed quietly, so he directly took out the other two, handing them to Tianmong Taoist. Zhang Qingxiao, drought demon, right? Heavenly Mang is equipped with a gun, so there is death and no injury. I don't know if you can withstand it. Go, take a look over there. Zhang Qingxiao greeted all the Dao masters, then carrying his gun, he headed towards the west side of the main peak of Mashan Mountain. On the west side of the main peak of Mashan Mountain, there was the Voodoo Hall, which held some great evil things, and the drought demon definitely could not be allowed to release the things inside. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the world to live in peace. The group moved quickly, all the way to the west. Soon, the sounds of fighting came from the front. Looks like they've already fought. Taoist leader Tianmong held a ghost-killing and demon-bucking AK-47 in each of his hands, and a look of eagerness appeared on his face. Taoist leader Tianmong, the new magic weapons in his hands have just been put into his hands, so I don't know how powerful they are. But just by looking at the selling style, it should be quite a bit stronger than that golden light pistol. This is the right magic weapon for the poor Taoist And as the crowd approached the Hall of Voodoo, a system beep suddenly sounded in Zhang Qingxiao's ears. Ding! Special mission released, Sniper Elite. The host needs to use the Barrett to snipe a designated target at a distance of 1,000 meters away. Upon completion of the mission, you will be rewarded with 9 Heavenly Running Thunder M134 Gatling Machine Gun Fragments plus 2, Rush Supernatural at 4 Rocket Launcher Fragments plus 2, Rush Extermination M67 Type Delayed Killing Grenade Complete Drawing, and Merit plus 1 million. Note, the designated firearm for this mission is 9 characters Barrett. If the host uses any other firearm to kill the designated target, the mission will be judged a failure. Note, the host must complete this mission at least 1,000 meters away from the battlefield range. Note, the merit gained from killing zombies in this mission will be settled at 5 times the merit of a normal kill. Note, the host must be at least 1,000 meters away from the battlefield to complete this mission. Zhang Qingxiao. Well, this is a big mission. Just by completing the mission, you can directly obtain 1 million merits. Moreover, in the process of completing the task, the amount of merit gained from killing zombies is also settled in accordance with the original 5 times. This is the system to send benefits. You know, according to the system standard, the amount of merit gained from killing a green zombie is 100, black zombie 1000, hairy zombie 10,000, flying zombie 100,000, zombie king 500,000, and the dry drought demon is directly 1 million. If this is according to the 5 times settlement, then in the course of the mission if you kill a few flying stiffs, this merit is not earned hempa. And if you can get the drought demon too, the 5 times merit of just it alone would take off right where it is. Good. It's true that what's missing comes what's missing. After listening to the system's mission introduction, Zhang Qingxiao's original forward pace was violently lurched, and then turned around to look at the group of red and yellow-robed Dao masters behind him. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao's sudden stop, the group of Dao masters behind him thought that there was some unexpected situation, and subconsciously had to raise the guns in their hands and swept their gazes vigilantly to the surroundings. However, after seeing that there was nothing around them, all of them were stunned, and their puzzled gazes all focused on Zhang Qingxiao. Heavenly Master, but did you find anything? Taoist Master Tianmong was already eager to try out the power of the new magic weapon in his hand, and now that he saw Zhang Qingxiao suddenly stop advancing, he immediately raised the AK in his hand, his Dharma appearance solemnized, ready to perform the transcendental act. Nay, Zhang Qingxiao just slightly shook his head, and then said in a solemn manner, "The Taoist masters have misunderstood. The poor Taoist has just remembered that there is still an important matter that needs to be done immediately. Therefore, I'd like to trouble all of you Taoist masters to take a step ahead and go help Ma Shan to solve those zombies. Poor Taoist will come later," Zhang Qingxiao said in a serious manner. Upon hearing this, the elders looked at you and I looked at you, feeling a bit strange in their hearts. However, after seeing Zhang Qingxiao's serious look, the crowd did not say anything. After all, if a heavenly master had something that needed to be dealt with temporarily, it was only natural. They could all understand. In that case, heavenly master, take care of yourself. We will first go over to support our fellow Taoists from Ma Shan. In the end, it was Taoist Master Spirit Dharma who spoke up, and then led the crowd to quickly rush to the Ma Shan Voodoo Hall. While seeing the backs of the crowd gradually moving away, Zhang Qingxiao directly put away the AK in his hand, and then raised his head and looked towards the surroundings, and then his eyes slightly paused at a certain spot for a moment, and his face steeply gained more than a touch of joy. Zhang Qingxiao, good location for a sniper rack. With a smile on his face, Zhang Qingxiao whirled around and directly executed his stance, quickly rushing towards a hill in front of him. The hill wasn't exactly prominent, but it was just about flush with the voodoo hall on the west side of the main peak of Mashan Mountain, and the main thing was that the two sides were separated by a distance that wasn't too close or too far away from each other. Zhang Qingxiao took a few steps across, and in an instant he had already reached the top, and then his eyes narrowed slightly, standing on top of the hill looking toward the Mashan Voodoo Hall. After a rough visual inspection, the straight-line distance was conservatively estimated to be over 1,000 meters. The distance was suitable and the location was moderate. Most notably, the top of this hill was still a small flat piece of land, perfect for setting up a sniper here. Thinking about this, Zhang Qingxiao smiled faintly, and then with a thought, the light in his hand suddenly flourished, and the 9 characters barret directly appeared. Zhang Qingxiao held the barret and moved a few steps on the flat ground at the top of the hill, choosing an optimal angle by feel, and then directly got down and propped up the barret's bracket. After opening the optical 10x scope that came with the gun, Zhang Qingxiao slightly moved the muzzle while fine-tuning the magnification. Soon, through the magnification lens, the situation outside the Mashan Voodoo Hall was presented one by one, and the images were crystal clear. The battle outside the Voodoo Hall was in full swing. The most intense one was the battle between Mashan True Lord and the Drought Demon. The Mashan True Monarch was holding Mashan's 7-star Divine Sword in one hand, while the other hand was holding a 100-year-old Jujube with 5 thunders plaque as he fought to the death with the Drought Demon. Despite the back and forth between the two sides, the fight was back and forth. But the outsiders looked at the doorway, and the insiders watched the action. Throughout the battle, Mashan Monarch was almost always pressed by the Drought Demon, and was always at a disadvantage. In the side of the Drought Demon, followed by countless strength is not weak zombies. Among these zombies, there were hundreds of hairy stiffs alone, and there were also quite a few flying stiffs, and even a dozen zombie kings among them. These zombies joined together and directly blocked all of Mashan's high-powered Taoist masters, making it impossible for them to support Mashan True Lord. And, because of the disparity in numbers, Mashan's Taoist masters were almost all fighting against several zombies, and were simply unable to do anything. The entire battlefield situation was extremely unfavorable for Mashan. It's true that it's worthy of being an alien amongst the zombies. This Drought Demon is indeed very powerful. On the flat ground of the mountain, Zhang Qingxiao saw the battle between the two sides through the scope, and in his heart, he was slightly surprised at the strength of the Drought Demon. However, after the surprise, he did not hesitate to open the system mall and began to purchase Barret bullets. Barret Heavenly Thunder Bullet 10 merits a round. 5 Thunder Bullet 100 merits a round. 9 Heavenly Running Thunder Bullet 1000 merits a round. 9 Heaven Xing Yuan Thunder Sound Po Hua Tian Zhu Lei Zhu Bullet 100,000 merits a round. The mall displayed a wide range of Barret bullets with various attributes, both cheap and expensive, with a wide variety of types that completely satisfied all kinds of needs. And just as Zhang Qingxiao was selecting his bullets, the system's beep in his ears suddenly rang out. Ding! Stage Mission 1 released, kill 5 hairy stiffs in 30 seconds. Zhang Qingxiao? Hearing this prompt, Zhang Qingxiao did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly made his bullet purchase based on the difficulty of the mission. Hairy stiffs, 10 merit per round of Heavenly Thunder bullets would be enough. 1 shot for a small hairy stiff. 5 were sufficient. As the merits were cut, Zhang Qingxiao had 5 more bullets in his hand, and his hand stiffly loaded and loaded the bullets. And then he directly opened his Dao Heavenly Pupil. Brush! As a light golden light emerged from the bottom of his eyes, the area within Zhang Qingxiao's field of vision instantly became crystal clear. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao did not hesitate to move the muzzle of his gun and quickly took aim before pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang 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 bang! With the first thunderous explosion, the subsequent several gunshots became orderly. Barret 1.1, 5 shots in a row, 5 Heavenly Thunder bullets shot out successively, spanning a distance of 1,000 meters in an instant. Outside the Hall of Voodoo, a Taoist master of Mashan was trying his best to fight against several hairy stiffs. However, these hairy stiffs not only had thick skin and flesh, but were also very powerful, plus there were too many of them. After a period of stalemate, he had gradually lost his strength. Seeing that the head of the road is about to fall into the bottom, just at this moment, suddenly several air-breaking sounds instantly attacked. Poof! Boom! 5 bullets that carried a terrifying Heavenly Thunder aura directly shot into the bodies of the 5 furry stiffs, and then the Heavenly Thunder power contained within the bullets violently erupted. Instantly, thunder exploded. The upper half of the 5 hairy stiffs' bodies were directly blown into pieces, and their heads even fell to the ground and rolled a few times before stopping, while the remaining bodies were unconsciously twitching a few times, and then collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, too dead to die again. At this moment, heaven and earth were silent. Both sides of the battlefield froze for a moment, staring incredulously at the 5 hairy stiffs that fell to the ground. The Mashan Daoist master who had originally thought that he was already in mortal danger was even more wide-eyed, his gaze constantly sweeping around, his eyes full of horror. What's going on? Who is striking? A Daoist master on the side frowned, his face carrying a strong suspicion. At those words, everyone else shook their heads slightly. The difference in numbers between the two sides was too great, and it was already good enough for them to be able to maintain the status quo with one against many, so how could they be capable of still splitting their hands to help the other masters and brothers? Furthermore, the 5 hairy stiffs had died so quickly that even they themselves were unable to react in time, let alone them. There was no way to know who was stepping in to help. This is the aura of heavenly thunder? Could it be that the ancestors have manifested? There were also Taoist elders who detected the residual aura from within the bodies of those hairy stiffs, and they were immediately shaken, and a touch of awe steeply surfaced in their eyes. If the ancestor master had felt it and manifested his spirit to help them, then this battle, there was still something to fight for. For a while, the crowd of Taoist masters from Maoshan grew in confidence and began to launch a fierce attack on the zombies. And the crowd did not know that thousands of meters away, on the flat ground at the top of the mountain, the system's beep in Zhang Qingxiao's ears rang out at the right time. Congratulations to the host for completing stage mission 1, successfully killing the target within the stipulated time, earning a 5x merit settlement reward. The host has killed 5 hairy stiffs, earning 250,000 merit. 250,000 merit. The corners of Zhang Qingxiao's mouth rose slightly. This merit earned was just too fast, too happy. Ding! Opening stage mission 2, please host killed 10 hairy stiffs within 20 seconds. The system voice sounded once again. And this time, Zhang Qingxiao no longer felt half rusty, and directly set up his barret to start the continuous pointing mode. Tongues of fire erupted, and the sound of gunfire shook the ears. Heavenly thunder bullets continued to shoot out, crazily harvesting the hairy stiffs on the battlefield. And at this time, outside the Maoshan Voodoo Hall, Tian Mang Taoist Master and the others also arrived at the scene. When they saw 10 hairy stiffs in a row directly explode, the group of Maoshan Taoist masters froze once again. While Heavenly Mang Taoist leader and the others were slightly stunned, immediately, the faces of the Dragon Tiger Mountain congregation heated up with a touch of realization. Longhu Mountain congregation, familiar voice, familiar way of transcending. Who else could it be if not the Heavenly Master? Fellow Longhu Mountain Taoists, were you the ones who came to help just now? Seeing the crowd from Longhu Mountain appear, the Taoist masters from Mao Mountain also had a happy face, thinking that the red and yellow robed Taoist masters had stepped in. But when they heard this, the AK-wielding Taoist master Tian Mang directly shook his head and said with a big smile, all the Taoist friends of Maoshan, this kind of superhuman means, we can't. The one who made the move, should be my family's heavenly master. Saying that, the Longhu Mountain crowd subconsciously looked towards a distant mountain. That's a really good location, it's indeed very suitable for racking snipers. Worthy of being a heavenly master, he can play. Taoist master Tianmong grinned, banditishly. And at this time, the Taoist masters of Maoshan then noticed that each and every one of the Longhu Mountain crowd was either holding a pistol, or carrying an assault rifle, and there was even someone holding 2 AKs. In an instant, Maoshan's crowd of Taoist masters felt winded. Maoshan crowd, this picture is a bit wrong. Taoist master Tianmong, the heavenly master has already set up his sniper, it's time for us to take action. Maoshan crowd, wait, the heavenly master has set up his sniper? The heavenly master of Longhu Mountain is setting up a sniper? Looking at the dozen or so hairy stiffs on the ground with broken arms and limbs, the Maoshan crowd opened their mouths, and for a moment, they actually didn't know what to say. On Zhang Qingxiao's side, the Stage 2 mission had just been completed, and the system once again released the Stage 3 mission. Kill 20 hairy stiffs within 10. Bang! Bang bang bang! Above the mountaintop, a pitch-black muzzle was aimed at the Voodoo Hall 1,000 meters away, and bullet after bullet kept flying out. One shot, one child. Zhang Qingxiao, today's portion of mercy from 12.7 millimeters. Outside the Vermilion Hall. Once again, the bodies of 20 hairy stiffs directly exploded, with all sorts of broken pieces scattered all over the ground, their deaths miserable to the extreme. The crowd of Taoist masters from Maoshan had gradually become numb from their initial shocked disbelief, even gradually accepting this fact that transcended their perceptions. Because, the Longhu Mountain crowd that came to support them likewise changed their style. They were solemn in appearance, holding firearms, with a meticulous look and dashing movements. One by one, they wandered on top of the battlefield, and between their hands and feet, there were zombies falling asleep, peaceful to the extreme. Maoshan's Taoist masters, okay. Although this style of painting was a bit hard to agree with for a while, it had to be said that the magic weapons in their hands were really good. On Zhang Qingxiao's side, after completing the first 3 stage quests, the Stage 4 quest was directly upgraded. Stage 4, Flying Stiffs. Kill 10 flying zombies. As the zombie level changed, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes narrowed and he directly chose to replace the bullets. 5 thunder bullets, 100 merit per round. Stage 5, Gifts. Brothers. Free small gifts, charge me. 10 seconds. Just watch 10 seconds of commercials. Don't force me to get down on my knees and beg. Expensive has its reasons. The 5 Thunder Bullet is so powerful that even when dealing with flying stiffs, it can still blow up their bodies. The Maoshan Taoist masters who fought against the flying stiffs were cautious and didn't dare to be careless at all, with the sound of an air-breaking sound coming in. In front of them, these flying stiffs who needed their full strength to fight against them had their heads directly explode one by one and fell to the ground with a loud bang. And this was only the beginning. As the stages of the mission continued to escalate, the number of flying stiffs that died in Zhang Qingxiao's hands continued to climb. 10, 20, 30. The system's beeps sounded one after another, and large amounts of merit kept pouring towards Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao, this wave has earned a lot of money. As Zhang Qingxiao's side of the task continued to be completed, outside of the voodoo hall, the number of those hairy stiffs as well as flying stiffs decreased drastically, and the zombies fell down one by one, without any hesitation at all. And in the field, Longhu Mountain's line of people are also killing, one by one, bullets with no money like, see the zombies is crazy shooting. The main focus is a large amount of full, and to say the most bandit temperament, one belongs to the Sky Mang Taoist. This handheld 2AK, hard assault rifle completed the submachine gun. Where it passed, no one zombie body is intact, all were beaten into a sieve. This scene, look at Maoshan's crowd of Dao that called a heartbeat. Always felt that this red robe temperament of Longhu Mountain was a bit off. Maoshan Daoist, fierce. It's really too fierce ah. Ding. Releasing stage quest 15, headshot a zombie king. Just when Zhang Qingxiao's point killing technique had been practiced to perfection, the system's beeps appeared again. Zombie king. After hearing the system mission, Zhang Qingxiao subconsciously narrowed his eyes slightly. Zombie king is not ordinary, have to change the bullets. So he directly opened the system mall and instantly moved his attention to the 1000 merit per round 9 heavens rushing thunder bullet. The bullet requires 1000 merit per bullet, and above its eggshell, it is densely engraved with incantations. 9 heavens Yang Yang, flying sword divine king. Broken luck Santai, intimidating the 4 directions. Yellow god hooks the sky, winged deity of death. Heaven destroying the earth, cracking the sea with the text. Summon your thunder god, run thunder to serve. Engraved on the bullet is the Taoist 9 heavenly thunder mantra. And as soon as Zhang Qingxiao touched the tip of the bullet after spending his merit to exchange the bullet, Zhang Qingxiao felt his fingers slightly tingling. ZZZ. The bullet was surrounded by a terrifying thunder spell aura, and there was even a hint of purple thunder arch wrapping around it. Zhang Qingxiao, worthy of 1000 merits, it really is worth every penny. Zhang Qingxiao was secretly staggered, shocked by the bullet's power. He then directly pressed the bullet into the magazine before quickly turning the gun around and locking onto a zombie king 1000 meters away. Outside the Maoshan Voodoo Hall. At this moment, a zombie was engaging in a battle with Taoist Master Tian Mang. Although the demon-slaying AK-47 was very suitable for melee combat, this time, Taoist Master Tianmon was unable to exterminate this zombie king in the first place, and could only engage in fire suppression. There is no way. Once the zombie cultivation to the zombie king this level, that flesh strength will increase a horrible degree, it is difficult to break up the defense. To this level of zombie, as long as it is not an instant one-hit kill, it is very difficult to cause fatal damage to it. Not only that, because of the influence of the drought demon's breath, these zombie king's corpse chi had also been boosted, making it even more difficult to deal with. In addition, when Zhang Qingxiao gave AK to Taoist Master Tianmon, the level of the bullets he gave was not high enough to cause fatal injuries to them. That was why both sides had been in a stalemate. The skin is still quite thick, the poor Taoist has hit it so hard that it still doesn't break the defense. Taoist Master Tian Mang muttered as he stared at the zombie king with a bit of a headache. Although the new magic weapon was good, this zombie king was not a soft persimmon, he could not take it for a while. It could only be suppressed with crazy firepower. And just as Heavenly Mang Taoist leader was showing a difficult face, 1000 meters away, there was a violent explosion. As Zhang Qingxiao pulled the trigger, a shocking energy fluctuation instantly burst out from the barrel of the gun. Terrifying thunder ravaged the heavens and earth, and a destructive aura quickly spread out. The 9 heavens running thunder bullet even directly transformed into a thunderbolt, brazenly splitting the void and shooting straight towards the zombie king's head. Roar! The zombie king here was hissing towards Heavenly Mang Taoist leader, seemingly mocking the former's weapon for being useless against him. But the next second, with a pft sound, the zombie king instantly felt his head being broken open by a huge force, and then exploded. Boom! The muffled sound at first, a generation of zombie king, head directly exploded into pieces, along with the upper half of the body were destroyed half. The scene instantly became dead silent. Maoshan all Taoist masters gaze stagnant, look stunned, eyes dead staring at the zombie king stumps on the ground. Some did not react. But immediately afterward, the crowd as the heart and soul wildly shocked. The heart directly set off a shocking wave. Crap! So fierce? Do not be so horrible? Dead zombie king, who am I? Hanging right? Ding! Congratulations on completing the Stage 15 mission and obtaining the kill settlement reward settlement of 2.5 million merits. The system's voice came from his ears, and Zhang Qingxiao's face instantly revealed a broad smile. Zhang Qingxiao, this is really hairy. Killing a zombie king for 500,000 merits, coupled with the 5x settlement reward, this instantly became 2.5 million. At this moment, in Zhang Qingxiao's eyes, those individual zombie kings outside the voodoo hall had one by one turned into walking merit boxes. As long as one shot went down, that side was full of merit. And the system was also very understanding, continuing to release stage quests. Just like this, outside the voodoo hall, the original Mashan's congregation of Dao Masters had been in a state of being overwhelmed. Even with the help of the Longhu Mountain crowd, in the face of zombies of this level, the crowd was still somewhat stretched and unable to exterminate them. But now, with the sound of a broken air from far and near, instantly arrived. Those thick-skinned zombie kings were completely unable to block the 9 heavens running thunder bullets sent by 1,000 merit. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning filled the battlefield, as the zombie kings were shot in the head one after another, and then exploded. At first, the Taoist masters of Mashan would still be shocked by the death of the zombie kings. But as more and more zombie kings fell, the Taoist masters began to learn to accept it openly. In a word, the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master is really awesome. The power of the new magic weapon of Dragon Tiger Mountain was also truly terrifying. Some people rejoice, naturally there are zombies who are worried. Seeing the men he had managed to gather die one by one, the drought demon that was battling against the Maoshan True Lord instantly became anxious. It used its full power to force back the Maoshan monarch with a palm, and then flashed to the corpse of those zombie kings, a whole direct clam port. Drought demon, Inema. Who the hell is so outrageous? Zombie king are given instantaneous seconds? This fucking still how to play Who the hell is it? The trash of Mashan, how dare you play such a shameful trick? Damn! You all deserve to die. The dry drought demon roared up to the sky, his eyes wide with rage. He had managed to gather so many of his own men with great difficulty, and he saw that he had already pressed the entire Maoshan. It wouldn't take long to wipe out the entire Maoshan. At that time, as long as they break through the Maoshan's voodoo hall, will be inside the imprisonment of those things all released. Then this earth, again will be their world. But who knows? This fucking don't know where to come out of a dirty old 6, even hiding in the dark to put a cold shot. Cold shot even if. The other side of the power of this cold shot is also too foul a little, right? The zombie king was given a shot in seconds. This is clearly open The drought demon roared angrily, his eyes bursting with murderous intent. However, before it could find the old 6 who was secretly firing cold shots, Maoshan True Lord had already rushed over with his 7-star divine sword. Sinner, your opponent is me. You seek death. Seeing that Maoshan True Monarch attacked, the drought demon roared, unable to continue to find that secreting zombie's old 6, he could only be forced to fight with Maoshan True Monarch again. True Lord, we have come to help you. As the zombies continued to diminish, the originally exhausted Maoshan Taoist masters also finally had a chance to catch their breath. Even several of the Haigong Taoist masters were able to spare their hands to come to the aid of the true Lord of Maoshan, and for a time, they fought that drought demon. And Longhu Mountain's group of red and yellow-robed Taoist masters after the battle realized that their hands of the new magic weapon power is limited. One by one, they began to choose to reduce the difficulty, turn their heads to go after those flying stiffs as well as hair-stiff-level zombies to fight. Among them, the most ruthless when it comes to Tianmong Taoist, that bullet with no money like 2 AK under the use of the gun barrel began to glow red-hot. As for the zombie king, the crowd knew what to do, and left it all to Zhang Qingxiao, who was thousands of meters away. As the rounds of bullets were fired, the zombie kings under the drought demon's command came to be fewer and fewer. On the other hand, Zhang Qingxiao's amount of merits was increasing. Soon, accompanied by the system got a beep, Zhang Qingxiao's entire body was shaken, and his eyes suddenly flashed with essence. Ding! Release stage quest 20, host is requested to kill the drought demon. As the system voice rang out, Zhang Qingxiao did not hesitate to directly pull the trigger. He intended to use the 9 heavens running thunder bullet to try out the effect first. Bang! The 9 heavens rushing thunder bullet instantly transformed into thunder that cut through the void, and in an instant, it had already crossed a distance of 1,000 meters, directly hitting the drought demon's head. Thud! Outside the voodoo hall, along with a thunderous explosion, the drought demon, who was fighting with the Maoshan True Lord and a number of high-powered Taoist masters, suddenly lurched, and then his head subconsciously shifted. A thunderbolt directly hit the door of his head and then exploded. The terrifying power of lightning instantly filled the air with thick smoke. The True Lord of Maoshan and all the highly successful Taoist masters subconsciously stopped, their gazes fixed on the drought demon that was enveloped in thick smoke, with a hint of anticipation in their eyes. The other Taoist masters also stopped, their gazes pooling together as they all waited for the outcome. But the next second, before the thick smoke cleared, a deafening roar violently resounded through the heavens and earth. Roar! The drought demon hadn't died. Everyone's hearts and minds were slightly shaken, and a look of shock appeared in their eyes. It was worthy of being a drought demon. That attack that could kill a zombie in seconds was unexpectedly unable to kill it as well. Boom! Terrifying corpse chi instantly erupted from the thick smoke, directly blowing away the smoke from the explosion and revealing the drought demon's formation. Above its head, a concave hole appeared, and after the lightning within the 9 heavens running thunder bullet erupted, the remaining fragments were stuck on the drought demon's head. This strike, which seemed to be loud and powerful, was not enough to kill the drought demon. The skin was thick. If one shot doesn't work, then let's have a few more. On the flat ground at the top of the mountain, seeing that the smoke was greater than the injury after the drought demon was hit by a 9 heavens running thunder bullet, Zhang Qingxiao was also slightly surprised. However, this was within his expectations. He then pulled the trigger again, and several bullets were fired once more. Dryad, Inema. Still come? Pity. This drought demon is not stupid. The reason why he was shot just now was because he was too late to react to the fight with the Maoshan crowd. Now that it was prepared, the moment it sensed the movement, the terrifying corpse chi in its body instantly surged out, directly enveloping its entire body, forming a solid barrier. Bared! Bared! With an ear-piercing sound, after the 9 heavens running thunder bullet came into contact with the drought demon corpse chi, the two sides began to compete in an even battle. In the end, the drought demon corpse chi was superior and wore out the bullet's energy. It was unable to break through the defense. Roar! Blocking old Six's cold shot, the drought demon instantly let out a mocking hiss. It seemed to be provoking Zhang Qingxiao. This scene made Zhang Qingxiao instantly furious. Fine, you're prepared, aren't you? Cocky? Fine. Then let's go straight to the hard stuff. Play a big game. System, redeem the 9 heavens in Yuan Thunder Sound Powatian Zun Lei Zhu bullet. With a slight movement of Zhang Qingxiao's thoughts, 100,000 merits instantly disappeared. A bullet appeared out of thin air, sinking in the void. Engraved on top of the bullet shell was a portrait of the Thunder Ancestor. 9 heavens in Yuan Thunder Sound Powatian Zun is the highest heavenly deity of the Thunder Department of the Heavenly Court, which holds the palm of life and death, good and evil rewards and punishments, moves clouds and rains, decapitates demons and subdues devils, and commands the thunder of the heavens. The power of thunder can illuminate the heavenly heart of the road, and can help the suffering of the netherworld. As soon as it appeared, the terrifying power of thunder and lightning carried around the bullet directly distorted the void, and a destructive aura swept through everything around it. What a terrifying lightning method! Zhang Qingxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the bullet that was floating in the void and was secretly staggered. This alone was the power of the lightning power that was autonomously carried around its circumference, and its power was already comparable to the power of the thunder law. If it was actively released, then... A radiant smile surfaced on his face as Zhang Qingxiao, without saying a word, directly loaded the gun before aiming it at the Dryad's head, which was 1,000 meters away. Zhang Qingxiao, this shot, I don't know if you can carry it. With a slight hook of his finger, the trigger was instantly pulled. Bang! The gun body shook wildly, and the terrifying recoil caused the right half of Zhang Qingxiao's body to tremble slightly. Ka-ching! Only a bang could be heard as a violent and extreme lightning power instantly surged out, heading straight for the drought demon. The drought demon that was originally still mocking old Six cold shot was not able to instantly jump, and a sense of creepiness directly spread throughout the body. If it was not for the fact that it no longer had any sweat hairs, at this moment it would be absolutely sweaty and covered in goosebumps. Drought demon, not good. There is a great terror. The drought demon's heart was startled, and the corpse chi in his body continuously erupted in an attempt to protect himself. However, it was accompanied by a shocking thunderstorm. The drought demon's body instantly trembled wildly, and then directly exploded on the spot. Boom! The deafening explosion stimulated everyone's eardrums. The crowd in the arena all stared blankly at where the drought demon had just stood, dumbfounded and at a loss for words. Crap! Where was the drought demon? Heaven and earth were silent. Outside of the Maoshan Voodoo Hall, a group of Maoshan Taoist masters had horrified looks on their faces, and their gazes were filled with incredulity. The drought demon just disappeared like that? Directly into the air? How outrageous an attack this must be. As a personal experience with zombies, Maoshan's Taoist masters are too aware of how difficult it is to kill zombies that have exceeded the level of the flying stiff. As long as it exceeds the level of flying stiffness, whether it is a zombie king or a drought demon, the toughness of its body will increase dramatically. Not to mention the hard resistance to Maoshan magic weapons. It is the use of modern heavy weapons, also do not see to be able to hurt it. In addition to this level of zombies, almost every one of them has 1,000 years of moral integrity. Want to kill it, even more difficult. But now, they not only saw a dozen zombie kings being shot in the head. Moreover, it was surprising to see a drought demon that was hard to come across in 1,000 years was directly blown to vaporization by a gunshot. This Longhu Mountain's new magic weapon is really as terrifying as it is. Like all the Taoist masters, the same inner waves of shock were also set off by Mao Shan Jinjuan. As the only existence on the scene that could fight against the drought demon, Mao Shan True Monarch was most aware of the drought demon's terror. But even he did not expect that the drought demon would not even be able to resist a single blow from the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master's new magic weapon. The human body evaporated. Nothing left. If this were to give himself a shot as well, then. Such a thought popped up inside for no reason, immediately causing the Mao Shan True Lord's mind to tremble. Needless to think, if this thing is aimed at himself, then the end is definitely worse than the drought demon. The new magic weapon from Longhu Mountain had already surpassed his knowledge. In contrast, the people of Longhu Mountain were much more relatively calm about the death of the drought demon. It's still the Heavenly Master. The power of this strike is simply appalling. Even the drought demon couldn't block it. A red-robed Taoist master murmured with a look of emotion on his face. Upon hearing this, the other Tao masters nodded their heads silently in deep thought. Among them, Taoist Master Tianmon was staring with a burning gaze at the place where the drought demon had disappeared. At this moment, it was as if he had found a new magic weapon that suited him again. The AK in his hand suddenly smelled a little less good. Thousands of meters away, on the flat ground of the mountaintop, Zhang Qingxiao's ear also heard the system's beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing all stages of the mission and obtaining the Sniper Elite title. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and successfully resolving the Mao Shan Drought Demon, obtaining the rewards Thunder David PP 8782mm Mortar Fragment plus 4, 9 Heavily Running Thunder M134 Gatling Machine Gun Fragment plus 2, Nandu 6-star Cold Peacemaker Single Action Revolver Complete Drawing, and Merit plus 2 million. Congratulations to the host for completing the Gold Medal Sniping mission. The host used the 9-character Barrett to successfully snipe the designated target from 1,000 meters away, and was rewarded with 9 Heavily Running Thunder M134 Gatling Machine Gun Fragments plus 2, Rush Supernatural at 4 Rocket Launcher Fragments plus 2, Rush Exterminating Shape M67 Delayed Kill Grenade Complete Drawing, and Merit plus 1 million merit. The rewards have been issued, please collect them in time for the host. As the system's voice continued to ring out, Zhang Qingxiao instantly saw the bountiful mission rewards. With this mission completed, he had directly gathered all the pieces of the mortar and obtained the drawings of the complete mortar. Not only did he directly take a mortar, but there was also the complete drawing of the revolver, as well as the anti-personnel grenade. Now, the number of weapons to choose from had increased by a lot. The main focus was a weapon diversity. After looking at the system rewards, Zhang Qingxiao whirled around and got up, putting the Barrett away. Afterward, he patted the dust on his body, but his gaze fell on those shell casings on the ground. Immediately, he saw Zhang Qingxiao's big hand, and the shells on the ground immediately turned into a ray of light that shot into his body. This was enough to see the humanization of the system. If the system is produced, it should be normal to have a little recycling function, right? Reasonable to the extreme. So he waved his sleeve, leaving no trace behind. Subsequently, its steps were taken, and its figure directly disappeared from its original location, outside the Voodoo Hall. With the drought demon's death, the zombie crisis that plagued Mao Shan at the moment was completely lifted. The Mao Shan lineage, whether it was the disciples or the Taoist elders, all involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. Their faces all wore an expression of having survived the calamity. The disciples began to follow the orders of the elders and methodically cleaned up the zombie corpses on Mao Shan Mountain. As for the group of highly accomplished Taoist elders, they were led by the true lord of Mao Shan to express their sincere gratitude to the people of Longhu Mountain. On behalf of Mao Shan, the poor Taoist sends his most sincere thanks to all the Taoists of Longhu Mountain. The true monarch of Mao Shan and the group of highly accomplished Tao masters bowed slightly to express their gratitude, their faces carrying a strong sense of gratitude. This time, if it wasn't for Heavenly Master Longhu, and the help of all of you, I'm afraid that my Mao Shan lineage would have completely fallen. When these words came out, the group of high-going Taoist masters all had a moment of fear. For them, death might not be the most frightening. The most frightening thing was that if Mao Shan fell in their hands, breaking the inheritance, then they would not have the face to face a group of ancestors. Not only that, if Mao Shan failed to stop the drought demon and allowed it to break through the voodoo hall, then all the people in the world would probably be caught up in the catastrophe. At that time, not only could Mao Shan be destroyed, they might even be reduced to sinners. This kind of sin, a group of high-merit Taoist masters can't afford to carry, Mao Shan True Lord can't afford to carry, the whole Mao Shan also can't afford to carry. So for the Longhu Mountain crowd to be able to lend a helping hand, Mao Shan's entire population was simply grateful. You don't have to be too polite, fellow disciples are in trouble. Naturally Longhu Mountain has no reason to sit back and do nothing. Zhang Qingxiao stepped forward, and in an instant, he had already arrived in front of the crowd, nodding his head slightly at the true lord of Mao Shan as well as all the high-merit Tao masters, signaling that the latter did not need to be bothered by Thailand. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao appear, Mao Shan Jinjuan as well as all the Taoist masters were all shocked. Then, they saw true monarch Ma Shan slightly arching his hand at Zhang Qingxiao, a touch of emotion appearing on his face. Since the heavenly master said so, then the poor Taoist will not be pretentious. A great favor does not need to be thanked, a favor is in the heart. There are some things that don't need to be said. After some pleasantries were exchanged, the Ma Shan True Lord's face however revealed a strong look of curiosity. He looked towards Zhang Qingxiao, and without beating around the bush, he directly asked him about the new magic weapon of Longhu Mountain. Heavenly Master, I wonder what kind of magic weapon you used just now that was able to kill that drought demon with a single strike. As the true Lord of Ma Shan opened his mouth, all of Ma Shan's group of highly accomplished Dao masters subconsciously focused their gazes over. Even Longhu Mountain's Taoist master Tian Mang was a bit hot-eyed, looking at Zhang Qingxiao with a burning gaze. And when the latter saw the crowd's expression, he didn't hide anything and directly pulled out the 9 characters of Truth Barret with a big move of his hand. The magic weapon used by the poor Taoist is this item. Hiss. This thing, it's something. Upon seeing Zhang Qingxiao pull out the 9-character Truth Barret, the Taoist masters of Ma Shan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Although they had been practicing on the mountain for years, they were not isolated from the world and still had some common sense about some products of the times. In fact, after seeing the Longhu Mountain Taoist masters carrying a bunch of firearms, the Taoist masters of Ma Shan had already guessed that the items used by the Heavenly Master were definitely not ordinary. Now, when the barret engraved with the 9 characters of truth appeared in the eyes of the crowd still couldn't help but be staggered. Remarkable! This magic weapon not only combines modern firearms technology, but also flexibly utilizes Taoist arts. This is the 9 characters of truth. Surprisingly, it covers the entire surface of the magic weapon. The material is also unusual, and I actually felt a majestic force of supreme rigidity and yang from it. Zhang Qingxiao did not mince words, and after pulling out the big sniper, he directly handed it to Ma Shan True Lord. After the latter received the barret, he was instantly astonished. After seeing the 9 characters of truth on the barret, Ma Shan Jinjuan also had a feeling of being blessed to the core, and for a while, he actually loved it a bit. The other Haigong Taoist masters were stretching their necks, staring at the barret and Tisks King. Although they hadn't been able to get their hands on the barret to experience the feel of it, just by seeing the skillful combination of Taoist magic techniques and modern firearms, a group of high-ranking Taoist masters knew that this magic weapon was extraordinary. Worthy of being a magic weapon that could kill a drought demon in a single blow, it was truly extraordinary. And as the Ma Shan True Lord played with it, the Heavenly Mang Taoist master on the side instantly turned red between his eyes, and his entire body was itching to stick to the barret. Heavenly Mang Taoist, this magic weapon has a destiny with the poor Taoist. Zhang Qingxiao, you want everything you see, right? After an experience, the color of emotion on the Ma Shan True Lord's face grew thicker and thicker, while an idea grew firmer and firmer within his heart. Celestial Master, these magic weapons are too exquisite. I'm afraid that with our hands, it would be difficult to refine them at all. I wonder if Heavenly Master can give Ma Shan a chance to cooperate. Such new-style magic weapons, Ma Shan also needs some. Fondly handing the barret back to Zhang Qingxiao, the Ma Shan True Lord's face instantly became serious. They had already seen the power of Longhu Mountain's new magic weapon with their own eyes. Even the one used by the Longhu Mountain's numerous Taoist masters could easily exterminate zombies at the level of hairy stiffs and flying stiffs. And Longhu's Celestial Master is able to directly second dry drought demon this kind of horror existence. If Ma Shan could reach a cooperation with Longhu Mountain and equip Ma Shan's Taoist masters with some of these new-style magic weapons, then in the future, what kind of demons would be left? Then in the future, what other demons and monsters dare to come to Ma Shan without moving? As long as they dare to come, they will be greeted by a shuttle. I'm asking if you're afraid. Unfortunately, Ma Shan True Lord's idea was good, but at the moment it was impossible to implement. Fellow Taoist, I'm afraid that this matter will disappoint you for the time being. Zhang Qingxiao sighed quietly, a touch of helplessness appearing on his face. Heavenly Master, but what are the difficulties? If it is something that Ma Shan is able to do, the poor Taoist will surely give everything he has. Hearing this, Ma Shan True Lord thought that Zhang Qingxiao had some difficulties and hurriedly said, Zhang Qingxiao also did have a difficulty. It was just that this difficulty was that a skillful woman could not cook without rice. He would love to popularize it, but he didn't have enough merit. This thing consumed too much merit. He didn't even know when he would have to wait until he popularized Dragon Tiger Mountain alone. Fellow Taoist has misunderstood. It's not that the poor Taoist is unwilling to cooperate with Ma Shan, but at this stage, the production of this new magic weapon is just too low. Even if it's Longhu Mountain, the poor Tao can't supply it, so for the time being, it's impossible to provide more magic weapons to Ma Shan. I see. Upon hearing this, Ma Shan True Lord's face immediately revealed regret. However, thinking about it, if such heaven-defying magic weapons could really be refined at will, then this world would be a truly peaceful and prosperous world. However, even if he knew that the artifacts could not be mass-produced, Ma Shan True Monarch still wanted to get through to Zhang Qingxiao first. It is normal for such magic weapons to have limitations, but it is the poor Taoist who has been a little too hasty. However, in the future, if the Heavenly Master has extra magic weapons, I still hope to be able to inform the Maoshan Mountain. The Maoshan True Lord looked at Zhang Qingxiao with a hopeful expression. The latter, on the other hand, nodded slightly. This is natural. Fellow Daoist, don't worry, if there is any surplus, poor Taoist will definitely be the first to consider Maoshan. That's very good. Receiving Zhang Qingxiao's promise, the true Lord of Maoshan as well as a group of Dao Masters instantly smiled with joy. And just when the crowd was talking happily, boom! Suddenly, a boom came. A strange change occurred in the voodoo hall in front of them. The originally quiet voodoo hall abruptly shook. In an instant, a berserk and extremely evil aura violently erupted from the voodoo hall and shot up into the sky. The heavenly phenomenon that had just improved due to the overthrow of the drought demon had suddenly changed colors again, with black clouds overpowering the sky, and the image of extinction descending with a bang. The sudden change caused the crowd to subconsciously look up, but in the next second, all the people from Maoshan's face changed drastically. True Lord, something's wrong. The seal of the voodoo hall has loosened. The drought demon from earlier shook the seal. A Haigong Taoist came speeding from the side with an anxious expression. He had just gone to inspect the voodoo hall and found that one of the seals was no longer stable. Previously, when the Longhu Mountain crowd had not yet arrived, the drought demon had already attempted to break through the vermilion hall. Perhaps that was when the seal of the vermilion hall was shaken. Now, with the seal loosening, the demons held in the vermilion hall, one by one, saw the opportunity and began to frantically break the barrier, attempting to break through the seal and rush out of the vermilion hall. Boom! Rumble! At first, it was just a wave of violent aura that kept rushing out, but what followed was the violent shaking of the entire vermilion hall. A thunderous explosion was continuously emanating from the voodoo hall, deafening the ears. The faces of the people of Maoshan changed greatly, and their eyes all revealed a flash of panic. And the Maoshan True Lord was even more frowning, his face grave to the extreme. The Maoshan Voodoo Hall had accumulated for up to 1,000 years, and there were countless demons locked up inside. If these demons escaped from within the Voodoo Hall, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ho ha 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 ha. Dog Day Maoshan, on behalf of this seat to break through the seal, I will surely take all of you from the Maoshan lineage and sacrifice them to heaven first. 1,000 years. I've been locked up in this shitty place for 1,000 years, and now I can finally leave. I haven't tasted human blood for many years, and this time, I'm going to step on the entire earthly realm. Jia 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 jia. The voodoo hall shook more than once, and in it, there were even several arrogant to the extreme voices ringing out one after another. These demons had been sealed for many years, and now that they had a chance to break the barrier, each one of them became crazy. And hearing that these demons had not yet broken the seal and were so reckless and presumptuous, the crowd of Maoshan Taoist masters instantly looked solemn, and one by one began to walk up and surrounded the voodoo hall. That is, Maoshan True Lord is also revealed a look of determination, seems to be ready to fight with the demon to the death. If the demon breaks the seal, Maoshan will take the brunt of it and will be severely injured. They have no choice. Small gift. Iron people. Rush 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 rush. Jia 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 jia, Maoshan line of waist, clean neck and so on. To wait for this seat to break the barrier, is the time when you and other body head is different. Voodoo Hall, a wave after a wave of berserk breath more and more unscrupulous, constantly impacting the entire Voodoo Hall. If not for the seals in the hall, I'm afraid that the Vermilion Hall would have already been unable to withstand it. Outside the hall, Maoshan True Lord and the Maoshan Taoist masters all looked serious. Their gazes were staring at the top of the Vermilion Hall, with a death wish in their eyes, intending to fight for their lives. Heavenly Master, if the Voodoo Hall is broken, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for my Maoshan lineage to survive. At that time, if the Heavenly Master has any strength left, if the disciples of my Maoshan lineage can escape and live, I still hope that the Heavenly Master can take care of them and leave a legacy. The Maoshan True Lord's face was full of determination, as if he was ready to let go. However, just as his words left his mouth, Zhang Qingxiao on the side was suddenly shaking his head in rejection. What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist? The disciples of your Maoshan lineage will naturally be looked after by you personally, fellow Taoist. The poor Taoist can't do this. As for the curmudgeons in this hall, fellow Taoist, don't worry, they can't make any waves. Zhang Qingxiao slowly opened his mouth, rejecting the request of the Maoshan True Lord. However, after hearing what he had said, all the people of Maoshan, including the true monarch of Maoshan, were instantly shaken. Almost subconsciously, all of them converged their gazes onto Zhang Qingxiao, seemingly somewhat unable to understand the meaning of his words. Heavenly Master, you. The Maoshan True Lord, who originally had a determined look on his face, was also filled with doubt, as if he did not expect Zhang Qingxiao to say such words. As a dragon tiger Heavenly Master, he should be equally clear about the terror of the demons in the Voodoo Hall. How did it come to this person here that he was so contemptuous of the demons in the ambush demon hall? Mao Shan True Lord looked at Zhang Qingxiao, for the first time felt that the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master in front of him had become inscrutable. And facing the doubts of the crowd, Zhang Qingxiao did not explain anything. He directly stepped out and walked straight towards the rickety vermilion hall. After being less than 10 steps away from the voodoo hall, Zhang Qingxiao suddenly stopped, and then with his eyelids slightly raised, he directly opened his mouth and said, "Since you and the others have been imprisoned for hundreds or even thousands of years, you should stay honestly. Who gave you the guts to break the seal of the vermilion hall? The poor Taoist will give you one chance to call it quits and stay honest. Otherwise, whoever dares to come out, the poor Tao will destroy them." Zhang Qingxiao's face was calm, and his tone did not have the slightest fluctuation of emotions, as if he was stating a commonplace thing. But after the Mashan people present heard it, they were all shocked, their pupils shrinking, staring at Zhang Qingxiao with disbelief. "Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master, this is threatening the demons in the voodoo hall?" The Mashan crowd was dumbfounded, completely not expecting Zhang Qingxiao to be so fierce. There were quite a few thousand-year-old demons in that voodoo hall, and once they broke the barrier, not even their entire Mashan mountain would be able to stop them. But now the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master dared to threaten the whole of the demons in the voodoo hall by himself. This boldness really is rare in the world. Jia, where is the yellow-mouthed child? With you also dared to threaten this seat? Kid, I remember you. You wait, when I break the barrier, the first will kill you. Leave him to my slave, I haven't eaten such a tender young man in years. Jia, all deserve to die. All deserve to die. However, in the face of Zhang Qingxiao's warning, the demons in the middle of the Vermilion Hall had no intention of listening. One by one, they became more and more frantic, continuously bombarding the seals within the voodoo hall from the inside, and the monstrous and fiendish chi instantly spread out, stirring up the wind and clouds. "Heavenly Master, why don't you still?" Hearing the arrogant words of the demons in the hall, the Mashan True Lord couldn't help but slightly condense his face, wanting to open his mouth to persuade Zhang Qingxiao. But before his words were finished, he saw Zhang Qingxiao violently pull out an object. Zhang Qingxiao, fine, not listening, right? Stubborn. Since you don't listen to good words, then the poor Taoist doesn't mind directly overtaking you. System, where's poor Tao's mortar? Zhang Qingxiao sneered and directly received the system rewards, lifting out the Thunder David PP 87-82mm mortar from it. The instructions for using the mortar had long since been blessed to the heart, and Zhang Qingxiao directly adjusted the angle and aimed it above the voodoo hall. Rumble. At this exact moment, the entire Vermilion Hall steeply and violently shook. A strand of sinister black gas that had condensed into substance spread out from the voodoo hall and surged straight to the outside world. Heaven and earth instantly lost color, endless black gas filled the top of the voodoo hall, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Jia, this seed has finally come out. Accompanied by a creepy, eerie laughter, a black gas carrying an evil aura leapt out violently from within the voodoo hall. Within the black aura, a hideous skull could be vaguely seen. And after the skull, it was followed by several illusory figures. Each of these figures exuded a bloody aura, as if crawling out from the sea of blood. As soon as these illusory figures escaped from the voodoo hall, they began to release their own breath recklessly, as if they were manifesting their own power. But they didn't even know that below the voodoo hall, a mortar was already aimed at them. The angle is just right, load it directly. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and after finally determining the angle, he directly pulled out a cannonball that he had exchanged from the system mall. And then without hesitation, he placed it into the barrel of the cannon. Boom! Only a muffled sound could be heard, and instantly a cannonball directly blasted towards those illusory figures in the air. Wastes of the Maoshan lineage, you. These demons that had just escaped from life and were breathing in the fresh air outside were just about to let loose their vicious words. Suddenly, a black object carrying thick smoke shot straight towards them. Immediately afterward, there was a deafening explosion. Thud! The void trembled, and a small mushroom cloud appeared out of nowhere on the Vermilion Hall. The mortar hit its target squarely. A group of demons had just experienced the thrill of regaining their freedom for 3 seconds before they were directly blown into flying ash, directly dissipating into the heavens and earth. Zhang Qingxiao, you like Jia a lot? Heaven and earth instantly lost their voices. Whether it was the crowd of Mashan or the demons in the Vermilion Hall, at this moment, all of their bodies were stiff, their gazes were dull, their mouths were open, but they couldn't make a sound at all. Demon, crap, certain? Just like that? True Lord. Good, horrible magic weapon. To think that a single strike is so powerful, is this the bottom of the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master? It's really scary as hell. The heavens and earth were awfully quiet. The people of Mashan were all staring at the mortar beside Zhang Qingxiao, looking at each other speechlessly. And those demons in the voodoo hall who originally couldn't wait to break through the seal and rush out of the voodoo hall. At this moment, one by one, began to watch the eyes, nose and heart. What action do not dare to do, the body stiff and motionless. Afraid of their own a small action, annoyed the one outside, also give themselves a gun. The first thing I want to do is to get the best out of the world, and I want to do it right. I was going to add one more, but there was an accident. Just now, the author fungus home door was a few zombies crashed open, rushed in without saying to give me 2 big nose bucket. They took my keyboard and computer, and now I need 200 free gifts to redeem my keyboard. Righteous fathers, 15 seconds of small ads, I'll go find the zombies to redeem the keyboard. Terror! This is the real big terror. Now killing demons is done with cannons. The celestial master setting up the cannon really made the crowd outside the voodoo hall so shocked that they couldn't say anything. As for those demons in the vermilion hall, they were all as honest as quails at this moment, not daring to make a single sound. It was impossible to continue charging. If they were to charge strongly, they would absolutely go up in smoke. It's not safe outside, it's better to stay in the voodoo hall. Although it is dark and sunless, it is better than going out and giving others a cannon blast. With this consideration, the demons in the voodoo hall instantly had a choice. It was better to die than to live. There was no need to joke with their lives. True Lord, the voodoo hall seems to have returned to normal. Outside the hall, the Taoist masters of Maoshan froze for a while. Only after they reacted did they realize that the vermilion hall, which was originally shaky and looked like it was about to collapse at any moment, had actually regained its usual tranquility. Those who were originally arrogant to the extreme, one hate to rush out of the voodoo hall on the killing spree of the demons, at the moment none of them have half a bit of movement, honest very much. This caused the originally tense emotions of the group of Maoshan Daoist masters to relax a few points. At the same time, the gazes of the crowd towards Zhang Qingxiao were all filled with awe. This contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain was truly a wonderful person. Reinforce the seal immediately. The Maoshan True Lord also had a look of emotion on his face, but he also knew that it was not the time for idle chit-chat at the moment, and hurriedly led a group of Maoshan Taoist masters to reinforce the seal of the Hall of Voodoo. With Zhang Qingxiao's Thunder Dawei de mortar placed outside the deterrent, the demons in the temple froze. Half of the resistance of the mind or not was easily suppressed by the crowd, revamping the voodoo temple inside and outside of the various seals are reinforced once again. And right after the demons in the voodoo hall were once again suppressed, Zhang Qingxiao's ears, the system's beeps also sounded at the right time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and successfully helping Maoshan suppress the demons in the Hall of Vermin, earning the rewards of 9 heavily running Thunder M134 Gatling machine gun fragment plus 4, Rapid Transcendence at 4 rocket launcher fragment plus 2, and Merit plus 500,000. The rewards have been issued, please collect them in time for the host. The system voice echoed in his ears, and Zhang Qingxiao could not help but reveal a faint smile on his face. After a long time, after the Maoshan True Lord led a group of Maoshan's highly accomplished Dao masters to reinforce the seal of the voodoo hall, he then thanked Zhang Qingxiao once again. Heavenly Master's great favor, Maoshan will never forget it. Please Heavenly Master, please accept the obeisance of the poor Taoist and the others. The Maoshan True Lord's expression was sincere, and as soon as his words left his mouth, he had bowed and saluted. The crowd of Maoshan Dao masters similarly followed suit, thanking them from the bottom of their hearts. Just now, including the Maoshan True Lord had thought that Maoshan was in trouble, and had all explained the aftermath. Which had never thought. The Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master had pulled out such a magical artifact, directly deterring all of the many demons in voodoo. The crowd had infinite emotions in their hearts. Without this cannon, Maoshan didn't know how many people they would have lost. So this salute came from the bottom of their hearts. This time, Zhang Qingxiao did not make any pretense, but accepted the bow of thanks from the Maoshan crowd openly. Afterwards, Zhang Qingxiao took the Longhu Mountain crowd to take a short rest at Maoshan, and then left Maoshan. Maoshan has been solved, still need to clean up a bit, they also inconvenient to bother too much. The return trip was still by high-speed train, and when the high-speed train arrived at the station, the time had already come to night. High-speed rail station still has a short distance from Longhu Mountain. After some discussion, the people simply took the last night bus back to Longhu Mountain. Because it was night, most of the passengers on the bus were more sleepy, and did not find Zhang Qingxiao and his entourage strangely dressed, saving a lot of trouble. Soon, the bus started slowly and headed towards a specific route. The wind and waves along the way were calm, and the night was deep and quiet, causing many of the already sleepy passengers to begin to sleep and drift off to sleep. But right in the middle of this silent night, when the bus drove out of the outskirts of the city and passed through a section of deserted land, the driver who was originally fully focused on driving the bus suddenly glared, followed by a tremor in his body, and his feet were almost like a conditioned reflex to forcefully apply a sharp brake directly. Crunch! The friction between the tires and the road surface was ear-splitting, making people's bones creepy. The original high-speed speeding bus instantly came to a sharp stop, which made those passengers in the car who were already mentally unstable because of their daytime exertion under the effect of this sudden inertia. One by one, they were made to fall to their sides, and there were even people who almost flew out directly from their seats because they had not fastened their seatbelts. Such a sudden movement instantly made all the drowsy passengers instantly lose their sleepiness and began to grumble, opening their mouths to accuse the driver's skills of not being able to drive recklessly. "I say, master, how do you drive? You almost killed me with this sharp brake, do you know that? That's right, you don't step on the brakes like that. It almost gave me a heart attack. If you're not good at it, don't run the bus. Are you trying to get us all killed at this hour of the night? Scared me. What's going on? I'm not sure. The driver is not a human being. At this time of the night, I was scared out of my sleep." A sharp brake caused the car passengers all look dissatisfied. Some bad-tempered is directly open, scolded the driver. Even the original closed eyes of Zhang Qingxiao and his entourage opened their eyes, and each face showed a little puzzled color. Braking sharply in the middle of the night, if this was not something, it would definitely not be done. In the face of the passengers' complaints, the driver's master was simply not half a reaction. At this moment his eyes staring dead ahead, his face has been white, forehead cold sweat cool straight. Only to see, through the window, in the bus lights shine, the road ahead, there is a group of weasels lined up. No more, no less, 7 of them. These weasels were standing upright, the 2 paws in front of them were in the form of a folded paw, and they were bowing to the bus. Think about it, out in the middle of nowhere, a group of weasels suddenly blocked the road, make this kind of weird behavior. This is a normal person, absolutely have to be scared to flee. And the driver often run bus, night road is not less walk, for some of the weird and wonderful things are more or less understand. It is also because I know that there are many taboos, so when I saw the weasel blocking the road at the moment, the driver first time to pull out their own before going to a Taoist temple in the request of the amulet. Who knows, the driver just took out the amulet, then feel the palm suddenly hot. When he looked down, the amulet he had begged for turned vaguely red, and then directly turned into flying ash. Driver, crap? So evil? Where is my amulet? This. Seeing his amulet directly shattered, the driver held his breath at once, his eyes were glaring out, his face full of horror. Driver, this yellow-skinned roadblock is so evil? Even his own amulet couldn't stop it. Terror! The driver's face was white and bloodless, especially through the car window. Seeing those yellow noses on the road each with red eyes and weird postures, the driver's scalp was even more numb and a cool air went straight to his back spine. Hey, I say, driver master, aren't you going to give everyone an explanation? In the middle of the night, this is how you drive, ah? At this time, seeing that the driver master was silent, at once some passengers became more and more dissatisfied and directly stood up from their seats to question the driver. But in response to them, it was still the driver's silence. The driver swallowed hard, the cold sweat on his forehead cut his cheeks one drop at a time, his heart was already filled with terror, and he had no time to care about anything else. What made him feel even more horrified was that the very moment his amulet shattered, the driver saw with a jolt that those yellow skins on the road were actually looking one by one at themselves with those reddish glowing eyes. Driver! The driver directly went numb with fear. He couldn't stop trembling all over his body. Among those yellow skins lined up, the one on the left side of the line had a bizarre smile on its face. This yellow skin suddenly stretched out a front paw and beckoned to the driver in the car. The meaning was obvious, it's wanting the driver to get out of the car. Seeing this scene, the driver commander shrank violently, cold sweat on his forehead was like rain. In the end, what is going on? This driver also. The driver's silence made the passengers who came to notice that something was wrong, and some people directly left their seats, wanting to see what was going on with the driver. However, when this passenger stood up, his eyes swept towards the car window in front without any reason. Originally also cursed, the passenger instantly screamed. People cannot help but stumble and retreat, and unsteady directly fell sitting in the car. There are demons outside. There are demons outside. The passenger who fell down could not stop trembling, shouting loudly, full of fear, as if he had seen something horrible. And with this yell, the other passengers in the car were all shaken. Those passengers who were still cursing and yelling at the driver even instantly came to an abrupt halt, all of them staring wide-eyed, their faces instantly turning white. There is a demon? For ordinary people, the matters of monsters and spirits were all to be respected and kept away from. Associating it with the driver's perversity, and the strange appearance of the passenger who fell down. In an instant, all the passengers felt a coldness leaping directly from the soles of their feet to their heads. All the passengers, how could it be so unlucky? I didn't read the calendar tonight. The car immediately became dead silent, all the passengers tightly closed their mouths, fearing that they will make a little noise, attempting to use this to muddle through, not allowing the things outside to discover themselves. Heavenly Master! And on the back seat of the bus, the crowd from Dragon Tiger Mountain all rose up, their faces more or less odd. The crowd of Dragon Tiger Mountain, they hadn't imagined that they and the others would have this kind of treatment for this one bus ride. Poor Taoist, go and take a look. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as he nodded slightly to the crowd of Tao masters before stepping out and helping the passengers who had fallen onto the bus up. There are demons. There are demons outside. The passenger who had fallen had a look of shock. Even after being helped up by Zhang Qingxiao, he was still trembling, his mouth constantly chanting that there were demons outside. Fuxing Infinite Heavenly Father, please calm down, monks, wait for Portoas to take a look. Zhang Qingxiao nodded slightly and helped the passenger to his seat before going straight to the front of the bus. After seeing the scene on the road ahead through the bus window, even Zhang Qingxiao was a bit surprised. This big night, it was surprising that he could still encounter this thing. Open the car door, Portoas needs to get off. Retracting his gaze, Zhang Qingxiao slightly patted the driver's shoulder, and instantly, a stream of clear water directly passed into the driver's body along his palm, helping the latter stabilize his mind. Ha! Good. At that moment, the driver seemed to wake up as if from a dream, the fear in his heart instantly reduced by half, nodding his head as if pounding garlic to Zhang Qingxiao, and opening the car door for Zhang Qingxiao with his hands in a hurry. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao directly closed his hand and turned to directly get out of the car. Brush. On the road, the group of yellow skins that were originally staring at the driver in the car saw someone getting out of the car, and all of a sudden, each of them directly reversed their orientation and directly bowed madly to Zhang Qingxiao. These yellow skins had all become elves and monsters. Not only were their movements and demeanor similar to that of a human being, they were even able to spit out human words. As they began to bow one by one, they even directly inquired to Zhang Qingxiao, "Old folks, do I look like a human or a god to you?" Begging for mouth seals. Upon hearing the yellow nose's strange and extremely strange tone, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and a touch of coldness immediately grew on his face. These yellow skins were stopping the road late at night, but they were actually trying to borrow people's mouths to perform the matter of asking for seals, thus gaining recognition to accelerate their cultivation. The saying of asking for seals had existed since ancient times. Certain wild spirits and monsters would seek help from humans in order to gain higher level of recognition and power after they have reached a certain stage of cultivation. The seal of the mouth is a way for these monsters to use human mouths to gain recognition, and thus get the opportunity to transform into human form. Once recognized by humans, they can continue to rapidly cultivate and gain greater power. This process is in fact a kind of transaction, that is, the wild spirits and monsters through the display of their own ability in exchange for human recognition and blessings. Generally speaking, the mountain wild spirits also know the limits. Even if they ask for the seal, they will only ask whether they are like human beings. But this group of yellow noses is insatiable, even directly open the mouth to let people forced to choose. They asked whether they were like a man or a god. This kind of sealing, ordinary people whether to recognize the former or the latter, yellow noses are the beneficiaries. And the person who gives away the recognition will bear unimaginable karma. Say it's like a human, you may die a violent death on the spot. Say like a god, then you will be unlucky for 10 lifetimes. Because this karma, ordinary people simply cannot afford to carry. This group of yellow skin greed is greedy, but they are all wild fox and do not understand the real begging seal. Generally speaking, want to ask mouth sealing image to get the creation, sperm monster is need to find the kind of Taoist cultivation or have merit and virtue of the generation only. Even if you gained the approval of an ordinary person, the sperm monster would not be able to gain power at all. Even if ordinary people directly say that you are the Jade Emperor, it's useless, because there was no blessing at all. Right now in this world, there were very few people with merit cultivation. Coincidentally, Zhang Qingxiao, who was a Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master, was one of them. But to beg for the seal to the head of the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master, I don't know whether these yellow skins are lucky or unlucky. Iron, gift, hungry. I will come back with 2 more chapters during the day. Thanks, hungry. Zhang Qingxiao, hurting for a seal, right? Let's play some new tricks for you. Zhang Qingxiao walked straight to the front of a few weasels, while then opened his mouth in a serious manner. Old folks, how about we have a swim? As long as you guys win, I'll seal you. Zhang Qingxiao's tone was flat and expressionless. With such a performance, it had confused the several yellow noses. It seemed like it was the first time they had seen such a calm human. Surprisingly, they were not afraid of them at all. It was really interesting. The passengers on the bus, after noticing that someone got off the bus, the curiosity in their hearts was all hooked up at once, even exceeding their original fear for a time. All of them coincidentally looked out the window from their seats. After seeing Zhang Qingxiao walking straight towards the group of weasels under the illumination of the headlights, the passengers in the car were instantly shocked. Is he not afraid of death? How dare he take the initiative to provoke those weasels? A passenger exclaimed out in shock. With his ordinary human cognition, he simply could not understand Zhang Qingxiao's behavior at all. Although the other passengers did not say anything, their faces similarly carried a touch of shock. It only felt that Zhang Qingxiao was looking for death. In contrast, the bus driver was much more composed at this moment. A tall person, this must be a tall person. The driver remembered that the person who had just gotten off the bus had only patted his shoulder, allowing himself to recover from being scared out of his wits. He hadn't felt anything because he was scared. Now that he saw that person walking straight towards those yellow skins, the driver instantly had a bold guess in his heart. The artist was bold. This was definitely a high-level person who would act like this. On the road, a few yellow noses stared at Zhang Qingxiao for a while, as if trying to find out why the latter was so calm. However, it was fine if they didn't look, but when they did, the hearts of the several yellow noses suddenly shook wildly. What did they see? They actually saw that this human in front of them was actually covered in golden light all over his body. Those golden lights were currently cooing out, as if they were beckoning towards them. Yellow skin, merit. This was all merit. The yellow skins who were originally curious as to why Zhang Qingxiao was not afraid of them instantly became agitated. As if they were worried that Zhang Qingxiao, a humanoid meritocracy, would run away, the yellow skins instantly rushed to nod their heads in agreement. What are you going to play? The yellow skins stared tightly at Zhang Qingxiao, the excitement in their eyes almost overflowing. Hearing that, Zhang Qingxiao smiled faintly, and with a wave of his hand, he directly took out the Southern Doe 6-star Colt Peacemaker single-action revolver. Colt 1873. The whole gun weighs 1048 g, the whole gun is 318 mm long, the barrel is 190 mm long, the magazine capacity is 6 rounds. The gun caliber is 0.45 inches, with 0.45 inches long bullet, muzzle velocity of 293 meters per second, close range stopping roll is better. And its use of single-action launching mechanism, that is, when launching, need to use the hand to trigger the hammer to the position to be struck, and then pull the trigger to realize the firing. And Zhang Qingxiao hands this Colt appearance, and ordinary people's no different, but the material is very different. Moreover, the body of the gun is engraved with the pattern of the 6 stars of the Big Dipper, exuding a peculiar atmosphere, as if a gun can control the lives of all living beings in the world. Zhang Qingxiao played with the Colt pistol in his hand, his calm gaze looked at the yellow skin, slowly said, "Ever played roulette?" Roulette guns. The rules were incomparably simple. Put 1 or more bullets in the 6 slots of the revolver, and after spinning the wheel at will, close it. And the participants of the game needed to take turns to point the pistol at their heads and pull the trigger. The one who was shot was considered to be the loser, the one who chickened out was also the loser, and the one who persisted until the end was the winner. Zhang Qingxiao's fingers gently turning the Colt's rotating wheel in his hand, continued without changing color. "One person shoots a gun to the head, if you win, I'll seal you." Hearing this, Yellow Skin agreed directly without even thinking about it. Yes, this immortal agrees. Yellow Pipes had a very weird smile on his face. This kind of little trick was not a handful for this immortal. Yellow Pipes ran his claws through a few whiskers on his mouth in a winning stance. Yellow Pie, just a little human trick, something like luck, it's still not up to this immortal. Roulette or whatever, Yellow Pipes didn't care at all. In the eyes of these beasts, this kind of luck, as long as they want to win, then casually move a little bit of small hands and feet can be easily taken. A human being is just a human being, how could he possibly be able to outplay them, these yellow immortals? Zhang Qingxiao, I'm sorry, but the poor Taoist never believes in luck. Seeing that Yellow Pixie agreed so readily, Zhang Qingxiao could not help but smile faintly. Immediately, it's directly in front of Yellow Pixie's face, opened the Colt's bullet slot, and then began to stuff bullets into it. 1, 2, 3. The whole process seemed slow and tense, and those yellow noses were all staring straight at Zhang Qingxiao, the cunning color in their eyes already overflowing out of their sockets. For a human to dare to play games with them, it had to be said that the courage was commendable. This was great, they wanted the seal. Merit they wanted. And this human's life. They wanted it as well. A group of yellow-skinned people have already secretly made plans in their hearts. Later on, after the sealing matter is performed, they will let this daring human experience what is called the consequences of offending the yellow immortal. Playing games with the great immortal? This was looking for death. What is he doing? This person really isn't afraid at all. On the bus, a group of passengers saw that Zhang Qingxiao not only did not have any fear after walking up to a few yellow nymphs, but instead, he seemed to be talking to those nymphs. This action directly dumbfounded the passengers on the bus. In this world, there really was this kind of person who wasn't afraid of death. And in the driver's mind, the speculation that Zhang Qingxiao was a high-ranking person became more and more firm. Driver, if it wasn't a high person, there was absolutely no way he would have dared to act like this. Because it was his first time using the Colt, Zhang Qingxiao's speed of loading was not very fast, but instead, one by one, he successively stuffed bullets into the slots. The Colt's capacity was only 6 rounds in total, which were all stuffed by Zhang Qingxiao. Afterwards, Zhang Qingxiao closed the slot. He also turned the rotating wheel in a fussing manner, before pulling the safety off and aiming the gun at the first yellow-skinned person. "You first." Zhang Qingxiao spoke in a flat tone, incomparably natural. However, the yellow skin that heard this was directly dumbfounded. "Yellow skin, huh? What the hell? Is this how you play roulette? Good, good, good. Russian roulette is your lie. You're stuffing bullets right into it, right? So what are you betting on? That my head will catch one of your bullets? Or the revolver jamming? How do you do that with a serious face? What the fuck is wrong with you? Extra for small gifts. Righteous fathers, small gifts to vote for. Pouted. You're cheating right in front of me, aren't you? So you're not going to follow the rules of the game at all? Yellow Skin was directly confused. This is completely different from his impression that it's all based on luck. Yellow Skin, it's not like it's a matter of who plays and who dies. Is this a game of luck? This is a direct claim to life, isn't it? What? Don't dare? Just as the first Yellow Skin was confused and somewhat at a loss, Zhang Qingxiao's voice rang out abruptly. Looking at the blackened muzzle of the gun aimed at his head, the yellow-skinned one's scalp was numb. Yellow Skin, is it too late for me to back out? Zhang Qingxiao, sorry, it's too late. You. The first yellow-skinned opened its mouth and just wanted to say something, but it just spat out a word. He then saw Zhang Qingxiao directly pull the trigger. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, a bullet was directly shot into the first yellow-skin's brain. Ow! The huge impact directly blasted the yellow nymph out, even if it had already cultivated into an elf. But the Colt, under the augmentation of the power of the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper, the power of the Colt was especially incomparable to that of ordinary firearms. One shot directly overpowered the first yellow skin. The first yellow skin fell. Zhang Qingxiao shook his head. Huang Jushi, not so lucky. Then, he looked towards the next yellow-skinned in line. Zhang Qingxiao's gun head turned. You're next. The second yellow skin that came to beg for the seal instantly panicked in the face of the black hole of the gun. It was at a loss for words. Huh? Me? What? Isn't it your turn? Shouldn't Zhang Qingxiao be next in line? Zhang Qingxiao, the first one it didn't bet against me, so the game reset. This shot, it still starts with you. Yellow skin, 6. Bang. Another shot rang out, and the second one also fell. The third one, the fourth one. These yellow skins finally tensed up. What are you doing? How can you be so shameless? You're clearly playing tricks. Human, you dare to tease this great immortal. You. It wasn't until the second yellow-skinned one was blasted out and died that the other few reacted. This guy didn't talk about martial virtues at all. He cursed at Zhang Qingxiao. Old folks, since you want to beg for the seal and have agreed to play the game, then you have to play on, otherwise, you only can't afford this karma. In the face of a few yellow noses tirades, Zhang Qingxiao, however, had a solemn dharma appearance and a very serious look as he said in a fervent manner, "Yellow pities." This statement directly rendered the remaining few yellow noses speechless. This is clearly a naked pit weasel. On the car, the passengers who originally didn't know what Zhang Qingxiao had muttered with the few yellow noses, at the moment they heard that thunderous explosion, each and every one of them directly changed their faces wildly. What? What sound? That man, he. Some passengers opened their mouths in horror, but halfway through their words, the words that followed could not be uttered. Because they clearly saw, with that deafening blast when, that group of yellow skins, clearly there is a directly fall to the ground, mostly GA. The passengers, this ruthless even yellow noses have the courage to GA the ruthless man. The passengers of the cars one by one hands cover the ears, look scared, but the gaze is still unconsciously towards the window to look out. Shameless man, you seek death. The death of their fellow species caused several yellow skins to instantly burst into a rage, their ferocious looks showing. They opened their teeth and claws, their faces becoming hideous and terrifying to the extreme, wanting to attack Zhang Qingxiao. However, the latter Zhang Qingxiao who saw the scene was indifferent. He only saw that he lightly used his hand to trigger the hammer to the position to be struck, and then continued to shoot. Bang! Bang bang bang! The explosions were crystal clear in the night, constantly stimulating the eardrums of the passengers on the bus. They were all pale, their hearts twitching with the explosions, not knowing whether they were afraid of the yellow skins, or afraid of something else. In front of Zhang Qingxiao, with a few gunshots, the Colt's ammunition slot was directly emptied. Those yellow pipes that originally wanted to launch an attack were lying on the ground one by one, constantly twitching, and then gradually lost their lives. Nandu's 6-star Colt, the main one melee stopping roll. It stops the enemy in their tracks. This is the true meaning of Peacemaker. The slots were empty, 6 bullets had killed 6 yellow skins, and only one was left standing awkwardly on the road. It was staring at Zhang Qingxiao, its eyes were about to burst into flames, and it was both shocked and angry at Zhang Qingxiao. Dead. All dead. Its own companions had all been killed by this evil person in front of it. Shameless man, you shall not die. If you have the ability, you can bet with me in a fair and square manner. This last yellow-skinned one was like a rash man, hissing and roaring at Zhang Qingxiao. Surprisingly, it didn't run away at the first opportunity, but instead angrily wanted to have a real bet with Zhang Qingxiao. This scene was Zhang Qingxiao who was also a bit surprised, always feeling that this bastard in front of him might have a bit of a bad head. However, since the person had requested so strongly, then based on the principle of helping if you can, Zhang Qingxiao naturally had no reason to refuse. Yes. Zhang Qingxiao nodded his head slightly, directly agreeing to Yellow Pie's request, and then he once again stuffed a bullet into the slot. Looking at Zhang Qingxiao, who really only stuffed a bullet this time, the originally angry Weasel's heart rejoiced, thinking that his chance had come. Weasel, good. Surprisingly, he really agreed to this great immortal. Goody. Then this great immortal will let you taste the taste of eating a gun later. Seeing that Zhang Qingxiao was obedient, this last yellow-skinned man immediately laughed in his heart. The chance for revenge had come. It must let this evil person in front of it know that the price for harming its companion was something it simply could not bear. A ferocious light appeared in the yellow-skin's eyes, and a cruel smile appeared on its face. It was as if it had already seen Zhang Qingxiao's fate. But in the next second, Yellow-Skin saw that Zhang Qingxiao did not turn the rotating wheel at all, but directly closed the bullet slot. Then, that blackened muzzle was actually directly aimed at his own head. Yellow-Skin. No, turn ah. You don't turn? You turn ah. You. The Yellow-Skin was immediately scared and shivered, opening his mouth to say something. But along with a gunshot, there was no more then. The last weasel also went into dreamland. At this point, the 7 weasels all GA. The world was silent. In the night, under the dim light, the road quietly lying 7 yellow skins, let a person see the color change, fear. All the passengers in the car held their breath, eyes staring out the window, heart beating wildly, the faces white. Dead. All dead. A group of yellow skins that have become fertilized, unexpectedly all dead. The passengers looked at each other speechless, only feeling that what was happening in front of them had exceeded their cognition. Blessed infinite Heavenly Father, thank you for the reminder. To kill one of you, it really doesn't take 6 bullets. Saving is a virtue. What can be solved with 1 bullet? No more wasted ammunition. In place, Zhang Qingxiao looked at the last yellow-skinned one that had fallen, then he turned the Colt in his hand and blew slightly into the muzzle of the gun, before turning around and walking straight towards the bus. Until this moment, the passengers on the bus, one by one, woke up as if from a dream. Their faces were all shocked. Crap. Too damn 6. The yellow skins can actually be dealt with like this. You play games like this, right? Tianshi, are you really not afraid of not having any friends? I just got back from betting my life with Yellow Skin, but unfortunately I failed. Now I owe Yellow Pie a life, 200 small gifts to redeem my life. You righteous fathers help me, so that I can continue to add more tomorrow. Today 8,000 words, 4 chapters. All look cool. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and successfully eliminating the Yellow Pie family, and obtaining the rewards of 9 heavily penetrating Thunder M134 Gatling machine gun fragments +2, Rush Supernatural at 4 rocket launcher fragments +2, Celestial Masters lightsaber upgraded version 2.0, and merit +500,000. Zhang Qingxiao turned towards the bus, and his system gain tone came to his ears. Hearing this sound, it smiled faintly, then put away the Colt in his hand and reboarded the bus. Tall man, thank you for your help. As soon as he got on the bus, the driver in the driver's seat thanked Zhang Qingxiao repeatedly with an excited face. As the driver opened his mouth, the passengers on the bus also followed suit, with all kinds of words of thanks coming out. As for what they had just seen and heard, everyone was tacitly unmentioned. Tonight's experience is destined to be an unforgettable memory for these passengers. But on the surface, everyone will only remember that tonight, there is a high person to help, luckily avoided a disaster. As for the other details, no one would mention them in the future. After this experience, the second half of the journey, no more passengers have sleep. The driver was even more energized, and was incredibly focused along the way. Soon the bus arrived at the platform near Longhu Mountain. The driver habitually braked here. The passengers on the bus then saw that the row of people sitting in the last row all chose to get off at this station. And among them, there happened to be that high-ranking person who had just played a game with the yellow-skinned man. They are the high people of Longhu Mountain. Until this moment, under the dim night color, the passengers then looked clearly at the dress on this group of people, and for a while each one was astonished. Passengers, no wonder they dared to act like that in the face of the yellow skin. It turned out to be the high-ranking people of Longhu Mountain. In this way, it seemed that everything made sense. The car passengers are still immersed in shock, while the line of people who got off the car has disappeared into the night, fading away. After returning to Longhu Mountain, all the Taoist masters went back to their own residences, while Zhang Qingxiao likewise went back to the Heavenly Master's mansion. After arriving at the Heavenly Master's mansion, he had the time to focus on checking out his harvest from this trip. The trip to Maoshan had been quite rewarding. The amount of merit alone had exceeded 10 million. That group of zombies on Maoshan that are walking merit, especially those zombie king, as well as the drought demon, the former one is hundreds of thousands of merit, in the system 5 times the settlement of rewards, is as high as more than 2 million merit. As for the drought demons, the merit settlement even exploded to 5 million. Profoundly rich. Zhang Qingxiao had experienced the feeling of being rich this time. With so much merit, the arms mall would still be able to build. The arms mall had been open long ago, and there were already several types of weapons that were unlocked. Naturally, the previous Zhang Qingxiao had too little merit and was too poor to be able to build up. So even if it was given to a group of red and yellow-robed Taoist masters to assemble and use, there was no way for everyone to unify and use the same specification of firepower. Take this trip to Maoshan. A group of red-robed Taoist chiefs, that is, Tianmang Taoist chief and 2 other red-robed Taoist chiefs really experienced the power of the new weapon of Longhu Mountain. Kill Ghosts and Demons AK-47 as well as the Righteousness Song version of P90 is the strongest new magic weapon that all the red and yellow-robed Taoist chiefs of Longhu Mountain can experience at the moment. And such a magic weapon, even if the full output in the Maoshan battle, can only fire zombies below this level of zombies. At the upper level, it is somewhat ineffective. This is not to say that the AK as well as the P90 can't work. Rather, it was because Zhang Qingxiao's merits were limited at that time, and he was simply unable to supply everyone with high-specification bullets on a large scale. Now, Zhang Qingxiao was carrying 10 million merits, and all the previous problems would be solved. System, open the arms merchant city. Zhang Qingxiao's thoughts moved slightly and directly opened the arms mall. With so much merit, he naturally wouldn't keep it, intending to popularize the new magic weapon equipment for the Dao Masters of Longhu Mountain. In the mall, several weapons that had already been unlocked were instantly presented in a 3D projection. 9-character Barrett, 1 million merits apiece. The Taoist Jingqi Song Edition P90, 100,000 merit apiece. Golden Light Mantra Edition P229 Pistol, 40,000 merit apiece. Thunder David PP 87-82mm Mortar, 2 million merit apiece. Demon Killing and Demon Bucking AK-47, 150,000 merits a handful. Rush to Destroy Shape M67 Delayed Kill Grenade, 500,000 merits apiece. The amount of merit required for various weapons was at a glance. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao slightly pondered, and began to weigh the pros and cons in his heart. Good steel had to be utilized on the blade. A reasonable configuration would allow the Longhu Mountain as a whole to maximize the effects of these new magic weapons. Soon enough, one could see a flash of essence in Zhang Qingxiao's eyes, his heart already having made up its mind. System, redeem me 20 pistols, 2 mortars, 20 P90 submachine guns, 20 AK-47 assault rifles, 500 grenades, and 2 Barretts. As Zhang Qingxiao's thoughts surged, he saw that the amount of his merit was plummeting at a terrifying rate. In just a blink of an eye, Zhang Qingxiao's merit had plummeted by more than 12 million. This scene spared Zhang Qingxiao, who already felt that he had become extremely rich, could not help but be staggered. The new magic weapon was good and useful, it was this merit that was burning at all times. Ding! Redemption successful, all weapons have been issued, please collect them in time for the host. As the system's beep sounded, Zhang Qingxiao, who originally had some flesh pain, slowed down. And after seeing that huge pile of weapons, Zhang Qingxiao immediately began to have his heart pumping again. With weapons, how could there be less bullets and shells? Sweeping a glance at his merit, Zhang Qingxiao gritted his teeth and with a hard heart, he simply consumed 2 million merit again to exchange bullets as well as artillery shells. The big head had been spent, and although this also hurt, but fortunately, it could still hold up. At this point, Zhang Qingxiao, who was originally worth 10 million merits, had suddenly returned to the pre-liberation era, and his entire body's merits added up to 2 million or so. Ah, it was so hard to get rich, but now I'm poor again. Looking at his merit, Zhang Qingxiao couldn't help but cry out in sorrow in his heart at once. This new magic weapon was good to use, but this thing was really a consumable item. Merit. It's too short of merit. Zhang Qingxiao had a look of flesh pain on his face. However, seeing the arsenal that he had exchanged, the room full of new magic weapons, Zhang Qingxiao's heart, which was a little twitchy and painful, felt a little better. Although the consumption of merit was huge, but this room full of new magic weapons, it was very pleasing to look at. With so many hot weapons that needed to be assembled onto the red and yellow-robed Taoist master of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Qingxiao naturally could not carry them with him all the time. Therefore, after a slight contemplation, Zhang Qingxiao directly transmitted a message to Taoist Master Ling Xian. Heavenly Master, the trip to Maoshan, did it go well? Receiving Zhang Qingxiao's summons, Taoist Master Ling Xian immediately put down his chores and went up the mountain to the Heavenly Master's mansion. As soon as they met, they asked Zhang Qingxiao about the situation of Maoshan. When Zhang Qingxiao and his party returned, it was already late at night, so he did not bother the other Taoist masters of Longhu Mountain to rest. Although the Maoshan side had released the news that the crisis at Maoshan had been lifted, the specifics of the situation were unknown to Taoist Master Ling Xian and the others. Therefore, as soon as he saw Zhang Qingxiao, Taoist Master Ling Xian opened his mouth to inquire about the situation. It's not that dangerous. Zhang Qingxiao naturally did not hide anything, and immediately gave Taoist Master Ling Xian a brief recount of the situation of his trip to Mashan. This Heavenly Master's new magic weapons are truly marvelous. If these magic weapons can popularize the entire Longhu Mountain, then the world's demons and evils, who would dare to make a move? And after listening to Zhang Qingxiao's colorful narration, Taoist Master Ling Xuan's face also revealed a touch of emotion. Although Taoist Master Ling Fei had been acting in charge of Longhu Mountain and was unable to go out with Zhang Qingxiao and the others to get rid of the demons and defend the Dao. However, he still knew more or less about the new magic weapon that Zhang Qingxiao had gotten out. When he learned about Ma Shan's trip and the achievements of the Longhu Mountain people, even though he was already psychologically prepared, he still couldn't help but be shocked for a while. At the same time, Zhang Qingxiao's new magic weapon was more and more respected. If this kind of new magic weapon could be popularized, so that every Taoist master of Longhu Mountain could use it, then who else can't get rid of the demons and evils in this world? Of course. Since it is a new magic weapon, the effect is also so excellent. Ling Fei Taoist naturally also understand, want to popularize, I'm afraid it is difficult. Thus, after lamenting a bit, he returned to business. By the way, Heavenly Master, you called me this time, is there something you want? Taoist Master Ling Fei looked towards Zhang Qingxiao with a curious expression on his face. Upon hearing this, the latter smiled faintly before speaking bluntly. This matter is related to the new magic weapon. Oh? At these words, Taoist Master Spirit Dharma's expression instantly became serious. But have you encountered difficulties? Taoist Master Spirit Xian's face was serious as he spoke in a deep voice. He had long heard Taoist Master Spirit Fate and the others praise the power of the new magic weapon no less than a few times, and naturally, he was unwilling to see any situation arise with the new magic weapon. It's not that difficult. Seeing Taoist leader Ling Xuan's stern look of anticipation, Zhang Qingxiao shook his head slightly before speaking. I was thinking of asking Senior Ling Xian to help find a construction team to go up the mountain. Construction team? Taoist Master Ling Xian, who was still looking serious, suddenly froze, with more than a touch of incomprehension on his face. Zhang Qingxiao, on the other hand, continued. I intend to build a secret room. As soon as these words left his mouth, the incomprehension on Taoist Master Ling Xian's face grew thicker. Heavenly Master, this building a secret room, with that new magic weapon. Taoist Master Ling Xian hesitantly opened his mouth, somewhat failing to understand what relationship there was between the secret chamber and Zhang Qingxiao's new magic weapon. However, halfway through his words, Taoist leader Ling Xian gave a sharp start, and a brilliant light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Taoist Master Ling Xian, could it be that Heavenly Master is preparing to create a secret room and concentrate on refining the new magic weapon in seclusion? Taoist Master Ling Xian couldn't help but have such a thought pop up in his heart. Zhang Qingxiao, on the other hand, smiled faintly and said directly, Senior brother Ling Xian, come with me, I'll show you something. With that, Zhang Qingxiao directly walked towards the inner room. Taoist Master Ling Xian? Seeing this, Taoist Master Ling Xian was slightly stunned, but still quickly followed. And when he followed behind Zhang Qingxiao and entered the inner room, all of a sudden, the room full of arms directly gave Taoist Master Ling Xian a dumbfounded look. This. Taoist Master Ling Xian stared at his eyes, his breathing becoming disordered, and opened his mouth to say something, but found that he seemed to have lost the ability to organize his words all of a sudden. No. Spirit Xian Taoist Master, you actually have so many weapons. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew in advance that the Heavenly Master had a new magic weapon in his hand, I'm afraid that when I saw this scene, the first thing I would have thought was that this was an arms leader's bandit den. So many weapons, simply bullish. Heavenly Master, these things are all new magic weapons? For a long time, the Ling Xian Taoist leader, who had returned to his senses, took a deep breath before opening his mouth in a trembling voice. Although it was inquiring, but its gaze had been staring at those arms in the room. These weapons are engraved with incantations on the body, that a stream of subtle breath, even if it did not catalyze the spirit method Taoist, can also perceive one or two. New magic weapon undoubtedly. Exactly. Zhang Qingxiao nodded slightly. These new magic weapons, I intend to equip them for use by the Dao Masters of Longhu Mountain in the future. But there are quite a few of them, so there is a need to create a secret room to specifically store them. That should be the case. Hearing this, Taoist Master Ling Xian thought deeply. These new magic weapons were all treasures, and the world was so large that they were the only ones unique to Longhu Mountain, so naturally, they had to be kept well. Heavenly Master, don't worry, I'll go contact the construction team later and strive to build the secret room in the shortest possible time. Knowing that this matter was of great importance, Taoist Master Ling Xian immediately responded. In that case, I'll take care of Taoist Master. Heavenly Master is polite. Taoist Master Spirit Xian was very efficient and personally brought a construction team to the middle of the Heavenly Master's mansion the following day. My goodness, it's really coming to work in the Heavenly Master's mansion. To be able to see the Heavenly Master in front of me while doing a job, we are really fortunate. After the construction team entered the Heavenly Master's mansion, the workers were all excited and thrilled. There are a lot of construction teams under the sky, but few can come to work in the Heavenly Master's mansion, which has to pay attention to chance. It has nothing to do with money. For ordinary people, being able to work in the Heavenly Master's mansion was considered a great merit. Especially after seeing Zhang Qingxiao's appearance, each of these workers were as uplifted as chicken blood. The Heavenly Master looks even younger than those video pictures on the internet. This kind of Taoist master, today we actually met, it's really lucky. This trip is worth it. Even if I don't get paid, I still have to do a good job for the Heavenly Master. A group of workers were talking, while the contractor of the construction team was even more willing to build the secret chamber for Zhang Qingxiao without charging any money after he was personally received by Zhang Qingxiao. Heavenly Master, don't worry, I'll pay for this myself. I guarantee that I'll get it done for Heavenly Master. I'll make sure you're satisfied. The contractor wanted to make good karma with Dragon Tiger Mountain. However, Zhang Qingxiao obviously wouldn't take advantage of ordinary people, and naturally, Longhu Mountain wouldn't skimp on the slightest bit of what it should cost. Moreover, considering the issue of labor, Zhang Qingxiao also summoned the Golden Rex to assist the construction team in building the secret room with all their might. With the help of the Yellow Turban Rex, all the laborious work was not a problem, which greatly shortened the construction period. Half a month later, in the middle of the Tianchi mansion, a brand new secret room was constructed. Iron people, the bottom 2 chapters update. There's more during the day. Hungry, gifts. Hungry, come on. Heavenly Master, please follow me. After the construction of the secret room was completed, the contractor led Zhang Qingxiao for acceptance. He led Zhang Qingxiao to the inner room, where a portrait of his ancestor hung on the wall and an incense burner was placed. At the moment, the incense burner incense smoke. At first glance, there was nothing surprising at first glance, everything was very much in line with the furnishings of the Heavenly Master's mansion. Zhang Qingxiao narrowed his eyes slightly and did not open his mouth. On the other hand, the foreman was hemming and hawing, and then he directly stretched out his hand towards the incense burner on the wall. Crunch! After his hand clasped the incense burner, he only saw the foreman gently turn the incense burner. Instantly, accompanied by a subtle sound, the wall that was originally still tightly sealed suddenly changed, only to see that the wall in front of him was silky smooth and incomparably flipped. The door to the secret room opened up, revealing the arrangement within. Seeing this, a brilliant light flashed in Zhang Qingxiao's eyes. Good. Ancestors are enshrined outside and arms are piled up inside. I have to say, this is a really good idea. Closing the secret room will not be able to protect you. Open the secret room, can't keep you. Since then, the Heavenly Master's mansion has returned to its usual tranquility. Zhang Qingxiao is rarely free. In the mansion closed cultivation, study arts. After a few days of such peace and quiet, the tranquility in the Heavenly Master's mansion was once again broken. Heavenly Master, Ling Fei seeks an audience. Taoist Master Ling Fei came with a sad face, and after meeting him, he spat out his grievances to Zhang Qingxiao. Heavenly Master, in recent times, Longhu Mountain's supply of talismans has somewhat fallen short. A helpless expression appeared on Taoist Master Ling Fei's face. Zhang Qingxiao, who heard this, was also slightly stunned, a touch of surprise appearing on his face. This was the first time he had heard that there were not enough talismans in Longhu Mountain. Taoist Master Ling Fei, on the other hand, directly stated the truth. In recent times, the demons under the mountain have been rampant, and the consumption of talismans is several times more than before. Even if the Taoist masters who specialize in talisman seals work overtime to draw them, they still can't meet the demand. The process of drawing talisman seals is tedious and complicated, not to mention that it is extremely exhausting for the person who draws the talisman. Thus, even if a Taoist master with profound Taoist skills wanted to draw a large number of talisman seals, it would be very difficult to complete it in a short period of time. Now, the consumption has increased by several times, directly using up the previous stock of Longhu Mountain. But the demand was still expanding, and the supply of talisman seals exceeded the demand. This made those Taoist masters of Longhu Mountain who specialized in drawing talisman seals exhausted one by one, but were simply unable to fill the talisman seal gap. Having no choice, Taoist Master Ling Fei then went up the mountain to seek Zhang Qingxiao's help. Heavenly Master, do you have a method? Taoist Master Ling Fei looked at Zhang Qingxiao with a touch of anticipation on his face. He was actually just here to try his luck. Thinking that since Zhang Qingxiao was able to research those new types of magic weapons, perhaps he could also be a bit innovative in talismanic seals as well. Upon hearing Taoist Master Ling Fei's inquiry, Zhang Qingxiao pondered slightly. Regarding the talismans, as of now, there were no corresponding objects unlocked in the system mall. However, not having it now did not mean that it would not be available in the future. Thinking about this, Zhang Qingxiao nodded slightly and replied, I'll think of a way for this matter, senior brother. You tell the other senior brothers to hold on for a few more days. It can only be done. Upon hearing this, Taoist Master Ling Fa sighed quietly. He himself did not hold much hope. If Zhang Qingxiao could find a way to resolve his predicament, that would naturally be the best. If not, then he could only ask those senior brothers who specialized in talismanic arts to take more trouble. After receiving the reply, Taoist Master Ling Fa didn't stay too long and soon left the Heavenly Master's mansion to go down the mountain. On Zhang Qingxiao's side, he was in deep thought because of what Taoist Master Ling Fa had said. Coincidentally, just as Zhang Qingxiao was pondering on how to solve the problem of the oversupply of talismans in Longhu Mountain in his ears, the system's beep suddenly rang out. Ding! Monitoring the next door of the host's location, there is a university in Xi'an City that is forming a ghost domain, with a number of severe ghosts existing within, now issuing a mission. Mission 1. Please quickly head to the university and relieve the university of its crisis to prevent more people from suffering the effects of the ghost domain. Upon completion of the mission, you will be rewarded with 9 Heavenly Penetrating Thunder M134 Gatling Machine Gun Fragment +2, Rush Supernatural at 4 Rocket Launcher Locking Piece +2, 3rd Order Talisman Printer Fragment +5, Taoist Incantation Instantaneous Electronic Sound Complete Drawings, and Merit +5 million. Task 2. Ask the host to exterminate the ghost domain's severe ghosts and break the ghost domain. Rewards can be obtained for the completion of the task. Rush Superior at 4 Rocket Launcher Lock Piece +2, 3rd Order Talisman Printer Fragment +5, Taoist Heavenly Dipper 7-Star Treading Steps, 1st Order 1-Man Extreme Footed Nuclear Energy Flying Vehicle, and Merit +5 million. Zhang Qingxiao? Zhang Qingxiao, who was still suffering from a headache on how to solve the problem of talismans being in short supply, once he heard the system's introduction of the new mission rewards, instantly his entire being was directly energized. Zhang Qingxiao, good. Good timing. This simply came at the right time. As expected of a Unity son, it was as understanding as ever. Zhang Qingxiao was overjoyed, and without saying a word, he directly accepted the system mission. Considering that demons were rampant under the mountain nowadays, the Taoist masters of Longhu Mountain each had their own things to do. This time, Zhang Qingxiao did not choose to let the others accompany him. Instead, he planned to travel to the next door Xi'an city alone. Zhang Qingxiao then simply packed up and brought along some magical weapons, arms, and then directly went down the mountain with his things. Not far from the mountain, there was a bus to the high-speed rail station, and in line with the principle of saving as much as possible, Zhang Qingxiao didn't make any pretense, and directly spent 2 hours to take the bus to the high-speed rail station. After entering the station, Zhang Qingxiao sat in the waiting hall and waited. A little kid fell down when he passed by Zhang Qingxiao, and the breakfast milk in his hand spilled all over Zhang Qingxiao's hand. So he placed the suitcase he was carrying in front of an empty seat in the waiting hall, and then headed to the nearby toilet to clean it. Unexpectedly, it was such a toilet effort. When Zhang Qingxiao returned to the place where he put the suitcase disappeared. Zhang Qingxiao? What the hell? Stolen? Looking at the empty seat, Zhang Qingxiao was first stunned, then directly furious. Good. Stealing something to the poor Taoist, right? How dare you? Just at this moment, a woman holding a child on the side of the seat separated by a few empty seats suddenly opened her mouth. Aga, young man, I was looking for you. Your things have been taken away. I was in a hurry to coax my child. I didn't see the person. You'd better call the police. That person shouldn't have gone far. The woman's face was slightly worried, but she was also a warm-hearted person. At these words, Zhang Qingxiao's face was a slight shake of the head. Thanks for reminding big sister, but there's no need to trouble the police. Expressing his gratitude to the woman, a coldness suddenly appeared on Zhang Qingxiao's face. It was just a petty thief. There was no need to go to great lengths. He could take care of it himself. I won't remind the old dangs. New dangs, be conscious. You 10 seconds and I 10 seconds. The addition will be written right away. New Year's Eve, iron people, come to some pressure gifts, thank you. You young man, why aren't you in a hurry? Aren't you afraid he'll run away with your stuff? Seeing that Zhang Qingxiao did not intend to call the police, the kind-hearted woman was suddenly surprised and felt that Zhang Qingxiao was a bit strange. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao however revealed a cold smile. Big sister, don't worry, he won't be able to run away. After saying that, Zhang Qingxiao directly took out an ancient tortoise shell from the small cloth bag he was carrying. And then in the woman's strange eyes, Zhang Qingxiao once again took out 3 copper coins from the cloth bag and stuffed them into the turtle armor. Afterwards, his expression was solemn. Directly in front of the woman's face, his hands held the tortoise shell and shook it up and down. Such a scene, directly to the good woman to see confused, expression slightly strange, some unknown. Hexagram divination prediction. This is the ancient people through the observation of the laws of nature's operation, so as to summarize the use of a tortoise shell shaking divination way. Speaking of hexagrams, this kind of magical and mysterious method, almost throughout the entire history of the Dragon Kingdom in the ancient and modern times, It is one of the traditional divination methods, and the same theory with the 8 characters measurement and other methods. And called 6 lines, basically the most popular folk call, most people are so called. But for forecasters, they are more happy to call it gossip prediction. In addition, it also has a fire pearl forest prediction, Nazhan prediction, Joey prediction and other aliases, and most of the book is called the book is mostly referred to as Joey forecasting. It has a long history and was developed from the Nazhan system of the Western Han Dynasty. When it first appeared, the general divination object used by people was 50 yarrows. After years of polishing and precipitation, under the experience of countless sages, in the Song dynasty, there was a money instead of yarrow way of divination, has been used to this day. Copper money divination. The use of the method is to predict the person will be 3 coins into the hands clasped, meditation on the things measured, palm shake into the trigram disc, thrown 6 times into the hexagrams, and then with the hexagram lines, and after the change of movement. By measuring the day of the trigrams of the heavenly stems and earthly branches, with 6 relatives and 6 beasts, mainly relying on the use of the 5 elements of the god of prosperity, combined with the lines of the I Ching, so as to determine the development of the process and the results of things. There were many passengers waiting for the ride in the waiting hall, and at first only a small number of them noticed Zhang Qingxiao's side. However, after he took out the tortoise shell and the copper coins to start shaking the tortoise shell's trigrams, a lot of people gathered around him one after another. What is this doing? Playing performance art? Someone opened their mouth with a look of curiosity on their face. As soon as these words came out, other onlookers opened their mouths one after another and whispered, "What behavioral art? This is fortune telling. Telling fortunes? God stick child? These days, so young are all starting to become godly clowns? You're not learning. What are you talking about? This young Taoist master is calculating his own affairs. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Calculating himself? What's going on? I've heard it seems that the little Taoist master's things were stolen." Ah, stolen? People still steal things these days. Could the young Taoist master be trying to figure out where the person who stole his things is? I guess so. Can this be calculated? I don't know. There were quite a few good people. Everyone gathered around to see whether Zhang Qingxiao's fortune-telling was accurate or not. As Zhang Qingxiao shook, the copper coins in the tortoise shell immediately issued a sound. Zhang Qingxiao looked serious, every shake 3 out of a coin, after 9, 3 coins out all. According to the order of the coins, he arranged the coins into a line from left to right. Afterwards, his eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the coins for a few moments, and then a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. "I've found you." A cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Qingxiao's mouth, and then he directly put the tortoise shell and the copper coins into the cloth bag, and then got up and walked towards a certain direction. Is this him counting out? Seeing Zhang Qingxiao's actions, the surrounding passengers onlookers were bewildered. No one could read the number of hexagrams just now, and naturally, they didn't know if Zhang Qingxiao had already figured out where the thief who had stolen something was. He should have counted something. However, seeing Zhang Qingxiao get up and leave, many passengers still felt that this little Taoist master should be more or less a bit of real skill. Yes or no, let's follow up and see. And amongst the crowd, there was a good person who suggested that he wanted to follow up and take a look. The moment these words came out, immediately, many people's faces gained a touch of interest, and soon there were people who took a step and followed up. Zhang Qingxiao's pace was not tight or slow, and there was no other expression on his face other than a slight coldness. He walked straight towards the corridor on the west side of the high-speed rail station, and at the end of the corridor, there was a restroom. Zhang Qingxiao slightly raised his eyelids and glanced at the sign of the men's restroom before walking straight in. This scene caused the melon eaters who were following behind to watch the scene to be startled for a moment. Did this little Taoist master figure out that the thief who stole things is hiding here? Or is he in an internal emergency? The melon-eating crowd gathered around the men's restroom, not knowing for a moment whether to continue eating melon or just leave. While in the middle of the men's restroom, Zhang Qingxiao walked straight to the 4th toilet door, his face expressionless. With his hand raised, he thumped on the toilet door for a while, and a touch of coldness surfaced in his eyes. Come, you come out. At the same time, in the middle of the toilet, a black-robed man wearing a duck-tongued cap, with his entire face covered by a mask, was frantically rummaging for something in a suitcase. Damn! What the hell is all this stuff? The man in black took out a bunch of strange objects in the suitcase, and after carefully looking at them, a touch of fear was born in his heart. Only see that suitcase, placed in the 3 clear bell, lightning strike token, fight evil witch grilled ghost stick, canopy ruler, gossip umbrella, lightning would seal and some other exudes a mysterious atmosphere of the magic weapon. Black man at first action is still nimble, but with the turnout of things more and more weird and scary, its hand movements cannot help but slow down. Crap! What's going on? The black-clothed man's heart was hairy, and he only felt a sense of coolness from the soles of his feet all the way up to his head. Although he couldn't understand these odd objects in this suitcase, there was always a feeling of uncertainty. It was as if these things carried some kind of power with them. The more he turned them over, the more frightening he felt. The man in black realized that his entire body had been covered in goosebumps, and that feeling of his hairs standing on end made his insides twitch. And just when it was paranoid, the sound of knocking on the door came violently. Bang 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 bang. When the sound came out, it directly scared the black-clothed man's body for a while, and he almost fell directly onto the toilet without a steady hand. The man in black. Immeasurable Heavenly Father, Thief Abbot, return the things to the poor Taoist. I'm just a poor Taoist with no body. Those things I brought out are useless to you. Zhang Qingxiao gently knocked on the toilet door and spoke in a flat tone. Senior, the poor Taoist is not interested in stealing these things. You'd better give it back to me. Tianshi is a very stingy person. At this statement, the man in black in the toilet was immediately shocked. His face changed greatly. Been found? The black-clothed man's pupils revealed a touch of panic, and his heart had already set off shock waves. How could he not expect that he was hiding in such a hidden place, and the other party had found his door so quickly? How was this possible? The police weren't this awesome, right? The man in black remembered that he had purposely avoided some surveillance. Damn it! The black-clothed man was shocked and furious in his heart. Originally, he thought that he had gotten a fat sheep, who knew that it was a bunch of weird stuff that he couldn't understand. The more the man in black thought about it, the more angry he became. Hearing the increasingly urgent knocking at the door, his teeth clenched and he swept the suitcase randomly, and then directly took an object from it. Immediately saw the black-clothed man's eyes fierce, he violently pulled open the door, taking advantage of Zhang Qingxiao's lack of attention, directly pushed the ladder. And then with a flirty and incomparable serpentine walk, he quickly ran out of the toilet. Zhang Qingxiao, 6 Looking at the disappearing thief, Zhang Qingxiao also could not help but want to give it a big 6. Sweeping a glance at the suitcase and the toilet and seeing the tumbled mess of magic weapons, Zhang Qingxiao could not help but narrow his eyes. Immediately, he could not help but let out a light eep, a flash of surprise appearing in his eyes. Something was missing. The lightning strike token. This little thief had actually taken his own lightning strike token along with him when he was escaping. Zhang Qingxiao's face carried a tinge of surprise. How dare you, with so many magic weapons, think that the lightning strike token is worth something, right? Zhang Qingxiao shook his head slightly, before organizing his suitcase and carrying it out of the toilet. Egu, little Taoist master is really divine. It's amazing that he was really counted out. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao come out, the melon eaters outside suddenly exclaimed one by one. Witnessing a Taoist master reveal his true abilities was considered a blessing for the good people. But after the emotion, everyone began to talk again. It's a pity that we didn't stop that thief. That guy ran so fast, he couldn't have taken something, right? Little Taoist, why aren't you in a hurry at all? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to catch up? We all just saw, that thief has simply used the strength of the milk to run wildly. A smoke directly ran out of the high-speed rail station, and his hands seemed to be holding something. On the other hand, Zhang Qingxiao is a calm and relaxed gaze, seems to be simply do not care about the thief took their own things. Such a performance made the melon eaters feel surprised, and they opened their mouths to ask. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao however smiled faintly and said bluntly, "What's the point of chasing? He'll return it obediently. Poor Tao's things are not that easy to take." Who? Outside the high-speed train station, the man in black was panting like a cow, his entire body was almost deflated. Fortunately, it didn't catch up. The man in black turned his head and swept his eyes behind him, and after realizing that no one was chasing after him, he was overjoyed. He weighed the token in his hand, and a smirk of a victor appeared above his face under the mask. However, just when it was smiling, on the upper floor of the high-speed train station, Zhang Qingxiao was standing in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze calmly staring at the man in black outside the station. And then, he saw him violently raise his hand and directly pinch out a subtle seal, and his mouth even directly chanted, "Thunder and lightning, crashing fire and meteors. Pay the ministers and generals, and travel southward with a fiery face. Hook-faced messenger, standing up and swinging the chinkuan. The fiery-faced messenger will scatter the dry spirit. The eye thrower shakes the god of thunder. The messenger of the Eye of Contention set up the camp in the fiery array. The 8 killers were fierce and chased the winged star. The divine soldiers are in formation, ordered by the 9 heavens. If you don't obey, you will be destroyed. Thunder drive." As the curse exits, outside the high-speed train station, above the head of the man in black, the originally clear sky is instantly changing colors. Black clouds rolled in, clouds stirred, and thunder roared. Ka-ching! As the thunder exploded, a thunderbolt roared down from the black clouds, directly toward the man in black. A thunderbolt from the clear sky. It caused countless people to stop and look up. The man in black was also one of them. However, when he saw that the thunderbolt was actually splitting towards him, the black-clothed man's face instantly changed wildly. Man in black, crap, what the hell? Almost as an instinctive reaction, the man in black pulled out his legs and ran. No matter what, under the threat of death, humans only almost instinctively wanted to dodge and escape. However, the thunderbolt that struck down was like it was equipped with a tracker. When the man in black moved, it also followed, just chasing after it. ZZZ. Avoid unavoidable black man, directly was split right in the face. The whole body instantly frozen, after a shivering, directly fell to the ground convulsions, white foam were split out. The man in black was numb. But the power of this lightning didn't seem to be particularly large, although it struck him, it didn't put his life in danger. It just hurt. Ah, pain. It hurts too much. The man in black had now become completely scorched black, rolling back and forth on the ground with an exploding head, screaming miserably. Such a big commotion naturally attracted a lot of passers-by have gathered over, looking at the man in black on the ground. TSK. This year someone was struck by lightning. I'm afraid this isn't a sin, right? Most likely did something bad, God can't stand to see it. It seems that people still need to be honest. Do more good deeds and you won't be struck by lightning. The onlookers' faces were all amazed, and they only thought that it was a strange thing for someone to be struck by lightning. The black-clothed man on the ground listened to the crowd's murmurings and hated to find a crack in the ground to drill into. However, he was struck by lightning and suffered pain all over his body, and even the strength to stand up from the ground was not there, so he could only let the passers-by point at himself. And during this process, the man in black coldly saw a familiar figure in the crowd. It was a young man with a suitcase in his hand. The suitcase was familiar to him because he had just taken an identical one in his hand. The man in black saw that the young man carrying the suitcase was currently standing in the crowd looking at himself with a smirk. What made him feel the most horrified was that after seeing that young man's fingers move slightly, the black-clothed man actually heard a thunderous explosion coming from the sky once again. Man in black, crap. This thunder, it's not right. The man in black's face changed drastically, countless images appeared in his mind in an instant, and finally rested on those weird things he saw when he was rummaging through his suitcase earlier. The man in black instantly withered. Nima really stole to the iron plate this time. Subconsciously, the black-clothed man's gaze fell directly onto the token in his hand. At this moment the lightning strike token was glowing. The man in black. I told you why that thunder was like having a tracker placed on it. Nima original locator is in my hand. I've been wandering around for half my life, and I just hate that I haven't met a good master, so if you don't give up, I'd like to worship you as my righteous father. I'd like to give you a free gift. Otherwise, I will not blame my hand square sky painting halberd flip face. For others, Zhang Qingxiao's lightning strike token, that is a real lightning receiver. This thing is in the hands of Zhang Qingxiao, can assist in casting spells to summon lightning, but also can receive lightning. This thief is also unlucky. What do you think is bad to steal, but to take a lightning strike token alone? Zhang Qingxiao, what, with a GPS locator still want to run right? Thief, I fucking know this thing is a locator, I absolutely threw on the spot. Overhead black clouds are still there, black-clothed thief listening to the thunder that explodes from time to time, the whole person is almost crying. The year is not favorable. I didn't read the yellow calendar. Today's point is old and solid. Almost didn't kill himself. Looking at Zhang Qingxiao standing in the middle of the crowd, the black-clothed thief were still dare to hesitate. He hurriedly gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground, then ran all the way to Zhang Qingxiao staggering, grimacing, and then flopped, directly kneeling on the ground. Higher person, spare my life. I won't dare to do it again, please take away the avatar. I know it's wrong. Please, senior, let me live. The thief offered the lightning strike token with both hands, his head pressed tightly against the ground, his body trembling slightly, and his speech was a little sloppy. This was frightening. Ever since the moment he saw Zhang Qingxiao in the crowd, the thief instantly realized that the reason why he had been tragically struck by lightning was because he had offended a high-ranking person. Right now, the thief's heart wanted to furiously slap himself a few times. This damned professional habit. Based on the principle of not leaving empty-handed, but almost lost his own life. Today this thing, but if the person in front of this child is a little more ruthless, I'm afraid that I have already gone to hell to report. It is because of the survival, so that the thief instantly goat. This hand by the things, is simply to life. The thief knows, if he is not today will be in the hands of the things returned to the original owner. I'm afraid is not see the sun tomorrow morning. This, and the thief's sudden series of operations, but led a crowd of onlookers on the road to see a face of confusion. After everyone understands the original cause of the matter, at once many people on the ground of the thief spit up. Originally, many people still have some sympathy for the thief was struck by lightning, knowing that the goods are stolen from the high people after being punished, we instantly feel that this is deserved. Soon, the police who received the alarm nearby arrived here. After understanding the situation, the thief got what he wanted and was taken to the police car. And the crowd, there are good people or all this is filmed, and the video sent to the short video platform above. Soon this matter has caused a small sensation on the network. Countless netizens heard the news and began to post comments under the video. Ha ha ha, did this thief go out without reading the yellow calendar? Stealing something, even stole to the Taoist master. Should have said no, isn't this just looking for death? Serves him right. If you're good, you have to steal and touch chickens, right? I heard the Taoist master struck the thief with lightning? Crap, is that so awesome? There are a lot of people in this world. Many netizens sighed at the amazing powers of the master while scoffing at the thief's death-defying behavior. Others were of the opinion that this act of the Taoist master was too cruel. Isn't it just stealing small objects? It's not a crime punishable by death, right? How dare you use lightning to strike? This Taoist master is also a little too ruthless. That's right. What if he kills someone? The Taoist master is so cruel. Some people expressed that they couldn't understand and felt that the Taoist master's behavior was a bit too much. It was a pity that the yellow-skinned family wasn't here before. Otherwise, if they had heard these saintly motherly remarks, they might not be able to say that they might directly lift the table. Yellow pie family, cruel? You're telling me this is cruel? Damn it, it's because this thief is a human being that he was struck by lightning as a punishment. This is clearly the best of all possible worlds. But if the thief is a demon or a ghost, as long as you dare to do it, then I'm afraid that the Heavenly Master has already asked you to play roulette. Have you heard of Divine Master Roulette? The kind where you play without making a sound and report to hell collectively. Don't be in the blessed do not know blessed. This thief's stealing, but it is just a small episode in the road. Although it caused a bit of a stir, it quickly subsided. As for Zhang Qingxiao, he arrived at Purple Cloud City by high-speed train. Under the system's prompts, he arrived at the university in the mission, East City University in Ziyun City. Just after arriving at the entrance of the university, a few large gilt characters were extremely eye-catching. There were quite a number of people coming and going at the entrance. Most of them were in a hurry and came in and out frequently, but none of them found anything unusual. However, Zhang Qingxiao had just approached the entrance of the university when he couldn't help but raise his eyelids slightly and looked into the void above the university. Under the Tao heavenly pupil, that originally empty sky above the university was now cloudy and eerie. It seems to have become a climate. With a flash of light golden light in his eyes, Zhang Qingxiao let out a sigh of emotion in his heart, and then directly carried his suitcase, along with some college students, and entered the campus together. As long as it wasn't a special period, there were almost no entry and exit restrictions in the university, and even if one wasn't a teacher or student on campus, one could freely enter and exit the campus. And Zhang Qingxiao himself wasn't too old, in his early 20s, and on the surface didn't look any different from the current university town. Of course, this was talking about age. Although Zhang Qingxiao was not very old, but because of his position as a celestial master, that kind of transcendent and out-of-the-ordinary aura was almost inherent. Even without a robe, he still gave people a sense of immortalism. Coupled with its appearance and figure are good in the world is definitely the existence of a grade of male godlove beings. Excellent temperament, coupled with handsome appearance. The result was that Zhang Qingxiao had just entered the school and instantly attracted the attention of many people. Many of the male university students were all indignant, with a bit of vigilance in their eyes, only feeling that the person in front of them threatened their peak face value. In contrast, many female students, on the other hand, had surprise on their faces and unconsciously looked a few more times before secretly evaluating them in their hearts. This senior, schoolmate, is so handsome. There were even bold ones who directly came forward, wanting to take the initiative and make the first move. Classmate, please wait, if you don't mind, I'll delay you for a bit. A voice came from his side, and Zhang Qingxiao, who was in the process of determining his bearings, froze slightly, and when he turned his head, he saw two girls walking towards him. The two girls were all smiles, with a slight color of excitement in their eyes. Hello classmate, I'm Zhang Lin, I'm Fu Shui. The two came up and introduced themselves, but their eyes were firmly fixed on Zhang Qingxiao, and the smile on their faces grew brighter and brighter. It's like this, classmate, we're members of the school's drama club, and now that the drama club is recruiting, you're so handsome, you'll surely make a big splash if you come to our drama club. How about it? Are you interested in joining our drama club? Zhang Qingxiao? Drama club? Zhang Qingxiao's face was dumbfounded, somewhat unsure, but then it shook its head slightly and said, sorry, I'm not from this university, so it's better not to use it yet. Ah, you're actually not from our school. Ah, that's really a pity. Upon hearing Zhang Qingxiao's words, the two women who were originally full of anticipation suddenly darkened their expressions, with a slight disappointment showing on their faces. But then the two of them silently glanced at each other, and then the girl named Zhang Lin said once again, it's okay, since we can't join the drama club, let's add a WeChat and make friends. I want me too. I also want to add WeChat. Zhou Fushui on the side heard this and followed suit, asking Zhang Qingxiao for a WeChat. However, after hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao's face revealed a strange expression. Zhang Qingxiao, well, so this is the main event. Was he himself being accosted? Zhang Qingxiao's gaze imperceptibly swept over the two of them, and he burst into a bit of tears and laughter. Sorry, I don't have WeChat, so I'm afraid I can't give it to you. Zhang Qingxiao spoke indifferently, rejecting the two once again. This time, the two girls but directly froze. You said you don't have WeChat? Really? Are you or aren't you a modern person? Zhang Lin stared at her beautiful eyes, her face filled with surprise as well as suspicion. Zhou Fuxue on the side was also slightly frowning as she stared at Zhang Qingxiao for a while with a somewhat strange expression. Both of them were obviously skeptical about what Zhang Qingxiao had just said. What era was this, that there were still people without WeChat? This handsome guy was doing it on purpose, right? Saying that on purpose so that he could reject our sisters. The two women tacitly glanced at each other, both feeling that Zhang Qingxiao's words were not trustworthy. While seeing the expressions of the two women, Zhang Qingxiao was a bit helpless inwardly. WeChat he really didn't have. Between the mountain's highly skilled Taoist masters, if they needed to contact each other, they could just use voice transmission techniques, which meant that ordinary disciples whose cultivation was not up to scratch would choose to use the phone to contact each other. After all, the mountain is for you to cultivate, who has nothing to chat about WeChat. Ah, you really don't have one? Seeing that Zhang Qingxiao did not speak, the color of surprise on the two women's faces grew thicker. The two of them stared at Zhang Qingxiao as if they were looking at a giant panda, feeling incomparably rare. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao just smiled faintly and did not make any explanations. He raised his head and glanced at the sky, and then directly walked towards an open space with fewer pedestrians. And then Zhang Qingxiao directly opened his suitcase, from which he took out a compass, a yellow talisman, and a small portable talisman pen. What is he doing? The two women were still immersed in the shock of the fact that Zhang Qingxiao did not have a WeChat at the moment. Coldly and suddenly, they saw the latter walking to the side, which instantly aroused the curiosity of the two women. The two of them silently glanced at each other, and then exchanged a knowing smile, and then directly walked towards Zhang Qingxiao's location. At this moment, Zhang Qingxiao was already holding a talismanic brush in his hand and began to draw on the yellow talisman. The brush walked like a dragon and snake, drawing with iron and silver hooks. Zhang Qingxiao's face was solemn, and the entire process flowed in a single breath. The talisman seal was created in almost an instant. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao immediately put away the talisman brush, and then directly affixed the drawn yellow talisman on top of the compass. Immediately afterward, seeing Zhang Qingxiao holding the compass in one hand, he began to gesture in the void with one hand, and, at the same time, his mouth recited, "The divine Dan Yuanjun in the heart is 3 inches long and 7 minutes wide, wearing a vermilion brush and a reddish-red dress, writing on the mighty virtue, manifesting the most spiritual, penetrating the creation, reaching the most true, living in the heart, do not leave the body. If you have any urgent foreign affairs, come and tell people quickly. The heart of the chapter to play, the emperor's holy feelings. Whether it is granted or not, report to me. It's as urgent as the law." Tongshan incantation. As the incantation was exited, Zhang Qingxiao's gaze condensed before he fiercely shouted in a low voice, "Chase the evil." As soon as these words were uttered, the yellow talisman that was posted on top of the compass instantly glowed. The originally static compass began to rotate rapidly. With a flash of brilliance in his eyes, Zhang Qingxiao slightly lowered his head and his gaze fell on the compass in his hands. On the compass, the 8 trigrams were constantly running in a way that ordinary people could not understand. Xiankuan, Jinsun, Kenli, Burgundy and the pointer began to move back and forth between the 8 trigrams. In the end, as if attracted by some force, it steadily stopped at the very Burgundy position. Northeast. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes narrowed and his gaze went straight to the northeast. On the side, Zhang Lin and Zhou Fuxue, who had quietly followed him out of curiosity, were directly dumbfounded. Originally, when they heard Zhang Qingxiao say that he did not have WeChat, they felt that the handsome man in front of them was very strange. Now seeing the other party pulling out a compass and drawing charms and reciting incantations, the two women as a whole were directly stunned. "Jimei, what is he doing?" Zhang Lin opened her mouth with wide eyes and a shocked expression. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fuxue, who was on the side, shook her head repeatedly. "If you ask me, I don't know either." The two of them only felt that what they had seen and heard today had simply refreshed their cognition. This was encountering a god? While the two women were surprised, Zhang Qingxiao in front of them was already holding the compass and walking towards the direction that the compass pointed to. "He's gone. What should we do?" Seeing Zhang Qingxiao leave, Zhang Lin's face immediately revealed a flash of urgency. Never underestimate a girl's curiosity. Once curiosity was aroused, then one had to know the truth before giving up. "Go! Let's follow and take a look," Zhou Fuxue directly proposed. The two instantly coincided and directly followed behind Zhang Qingxiao's people, arriving before an abandoned school building in the northeast corner of the Purple Cloud East City University. Buzz! With a soft chirping sound coming from the compass, Zhang Qingxiao's pace instantly came to an abrupt halt. only to see that on top of the compass, the pointer trembled as if it had been pulled by a powerful magnetic field. Seeing this, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes narrowed. Looks like this is the place. Putting the compass away, Zhang Qingxiao directly opened his Dao heavenly pupil. Accompanied by a light golden light bursting out from the bottom of his eyes, the originally ordinary abandoned school building instantly changed in Zhang Qingxiao's eyes, only to see a large amount of black gas as if it was substantial, wrapping up the entire building. Even without entering it, the creepy feeling was still deep in his heart. Ghost gas. Zhang Qingxiao was aghast in his heart and was somewhat surprised that the ghost chi of this place was so dense that it had reached such a point. No wonder there was a ghost domain. With a sigh of emotion, Zhang Qingxiao immediately withdrew his gaze and turned to look behind him. Two residents, do you know what place this is? Zhang Qingxiao did not care too much about the two women trailing behind him, but instead directly asked the two for information about the abandoned building in front of him. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, the two sisters behind him had already been attracted by Zhang Qingxiao's golden Dao heavenly pupils and were dumbfounded. They didn't want to be dumbfounded either, but this handsome guy, his eyes would glow gold. Good. He can recite incantations, and his eyes are glowing. You're so handsome, aren't you? This used to be one of the school's dormitory buildings, but it's long been abandoned. I heard from the seniors that this dormitory building was abandoned about 10 years ago. Zhang Lin's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, as if she was desperately searching her brain for information about the abandoned dormitory building in front of her. On the other hand, Zhou Fu Shui on the side glanced at the abandoned dormitory building in front of her with some fear, and then added with a mysterious face, I heard that the reason why this dormitory building was deserted was because back then, there was a dormitory student who was too stressed out, so he hanged himself in the middle of the dormitory. Not only that, it is said that later on, there were students who jumped off the building, and a lot of weird things happened, so the school had no choice but to invite a master to look at it. And after the master viewed, said that this dormitory building is unlucky, the location selected has a problem. Since then, this dormitory building was sealed up by the school, even the nearby area was also abandoned by the school. Zhou Fushua added the information. A touch of fear surfaced on her small face, glancing at the dormitory building in front of her from time to time. For some reason, mentioning its past in front of this abandoned dormitory building always made people feel a little hairy inside. Zhang Lin on the side was no better. Hearing Zhou Fushua's words, she even subconsciously leaned towards Zhang Qingxiao in an attempt to gain more security. I recently heard that this building seems to be about to be demolished, but it seems that it hasn't been demolished until now because it ran into something. Zhang Lin stood beside Zhang Qingxiao, slightly shrinking her neck as she whispered. Saying that, the two women's gazes coincidentally looked at a certain location underneath that abandoned dormitory building. Here, look there, the diggers are all still there. The two women pointed to the side and said in unison. Zhang Qingxiao subconsciously glanced in the direction the two were pointing, only to see an excavator quietly parked under the dormitory building. The abandoned dormitory building had already been broken open at one corner, but it had not been continued to be demolished. It seemed to have encountered some kind of resistance. By the way, handsome, what are you asking for? It's hard to believe that you want to. Zhang Lin, who was originally a bit scared, suddenly focused her gaze on Zhang Qingxiao, the color of curiosity in her beautiful eyes growing thicker. Zhou Fushua similarly looked over, seemingly also somewhat curious about Zhang Qingxiao's purpose for appearing here. However, in the face of Zhang Lin's inquiry, Zhang Qingxiao only shook his head slightly and did not do much to explain. I'm just casually asking. It's nothing. Ha! This statement caused the two girls, who were originally full of expectations, to instantly reveal a look of disappointment on their small faces. They had originally already fantasized in their minds that this handsome man in front of them, who could also draw charms and recite incantations, and whose eyes could emit golden light, was definitely a legendary high-ranking person. The other party had come here, most likely for this abandoned dormitory building. Originally, the two of them thought that a marvelous adventure would follow. Who knew that they would actually get such an answer? This was completely inconsistent with one's expectations. The two of them stared at Zhang Qingxiao looking left and right, dissatisfied with his answer just now. While Zhang Qingxiao was chatting with the two women without a word, a group of people appeared in another direction. The first few people wearing jackets, hair combed shiny, just like a leadership style, and now these people, even surrounded by a middle-aged man wearing a green robe. Green-robed man with an inscrutable expression, slightly frowning, slightly serious expression, demeanor but with arrogance. But in this regard, the several people clustered around him were not only not the slightest bit dissatisfied, but instead, their faces all carried a bit of curtness. Master, this is the building in front. Please help me to see if there is something wrong with this place. A bald half of the top of the head, a big belly middle-aged man quietly opened his mouth, worriedly said. No hurry, wait for me to take a look and then say. After the green-robed man heard these words, he looked like he was in a cloudy and breezy manner. He faintly said, and then took a step forward and began to check out the abandoned dormitory building. Aya, the vice principal and the others have even come personally, and it seems that they have even invited a master. The arrival of this group of people caused the two women who were chattering non-stop to instantly terminate their chatting and look at the group of people not far away with a surprised expression. You don't know, right, those few? Yes, it's those few in the body whose heads are already half bald. Those are all the leaders of our school. The one who opened his mouth is our vice principal. I didn't expect him to come out too. After being surprised, the two women did not forget to introduce Zhang Qingxiao to the side. Obviously, this time, the demolition was unsuccessful, and the school authority did not give up on it, but directly sought for a master to come and help. Master, the specifics are like this. The vice principal followed the green-robed man and began to recount for him the strange events that had occurred in recent times when the dormitory building was demolished. 5 days ago, we drew up a plan to demolish this dormitory building and began construction that afternoon. Who knows, this first digger master had just started working when he had a sudden attack of high fever and fell directly ill, and was finally sent to the hospital. Originally, for this kind of thing, we also thought it was just an ordinary sickness, so we quickly replaced the person and continued the construction. But this second master had already had an accident before he even started working. When he was climbing up the digging machine, he unexpectedly stepped on the ground by accident and directly broke his bones. As the words reached here, the vice principal's face had turned pale. The group of people accompanying him likewise had more or less a touch of fear on their faces one by one. Although they were highly educated, the things that happened one after another were too coincidental and had already broken their inherent perceptions, leaving no room for the crowd to not believe that there were some unexplainable forces in the underworld. Even when the second master had an accident, we still thought that it might just be an ordinary accident. The expression on the vice principal's face looked somewhat complicated, and there was even more panic in his pupils. He gritted his teeth and said, "So we contacted the third digger master. It's just that this third master had just started working when a sudden fall occurred upstairs. A concrete beam unexpectedly fell directly down, smashed straight onto the digger. The steel bars above it pierced through the glass and inserted into the digger master's chest. The heart a hole directly pierced through. On the spot, it was gone. Things to hear, we will realize the seriousness of the problem, immediately stopped to continue demolition. Then, you were asked to come and help take a look." After recounting the situation, the vice principal's face was already bloodless. Having a human life in construction was not trivial. If it was just an ordinary accident, they wouldn't have made a big deal out of it. But once it was combined with some of the previous things, everything became unusual. Even the university authorities didn't dare to continue the demolition of the abandoned dormitory building for fear that it would cause more trouble. After this chapter is updated, my gift will definitely not be less than 2 Ws. If it's below 2 Ws, I'll come to Righteous Father. Righteous Father will make it up to me. I love to tell the truth. Master, have you found anything unusual yet? The green-robed man circled around the dormitory building, nodding and shaking his head every now and then, looking at the school leaders confused. In the end, it was the vice principal who couldn't help but directly open his mouth to inquire. Upon hearing this, the green-robed man smiled faintly, and then gave the vice principal a meaningful look. Just a bland look, but looked at the vice principal inwardly hairy, as if there was some secret being pried into general, did not dare to speak again. It was only at this time that the green-robed man slowly spoke. "I need to go inside and take a look." "This, Master, you please." The other school leaders hesitated slightly at the words, but still chose to respond. The group of people then entered the dormitory building. At the back, seeing that the green-robed man as well as several school leaders had entered the dormitory building, Zhang Qingxiao did not hesitate and directly followed. Seeing that Zhang Qingxiao also followed and entered the dormitory building, the two women at the back immediately had more than a touch of consternation on their faces. The two silently glanced at each other, clenched their teeth, and driven by curiosity, they also jogged all the way and followed behind Zhang Qingxiao. Because it was daytime, although the dormitory building was slightly dim, it did not affect normal walking or anything. After the group of people entered the dormitory building, they saw that the door to the hall was tightly locked. And on the door, there was clearly a talisman affixed to it. Zhou Standard Emperor Morning, understand the matter of constructing heavy inflammation is like smoke in the sky, booming like Jing Yao Hua. Wuching carries the divine blade, and Tianzhao swallows the green The gate of heaven is in front of the Danjing, and the cloud gate is full of aspersion. The 7 non-compliance with the strange cover, Lianwan is also a magic. 6 days across the North Road, this is the home of the ghosts and gods. This is an incantation to calm the soul. This is the soul restoration mantra. It's an incantation used to transcend the soul. To be able to use this incantation as a talisman to seal this place, it meant that it was very likely that this place had been responsible for the deaths of people in the past. Did this dormitory building have a dead person in the past? The green-robed man obviously also recognized the soul-restoring mantra. His eyes narrowed slightly, turned his head to look directly at the several school leaders, and opened his mouth to inquire. Upon hearing this, the several school leaders were instantly stammered, the expressions on their faces unnatural. This, that, it shouldn't be, right? We are not particularly clear. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Qingxiao and the two female university students who were following at the very back exchanged glances, while then glancing at the several leaders. Hiding something, huh? Taoist work, no matter whether it is to change the yang house or set the yin house, or some matters involving karma, the most taboo is the main family hiding. Because often a lot of things become big because of small, or because the main family will be some things to hide down, thus affecting the judgment of the Taoist. Just like a house before there has been no incident, which the feng shui pattern will change drastically if the information is not reported, sometimes small things will affect the big picture. Not to mention the death of such a big thing. Dead people, the karma entanglement is even more complex. If you don't get it right, the Taoists are likely to get caught in the crossfire. And these school leaders, at this point in time, even planned to keep things hidden, which was simply outrageous. The green-robed grandmaster also seemed to be a bit staggered by what the several school leaders were saying. It stared at the several people carefully before asking again, "Are you guys sure that there really hasn't been a human life here?" For a few people's bullshit, the master did not believe it at all. Seeing that several people's eyes were evasive, but still did not reveal the truth, the grandmaster immediately gave a cold snort without any good humor and said bluntly, "Although I'm not talented, but I'm not blind, I can still recognize the soul restoration curse on this door. The effect of this soul restoring incantation is very simple, it's specially used for overcoming souls. Who are you fooling here?" The master was not very happy. The master invited himself to do the job, but he didn't report the information. What else can be done about this? Hearing the grandmaster say this, several school leaders immediately had a look of embarrassment on their faces, and several people silently glanced at each other. In the end, that bald vice principal clenched his teeth and spoke directly. "I seem to remember, there was indeed a death in this building before. It seems like there was a student who should have jumped to his death." The vice principal pretended to frown in contemplation, and then said with some uncertainty. Upon hearing this, the grandmaster was the one who directly asked, "Jumping off a building? Why would you jump off a building?" The grandmaster inquired very directly, causing the vice principal to be unable to react in time. After touching the grandmaster's eyes, the latter instantly flashed a trace of panic in his eyes, and then stammered, "I might have misremembered. That student should have fallen to his death. Right. I remembered, that student seemed to be drying clothes in the dormitory at that time, then accidentally fell down, and was ultimately unable to be resuscitated." Towards the end of his words, the expression on the vice principal's face was a flash of remembrance, as if he had really remembered just now. Right, I seem to have remembered as well, the same as what the vice principal said, that's how things were at that time. Several other people also spoke up one after another, wanting to prove that what the vice principal said was true. Hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao, who was following at the end, could not help but have a cold look in his eyes. These school leaders, at this point in time, they still didn't have any truth in their mouths. Contradicting themselves before and after, "You're fooling the ghost." Rather, the grandmaster's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the vice principal before inquiring, "Can you find someone to perform a transcendence?" Vice principal, passed over, looking for someone right after the incident. If it's true that the transcendence has been performed, then there shouldn't be any problems. The dead return to their rest, after such a long time has passed, there shouldn't be any more trouble. Saying that, the master smoothly tore off the soul-restoring spell on the gate, and then had the dormitory gate opened, and then directly walked in. The few school leaders behind them saw this scene and wanted to speak, but in the end, they gritted their teeth and followed behind. After entering, the grandmaster walked straight towards the stairwell on the right side of the hall, seemingly intending to take a look upstairs. But when he arrived at the stairway, the grandmaster's pupils shrunk, and a hint of shock immediately flashed in his eyes, only to see the stairs in front of them. As far as the eye can see, they are full of talismans, all the way to the upper floors. One step at a time, all of them were soul-restoring incantations. Such a scene brought the master's advancing pace to a screeching halt. And when the few school leaders who followed behind saw the master stopping his steps, their faces changed slightly, and there was more than a touch of fear in their eyes. "My God, how can there be so many talismans here?" At the very back, Zhang Lin as well as Zhou Fushua sneakily followed beside Zhang Qingxiao and also curiously stretched their heads to look at the stairway. Upon seeing those talismans on the steps, the two girls instantly lost their colors in fear and exclaimed in a small voice. On the other hand, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes narrowed slightly and his brows subconsciously furrowed. This building, it really wasn't simple. Soul-restoring talisman. All the steps visible from the stairs on the first floor had all been labeled with soul-restoring talismans. Even though Master had traveled for many years and had seen many strange things, it was still the first time he had seen so many talismans being used. There are only two explanations for such a large number of talismans. Either it is the original supernatural people, learning the art is not good, so it will be the use of a large number of talismans. Either, the danger of this place is beyond imagination, a few talismans simply cannot block, only a large number of talismans. If it is the former then it is okay, but if it is the latter, then… The corner of the master's eye twitched slightly, his heart was a little hairy, summarizing that this trip was a bit of a bad job. Grandmaster, but is there anything wrong? Seeing the Grandmaster staring at the talisman on the steps without moving, several school leaders were instantly a bit anxious. They all relied on the master to help solve the problem, and did not want to have any accidents at this moment. Upon hearing this, the Grandmaster, who was still in a daze, subconsciously touched the cloth bag he was carrying. But after realizing that there was no movement in the bag, it was only then that he let out a slight sigh of relief, and then shook his head slightly at the several school leaders. There's nothing to be found for now, go up and take a look. Raising his head and glancing at the stairs above, he opened his mouth and said. With these words, the several school leaders standing behind him immediately turned pale. The panic and fear in the eyes of several people became more and more obvious, and there was even a chubby leader who shivered, as if he had thought of something terrible. This scene saw the two women following behind TSK, always feeling as if the two of them were going to discover some big secret today. On the other hand, Zhang Qingxiao was slightly squinting his eyes and did not have any emotional fluctuations within. The more a few school leaders behaved badly, the more it showed that the problem here was more serious. In response to the unusual behavior of the several leaders, the Grandmaster just snorted coldly and did not open his mouth to say anything. Instead, he directly stepped onto the steps and walked towards the upper floors. Alas! Seeing this, the several school leaders sighed at once, before clenching their teeth and taking another step to follow. At the back, Zhang Qingxiao as well as the two female university students unhurriedly hung behind. The dormitory building had a total of 6 floors. On the steps of the first 3 floors, the talismans affixed were all soul-restoring spells. Looking at the way they were drawn, they should have been made by one person. After the 4th floor, the talismans posted on the steps changed. 9 Jieqiang Tian, Star Great God. Huanzhou Dongxiang, Hole reflecting the 9 gates. Turning the candle to the sunlight, sweeping away filth and removing the atmosphere. Enlightened Child, called Xiancheng. Prepare to guard my Xian, on the Emperor. Collecting demons, arresting the ferocious group. Consecrate the right way, Red Book Jade Text. 9 Heavenly Talisman Order, Regent Dragon Stage Transmission. I'll be able to fly to the immortals. This is the 5 Directions Spirit Amulet. What's written on the talisman is exactly the Taoist Guardian Spirit Mantra. The Weiling Mantra, also known as the Weiling Divine Mantra, is usually recited at the Jitan Xing Fa. The earlier Lingbao school 5 sides of the Guardian Spirit Mantra is used to eliminate disasters and other rituals, usually to call the gods to prepare for the defense of the parties, to protect the gods and the town, the Lord of the Guardian of my form, but also part of the Guardian Spirit Mantra is the praise of the immortal true master. The main purpose of this mantra is to control the devil and summon the spirits, to make the gods, to calm the 5 mountains, to make the sky survive forever, to make sense of the 3 lights, to make the country peaceful, to make the people happy, and to help the living beings. Generally speaking, the use of this spell is to suppress the evil spirits, guard the blessing of the living. The green-robed Grandmaster was obviously a person who knew what he was talking about, and recognized the 5-square Guardian Spirit Talisman at a glance. But it was also because of this recognition that the moment he saw the Guardian Spirit Talisman, his brows tightened and his face became grave. The ones that could be suppressed with the 5-square guard spirit symbol were all evil demons and ghosts. Could it be that there are evil spirits in this building? The Grandmaster's expression became uncertain. Behind the several leaders saw the situation, did not dare to open their mouths, can only honestly follow the master, step by step. After staring at that way spirit talisman for a few breaths, the master finally took a deep breath, and then once again took a step towards the 5th floor. Thump! This time, just after ascending to the 5th floor, the Grandmaster's face instantly changed drastically, only to see that the steps of the 5th floor were plastered with talismans, and on top of the talismans, the same incantations were written all over them. The Northern Emperor ambushes the devil, descending edicts are cheap. The 5 stars are listed and illuminated, the 2 elephants are in full splendor. The South Star and the North Dipper, the left and right pivots. The Big Sage of the Big Dipper, the Secretary of Justice and the Secretary of Fei. The Heavenly Ping Marshal, cuts down the evil and kills the evil. The Purple Court officials and generals, by order of the line of authority. Recall the complimentary, the details are not missing. It's as urgent as a lawful order. This is the Dongqua Talisman. The spell written on it is used to summon the gods to sweep away evil spirits. If this incantation is uttered, then the devil-subduing emperor will send down pardons and amnesties quickly. The Star King of Gold, Wood, Water, Fire, and Earth, the god of the sun and the god of Taiyin, and all the gods of the heavenly realm, including the officials and generals of the Purple Court, must all arrive at the altar within a short period of time. And the main purpose of summoning the gods is to cut down the evil and kill the doom, the pursuit of complementary benefits. The requirements are the details of the slender snail cannot be negligence at all. This. The master breathed sharply, opened his mouth to speak, but how can not say? The first 3 layers are soul-restoring talismans. After all, he also understood that the other party may not learn the art well, so a large number of talismans that use the soul of transcendence. But the 4th layer began to use the talisman of suppressing evil ghosts and demons, and the 5th layer is even more horrible. Even the talisman of invoking the gods to sweep away evil demons are used. This damn thing is just like dealing with a ghost's nest, isn't it? The Grandmaster's body was slightly trembling, and the sweat on his forehead was densely bubbling. And this time, the cloth bag hanging on his body, at this moment is suddenly shaking. The Grandmaster was startled in his heart, and he opened the cloth bag with his hands in a frenzy. Instantly, a small monkey directly drilled out. Key. After the little monkey drilled out of the bag, it appeared restless, jumping up and down and screaming chaotically. Its claws were scratching up and down, and its eyes were filled with fear, as if it wanted to escape from this place. Seeing this scene, the Grandmaster's face instantly became unsightly. Without even thinking about it, it directly turned around and left without any hesitation. Grandmaster, what's wrong with you? Don't you go. The Grandmaster's sudden move directly scared the faces of several school leaders. The vice principal was quick on his feet and pulled the master's arm, inquiring with a face full of horror. Upon hearing this, the Grandmaster but directly said angrily, "If you don't leave, are you staying here and waiting to die? Is this the person you said only one jumped off the building? Good. Then you come and explain to me why the evil chi here is so heavy? To think that even the swinging aerial charm was used, and it even scared my monkey into this state, and you're telling me that just one person has died here?" The Grandmaster's face was ugly to the extreme, and his words almost came out in a roar. At these words, several school leaders immediately changed their faces, and one by one, they became averted in their eyes again, as if they had done something wrong. At the back, the 2 female university students who were following Zhang Qingxiao looked at him with a puzzled expression and inquired with a curious expression, "Handsome, why did the master mention his monkey?" Tai guys, last month's gift list rushed to 35th place. Today is a new month. Can you let Righteous Sun see the scenery of the top 10 in the gift list this month? I'm counting on all of you to help me with my future. It's New Year's Eve, let me get on the top 10 of the gift list. Free small gifts to brush up. Of course, if any big brother sends King of Gifts or God certification, then I don't mind recognizing a righteous father on the spot. Pay your respects. Naturally, it's for the warning. Zhang Qingxiao opened his mouth indifferently, and after seeing the 2 women still looking bewildered, he continued. This monkey is similar to a human, belonging to the same primate class. But humans are fully developed in the millions of evolutions. Their intelligence is open and too strong, and heaven and earth are fair. Worldly beings, if you are too strong in the afterlife, then the innate will make you naturally lack something. Zhang Qingxiao glanced at the 2 women and saw that they looked like they were about to grow a brain, so he continued to explain. For example, like jungle beasts, tigers and lions, although their physical strength is incomparably strong, they are innately deprived of excess intelligence as well as the ability to use tools, described in one sentence as simple-minded and developed limbs. Whereas human beings are able to make weapons and use all kinds of tools flexibly, this is the powerful learning ability given by the innate, which is precisely the development of wisdom. Lions and tigers and other beasts can't do this. It is also for this reason that human beings are too strong in their acquired development, so they innately lose some of their abilities, one of which is to know good fortune and bad luck, and to recognize ghosts and gods. As soon as these words were uttered, the eyes of the 2 women instantly widened, as if a new door had been opened. That feeling that their brains were about to grow out of their heads was very uptight. Zhang Qingxiao, on the other hand, sighed quietly and lamented. In fact, in the oldest and most primitive period, human eyes were able to directly see heaven and earth, ghosts and gods. However, due to the fact that with the passage of time, humans gradually evolved to develop intelligence, those who came later lost these innate abilities. Thus, in order to know the ghosts and gods of heaven and earth, among the Taoist sects, monks of Taoism began to cultivate the Dharma eye, using this method to observe heaven and earth and recognize ghosts and gods. However, the Dharma eye is not something that anyone can cultivate, it requires an extremely high level of Tao cultivation. Some people who don't have enough moral skill will choose to raise spirit monkeys, utilizing the innate ability of the spirit monkeys to foresee the dangers between heaven and earth, so as to avoid harm. You should have seen or heard of it before. In the past, some of the entertainers who traveled the rivers and lakes and performed monkey plays would always have a little monkey by their side. At this point, Zhang Qingxiao slightly paused, and the 2 women's eyes instantly lit up. This we know, those TV dramas and movies and whatnot, they all play out like this. Selling their art and performing monkey tricks will all have a little monkey with them. Finally saying a bit of what they knew, the 2 girls were instantly excited and said with a face full of excitement, Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao smiled faintly and continued. Monkeys are similar to humans, but their acquired intelligence is not as high as that of a human's, and because of this, their innate ability to know good fortune and bad luck, and to recognize ghosts and gods is possessed. To put it simply, some monkeys' eyes are born with yin and yang eyes, able to see the ghosts, corpses, demons and other evil things between heaven and earth. Walking in the Jianghu, people with monkeys sometimes will inevitably encounter walking at night. This time, the monkey is used to warn. Once walking at night, when the monkey suddenly called and make a lot of noise, then it means that there is a big horror ahead. They will not hesitate to immediately turn around and return to the same place, or detour. Because at this time when the monkey appears abnormal, it means that it has seen something unclean. This is also a way to save its life. Zhang Qingxiao glanced ahead before saying, the fact that the monkey in that master's hands is not only screaming erratically, but also jumping up and down, trying to escape from here, means that it has sensed that there is something in this dormitory building that makes it feel horrible. In fact, it's not just monkeys that can see ghosts of this kind. Roosters, cats and dogs, cows, sheep and pigs, these kinds of poultry can also see. Parrots can also see ghosts, and even parrots can say what they see. However, most of them are either like cows, sheep and pigs are not convenient to carry. You can't lead a pig when traveling around the world, right? Either as a cat without loyalty. You take a cat to go around the world, the cat see ghosts, maybe they secretly run. As for the dog and rooster, loyal is loyal, but a see after the wolf barking, certainly barking will scare away the ghosts, but if you encountered the ghosts, by then, not to mention running, the dog is afraid that the ghosts can be attracted over. Rooster ferocious and aggressive, this cargo brain is not too smart, also do not care if they do not do it, go up first 2 pecks, encountered a ghost easy to die, but also easy to implicate the owner. Parrots are of course the best choice, but they are difficult to train. With this comparison, the spirit monkey became the best choice. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and a bit of gravity was mixed in his gaze. More than terrifying, there was definitely a great evil in this building. So many swinging aerial talismans were used in the building. These talismans were not used indiscriminately, and the fact that they were affixed here already indicated that there was something extraordinary in the building. Doesn't that mean that something like a pow really exists in here? The two girls were originally still excitedly listening to Zhang Qingxiao's science knowledge. When they coldly heard that the topic had suddenly shifted to the middle of the dormitory building, the two girls instantly changed their small faces and turned pale. Jimei, I'm afraid. Zhang Lin's small face was bloodless, and she began to speak with some teeth chattering. Zhou Fushui on the side was no better. Her body couldn't stop shivering a little. At first, they were only driven by curiosity, so they sneakily followed Zhang Qingxiao into the dormitory building. Who knew that curiosity really killed the cat? There were really unclean things in here. In the end, it was just ordinary people. Ghosts and gods say to many people, ethereal, but once their own personal contact, that not to mention can be calm and collected, as long as not directly because of fear to be stunned fainted, that are considered to be a strong quality of heart. Difficult, no wonder master is in such a hurry to leave. The two women looked at the master, who was furious because he was stopped by the leader, and instantly understood the master's behavior. At the same time, the two women subconsciously turned their gazes to Zhang Qingxiao on the side. Upon seeing that the handsome man in front of them did not have much of a change of expression on his face from the beginning to the end, the two women were instantly shocked. How come this handsome guy is not scared at all? Could it be that someone high up is right next to me? Thoughts surged in the hearts of the two women, and for a moment, even the fear within them diminished quite a bit. Hurry up and get out of my way. You bunch of guys who are still talking tough at the end of your lives. The old Taoist doesn't want to be buried with you. This is only the 5th floor. And you've already used so many swinging aerial talismans, and you're telling me that only one person has died here? This is something that the old Tao can't control. The green-robed master was pulled by the bald leader and couldn't break free for a while, so he suddenly became furious and yelled at the several leaders. The 5th fucking layer uses the swinging aerial talisman. Who knows what other appalling talismans are affixed up this way? Can use so many suppression things? Is their own kind of cultivation less than home can deal with it? If you don't run quickly, you'll lose your life here. Although the master is not very strong, but self-knowledge is there. This place has used so many talismans to suppress the seal, and after all these years, it still can't suppress the evil spirits in it. The evil ghosts in the building are still able to come out against the power of suppression to commit crimes and harm people. What does it mean? It means that the strength of the evil spirits has exceeded imagination. This is the first time he has encountered such a great evil thing after traveling for many years. How can he fight? Give me a hand. After breaking free for a while, seeing that the bald leader would not let go, the master instantly turned red in his eyes and violently shook it off with force, and then hurriedly rushed towards the downstairs. But what made people creepy was, the Grandmaster just rushed to the 1st floor, and then violently saw a scene that was frightening to the extreme, only to see the original open dormitory building door, but also snap sound closed. Grandmaster! Crap! It's over. I can't get out. Thank you, brothers, for the 309 gifts, for the small gifts to add more. Now 309 gifts, today rush to 500 small gifts to add another one. Brothers, free small gifts open brush ah. Snap. The door automatically closed, tightly, simply then with a lock or still tight. Hiss. Seeing this scene, the Grandmaster trembled and couldn't stop himself from taking a few steps backward until his back was against the cold concrete wall, and only then did he manage to stop. Master! Grandmaster! What's wrong with you? At the back, several bald leaders panting and sweating coldly also rushed to the first floor one after another. Upon seeing the green-robed Grandmaster who was leaning his back against the wall, with a look of lifelessness, the several leaders instantly changed their faces furiously, and opened their mouths in a hurry to inquire. With regards to what happened in the dormitory building, a few people were clearer than everyone else. It was for this reason that after seeing the invited Grandmaster being scared to the point of turning around and running away, the several leaders were also nearly scared half to death. One by one, usually pampered existence, at this moment also do not care about the image, all the way jogging to the master's body, looking around staring at the surroundings, just afraid of what ghosts will suddenly come out. And heard a few leaders inquired. The original face like ashes of the master instantly burst into a rage. I'm going to fuck you, it's you few motherfuckers who did this. How dare you talk tough at the end of your life? Good enough. Now it's good, now that the gate is closed, I'll see how you guys get out. With his little life on the line, the master simply no longer cared about his highbrow demeanor, and directly cursed at the several people. If not at first believed in a few people's bullshit, Kilden could not have rashly entered the dormitory building. This is like a place where a person has died. This is simply more like a ghost nest than a ghost nest. This. Several leaders just did not expect the master to open his mouth to curse. For a time several people's faces were embarrassed to the extreme. But then a few people will be from the master's words to capture the important information. The next second, a few people's eyes brushed to the dormitory door. How? What's going on? Why did the door automatically close? A few people's eyes widened as they exclaimed in disbelief. Immediately after that, several people were shivering, as if they had thought of something, and their faces were instantly bloodless with fear. And at this time, the Grandmaster didn't forget to sneer and added, "Ask the ghost." With these words, the several leaders instantly thumped in their hearts, their heartbeats skyrocketing. Grandmaster, this, don't rise to say nonsense ah. A few people's faces were filled with fear, their eyes looked around, their foreheads were in cold sweat, and a stream of cool air ran straight to the back of their heads. Handsome, what's wrong with them? The two women hiding in the shadows quietly stretched out their heads, furtively looking at the master as well as the school leaders at the stairway on the first floor. Upon seeing the deathly pale expressions of the several people, the two girls instantly revealed a flash of surprise on their small faces, and somewhat curiously inquired to Zhang Qingxiao to the side. Can't get out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao just spat out a few words with a calm face. How is this possible? The moment these words came out, the two women's hearts immediately jumped wildly, and a touch of fear was directly added to their small faces. There's nothing impossible, the things in this building don't intend to let anyone who enters here get out alive only. Zhang Qingxiao's face did not change as he slowly spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the green-robed master at the stairway on the first floor jerk upright as if he had thought of something, his hands subconsciously touching the cloth bag on his body. However, the cloth bag that had originally moved around a bit from time to time before, at this moment, it was simply not moving at all. The moment his hands touched the cloth bag, the Grandmaster's face instantly became unsightly. Only to see his hands in a hurry to open the cloth bag, inside the original jumping up and down of the little monkey, now no longer any movement. Only the slightly heaving chest proved that it was still alive. Fainted. Because it was unable to escape, the little monkey was directly stunned into unconsciousness. Grandmaster, holy Nima! Upon seeing that his monkey had actually fainted from fear, the Grandmaster's entire body instantly stood up in sweat, and waves of shock were set off in his heart. Big bad. This Nima great evil omen ah. 6. Really fucking 6. This time really cannot run away. What the hell is this place? It's still broad daylight, and they dare to come out to haunt us? Could it be that this time is really into the ghost nest is not? The master's face was bloodless, his eyelids fluttered wildly, and even the whole person was trembling uncontrollably. And just when the master was distracted, the entire dormitory building suddenly but without warning blew a gale. Hoo! Gusts of wind gusted in the dimly lit hallways. This was not a cold time of the year, but when the wind picked up, a strange chill instantly caused everyone in the building to physically tremble. How? What's going on? A few bald leaders exclaimed, subconsciously huddling together, tightly next to the master, and opened their mouths with a face of horror. Well, it seems like the wind is picking up. It's so cold. A big-bellied leader opened his mouth, the cold sweat on his face was like rain, the white shirt on his body had already been drenched in cold sweat for most of the time, but it was as if he was unaware of it. His eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly. With this inexplicable coldness coming, all the people instantly sweating hairs stand on end, their bodies are full of goosebumps. Good, so cold. What's going on with this? In the shadows, Zhang Lin and Zhou Fushua subconsciously leaned together, their bodies slightly shivering because of the inexplicable chill, their little faces turning white, their eyes having lost their curiosity long ago, and turned to more than a touch of panic. On the other hand, Zhang Qingxiao still had no reaction. This kind of small trick couldn't affect him in the slightest. Who? The wind rose more than that, but instead had a tendency to intensify. The several bald leaders were trembling, seeing that they had lost much of their ability to move. While the green-robed master at this moment, as if he had thought of something, his pupils shrunk violently, and his gaze looked deathly toward the steps behind him. Claptrap, clattering. Only to see that with the gust of wind, those talismans posted on the steps were blown to clatter, appearing frightening to the extreme in the middle of this silent hallway. Immediately afterward, a muffled sound rose and fell. Boom! Boom 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 boom. Those tightly closed windows in the hallway, under the blowing of this gale, all of them were unexpectedly blown open. And after hearing these noises, the green-robed grandmaster who already had an ugly face instantly rounded his eyes. Not good, that thing is coming out. These talismans can no longer suppress it. The grandmaster let out a strange cry, his person already numb with fear. This was just too damn out of the ordinary. According to reason, this daytime, it shouldn't be haunted. Because there is sunlight in the daytime, it can suppress evil spirits. Sunlight belongs to the power of heaven and earth, the most rigid and yang, is one of the best and most useful magic weapon to suppress evil. Sunlight in the daytime will cut down the strength of evil things, so most of the evil things will choose to come out by day and by night. This is one of the things. Another thing is that there is a rumor in the world that there are yang gods and yin ghosts. Yang god, yin ghost. Yang is daytime and yin is night. There is a saying in the world, rumor has it that there are often gods walking the earth during the daytime, and if the things of yin and evil dare to come out in the white, then once they collide with the gods, it will be a proper white giveaway. Therefore, most of the evil things will choose to come out at night. Even the most powerful ghosts and monsters, in the master's impression, very few of them dared to make trouble in the daytime. But right now, the things here were not at all according to common sense. I'm afraid this place isn't really a ghost nest, right? The righteous fathers are bullish. 500 gifts now, I'll fucking raise it straight up. Now 584. 700 gifts keep adding, please liver me. Thanks.